In Marx's Laboratory. Contents. Introduction, in Marx's Laboratory. 1. Riccardo Bellofiore, Guido Starosta, and Peter D. Thomas. Part 1, Achievements and Limits of the Grundrisse. The Grundrisse after Capital, or How to Reread Marx Backwards. 17. Riccardo Bellofiore Method, From the Grundrisse to Capital. 43. 1. Inigo Carrera. The Four Levels of Abstraction of Marx's Concept of Capital. Or, can we consider the Grundrisse the most advanced version of Marx's theory of capital? 71. Roberto Feinske. Part 2, Abstract Labor, Value, and Money. The Practical Truth of Abstract Labor. 101. Christopher J. Arthur. Unavoidable Crises, Reflections on Backhouse and the Development of Marx's Value Form Theory in the Grundrisse. 121. Patrick Murray. Part 3, The Concept of Capital. The Transformation of Money into Capital. 149. Martha Campbell. The Concept of Capital in the Grundrisse. 177. Howard Engels Kirchen. 6. Contents. Part 4, Technology, Domination, Emancipation. The Fragment on Machines. A Marxian Misconception in the Grundrisse and its Overcoming in Capital. 197. Michael Heinrich. The General Intellect in the Grundrisse and Beyond. 213. Tony Smith. The System of Machinery and Determinations of Revolutionary Subjectivity in the Grundrisse and Capital. 233. Guido Starosta. From the Grundrisse to Capital and Beyond, Then and Now. 265. George Kafantzis. Part 5, Competition, Cycles and Crisis. The Whole and the Parts, The Early Development of Marx's Theory of the Distribution of Surplus Value in the Grundrisse. 285. Fred Mosley. Marx's Grundrisse and the Monetary Business Cycle. 303. Jan Toporowski. Crisis and the Rate of Profit in Marx's Laboratory. 311. Peter D. Thomas and Geert Rutten. Part 6. Society and History in the Grundrisse. Between Pre-Capitalist Forms and Capitalism, The Problem of Society in the Grundrisse. 331. Luca Basso. Second Nature, Gender in Marx's Grundrisse. 347. Amy E. Wendling. Uneven Developments, From the Grundrisse to Capital. 371. Joel Wainwright. Pre-Capitalistic Forms of Production and Primitive Accumulation. Marx's Historiography from the Grundrisse to Capital. 393. Massimiliano Tomba. References. 413. Index of Names. 429. Index of Subjects. 432. Introduction, in Marx's Laboratory. Riccardo Bellofiore, Guido Starosta, and Peter D. Thomas. The initial idea for this book dates back to the Reading the Grundrisse conference which took place at the University of Bergamo, Italy, on 15–18 July 2008. This initiative was a part of the activities of the International Symposium on Marxian Economic Theory, ISMT, and aimed at an in-depth critical reconsideration of Marx's 1857–8 manuscripts in the context of their 150th anniversary. The conference highlighted a variety of important issues and themes for future research, some of which were not directly addressed in the 12 papers originally presented at the event. In light of the scholarly importance of that early version of the Marxian critique of political economy and the various controversies to which it gave rise, we came to the conclusion that a wider volume, which expanded the scope of the themes covered at the conference, would be a very valuable addition to contemporary Marx studies. We thus decided to invite more contributions from diverse perspectives, intellectual traditions, and geographies, which either engage with some of the fundamental issues that were not covered extensively by the papers originally presented at the conference, or provide a different view of the topics that have generated such heated debates among Marx scholars, particularly, for example, the connection between abstract labor and value, or the so-called fragment on machines. Despite the great variety of approaches included in the volume, they all share a common ground in representing methodologically minded readings of Marx's critique of political economy, understood as a critical investigation of the historically specific reified forms of social mediation of capitalist society. Such perspectives coincide with the spirit that motivated the initial constitution and subsequent development of the ISMT. A few more words on this long-standing intellectual forum and its scholarly purpose are in order, therefore. The ISMT is an original forum gathering together philosophers and economists in the Marxian tradition. It was constituted in 1991 thanks to the efforts of Fred Mosley. The members have changed over the years. Along with Mosley, since the beginning there were Chris Arthur, Martha Campbell, Patrick Murray, Geert Rutten and Tony Smith. The group now also includes Ricardo Bellofiore, Andrew Brown, Roberto Feinske and Guido Starosta. Over the years, Guglielmo Carchedi and Paul Maddock Jr., both part of the original group, and Nicola Taylor have also been members. A distinctive feature of the ISMT is that the debating scholars are united by shared problems, rather than by common answers. The problematics that particularly interest the participants are the Hegelian roots of Marx's method and the close interaction between value and money, conceived not as separated topics, but as integrated ones. Members treat these themes in very different ways, sometimes radically so. In preparing this volume, we intended to stay true to, and further enrich, this non-dogmatic, pluralist spirit of critical research in Marxist theory which has defined the ISMT since its inception more than 20 years ago. The ISMT organizes regular conferences and has produced many edited collections, in addition to the individual scholars' monographs and articles. A prominent place in these publications has been occupied by the reappraisal of Marx's main economic works. Hence, 3 conferences and edited volumes were devoted to careful inquiry into the 3 volumes of Marx's Capital. 3a Natural Development was another conference, involving many other participants, in Bergamo in 2006, dedicated to rereading Marx after the critical edition. 4 This conference included the participation of Mega 2 editors, Rolf Hecker for Volume 2 and Regina Roth for Volume 3, and other German and Italian scholars, Michael Heinrich, Roberto Finelli, and Massimiliano Tomba. Against this background, it seemed obvious that a critical inquiry into such a crucial work as the Grundrisse was in order. The 150th anniversary of their composition was the perfect occasion for such an engagement. However, there were many other important reasons for editing a book on the 1857 to 8 manuscripts. The Grundrisse are a founding text, the first that really gives evidence in a written form of the writing of Capital. At the same time, it is a text of transition, in the long journey that begins with the economic and philosophical manuscripts of 1844. The enormous manuscript should be taken for what it is, a frenetic, and genial, intellectual note-taking. Marx tried, in these pages, to fix some problems and some categories. He did this, for the first time, in an embryonically systematic and dialectical presentation of the theory of value and of capital. It is in this movement that he clarifies for himself the terms of his own problematic. In this sense, the Grundrisse can be seen as a veritable laboratory in which we can observe Marx in the very process of unfolding his dialectical investigation of the movement of capitalist social and economic forms. It is thus an ideal text for stimulating a discussion about the articulation and development of the Marxian critique of political economy. Nevertheless, one could argue that the fate of that book in the English-speaking world in particular has so far been quite disappointing in comparison to its many potential riches. The Grundrisse were made widely available in the West only in the late 1960s and early 1970s. 5 While it was extensively discussed not only in Germany, editions were published in 1953 in the East and 1967 in the West, but also in France and Italy as early as 1967-8. During a period when Marxian theory was on the rise and often very militant, it was only fully translated into English in 1973. It was, of course, absorbed into wider debates much later, in years when Marxism began to undergo a series of crises, frequently becoming, in the process, somewhat academic and specialist, A similar if not worse fate plagued the reception of the results of the direct production process. Point 6. This fact may, indeed, explain why the secondary literature in English is not comparable to that available in many other languages. This volume aims to contribute to redressing this unsatisfactory situation, through an extensive and in-depth critical engagement with the Grundrisse from a variety of different perspectives. It aims to assess both the achievements and limitations of this preliminary version of the Marxian critique of political economy. Moreover, many of the chapters in this volume attempt to do this by means of a shared retrospective reading strategy. They seek, that is, to throw light on the different dimensions of the 1857-8 manuscripts from the perspective of the most developed version of Marx's dialectical presentation of capitalist forms contained in Capital. Rereading the Grundrisse after Capital in this way is a worthwhile effort. On the one hand, we may find in the earlier work suggestions for unexpected tentative solutions to many problematic points in the later work. On the other hand, obscure formulations in the younger work may be enlightened, and thus at the same time revealed as hidden treasures, when read from the perspective of Marx's mature work. Indeed, the Grundrisse can and must be valorized, without giving rise to unacceptable drifts towards objectivist or subjectivist readings, fundamentally not very faithful not only to the letter but also, and above all, to the spirit of Marx's theory, to the extent to which they are read against the background of Capital. Some preliminary examples can illustrate the fertility of this approach, which is extensively demonstrated in the chapters of this volume. In the section on the pre-capitalist forms of production, the divide between the natural and the historical gives us a bridge between the 1844 manuscripts and Capital. The universality of labor is recognized as a peculiarly historical and contradictory potentiality that begins with capitalist production, a theme which will be deepened in Capital Volume I's inquiry into cooperation, the division of labor and machines. In another way, the uncertainties in the 1857-8 manuscripts about money open the way to a symbolic view, which does not quite easily fit with the understanding of the genesis of the money form later developed in Capital, where the latter is unambiguously posited as a commodity. Something similar can be said about the deduction of abstract labor, whose meaning in the Grundrisse remains less unequivocal than in 1867. While some scholars actually welcome those tensions in Marx's early arguments on abstract labor, since they contain some insightful formulations that were abandoned in later drafts, for instance, regarding the explicit connection between abstract labor and capitalist exploitation, others see them as a sign of the preliminary status of Marx's investigation, which would undergo further necessary improvements, or at least, developments. The text is also intriguing in terms of aspects of its crisis theory. In 1857-8, in the section on circulation, Marx links absolute and relative surplus value extraction, disproportionalities, credit, and overproduction of commodities. This organic unity is either absent or implicit in later works. At the same time, for the Marx of the Grundrisse, capitalist development and crises lead secularly to a tendential fall in the rate of profit which looks rather mechanical, in opposition to what we can now understand from the original development of the argument in the manuscripts for Capital Volume 3, in a certain sense distorted by Engels's editing work. Again, however, the Grundrisse help us to understand the later Marxian logic. The so-called fragment on machines is a particularly controversial section, especially in terms of its interpretation by the Italian workerist and post-workerist traditions 7 and a section that should, similarly, be interpreted against this background. These were some of the questions that motivated the gathering in Bergamo in 2008 and the subsequent commissioning of additional papers to compose the present volume. The book is organized into 6 broad thematic sections, each of which aims to explore the development of central perspectives and concepts of the Marxian critique of political economy in and beyond the Grundrisse. The first section, Achievements and Limits of the Grundrisse, opens with Ricardo Bellofiore's attempt to reread Marx backwards, namely, the attempt to read the Grundrisse after Capital, which, in turn, allows us to see a continuity of themes from the 1844 manuscripts onwards. The Grundrisse are argued to represent a watershed in Marx's thought because of the divide between natural and historical situations as defined in the pre-capitalist forms of production. At the same time, it is in the Grundrisse that the universality of labor is recognized as a peculiar potentiality starting with capitalist production. At this stage, Marx uses the term labor ambiguously. It is used both for labor capacity, labor power, and also living labor, as well as the bearers of labor power, that is, workers. These ambiguities are argued to disappear in Capital. Another rich and ambiguous theme stressed by BELLOFIORE is money. Here, Marx begins with a symbolic view, stressing money as command. A second deduction is convergent to subsequent Marxian deductions of money as a commodity, leading to the first section of Capital Volume I. BELLOFIORE argues that these ambiguities have allowed for serious interpretative distortions, which have, however, also been instrumental in revealing new aspects of Marx's argument in Capital. Two intriguing arguments of the Grundrisse are the presentation of abstract labor, this time linked to the capitalist social situation as well as generalist commodity exchange, and crisis theory. Another positive ambiguity is that the Grundrisse are open to a quite different accent on struggles over living labor as the source of new value. BELLOFIORE concludes by arguing for an actualization of the conceptual acquisitions present in the Grundrisse, in part achieved by reading the Grundrisse not against, but together with, Capital. 1. Inigo Carrera's chapter, Method, From the Grundrisse to Capital, explores the development of Marx's method, from the 1840s onwards. Inigo Carrera argues that the Grundrisse constitute a step in the development of an original method, the reproduction of the concrete by means of thought, as opposed to its representation, a method which, however, is only fully discovered and developed in the writing of Capital. Thus, an engagement with the latter text can help us to throw light upon both the methodological innovations and limitations of the former. From this perspective, we can see that the discovery of the determinations of value in the Grundrisse still follows an essentially analytic course. Capital, on the other hand, overcomes these limitations in the flow of synthetic reproduction from its point of departure, allowing Marx to develop the substance of value into its necessary concrete forms. Inigo Carrera thus argues that the transition from the Grundrisse to Capital involves not simply a change in the method of presentation, but also in the method of inquiry itself. Roberto Feinski's chapter, The Four Levels of Abstraction of Marx's Concept of Capital. Or, can we consider the Grundrisse the most advanced version of Marx's concept of capital, analyses Marx's different plans for his critique of political economy. Feinski argues that Marx successfully improved his theory after the Grundrisse, in the subsequent drafts leading to Capital, in order to overcome some difficulties that arose from the insufficient dialectical development of categories in his project in 1857-8. Engaging with both the German debate, the so-called Neue lecture, and Italian workerist perspectives, and drawing upon new philological findings of the Megatou, Feinski argues that Marx's initial attempt to derive a conceptual structure for capital from Hegel was later replaced by the project of developing a theory of capital by following its own inner dialectical logic. The concept of capital is divided into four levels of abstraction, a sort of level zero of simple circulation, a first level, called generality, a second level, or particularity, and a final level of abstraction, or singularity. The progressive transformation of the outline of the Grundrisse, however, does not imply any rupture or radical discontinuity. Rather, Marx further developed a general outline in order to arrive at a more consistent dialectical presentation of categories. The second section, Abstract Labor, Value, and Money, opens with Chris Arthur's chapter on the practical truth of abstract labor. Arthur argues that there are two important determinations of abstract labor in the Grundrisse that are absent from Capital. First, the practical truth of abstract labor is a feature only of the most modern society, industrial capitalism, and second, this form of labor is thematist in the framework of the capital relation, not of simple commodity circulation. The chapter argues that the latter determination, in particular, can be read in the light of the proposition that the form determinations of labor should be thematist only subsequent to the derivation of the general formula for capital. Moreover, this implies a negative labor theory of value in which productive labor is cognized in value only in sublated form. Immediately value positing is a function of the time of capital. Nonetheless, because this pure motion in time is borne by labor, socially necessary labor time is, in a sense, a determinant of its magnitude. Patrick Murray's chapter, Unavoidable Crises, Reflections on Backhouse and the Development of Marx's Value Form Theory in the Grundrisse, re-examines Marx's criticisms of the banking reforms proposed by the Proudhonist Alfred Derriman, which were intended to ward off financial crises. Prodded by the First World Economic Crisis, which started in the autumn of 1857, Marx began the Grundrisse with a critique of Derriman. Marx discovered the root of economic crisis in the value form, that is, in the need for value to appear as money. This necessity meant that the difference between value and price is not a nominal one, which Confut's law discloses the role of supply and demand in Marx's value theory, reveals the illusion of the labor money or time chit proposals of the Proudhonists, and opens the door to crises. Crises come with the commodity form. Murray argues that, by exposing the interconnection between value and money, Marx moves beyond classical political economy. The Grundrisse's critique of Derriman brings out a fundamental feature of his later analysis of the value form, namely, the polarity of the value form, the commodity form, the relative value form, and the money form, the equivalent value form, are opposed yet inseparable. In assessing the place of the Grundrisse in the development of Marx's account of the value form, Murray turns to consider the proposals of those recent currents in Marxian theory and the interpretation of Marx that have been labeled the new dialectics and value form theory, particularly Hans-Georg Backhouse's 1969 essay on the dialectics of the value form zur Dialektik der Wortform. Considering the extent to which Marx's exploration of the value form in the Grundrisse counts as an early version of the dialectic of the value form, the chapter offers a reassessment of key claims in Backhouse's influential study. In the third section, The Concept of Capital, Martha Campbell's chapter, The Transformation of Money into Capital, compares the transition from simple circulation to capital in the Grundrisse to the two other versions in the original text of the Contribution and Capital volume I. Campbell argues that the comparison of the three texts clarifies Marx's terminology. In particular, in the transition section of the two earlier texts, Marx uses the term value to refer to capital. Drawing on this textual evidence, the chapter posits that the basis for the transition between simple circulation and capital is logical in all three versions. That is, Marx turns from simple circulation to capital, on the grounds that commodity exchange cannot exist as an ongoing and continuous or established process except as one phase of the circulation of capital. In other words, according to Campbell's reading, simple circulation necessarily presupposes capital. A first implication of this is that simple circulation was conceived by Marx as an abstract aspect of the capitalist mode of production and unique to it. This conclusion challenges those readings that see Part 1 of Capital as referring either to simple commodity production, conceived as an historical antecedent of capitalism, or to the commodity form of production in general, conceived as an abstract moment of capitalism, at which all that exists are individuals who are taken to be producers for exchange, but which is, nonetheless, not specific to capitalism. A further implication of Campbell's argument is that capital is implicit in, and so derived from, results established in Part 1. In this sense, there is no break between the introduction of capital in Part 2 and what has come before. Howard Engels Kirchen, in the chapter The Concept of Capital in the Grundrisse, argues that Marx's efforts to develop the concept of capital, on the basis of his lifelong study of Aristotle, are similar to what contemporary philosophers of science call the real definition of a natural or social kind. Marx's analyses can thus be seen as contributing significantly to efforts to extend thinking about natural kinds from natural to social science. He used the concept of capital in order to identify decisive causal structures of social life, and to specify those few properties of capital that are constitutive of it. Building upon Charles Bettelheim's work, Engels-Kirchen explores the double separation that is the central characteristic of the capitalist mode of production, the separation of enterprises from one another and the separation of direct producers from their conditions of production. This double separation, Engels-Kirchen argues, aptly captures the Grundrisse concept of capital in general, in the movement from circulation to production and valorization, and to the unity of production and circulation. However, the real definition of the resulting structure consists not only in labor's separation from the means of production, but also in its subordination to these as values. Its fundamental determination is argued to consist in the appropriation of living labor by objectified labor for the sake of increasing objectified labor. Thus, clarity on this dimension points towards capital's transformation, to associated labor's self-determined unfolding of human needs and abilities. The fourth section, Technology, Domination, Emancipation, considers themes related in particular to the so-called fragment on machines and the concept of general intellect, which have been widely debated so-called years. Michael Heinrich's chapter, The Fragment on Machines, A Marxian Misconception in the Grundrisse and Its Overcoming in Capital, begins by noting that some authors have conceived the so-called fragment on a Marxian breakdown theory of capitalism, or at least as a description of a process in which capitalism clashes with a new mode of production inaugurated by capitalism itself. In such considerations, the results of the fragment are taken for granted. Heinrich argues that these results derive, on the one hand, from a one-sided conception of crisis in Marx's thinking since the early 1850s, and, on the other hand, from some shortcomings in the conception of basic categories in the Grundrisse. In the years after Grundrisse, Marx overcame both misconceptions. The chapter concludes by suggesting that capital volume I, particularly in the sections dealing with the production of relative surplus value, contains an implicit critique of the fragment on machines, a critique that is often neglected by interpreters who want to rely on this early text for a reformulation of the critique of political economy. In The General Intellect in Marx's Grundrisse and Beyond, Tony Smith engages with recent debates regarding the role of the general intellect, a term that is used only in the Grundrisse. In particular, Smith questions the extent to which this text from the Grundrisse presents an account of capitalist development that diverges in significant respects from the views Marx presented elsewhere. Engaging with studies by Paolo Verno and Carlo Vercellone, Smith questions the claims as to the unprecedented role the diffusion of the general intellect plays in contemporary capitalism. According to Verno, the flourishing of the general intellect, which Marx thought could only take place in communism, characterizes post-Fordist capitalism. Vercellone adds that Marx's account of the real subsumption of living labor under capital is obsolete in contemporary cognitive capitalism. Against these arguments that Marx's value theory has been historically superannuated, Smith argues that these views rest on a confusion of value and wealth, a neglect of Marx's account of the role of free gifts to capital, an underestimation of the role of the general intellect in the period prior to the rise of post-Fordism/cognitive capitalism, and an underestimation of the restrictions on the diffusion of the general intellect in contemporary capitalism. Guido Starosta's chapter, The System of Machinery and Determinations of Revolutionary Subjectivity in the Grundrisse and Capital, argues that Marx's exposition of the forms of the real subsumption of labor to capital, in particular, the system of machinery of large-scale industry, constitutes the dialectical presentation of the determinations of revolutionary subjectivity. Starosta argues that the development of the emancipatory subject is, for Marx, the imminent result of the unfolding of the reified forms of social mediation of capitalist society. More specifically, it is the outcome of transformations of the materiality of human productive subjectivity that they bring about. The essence of this capitalist transformation of the production process of human life lies in the mutation of the productive attributes of the collective laborer according to a determinate. 10. Riccardo Bellofiore, Guido Starosta, and Peter D. Thomas. Tendency, the individual organs of the latter eventually become universal productive subjects. This is the inner material content underlying the political revolutionary subjectivity of the proletariat. However, STAROSTA argues that Marx's dialectical exposition of those transformations in capital is truncated and does not unfold the plenitude of the material determinations underlying the revolutionary being of the working class, which is presented as no more than an abstract possibility. A gap thus remains between the dialectic of human labor unfolded in the chapters on relative surplus value in capital, and the revolutionary conclusions at the end of Volume I in the chapter on the historical tendency of capital accumulation. STAROSTA argues that it is possible to find the elements for the completion of the systematic exposition of determinations of revolutionary subjectivity on the basis of a careful reading of the relevant passages of the so-called fragment on machines from the Grundrisse. In From the Grundrisse to Capital and Beyond, Then and Now, George Kaffentzis explores the relationship between the two main revolution-producing tendencies or laws in the development of capitalism that Marx identifies in the Grundrisse, namely, the falling rate of profit and the breakdown of the creation and measurement of wealth by labor and labor time. Kaffentzis argues that the increasing incommensurability of wealth and labor time, initially in tension with the thesis of the falling rate of profit, was transformed in Marx's work following the Grundrisse into an essential preliminary for the law of the rate of profit to fall. Kaffentzis further traces the impact of the reading of the Grundrisse on the project of the journal Zero Work I, and the reconceptualization of the workday initiated by socialist feminists, particularly in the Wages for Housework campaign, revealing the manifold forms of work in capitalist society. His chapter concludes by traces some politically significant parallels in Marx's thought between 1857 and 1882 and the succession of some themes in the anti-capitalist movement between the 1960s and the present. He compares the increasing technoscepticism of the anti-capitalist movements over the last 40 years to a similar development in Marx's thought, which shifted from an emphasis on the superhuman machines of the Grundrisse and the general intellect to the political forms of the Paris Commune and the Russian Obskina. The fifth section, Competition, Cycles and Crisis, opens with Fred Mosley's chapter, The Whole and the Parts. The beginning of Marx's theory of the distribution of surplus value in the Grundrisse. Mosley argues that the Grundrisse are mainly about the production of surplus value, that is, the determination of the total surplus value produced in the sphere of production in the capitalist economy as a whole. However, he notes that Marx makes several brief comments on the distribution of surplus value, that is, the division of the total surplus value into individual parts, especially the equalization of rates of profit across industries. This chapter reviews the initial discussions of Marx's theory of the distribution of surplus value in the Grundrisse, arguing that in this early work, Marx clearly stated the key logical premise of his theory that the total surplus value is determined prior to its distribution, and that this total amount is not affected by the distribution of surplus value. Mosley further argues that this relation between the production of surplus value and the distribution of surplus value is the quantitative dimension Marx's logical structure of capital in general and many capitals, or competition. Jan Toporowski's chapter, Marx's Grundrisse and the Monetary Business Cycle, argues that, although Marx explicitly rejected the monetary business cycle in the Grundrisse, he smuggled it back again into his theory of crisis in Capital Volume 3, where crisis arises because interest-bearing capital circulates in production and exchange, and therefore is not available for the repayment of financial liabilities on demand, an element at the core of Minsky's theory of financial crisis. Toporowski argues that Marx's initial rejection of a monetary business cycle, and the reappearance of that cycle in his later crisis theory, reflects Marx's dialectical approach to finance. More specifically, the financing needs of capitalist production induce financial innovation, interest-bearing capital, which comes to have a dominant, rather than a subordinate, role in relation to production. According to Toporowski, it follows from this that the dominance of finance allows credit cycles to determine the nature and dynamics of capitalism. In other words, having emerged to serve industrial capitalism, financial markets can become a much more liquid source of profit, they can depress capital accumulation or stimulate it with credit cycles. These arguments lead Toporowski to reject functionalist readings of the role of finance in the capitalist mode of production. The chapter by Geert Rutten and Peter D. Thomas, Crisis and the Rate of Profit in Marx's Laboratory, examines the role of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall in Marx's successive drafts of the Critique of Political Economy. On the basis of a philological analysis of the Grundrisse and the Drafts for Capital Volume 3, they argue that Marx's views on the law or tendency of the rate of profit to fall developed from a law about the historical destination of the capitalist system as tending towards breakdown, to a theory about the functioning of the capitalist mode of production as a, potentially, reproductive system. They argue that Marx's analysis of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall in the Grundrisse, as in his earlier economic writings from the 1840s, remains indebted, in many key respects, to the conceptual matrix in which this theme had been previously developed in classical political economy, particularly in Smith and Ricardo. As his research project develops, Marx's texts begin to display a development away from a notion of an empirical trend for the rate of profit to fall, and towards a notion of tendency as operative power, which results in a notion of the cyclical variation of the rate of profit. On the basis of this textual analysis, Rutten and Thomas attempt to indicate some of the theoretical and political reasons that may have encouraged Marx to undertake this development. In conclusion, they outline some themes for future research that arise from this understanding of Marx's intellectual development, including a reassessment of the relative weight of Marx's debts to classical political economy, on the one hand, and Hegel's thought, on the other, the relationship between politics and economics in Marx's mature critique of political economy, and the implications of this analysis for contemporary debates regarding both the tendency of the rate of profit to fall and the status of Marxian research as social theory. The sixth section, Society and History in the Grundrisse, confronts the problem of social theory in Marx's work from the late 1850s to the successive drafts of Capital. Luca Basso's chapter, Between Pre-Capitalist Forms and Capitalism, The Problem of Society in the Grundrisse, Outlines of the Critique of Political Economy, focuses on the concept of society in the Grundrisse, and particularly its distinction between the various modes of production. However, Basso argues that, rather than writing a general history of humanity, Marx wanted to analyze the distinctive signs of capitalism. The pre-capitalist forms were characterized by the unity of man with the land and the community to which he belonged. The capitalist system broke down these communities' Gemeinwesen, which had been based on traditional hierarchical structures, thus representing a new beginning, a radical change from the past. Only with the birth of capitalism did it become possible to truly speak of the individual as such, autonomous but also subjected to the objective power of money, and of society, paradoxically isolating individuals from each other but also characterized by subjective insurgences, which constantly threaten to rupture its totality. Amy Wendling's chapter, Second Nature, Gender in Marx's Grundrisse, analyzes the role of gender in the 1857-8 manuscripts, in a deliberately anachronistic reading. Noting the relative absence of reflections on gender-related themes in the Grundrisse, particularly in relation to their presence in Marx's early works and the return to the topic in Capital and other later works, Wendling reconstructs Marx's continuing research on these themes in the 1850s, drawing in particular on one of Marx's excerpt notebooks from 1852, soon to be made available in the Mega-2. Wendling argues that Marx's inquiries into what is today called gender are the product of the intersection, and then the supersession, of both the Querelle de Femmes and the political economy of Marx's time. Without downplaying the obvious limitations of Marx's treatment of gender in the Grundrisse, the chapter argues that it provides some powerful conceptual tools for working on the issue of gender. This is especially true of Marx's critical revival and reworking of the Aristotelian idea of a second nature produced via social and historical shaping. Marx's ultimate conception of gender as an enormously complex, socially embedded, yet trans-historical political structure, exceeds the discourses that Marx inherited. The Grundrisse are thus depicted as a developmental stage in Marx's thinking. Wendling argues that the treatment of gender in Marx foreshadows 20th-century debates in Marxist feminism and in feminist theory more generally, particularly regarding debates about labor, technology, and class divisions among gendered subjects. Joel Wainwright, in the chapter Uneven Developments, From the Grundrisse to Capital, compares the way in which the two texts frame the problematic of uneven development, that is, the way that capitalism's inherently uneven development is thematized as a problem for explanation. In the Grundrisse, the uneven nature of capitalism as development is examined principally through the emergence of capitalism from pre-capitalist relations. While this analysis is not entirely absent from capital, for example, the discussion of primitive accumulation, pre-capitalist formations are not treated as systematically in Capital. By contrast, Wainwright argues, uneven development enters Capital in the final section, particularly where Marx criticizes Wakefield. Reading these texts together, he argues that the problematic of uneven development shifts from the Grundrisse to Capital in a way that underscores Marx's growing stress on Capital's imperialist character. This shift is argued to have its roots in political events of the period when Marx developed the research of the Grundrisse into the drafts of Capital. The final chapter in the volume, Massimiliano Tomba's Pre-Capitalistic Forms of Production and Primitive Accumulation. Marx's historiography from the Grundrisse to Capital, focuses on the pre-capitalist forms of production in the Grundrisse. Tomba argues that in these notebooks, Marx studied the pre-capitalist forms through a twofold interpretive schema. He joined a kind of evolutionary history to a repetitive history, a history of invariance. He did this in order to understand the nature of the historical break that the capitalist mode of production represents, the new form of social relation and the anthropological transformation of the human being, producing in this way a novel historical and historiographical purse. To the reading of the Grundrisse in particular, they attest to a common intent to examine critically the foundations and development of Marx's thought. Albeit in different ways and with different emphases, each chapter proposes to reread Marx's project today both in the light of recent philological advances and also in terms of the capacity of such a philologically informed reading to contribute to our understanding of the contemporary capitalist mode of production. Taken in their totality, these contributions will help us to reread the 1857-8 manuscripts as an intense laboratory, in which we can observe a crucial stage in the development of Marx's critique of political economy. Part 1. Achievements and Limits of the Grundrisse. The Grundrisse after Capital, or How to Reread Marx Backwards. Ricardo Bellofiore. The Grundrisse are a founding text, the first that really gives evidence in a written form of the genesis of Capital. They are, at the same time, a text of transition, in the long journey that begins with the economic and philosophical manuscripts of 1844. The enormous manuscript should be taken for what it is, frenetic, and genial, intellectual note-taking. Marx tried to fix some problems and categories in these pages. He did this, for the first time, in an embryonically systematic presentation of the theory of value and of capital. It is in this movement that he clarifies for himself the terms of his own problematic. Due to this, it is also, inevitably, a text full of ambiguities. These ambiguities have allowed counterposed readings to be derived from it, characterized by extreme subjectivism, on the one hand, and extreme objectivism, on the other. Furthermore, they were readings by authors, we should note, who saw themselves in not only a positive relation, but also in a relation of strict continuity with the Grundrisse. What I propose, here, is the result of a sustained and complete rereading of the entire work, from which I have emerged with a series of intuitions that I will try to verify in successive works. Here, I want to sketch out a sort of agenda, articulated on a central thesis that is, essentially, the following: Marx should be read backwards. Stated in other words, the Grundrisse can and must be valorized, without giving rise to unacceptable drifts, fundamentally not very faithful not only to the letter but also, and above all, to the spirit of Marx's theory, to the extent to which they are read against the background of Capital. It should not be read in the inverse sequence, which has somehow been imposed and historically affirmed, namely, the Grundrisse before capital, which then sooner or later slides into the contraposition of the Grundrisse against capital. Such a reading gained currency soon after the diffusion of this work in the West, at the end of the 1960s and start of the 1970s, a period that has been followed by a certain oblivion. Given the limits of space, and as I have to cover a seemingly unending argumentative terrain, I will be forced to proceed apodictically. I will not quote the numerous citations that would expand and support my case. My point of departure are the pages dedicated to the forms that precede capitalist production. From here I will try to give an account, if not of all, then at least of many of the themes that run through the Grundrisse and that, in a continuous and complete reading of the text, bring out, underneath the apparent disorder, a guiding thread of unitary reasoning. The aim of my rereading is to contribute to clarifying the origins of the alternative stereotypes of the Grundrisse that I have already mentioned, of extreme subjectivism and extreme objectivism. It is within these conventional readings of the Grundrisse that we can also locate that genuine philosophy of history that was constructed by early workerism operaismo, roundly criticized by Massimiliano Tomba in a number of texts. Point 1. Here I refer, in particular, to theoretical workerism, with idealistic, actualist and irrationalist traits, as in Tronti and Negri, more than to early workerism in its totality, which is an experience much richer that the current Vulgate recognizes. Point 2. However, it is certain that this ideological and irrational workerism ended up seeing in the Grundrisse the privileged, if not exclusive, point of access to Marx. It was a mistaken reading, though not without its reasons and insights. My aim will, therefore, be to highlight the aspects to which this reading can appeal for justification. In conclusion, I will try to say something about a possible actuality and a potential good use of the Grundrisse today. The Grundrisse, a rapid rereading. I begin with the theme of the relation between the individual and universality. It is a point that is also present in Marx's concept of labor. It thus immediately concerns the disputed relation between the economic and philosophical manuscripts of 1844, the Grundrisse and Capital. There is no doubt that the category of labor as it is configured in the 1844 manuscripts has many Feuerbachian accents. Nor can we doubt the reference to a still undefined human being, marked by meta-historical traits. For the marks of the manuscripts, the human being as such is natural, because it is always a part of nature. At the same time, it is a generic being, because the genus is its object, not only theoretically, but also practically. In so doing, Marx says, the human being relates to herself or himself as a universal and free being. Practical production of an objective world is the confirmation of the human being as a generic conscious being, and thus universal. The question is posed, and has been repeatedly posed by interpreters, of whether this theoretical horizon is reduced or abandoned by the mature Marx. Here, we have an all too easy dichotomy between continuists and discontinuists. The authors who read Marx on the basis of Capital tend to locate themselves on the latter side. They maintain, stated briefly, that there is a pure and simple rupture of the mature Marx with the young Marx. It seems to me that there exists, instead, a continuity that can be established by reading the texts backwards. In this journey backwards, the Grundrisse are the fundamental connecting point. We need to resist the temptation of reading the notion of the human being as a natural and generic being as if it were a notion that Marx fixed once and for all in the manuscripts, and which he would then apply just as it is, or, alternatively, reject completely, in Capital. On the contrary, we are dealing, here, with a perspective that Marx never abandons, but which he certainly redefines in a radical way in his mature work, beginning from the Grundrisse and from the meaning he assigns to notions to naturalness and historicity. Point 3. For the Marx of the Grundrisse, the natural connection is the spontaneous connection of individuals with indeterminate and limited relations of production. The universally developed individuals, those individuals whose social relations, as their own, communal relations, are subjected to their communal control, are not a product of nature, but a product of history. Marx continues, the degree and the universality of development of capacities due to which this kind of individuality becomes possible presupposes the production of exchange values. It is the universalization of exchange, which occurs only with the generalization of capitalist production, that generates, for the first time, universality together with estrangement, that is, both the estrangement of the individuals from themselves and from others, as well as the universality and versatility of their relations and abilities. Point 4. According to the Marx of the Grundrisse, capitalism breaks with natural pre-capitalist forms of production, natural in the sense that within those forms the reproduction of relations of the individual with its own community, given by the past, is the foundation of a limited development. The confrontation is established beginning from bourgeois society, therefore, beginning from the scientific comprehension of modern relations of production. It is only by beginning with capitalism that Marx can formulate a vision according to which a social form shows development superior to another, without however being its necessary product. Outside of any philosophy of history, it is by beginning from bourgeois society that we can reveal a perspective that simultaneously illuminates both the past as well as the possibilities of the future. To me, these pages seem to provide a representation of the problematic of the universality of the human being, as an entity that is not only natural but also generic, the theme of the manuscripts, in short. It returns, however, in new clothes, and in an argumentative context that is radically changed. The universality and the genericity of the human being are now historically determined. A human nature constituted in this way can be properly thought only at a certain point in history, when it is given concretely as a hidden and latent possibility in capitalist reality, which realizes it in the distorted form of estrangement. What is wealth, asks Marx, when it throws off the limited bourgeois form, if not the universality of needs, of capacities, of enjoyment of the productive forces of individuals generated in universal exchange? It is in history that the universal individual, as concrete possibility, is constituted. This possibility is linked to the circumstances that, according to the reasoning of the Grundrisse, only capitalism signals the birth of society in the strict sense. Also due to this, the pre-capitalist forms of production are natural, they are social only in a very limited sense. These are points well grasped by a long line of interpreters, from Lukács to Schmidt. Point 5. Does all of that disappear in capital? This does not seem to me to be the case. For reasons of space, I will limit myself to a few significant lines, drawn from chapter 15 of volume I. Point 6. Towards the end of that long chapter, Marx emphasizes strongly how modern industry does not consider, and does not ever treat as definitive, the existing form of a process of production. Due to this, he writes with unconstrained enthusiasm, its technical basis is revolutionary, while the basis of all the other modes of production was substantially conservative. With machines, capital is not limited to subverting constantly the technical aspect of production. According to Marx, it revolutionizes from top to bottom the functions of the workers, the social combinations of the labor process. It therefore revolutionizes the division of labor in society, which means that it overturns from top to bottom the world of exchange, insofar as the technical and social revolution is linked to the birth, death, and continuous transformation of branches of production. All of that brings with it the variation of labor, the fluency of functions and the universal mobility of the worker in every sense. After having described the negative side of these processes, Marx insists on their potentially positive side. If, today, the variation of labor is imposed only as a dominating natural law, and with the blindly destructive effect of a natural law that encounters obstacles everywhere, large-scale modern industry, with its catastrophes, works in such a way that the recognition of the variations of labor and therefore the greatest possible versatility of the worker as the general social law of production becomes a question of life and death. This question of life and death is the substitution of the partial individual, the detail worker, a mere fragment of a human being, by the totally developed individual, for which the different social functions are modes of activity that interchange the one with the other, as is, potentially, constituted by the collective and combined worker of the fully developed, specifically capitalist mode of production. Here re-emerges, once again, a problematic that goes back to the 1844 manuscripts and the German ideology, but which is now completely rethought. In the evident continuity there abides the maximum discontinuity, and the first can be valorized only by means of the second, only, that is, if the discourse on labor and on the human being is reread backwards, from capital to the 1844 manuscripts, going by way of the Grundrisse of the foremen and the Welt market. Allow us to leave this line of argumentation for a moment and turn to the analysis of some of the other themes treated in the Grundrisse. I will make a selection, which, more or less, follows the argumentation of the 1857-8 manuscripts. Obviously, I will have to proceed rapidly. And, initially at least, I will leave aside the consideration of the first very interesting part on money. 7 General exchange on the market establishes the social connection between reciprocally indifferent individuals. This connection is expressed in exchange value. In the universal exchange of commodities, but therefore in capitalism itself, given that the exchange of commodities becomes general only with capital, labor is not immediately social, rather, on the contrary, it is immediately private. It must become social, via the exchange of things. The producer has to give life to a universal production, to an exchange value that, isolated and individualist, is money. Here we refer to the sequence according to which exchange is first given in ideal money, and then in real money. In this way of reasoning, there is evidently an implicit definition of abstract labor, the labor whose sociality is only mediated. 8 In capital, Marx will write with more clarity than there is in the Grundrisse, but by deepening a line of thought that starts here, albeit tentatively, to be delineated, that the only labor that is really immediately social is the labor that produces money as commodity. 9 We will put aside these two interconnected points, the theory of money, the definition of abstract labor, for a moment, and return to them later. For the discourse on abstract labor in the Grundrisse certainly doesn't finish here, and the complexity of its analysis remains one of the central interesting themes of the 1857-8 manuscripts. Once Marx arrives at money in its third determination in his categorical deduction, to money as money, how does it happen that money begins to produce more money, to transform itself into capital? In capital, though the same thing happens at a point in the Grundrisse, Marx systematically uses the metaphor of the chrysalis that, wrapping itself up in the cocoon, manages to transform itself into a butterfly. 10 How is it possible that value gives life to more value, that is, a self-valorization of value? The answer naturally lies, in the last instance, in the reference to the category of living labor, which is crystallized in more value than the capital value that is advanced. The point is that in the Grundrisse, Marx, who has very clearly seen the distinction between living labor capacity and labor as such, as activity, expresses himself with great ambiguity. The expression living labor, or even simply labor, is often and easily used generically in order to indicate the two dimensions, an ambiguity that will disappear altogether in capital. Marx sometimes even speaks, somewhat dismissively, of an exchange of labor with capital, an exchange in which labor is ceded to capital, and capital obtains in this very exchange more labor. The worker obtains in return nothing other than the value of this labor, which in reality is the labor capacity stuck onto living human beings. If we read these phrases backwards from capital, the confusion disappears and the ambiguity is resolved. We are dealing with the twofold nature of the social relation between the capitalists and the working class, a social relation marked, on the one hand, by the sale on the labor market of labor power acquired by wages, on the other hand, by the use or exploitation of labor power in the immediate process of production. We are thus speaking about how the first moment, in circulation, opens to the second moment, in production, that is, how it opens to the extraction, potentially conflictual, of the labor in movement of the laborer, an activity that in its nature is fluid, in becoming. This process can be defined as exchange only figuratively, as Marx himself does not stop reiterating in his subsequent reflections. In my opinion, this is the direction in which Marx is already moving in 1857-8, that of a conceptual articulation in which, when we speak of labor, it is necessary always to distinguish carefully between the labor capacity, which is the potential of labor as activity, and the performance of labor as such. Both the first, labor power, and the second, living labor, are inseparable from the free laborer, qua socially determined human being. The ambiguity of the writing may be due to the fact that we are dealing with notes for personal use, but also perhaps to the circumstance that Marx has not completely clarified this crucial point. But certainly that ambiguity opens the way to the vision of living labor as subjectivity 11, where living labor can be identified with labor capacity or with the laborer. This ambiguity opens the way to those who now refer the notion of living labor to non-activity rather than activity, thus a living labor that in the end is everything, except labor, right up to the oxymoron that is today the proposal of an exodus of living labor from labor. It is beginning from this distinction of labor capacity and living labor, and it is from this vision of the second as a capitalist use of the first, that Marx gives an account of the origin of surplus value, referring it to the extraction of surplus labor. This genetic explanation of capitalist valorization, already in the 1857-8 manuscripts, is based on what may be called the method of comparison, which we will find many times in the successive versions of the Critique of Political Economy, and which is given its final and classical version in the 7th chapter of Capital Volume I12. Beginning from a certain level of productivity of labor, surplus value is born from the lengthening of the working day, from a prolongation of the socially necessary, living, labor time expended by the totality of workers in excess of the time of necessary labor, which is defined as the labor time required for the production of the subsistence wage expressed in money. The impulse to the extraction of surplus value is in agreement with the impulse to produce more abstract wealth, in a spiral without end. In the Grundrisse, it is already clear that capital is identified with the universal tendency to maximal and unlimited extraction of surplus labor, well beyond necessary labor. Here is the seed of the universality of capital, of a world of needs ever more developed, of a general laboriousness, in short, of the world market. In order to understand in which sense this is the case, we cannot stop here at immediate production. We must go further, and consider the circulation of commodities, as these manuscripts do extensively. Marx is crystal clear, here just as in Capital, in maintaining that value does not exist outside of exchange. The latent value and ideal money must be actualized truly on the final market of the commodities. This leads him immediately to the treatment of what is later defined as the problem of the realization of surplus value. The Grundrisse follow, in this perspective, an original line of reasoning, which here I must unfortunately synthesize to an extreme degree. Capital, in the drive to maximize surplus value, but therefore also in the drive to push surplus labor to an extreme beyond necessary labor, ends up squeezing wages in relative terms. In its pure form, this tendency is actualized by means of methods aiming at the extraction of relative surplus value, which leads to the reduction of the quota of wages on the new value added, even if the real wage is augmented, as long as this rise does not exceed the increase of the productive power of labor. Certainly, Marx reminds us in these pages that the workers employed by the other capitalists are part of the market. The single capitalist, if she or he resists the rise of the wages of her or his own workers, is not in fact unhappy that the wages of workers employed elsewhere are increased. This reasoning cannot, however, be valid if we consider capital in general. Point 13. If this is the case and if valorization is pulled by demand, how can the problem of the realization of values in commodities be overcome, if the latter must include surplus value, without falling into the harmonism of a Ricardo or a Say, or into the underconsumption of a Malthus or a Sismondi? In the Grundrisse, Marx clarifies how already with the extraction of absolute surplus value, but even more systematically with that of relative surplus value, the expansion of one capital without the contemporaneous constitution of other capitals is unthinkable. This means, evidently, the simultaneous presence of other points of labor and other points of exchange. The creation of value and surplus value, the extraction of labor and surplus labor, proceed, and must proceed, side by side with the multiplication of branches of production, and consequently with the realization of the tendency towards the world market. It is on this basis that the question of the relation between immediate production and the actualization of exchange value on the final market of commodities is redefined. To the quantitative extension and to the qualitative deepening of the division of labor on the market, there must correspond, in order for supply to find somewhere a corresponding and adequate demand, the effective emergence of definite and precise quantitative relations between branches of production in exchange. Now, the Grundrisse tells us, these genuine conditions of equilibrium are linked in a necessary way to a determinate relation between surplus labor and necessary labor, therefore, they are linked to the rate of surplus value that is fixed in immediate production. They depend, furthermore, on how this surplus value is divided into consumption, spending of surplus value as income, and investment, spending of surplus value as capital. There must correspond, to the relations in terms of exchange value, particular relations in terms of use value, raw materials, machines, workers, and so on, which must be available in adequate quantities and qualities. If the conditions of equilibrium express an internal necessity in order for the accumulation of capital to occur without being upset, the fact that this internal necessity is really affirmed in reality is completely casual. Point 14. Already in the Grundrisse, Marx goes beyond this point, and tells us that the possible contradiction between the immediate production of value and its actualization in the circulation of commodities can be overcome, not only thanks to the continuous extension of points of exchange, and of labor, that have been mentioned, but also due to the intervention of credit. Credit allows one to be paid before another who must cede money for the acquisition of a commodity is paid in a final way. Point 15. The expansion of production is emancipated from the given limits of the market in a certain moment and in a certain place. In some other passages of notable interest, Marx notes another way of pushing forward the contradiction, the extension of unproductive areas. There are passages in which, exceptionally, there is more than one positive reference to Malthus. Point 16. For Marx, the problem is not so much, or fundamentally, the casuality of exchange relations, the erraticity of conditions of equilibrium in and of themselves. It is much more the fact that, precisely because capital is the impulse to the continuous growth of surplus value, the rate of surplus value cannot but continuously change. At the same time, therefore, the relations of equilibrium between industries must change, both in material terms and in terms of value. If intersectoral relations of equilibrium continuously vary, a balanced reproduction, in equilibrium, cannot but be broken at a certain point. The crisis of overproduction of commodities then occurs, not due to the mere anarchy of the market, but for reasons internal to capital, related to the distinctive features of the production of surplus value and the establishment of a specifically capitalist mode of production. The crisis, from being merely possible, becomes ever more probable, and it is precisely its dilation thanks to credit that renders it more devastating at the moment when it occurs. In truth, the more you go into reading the Grundrisse, the more another deeper reason for the crisis that is internal to capital becomes evident, a limit that is a genuine limit, not simply an obstacle or barrier. Capital, Marx says, is contradiction in movement, the embodiment of contradiction. Point 17. On the one hand, the exigency of valorization impels it to maximize the quantity of labor sucked up or absorbed. On the other hand, however, the methods that must be used in order to obtain surplus value on a growing scale, and in particular the extraction of relative surplus value, leads ineluctably to an expulsion, explicit or implicit, of workers from immediate production. They therefore lead to the exclusion from the hidden abode of production of those human subjects that, alone, can deliver living labor, which is the exclusive source of the new value produced in the course of each period. Initially, capital can resolve the difficulty by extending or intensifying labor time in the individual labor process. Another solution is to multiply the simultaneous working days. This, seen properly, is precisely the other side of the coin of the multiplication of points of exchange and of points of production that we have said to be connected to the extraction of relative surplus value, a multiplication that, in itself, signifies inclusion of new workers in the spiral of valorization and extraction of new labor. Nonetheless, it seems to me to be relatively evident that Marx in the Grundrisse thinks that these processes will lead, sooner or later, to a fall of the rate of profit due to a purely economic dynamic. The reason lies, substantially, in the fact that the progressive augmentation of dead labor, of labor objectified in the material elements of constant capital, does not have limits. The social working day that can be extracted from a given working population, on the other hand, does have a limit. Living labor that must be supplied by living workers, bearers of the labor capacity, is, for Marx, a fluid. Their labor expenditure in actuality is therefore elastic and able to be extended. But that is true within a determinate limit or ceiling. Proceeding a little roughly, this capitalist drive opens up to a possible reading of the tendency of the fall of the profit rate, whose residues are able to be found in Marx's subsequent reflections. The reasoning is as follows: at the level of the system, the numerator for the profit rate is total gross profit. Let us imagine that the latter is identical to the total surplus value, that is, that surplus value is distributed entirely to industrial capital. We can even add the hypothesis, which Marx tries out elsewhere, that the workers can live on air, a situation in which, seen properly, nobody would turn up on the labor market to sell their labor power to capital. If things were really so, variable capital would be zero, and surplus value would absorb the entire social working day. Surplus value would therefore be the most elevated possible, and the rate of profit would be at a maximum, being the inverse of the composition of capital. It would be so because, even if the human beings, beyond living on air, lived only in order to work, so that the time of life would be dissolved entirely into labor time, it would remain true that, with a defined working population, the social working day cannot exceed a certain upper limit. Now we turn to the denominator of the rate of profit. The progressive augmentation of the elements of constant capital derives from the general tendency of the dynamic of capital that links the maximum possible extraction of labor and surplus labor to the institution of a specifically capitalist mode of production. The material growth of the means of production with respect to the workers is translated, by Marx, into a rise of constant capital relative to variable capital in terms of value. In the case in which variable capital is zero, we must consider only the increase, tendentially without end, of constant capital. As a consequence, the escalation of the denominator proceeds without interruption. As constant capital progressively grows, the maximum rate of profit continually falls, which leads to the fact that sooner or later the actual rate of profit must also decline. 18 The introduction of machines is a significant part of Marx's theorization of the specifically capitalist mode of production, in its turn at the basis of the extraction of relative surplus value and the tendential fall of the profit rate. Another couple of points that are treated in the Grundrisse should be briefly mentioned in this perspective. The machines are the body of capital in its material constitution, which includes within itself labor. 19 The means of production are no longer instrument of labor, on the contrary, it is labor that becomes an instrument of its instruments. This is an evident case of real hypostasis, of inversion of subject and predicate. Also in this case, an element of Marx's youthful critique of Hegel returns, transfigured, and becomes an essential and ineliminable part of the critique of capital. This inversion is essential in order to produce that increment of the productive power of social labor that is mystified as productivity of capital. The property of producing surplus product and surplus value seems to be a natural property of means of production and gold themselves, as things. This fetishism, capital will say in a better way, derives from the fetish character of capital. Those things, when they are within the capitalist social relation, really have those supersensible properties, not as a natural character of things, but due to the social nature of capital. The same social dimension of the cooperation within labor is imposed on the workers by capital. It is not in fact an illusion. Science and its capitalist use enter into the machines, into the body of the productive process. Wealth, that is, use value, quantitatively and qualitatively, depends increasingly on the employment of the general intellect. For this, labor time must at a certain point cease to be the measure. According to the Grundrisse, there would be here another reason for the breakdown of production based on exchange value 20, an idea that has been taken up and valorized very greatly by an extensive literature, especially in Italy. But how these visionary pages are to be connected to the rest of the discourse contained in this manuscript is anything but given. We will return to this later. The world market expresses the universalization of capital, surpassing time and again its given limits, but reproducing and deepening its internal contradiction. Within production, there is constructed this material body in which labor is alienated, which now necessarily produces in a way that is internally socialized, and to which corresponds externally, in general exchange, an intensive network of universal relations. This occurs without there being a systematic law that guarantees the required proportionality of growth of this inner and this outer. The relation cannot but be imposed by the traumatic means of crisis. An enormous consciousness 21 is needed, the Grundrisse says, to recognize that in all this there is nothing but estranged labor. But it is capital itself, Marx maintains, that creates the conditions for this enormous consciousness. It is capital itself that renders possible a reappropriation of the social power transferred into capital by the workers as a class, a reappropriation that sometimes assumes a too easy character, almost automatic. Marx, in the 32nd chapter of Capital on the historical tendency of capitalist accumulation, perhaps the true conclusion of the book, even uses the expression, the knell of capitalist private property sounds. The expropriators are expropriated. 22 Both Luca Basso and Roberto Finelli are correct. 23 Here, we are evidently dealing with clear traces of a philosophy of history. However, these failings are immersed in a more general reasoning that cannot be thrown away in haste, because it alludes, even if in a rude form, and, as has been said, ambiguously, to the integration in a unitary line of reasoning of the theory of development and the theory of crisis, grafted onto a centrality of class conflict in production. I will return also to this theme in the next two sections. Limits and acquisitions of the Grundrisse. In order to render more transparent my judgment on the ambiguity of the Grundrisse, I will now try to undertake an operation that is admittedly a little risky, namely, that of drawing up a kind of balance sheet with a list of points that can be placed in the assets of the Grundrisse, of conquests that can be individuated in that text, on the one hand, and of points that are instead in the liabilities, of approximative formulations, which Marx must overcome in his subsequent theoretical journey, on the other. We begin from the theory of money. In the Grundrisse, Marx deals with money in two great sections, for the first time at the beginning, for the second time towards the end of the manuscript. 24 He is evidently clarifying his ideas. I advance, here, a first hypothesis. In the first pages of a text that is recognized by almost everybody as being very Hegelian, more so than Capital, where this aspect becomes ever lesser in the successive editions. 25, money, more than expounding or exhibiting the value and labor crystal leaves it in it, represents it in the sense of acting in its place or standing in for it. It is the second section on money, later on in the text, that takes a decisive step towards the later formulations. Whether this is true or not, the uncertainties of an analysis not definitively finished are certainly among the liabilities. It is precisely this incompletion, however, that gives rise to two paths of research that should be ranked among the assets. The first is that of treating money, including its aspect as commodity money, as a symbol. This is evidently linked to the fact that the expositive dialectic does not begin from the commodity and value, as in capital. In these pages, precisely because of their nature as notes written for himself, Marx can allow himself to leap from one level of abstraction to another. Thus, once he has introduced capital, money is immediately defined essentially as a draft on new labor, a command over new labor. 26 This characterization necessarily has nothing to do with the existing quantity of labor already supplied. But it also necessarily has nothing to do with the quantities of labor that have produced money as a commodity. This point is important because, conversely, in the first section of Capital Volume I, money as a commodity is an unavoidable category for founding the referral of value to labor by means of its monetary expression. In the journey from the Grundrisse to capital, Marx evidently realized the crucial nature of this point, which, furthermore, has often escaped most interpreters, both new and old. Labor that produces individual commodities is a determinate labor. Insofar as it is abstract labor, immediately private and only mediately social activity, an activity expended according to socially necessary labor time, it corresponds to a value still only imagined, that is, expressed in an ideal money. When does this value really come concretely into existence? When, that is the abstraction of labor still only latent in immediate production eventually accomplished and perfected? When, in other terms, is living labor conceivable not only as useful activity, but doubled into concrete labor, producer of use value, and abstract labor, producer of exchange value, money? In Capital, Marx responds that the invisible abstract labor of the commodity becomes visible in the exchange quantitatively determined with gold, insofar as money as a commodity is produced by concrete labor. The esoteric world of value makes itself exoteric thanks to the fact that the use value gold, money as excluded commodity, exposes the exchange value of any other commodity. In this same movement, not only is the use value of gold as money that of being the universal purchasing power, but the concrete labor that produced that gold is demonstrated as the only immediately social labor that exhibits the abstract labor of any other commodity, insofar as spent according to the socially necessary labor time. This vision moves from the point of view of the totality. It is complemented and animated by a dialectical exposition moving from the inner towards the outer, and from the substance towards the form, because that exhibition of money corresponds also to a movement of expression going from value to money, from the abstract labor that produces the commodities to the concrete labor that produces money. The totality, which includes production and final circulation of commodities as distinct moments, has a center in the social relation of production that includes the buying and selling of labor power and the capitalist processes of labor. The reasoning is crystal clear. Value in the single commodity, considered in its ideal existence, is still nothing other than a pure ghost. Marx says this, explicitly, in Capital. That spectre must take possession of a body, in this sense, it must incorporate or incarnate itself. The body of which value takes possession is that of commodity money. This is truly an embodiment of value. If this is the case, money as a commodity is in these pages essential not so much for the aspects of monetary theory, where the commodity nature of money will be very much qualified subsequently within the categorical deduction of the 3 volumes, than for its function as guarantee of the very existence of a nexus between value and labor. Here is the pillar on which is essentially based that which, inappropriately but not nonsensically, has been defined as Marx's labor theory of value, but which is, rather, a value theory of labor. 27. This connection between value and labor by means of money as a commodity is however not a little problematic. The interpretation must at this point give way to a reconstruction, if we want to maintain a role for labor in Marxian value theory. It cannot but be so, at least for those who are convinced that Marx's theory of value is above all a theory of exploitation. In the Grundrisse, in comparison to Capital, there seems to be a greater independence of money from its incarnation in the commodity produced by labor. In the 1857-8 manuscripts, the vision of money as a symbol that is at the same time a command of future labor refers precisely to that path that elsewhere has appeared to me to be the most promising. This path establishes a connection between value and labor that is adequate to the capitalist mode of production, not, therefore, by means of money as universal equivalent, but rather by means of the bank financing of production. The banks advance to the firms the nominal money wage bill that allows the purchase of labor power on the labor market. The financing of production plays, here, the role of a monetary anti-validation of labor performance in capitalist production processes. The underlining of the symbolic nature of money is related to a shift in the emphasis in Marxian value theory. Now the monetary foundation of the identity between the new value added and the living labor of the wage workers, which is, we recall, the activity spent in the period, takes center stage, instead of the identity between the objectified labor in the commodity product, labor only putatively social, against money, the only immediately social labor. Let us move on from money to labor. I have already argued that labor is a term that in the Grundrisse is used to cover too many different conceptual determinations. This will be progressively corrected in the successive expositions, until the clarity of the drafting of capital, where the few exceptions will be accurately justified and qualified. In the Grundrisse, when Marx has to speak of living labor capacity, he uses the term labor power, whose use is living labor, that labor power is an attribute of the workers insofar as they are human beings, and that labor is expended therefore by themselves. In Capital, when Marx speaks of labor, without any other qualification, he refers always with clarity to activity, to living labor, which is at the same time both concrete labor and abstract labor. In this confusion of the writing of the Grundrisse there is therefore another liability. What can we count on the side of the assets? The answer refers us back to the definition of abstract labor that we can read in some sections of the 1857-8 manuscripts, where abstract labor is sometimes characterized by Marx as nothing other than the labor in movement of the wage worker. Point 28. Abstract labor is not, simply, the labor of a generic producer in a society of general commodity exchange understood as a simple commodity society. It is, instead, the labor of the separate producers of a capitalist society, of the many capitals in competition, where the workers are subjected to the capital relation. This activity is abstract insofar as the performance of the wage worker tends to lose all craft-like character. This is the side of Marx's reflection that Roberto Finelli has emphasized. Point 29. But there is more. The labor of the wage workers lacks an object. This lacking of an object invests all dimensions of labor, and it is perhaps only this that justifies in some way the terminological ambiguity in the use of this term by Marx. This lack invests living laboring capacity, for the workers do not have property or possession of the means of production, and therefore cannot even procure for themselves the means of subsistence and are constrained to alienate their labor power to the capitalist. It invests, consequently, also labor qua activity, insofar as the use of such capacity is now of the others. Insofar as it is a product of an activity now itself estranged, the product itself also does not belong to them, it is the property of others. The worker, as human being, is naked subjectivity. She exits from the process just as she entered it. She is absolute poverty, a pauper 30 whatever her retribution might be. It is in this ambiguity that we find the source of the totality of errors on which the first workerism was constructed in its ideological and irrational aspects, a current that flattens out labor as activity onto labor as labor capacity and that refers living labor back to the mere subjectivity of the living being. 31 The attribution of cooperation as property of social labor to living workers, and finally to any subject, before and independently of incorporation in capital, also leads to this result. 32 When Marx comes to the description of the introduction of machines, to the stages that later in the 1861-3 manuscripts and in the results of the capitalist process of production will give life to the specifically capitalist mode of production and to the real subsumption of labor to capital, it will be more clear that the concrete properties of labor, just like the productive power of social labor, are in reality dictated and in some ways produced by capital itself, which has precisely taken on a body. A material body, a mechanical body, of monstrous traits, that renders the alterity of living labor, labor in becoming, internal to objectified and dead labor, because it brings into itself the labor capacity and therefore the workers in flesh and bone. This monster now begins to work as if its body were by love possessed. 33 A citation from Goethe's Faust, which also appears once in the Grundrisse. We should be very careful as we travel around this analytical hairpin bend. Already in the Grundrisse, Marx maintains, without any nostalgia whatsoever, we should emphasize, that with production on a large scale, with properly capitalist production, labor as immediately concrete activity of the single individual is dissolved. In capital, he will be even sharper, the single worker is no longer able to produce commodities, because she is no longer able, alone, to produce any use value. Thus she does not supply concrete labor. But the single worker is inserted within the working body of the factory. It is this working body, combined and collective, that gives life to the commodity product. This collective worker of the capitalist firm must always produce use value for others on the market, otherwise, it would not produce the commodity, which is characterized by this duality of use value and value, which is exposed and expressed in exchange value. The collective worker, constructed by, and subject to, capital, cannot not perform a certain activity with useful properties, and thus it remains true that this labor necessarily must have a concrete side alongside an abstract side. The concrete labor for the collective worker does not ever disappear at all, in fact. The point here is not the deskyling, or degradation, or deconcretization of labor, different accents of the same incomprehension of Marx. The point is rather that the concrete qualities are now attributed to the collective worker, but therefore to the firm in its unitary whole of objective and subjective factors, by an external will and conscience, as Marx writes in the Grundrisse. If, already in these pages, we encounter combined labor, in capital Marx will even speak, in terms of the capitalist factory, of immediately socialized labor. Immediately socialized labor is, for example, the productive activity as it occurs in the Indian community, or the labor performance in future communism. In those social formations, total or common labor, which is always the social foundation for production, is not employed within production, in activity, according to particular ways that could, in the firms within the various branches of production, not correspond to the technical average or to social need. In those societies, labor in production is rather immediately social, that is, labor without need of passing through the mediation of money. Nonetheless, with the specifically capitalist mode of production, with the real subsumption of labor to capital, that activity is spent in the factory, in the workplaces, in a way now immediately socialized, whatever those things are, material or immaterial, that assume the form of commodities. It becomes practically true that labor activity, within these capitalist ateliers, is immediately socialized, because the technical division within production demands that there is a social connection ex ante within the productive unity. From the point of view of the division of labor within society, that is, of general exchange, labor thus combined nevertheless remains an immediately private labor, social labor only mediately, which must be given a sanction of sociality ex post. As much as it may appear paradoxical, the immediately socialized labor of the capitalist producers is not an immediately social labor, it is rather a labor that still has to become social. This means, as we have seen, a continual enlargement and deepening of the sphere of exchanges. Capital grows quantitatively on itself only if in the actual reality of the labor processes it increasingly cancels the individual worker, if, therefore, In production the collective worker is substituted for the individual worker, if, finally, in exchange, capital itself is articulated in ever richer qualitative ways. For Marx, it is precisely in this internal and necessary dynamic that we can see the civilizing side of capital, its historic role. It is in this same dynamic that the irresistible march of capital in the constitution of the global market sets down its roots, as that which corresponds to relative surplus value extraction. 34 At this point we can discuss the theory of crisis, though very briefly. Here, once again, on the side of the inevitable liabilities, there is the fact that the theory of crisis in the Grundrisse is no more than a summary sketch. The point of arrival of the discourse on the crisis seems to me to be the formulation of a theory of the collapse of capitalism, the tendential fall of the rate of profit. It is a breakdown rhetoric that not by chance joins up with the enthusiasm on the expansive and dynamic potentialities of capital that here and there makes even the manifesto of the Communist Party itself seem a little pale. Marx will modify not a little this perspective in Capital, where he will be much more sober. Furthermore, he will develop the theme of the fall of the rate of profit differently, as a theory of the movements of profitability that is within the capitalist cycle. The traces of a secular, long-run reading of the fall in the rate of profit will however remain present in the background. I suspend a judgment on a cyclical reading of the fall of the rate of profit. But in its aspect as a secular fall, or even in its aspect as a reason for collapse, the tendential fall of the rate of profit seems to me to be unsustainable. The reasons of this judgment can be clarified by recalling the successive developments of Marx's critical political economy. It is precisely the incessant innovative dynamic of capital, on which these same 1857-8 manuscripts insist, that lead to the continuous devaluation of individual commodities, namely the cheapening of their value. The phenomenon affects also, if not above all, the value of the elements that constitute constant capital. If therefore the numerator of the maximum rate of profit has a ceiling, even if elastic, it is not in any way given that the denominator grows. On the contrary, it could even be reduced over time. This is what is a liability in the theory of crisis as it is presented in the pages of the Grundrisse. Among the assets is a compact and coherent discourse about the crisis of realization, compact because it comprehends in a unitary totality tendencies that in the more mature work are not ever found thus explicitly connected with each other, coherent because they do it in a way that perhaps will never again be so convincing. The line of reasoning to which I refer can be reconstructed in the following way. The definition of socially necessary labor time does not regard simply the technical average of the producers, but refers also to the correspondence of the production to social need, that which in Capital Volume 3 will be the dimension of ordinary demand. For the first, and perhaps the only, time, with great clarity, Marx proposes in the Grundrisse a synthesis of the so-called disproportionality crisis and of the crisis due to the so-called restricted consumption of the masses, these tendencies to crisis that in the manuscripts of Capital Volume 2 and Volume 3 will be dislocated in different points in the categorical exposition. Let us examine the matter more closely. 35 The extraction of relative surplus value imposes, but also establishes, a multiplication of labors and of needs. The drive to the maximum increase of the rate of surplus value, however, modifies without pause the equilibrium ratios between different branches of production. Disproportions are then more likely, and they may give way to an insufficiency of demand in significant spheres of production, compensated by excesses of supply in others. The consequent reduction of levels of production and employment in branches where there is excess supply generalises the glut of commodities to the economic system. This means that the disproportions turn into an excess of supply over demand for the whole system. This synthesis between disproportions and general overproduction gives us a suggestion that is in the spirit of the Grundrisse, to proceed to an integration in the theory of crisis that also includes, as imminent tendency, the tendential fall of the rate of profit itself. 36 This tendency is in fact contrasted even more efficaciously, and therefore not realized in a pure form, the more capital is able to increase the rate of surplus value by means of a greater exploitation of labor. This means that the tendential fall of the rate of profit is overcome only if precisely the dynamic is reinforced that leads sooner or later to those disproportions that degenerate into the general overproduction of commodities. This, however, in its turn, and in determinate historical circumstances, can give way to struggles in the immediate production process because the pressure on living labor is intensified. We have here the ultimate reason for the crisis of capital. It is a crisis that this time invests directly in the capitalist processes of labor, the social relation of production, and that leads back to class struggle in production. Is the controversial fragment on machines an asset or a liability in this first summary balance sheet, 37? Also here, I believe, we should see the fragment both as an asset and a liability. This text seems to me, in many respects, very confused, at the least, too cryptic. It appears to be grounded in a vision according to which the reduction of the labor time contained in the single commodity would be equivalent to a fall of the extraction of labor that is the very foundation of capitalism. 38 It does not seem to me that this perspective can be maintained, at least from the point of view of Marx in his more mature work, but, fundamentally, also from the point of view that the Grundrisse itself presents. The reduction of the labor time crystallized in the single commodity means only that the labor time, paid by capital, that is necessary for the reproduction of the working class according to a certain subsistence level is reduced, directly or indirectly. By means of the continual augmentation of the productivity of labor to which capital gives life, superfluous labor time is liberated, as time rendered disposable. In other, more advanced modes of production, this greater disposable time could be dedicated to other activities, rather than obsessively to labor. 39 A partial liberation from labor, that is the condition that renders possible the liberation of labor itself, on which Marx insists in these same pages, for example, the sections on the vision of labor of Smith, 40, could then be implemented. Only then can labor really become the first need. This is an essential dimension of the human being, according to Marx's most authentic perspective, that runs through all of his thought, from 1844 up to the critique of the Gotha program. The original sin of capitalism, for Marx, is fundamentally, precisely this, that the totalization, absorbing and exclusive, of labor ends up killing the active dimension of the human being. But the Marx of capital, but also, it seems to me, the Marx of some sections of the Grundrisse, tells us that capital does not ever realize a reduction of labor time in this sense, that is, a shortening of the working day. The immanent dynamic of capitalism means that the disposable time remains constrained in the cage of surplus labor time, living labor sucked up and appropriated by capital. The very machines that incorporate the general intellect, those machines in which the extraction of relative surplus value is realized, carry with them a turn of the screw in the extraction of absolute surplus value. Furthermore, the extension of labor time is accompanied by a greater intensity. The use of feminine and child labor, and often the descaling of large masses of labor power, gives rise to a further saving on the cost of labor. There is a simultaneity of times of exploitation. 41 Any sequential vision is fundamentally negated, in favor of a circular vision, or better, a spiral, of the relation between absolute surplus value and relative surplus value. More generally, we have here an incredibly close imbrication of what the Marx of the 1861-3 economic manuscripts and of the results of the capitalist process of production will call the formal subsumption and the real subsumption of labor to capital. From a certain point of view, there is, here, a deepening of the unavoidable negative side of the tendency of expansion towards the world market. If this critical reference to capital justifies the location of the fragment on the machines among the liabilities, there are arguments that tend in the other direction. Fundamentally, Marx is fairly clear in these pages on the fact that, when he speaks of the productivity of capital, he is referring to productivity in terms of real wealth, therefore, he refers to the productivity in terms of use values. In the commodity, as we know, there is always use value and exchange value. Capital, which produces commodities in order to produce money and more money, organizes and commands a collective worker. This combined worker is also a technical body on which capital sets its stamp. The material, quantitative, side of this process cannot be unfastened from its formal determination, which marks the qualitative side of the commodity product that is always to be realized on the market, in final circulation. It follows immediately that the passage on the general intellect and on the collapse of production based on exchange value cannot be read separately from the tendency to general overproduction of commodities, induced in its turn by the combination of the disproportions and of the restricted consumption of the masses. 42 That tendency places radically in doubt the possibility that the greater use value is able to be produced and is confirmed as such on the final market. The reason for this is soon given. The potential shortening of the working day that the specifically capitalist mode of production carries with it cannot be actually realized, due to capital's inexhaustible hunger for living labor and surplus labor of capital. However, it is precisely this tendency to the maximization of surplus labor that leads to the concretization, sooner or later, of a limit to capital posed by capital itself, because this means the general crisis from the side of demand. We could thus, following the logical path of the Grundrisse, propose the following argument: capital, expanding, needs more market. An extension of the market requires a development of needs, which in its turn leads to the constitution of universally developed individuals. But there are universally developed individuals only if a shortening of the working day is enacted at a certain point, only if, in other words, the disposable labor time is not translated integrally into surplus labor time, but also into time dedicated to something other than production. This, however, is exactly what capital, given its very nature, cannot allow, if not forced by social conflict and within determinate limits. The self-valorization of capital depends on the fact that money and means of production and means of subsistence, qua capital, are dead labor that must transform itself into a vampire, an undead that incessantly sucks up ever more labor and surplus labor as activity in becoming. It is due to this that the theft of alien labor time becomes a miserable foundation for the development of the productive forces. In other words, it is due to a broader reasoning that integrates the fragment on machines within the discourse on the crisis of overproduction. It is in this larger context that we can comprehend in what sense the general intellect and the collapse of production based on exchange value go together, without placing in discussion in any way the validity of the Marxian value theory as a theory of the exploitation of labor. An actualization. This unitary reading of different theories of crisis, which includes in its logical line the fragment on machines, opens up to a actualization of the conceptual acquisitions present in the Grundrisse. This reading is possible only beginning from the result achieved by Marx's theoretical journey, only by reading the Grundrisse after capital. At the same time, and inversely, it allows the reciprocal movement, to reread capital in the light of the Grundrisse, this time, however, not reading the Grundrisse against capital, but together with capital. In effect, on the basis of the reasoning that I have presented here, we can suggest that Marx's theory of value, as theory of exploitation and of crisis at the same time, has been revealed and continues to be revealed today as valuable as ever in the reconstruction of the capitalist dynamic. This judgment can be better understood if we have in mind an extremely synthetic historical sketch of the great phases of the accumulation of capital, from the end of the 19th century to today. The end of the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th century can be contextualized without great difficulty by using the lens of the tendential fall of the rate of profit in its relatively traditional reading, which I have argued can be found more in the Grundrisse than in capital. The composition of capital increased in value terms, and at a certain point it increased more than the rate of surplus value could counter. The consequence was the crisis that went by the name of the Great Depression in the late 19th century. Capital reacted with an attack on the class composition of the then prevalent craft workers. Fordism, understood as technical productive innovation, and not in the meaning attached to this term by the regulation school, is the emblematic point of this response, which ends with modifying radically the technical/social body of the factory, incorporating elements of Taylorism and of other organizational innovations that were diffused before WWI. The assembly line, increasing intensity as well as the productive power of labor, because it modified, at the same time, the techniques of production, was able to succeed where instead Taylorism had encountered a barrier, because the impulse towards high intensity took place on a non-modified technical basis. In this context, the rate of surplus value began to grow more than the value composition of capital. At a certain point, however, that made capitalism fall into a crisis from overproduction due to the insufficiency of effective demand in the entire economic system. Contributing to this was the overlapping of the speculative and financial dynamics that in the 1920s first produced euphoria, and then led the financial instability to degenerate into panic and debt deflation. The great crash that followed the stock market crisis of 1929 and then extended throughout the 1930s can thus be read, again without great difficulty, using the lenses of the crisis of generalist overproduction of commodities for the intersecting of disproportions and restricted consumption of the masses, as in the Grundrisse. The consequence was not, once again, the final collapse, the breakdown of capitalism. If anything, it meant the drastic redefinition of the constitution of capital, one of the many structural turning points that periodically reshape capitalism. It gave way to the affirmation of the mass worker and of Keynesianism, and before that to the Second World War, as the way out from depression and permanent stagnation. Warfare and welfare, a pair that characterized, indissolubly, the Keynesian era that many unilaterally recall as a golden age. Intertwined with the increasingly more important role that the state began to assume within the economy is the considerable expansion of forms of labor and of strain not directly productive of surplus value. If that favored capital from the point of view of the realization of commodities on the market, it imposed at the same time an ever greater pressure on the extraction of surplus value from the workers directly producing value, who had to sustain the entire class structure. For this reason, once again, the mechanism depended on the continuous increase of the rate of exploitation in immediate production. Such dependence, indeed, increased. Here, between the 1960s and 1970s, a further form of crisis emerged, one that can be described as an authentic, directly social crisis rooted in class struggle at the point of production and in the capital relation. The accent on the dialectic of dead labor and living labor, which runs through all of Marx, renders it perfectly comprehensible, and is in some way its code. Labor as subjectivity, to use the words of the Grundrisse, that is, the workers, is included within capital, thanks to the fact that capital has acquired their labor power on the labor market. This labor power, this labor capacity, has to become ever more liquid living labor until capital attains, for itself and for immediately unproductive strata, surplus value in an absolutely and relatively growing quantity. But the fluid of living labor has to be extracted from bearers of labor power, and the bearers of labor power are the workers themselves, a determinate social subject that can resist or must be induced or forced to cooperate. Marx is very clear. Capital is characterized by a real hypostasis, by an inversion in which the predicate dominates the subject. In what sense? For capital, what counts is labor power, and the workers are simply bearers of this potential labor capacity. The same is the case for living labor. The worker must be dragged into the hidden abode of production, because labor power is stuck to the worker, and only she supplies labor as such. It is not possible to use labor power without making the worker labor as a socially determined human being. As we have seen, she is a worker who produces ever less in an isolated way, and who is increasingly a part of a combined and collective worker. Capital is not interested in the worker as such, it is interested in labor, which is the source of value, but in order to have labor, it must acquire labor power. It must, therefore, include and subordinate workers in immediate production. In the Grundrisse, Marx argues that capital's preference would be to obtain labor without workers. It is true that, once acquired by capital, labor power is capital's labor power, and thus also its use, the performance of labor, is capital's. Nonetheless, it is equally true that living labor cannot but remain always, and simultaneously, an activity of the worker. This is the basis for the unavoidable class struggle in production. This refers to a problem in which we find the essence of Marx's theory of value. This is a problem that is already posited in the Grundrisse, but in a still preliminary and confused way, at least in the sense of exposition. It is a problem that would, rather, be made clear in Capital, until it constitutes its true hidden center and moves its dialectic, beginning from volume I, the problem of the contradictory internal unity, in Capital, of labor power and living labor in the figure of the worker, or, better, of the workers as a social subject, as a class. Paradoxically, however, precisely the confusion of the Grundrisse gives the possibility of thematizing this internal unity between the various determinations of labor and their possible contradiction, because in the Grundrisse, labor as subjectivity synthesizes in an extreme form, on the one hand, labor as potency, and, on the other hand, labor as activity, within subjectivity. There is a unity of living labor capacity and living labor in the living worker. The point is then that the real inversion of capital cannot ever be realized all the way down. Labor must forever be extracted from workers in flesh and blood. That labor, though in alienation, in its being alien and estranged, inevitably remains the activity of the workers, it remains always their labor, as well as capital's. Here is the key to capital as a contradiction in movement. The social crisis of the relations of production between the end of the 1960s and the beginning of the 1970s to which I referred, in extreme synthesis, the capacity that the mass worker then had to contribute in an essential way to the rupture of the process of valorization in that historically defined figure of capital, can be read relatively easily within an optic of this kind. The reverse is also true. Those struggles open to dimensions of Marx's work that had remained latent and little understood before. At the same time, this reading also allows us to understand the reaction of capital to those struggles, which has determined our present. The new emerging configuration of the labor-capital relation, permanent and still always changing within capitalism, helps us to reread Marx once again, the Marx of capital, just as the Marx of the Grundrisse. Indeed, what is the globalization and the financialization of our days? 43. Let us take up again the theory of money as symbol in the Grundrisse. The manipulation of the symbolic nature of money is an essential part of the new forms of economic policies, which are nothing but a mediated command over labor. It is by these means that the casualization of labor becomes universal. Casualization is, in its turn, the other side of an unprecedented centralization without concentration. The merging of capitals, the centralization, no longer proceeds along with technical concentration. At least in this sense, that the large scale of production, the use of science within it, the design and the capitalist use of machines and knowledge, in short, the mode of production that is specific to capital, and with it that extraction of relative surplus value that brings along with it greater extension and intensity of labor, do not necessarily any more require an increase in the technical dimension of the units of production, the continuous broadening of the factory, the amassing of workers in the same site, their juridical and qualitative homogenization. The accumulation of capital does not necessarily mean any more, as Marx correctly maintained for his time and as was the case for at least the century after him, the augmentation of the workers commanded by single capitals in the same place of production, under the same roof. From being a tendency, both the concentration of capital as well as the homogenization of the workers appear to become a counter-tendency. The fragmentation and dispersion of labor is now the tendency. It is exactly in this overturning of tendency and counter-tendency that we find the ultimate response of capital to the social crisis of the 1960s/1970s, the cause, in the last instance, of that dramatic deconstruction of labor that is the condition of current valorization, and which, however, creates the seeds of new crises and new conflicts. To be sure, in this reading that sets in tension the Grundrisse and capital there emerges, so to speak, a Marx against Marx. But the unprecedented character of the new capitalism that cannot be found in the letter of the texts, except if we reduce Marx to the dubious status of a prophet or engage in idiosyncratic readings, cannot ever be comprehended if not by beginning anew from Marx. We must begin from a Marx that is, above all, his value theory, with the centrality of the living labor of the wage worker and of money as capital, while purging it, however, of those excesses of optimism on the historical role of capital and of those seeds of the philosophy of history that the Grundrisse contains in ample proportions. Translated by Peter D. Thomas. Method, from the Grundrisse to Capital. 1. Inigo Carrera. Questions of method. Concerning the point of departure in August 1857, Marx began writing the drafts of what was eventually to become Capital, now published as the Grundrisse. In the opening lines of the manuscript, he states, individuals producing in society, hence socially determined individual production, is, of course, the point of departure. Point 1. In the same notebooks, he laid out the sequence that the development of his ideas was to take. 1. The general, abstract determinants which obtain in more or less all forms of society, but in the above explained sense. 2. The categories which make up the inner structure of bourgeois society. 2. Marx had earlier established the need for the same point of departure together with Engels. Point 3. However, barely a year after penning that first draft, and as a direct consequence of it, he started working on the contribution to the critique of political economy, making the commodity his new starting point. Point 4. From then onwards, Marx not only revindicated this latter beginning of the critique of political economy but, when presenting it in the opening paragraph of Capital, also stated its necessity, the wealth of those societies in which the capitalist mode of production prevails. Presents itself as an immense accumulation of commodities, its unit being a single commodity. Our investigation must, therefore, begin with the analysis of a commodity. Point 5. Towards the end of his life, Marx once again emphasized the necessity of this starting point. In the first place, I do not start out from concepts, hence I do not start from the concept of value, and do not have to divide these in any way. What I start out from is the simplest social form in which the labor product is presented in contemporary society, and this is the commodity. Point 6. Only the actual argument unfolded in the text of the Grundrisse mediates in the shift from the starting point laid out in its first paragraph cited above to the one in the contribution. The text of the Grundrisse itself must, therefore, be the place in which to seek the traces left by that transition. Several Marxist theorists have considered that the change in the point of departure reflects the passage from the process of inquiry to that of presentation, whose different modalities Marx alluded to in Capital. Point 7. Thus, some scholars have asserted that the development leading from the Grundrisse to Capital essentially pertains to the presentation. Point 8. Furthermore, others have claimed that the dialectical development only belongs to the method of presentation. Point 9. Finally, some authors have argued that Marx deliberately tried to conceal the method of inquiry in the published versions of his critique of political economy. Point 10. The implication of this line of argument is that any attempt to find the key to the method of inquiry would have to focus on the Grundrisse, rather than on Capital. However, one cannot but wonder whether the change in the point of departure is not, rather, a development of the method of inquiry itself, which only reaches its plenitude in Capital. In this case, the key to the question lies in recognizing the actual concrete content of that development. This question of the redefinition of the point of departure places us squarely before another problem. In the Grundrisse, Marx begins his study of capitalist economic forms by firstly taking as his object the categories established by political economy. He thus faces the determinations of value by engaging in a critique of the theory of the time chit. The point to be examined here is the convertibility of the time chit. A few observations can be made about the delusions on which the time chit rests, which allow us an insight into the depths of the secret which links Proudhon's theory of circulation with his general theory, his theory of the determination of value. Point 11. One can recognize a similar approach to the real subject matter in his 1844 Paris manuscripts, We have started out from the premises of political economy. We have accepted its language and its laws. It is true that we took the concept of alienated labor, alienated life, from political economy as a result of the movement of private property. Point 12. In contrast, Marx opens the contribution with his own positive unfolding of the determinations of the commodity. It is precisely this latter development that culminates with the raison d'être of the categories of political economy, including the theory of the time chit. In other words, the critique of political economy no longer proceeds by accompanying the development of the theories of political economy up to the point in which the critical discussion puts it before the need to address the real determination. On the contrary, the critique starts by confronting the real determination itself and follows it in its development to the point where the categories of political economy are revealed as necessary ideological forms of existence of that real determination. This new course of the argument only reaches maturity in Capital, especially in the definitive version of the first chapter in the second edition. Marx begins there by unfolding the determinations of the commodity, and concludes the dialectical development contained in that chapter by showing how both classical and vulgar political economy are two necessary forms taken by consciousness held captive by commodity fetishism. Point 13. Once again, we face the question of the nature of the methodological change entailed by the modification in the form of Marx's argument. Just as the result of this change materializes for the first time in the contribution, we are only able to track down the path of its development in the text of the Grundrisse. Representation or reproduction of the concrete. The second way in which the point of departure is transformed puts us before a third methodological issue that is far more intriguing and complex. No reader, much less one well versed in current scientific research methods, could have failed to notice a peculiar aspect of the aforementioned quotation from the notes on Adolf Wagner. In the first place, I do not start out from concepts. How so? Is not the representation of reality that arises of necessity from the definition of concepts or theoretical categories the only method of developing scientific knowledge? Nowadays, two main forms of human knowledge can be distinguished: intuition, namely immediate non-rational knowledge, and rational conception, namely the representation that starts from concepts and establishes relations among them according to a constructive necessity, that is, a logic. More on this below. However, in the Grundrisse, Marx opposes a third form of knowledge to those two, which he defines not only as having a rational character, but also as a way of overcoming representation as such. The concrete is concrete because it is the concentration of many determinations, hence unity of the diverse. It appears in the process of thinking, therefore, as a process of concentration, as a result, not as a point of departure, even though it is the point of departure in reality and hence also the point of departure for observation, Anschauung and conception Vorstellung. Point 14. Along the first path the full conception was evaporated to yield an abstract determination. Along the second, the abstract determinations lead towards a reproduction of the concrete by way of thought. Point 15. The name of each method itself indicates the specific differences between them. To represent the concrete means taking its manifestations as they are presented to us at face value, in order to present them once again as if they were subject to relationships of necessity dictated by the constructive logic of representation itself. Those manifestations can be either those that appear immediately to our eyes, or those that can only be apprehended through the mediation of an analytic process that has managed to abstract the manifestations themselves based on the, more or less, universal features of the concrete in question. However, regardless of the degree of detail achieved by the analysis, the necessity represented always corresponds to the externality of the manifestations that it has put in relation to each other. Penetrating this externality to extract the true necessity at stake is, by definition, alien to its aim. By contrast, reproducing the concrete by means of thought implies that the course taken by the progression of ideas must be the same as that followed by the development of the necessity of the concrete, namely by its determination, in its real actuality. The movement of thought cannot introduce any necessity not found in its real object. Thus, it cannot resort to any constructive necessity that establishes a certain point of departure. Consequently, This form of knowledge cannot start out from concepts, but only from the actual concrete. The existence of two methods of rational thought that are essentially at odds may appear strange. However, this could not have been the case for Marx, who was very familiar with Hegel's work and who had schemed once more through the science of logic while writing the Grundrisse. 16 in his texts. Hegel persistently contrasts dialectics, which he terms speculative thought in his idealistic inversion, and the method of representation that bases its constructions on formal foundations, that is, on the formal externality of its object. 17 However, his idealistic inversion made him stop at the appearance that the unfolding of logical necessity itself engenders the real. His own theory was thus condemned to being a representation of reality. Now, beyond principally formal references, the contrast between representation and reproduction has received scant attention from Marxist theorists working on the issue of method in the Grundrisse and its relationship with Hegel's method. In general terms, the specificity of the method developed by Marx is presented as if this were an issue bearing on the form of the constructive necessity, hence of the logic used, and thus as if it were about the difference between two kinds of representation. In some cases, representation and reproduction are employed as interchangeable terms. 18 On the other hand, even those who recognize that Marx opposes his method to representation tend to replace the term reproduction with that of reconstruction. 19 The etymology of this word refers to the joining of elements that are mutually external to each other. In that condition of mutual exteriority, they therefore lack any immanent necessity to establish a relation. The latter can only be established through a necessity stemming from the constructive process itself rather than from its object. As Hegel pointed out, precisely in order to show the limits of representation, maybe this is a case in which that which is known in general terms, precisely for being known, is not acknowledged. 20 Now, it is clear that since its foundation political economy has known no other method than that of logical representation. Yet, the paragraph quoted above where Marx presents the method of the reproduction of the concrete flows directly from this one. The economists of the 17th century, example always begin with the living whole, with population, nation, state, several states, etc., but they always conclude by discovering through analysis a small number of determinate, abstract, general relations such as division of labor, money, value, etc. As soon as these individual moments had been more or less firmly established and abstracted, there began the economic systems, which ascended from the simple relations, such as labor, division of labor, need, exchange value, to the level of the state, exchange between nations and the world market. The latter is obviously the scientifically correct method. 21 How is it possible for Marx to say that the method used by political economy is the right one, while at the same time defining the outcome of its deployment as reproduction, in opposition even to political economy's own self-understanding of the nature of its theories as representations of reality? Furthermore, in the afterword to the second edition of Capital, as in the theories of surplus value, Marx indicates how the method used by classical political economy leaves room for the element of vulgar political economy to emerge. He also highlights how, on the basis of such a methodological approach, the historical development of political economy reveals it as a form of consciousness doomed to lose all scientific content in order to become the pure apology for the capitalist mode of production as the latter progresses towards its own supersession, for the development of political economy and of the opposition to which it gives rise keeps pace with the real development of the social contradictions and class conflicts inherent in capitalist production. Only when political economy has reached a certain stage of development and has assumed well-established forms, does the separation of the element whose notion of the phenomena consists of a mere reflection of them take place, i.e., its vulgar element becomes a special aspect of political economy. Since such works only appear when political economy has reached the end of its scope as a science, they are at the same time the graveyard of the science. 22 In utter contrast to this destiny of political economy inherent in its method, Marx defines the historical role of the method of the critique of political economy, my dialectical method, by stating, in its rational form it is a scandal and abomination to bourgeoisdom and its doctrinaire professors, because it includes in its comprehension and affirmative recognition of the existing state of things, at the same time also, the recognition of the negation of that state, of its inevitable breaking up, because it regards every historically developed social form as in fluid movement, and therefore takes into account its transient nature not less than its momentary existence, because it lets nothing impose upon it, and is in its essence critical and revolutionary. Point 23. On the other hand, the same point made by Marx about the two historical stages followed by classical political economy, from its 17th century beginnings to its maturity with the works of Smith and Ricardo, makes it clear that its naturalization of capitalist relations does not derive, pace Rostalski 24, from the fact that it confines its procedure to the analytical stage without subsequently returning to the more concrete forms. Once we disregard any possibility of incoherence on Marx's part, the only possible answer is that, while both methods, logical representation and the ideal reproduction of the concrete, go through the twofold path of analysis and synthesis, each form of scientific knowledge undertakes each of these two steps in different concrete forms. These concrete forms need to be so different from each other that their respective outcomes are, in one case, the representation of the concrete in thought and, in the other, the reproduction of the concrete in thought. What is more, their difference must be so profound that while the historical development of the former turns it into the graveyard of science and the apologetic for capitalist social relations, the other becomes the scientific form of consciousness which buries those social relations. The divergence in historical trajectories does not arise from taking a different real content as an object of inquiry, but from the very form in which the same content is appropriated in thought. It is thus clear that Marx's methodological remarks at the start of the Grundrisse do not constitute an unproblematic synthesis that could straightforwardly resolve the issue of the specificity of the method of the critique of political economy. On the contrary, they raise more questions than answers. The 1857 introduction provides no more than a concise rendition of certain aspects of the dialectical method whose content must be further developed in a critical fashion. In this chapter, we shall therefore firstly elaborate on the question of the difference in form between the representation and the reproduction of the concrete in thought. On this basis, we shall subsequently discuss the other two methodological evolutions on which we commented above that lead from the Grundrisse to the contribution and capital. Both the representation and the reproduction of the concrete are constructions of an ideal nature, in other words, constructions of thought. As Marx points out, both start by facing a real concrete. Moreover, both aim to appropriate in thought the determinations of the concrete in question with a view to intervene in its development, that is, to act upon it. Both intend to give such an action the character of an action that is objectively aware of its own cause. In this sense, they depart from the premise of not accepting any necessary content other than that found in its object, nor forcing on its object any necessity springing from the subjectivity of the researcher. In turn, this means that they begin by facing the real concrete in order to go beyond the appearance that it presents to immediate cognition in search of its true determination. In other words, both methodological approaches begin with the analysis of the real concrete. In the following sections, we explore in more detail each form of the process of cognition in order to bring out the fundamental differences that set the two scientific methods apart. Logical representation. Let us start by examining the way in which the analysis characteristic of logical representation conceives the foundations of its own objectivity. The latter is seen as ruling out all possibility that an existing concrete may carry within itself a causal necessity other than the immediate manifestation of its very form. On this basis, there is no other possible expression of the general nature of causality other than the greater or lesser regularity of its manifestations. It follows that the analysis that leads from the immediate concrete to the discovery of the most simple and general determination must consist in the identification of recurring attributes. Point 26. Therefore, the necessity of its simplest concepts and categories is founded on the repeated presence of an attribute in the original concrete. The qualitative development that determines the general, specific, and singular is represented indistinctly from, if not confused with, the merely quantitative development of the universal, particular and individual. This also implies that those simpler concepts are obtained by assuming a purely ideal concrete bereft of non-recurring real attributes. They therefore cannot correspond to any actually existing concrete simpler than that with which the analysis began. Once the degree of repetition considered sufficient for the abstraction of those general concepts from the original concrete has been achieved, the process must reverse its direction. In this second phase, the representation of the concrete arises as a unity in which the more and less general concepts obtained in the analytical phase are placed in a necessary relation to each other. Thus, on the basis of the simplest necessary element identified in the first phase, progress is subsequently made by reincorporating the attributes formerly excluded as accidental, or, in other words, by removing simplifying assumptions. However, given that the analysis began by conceiving each concrete as devoid of any causal necessity that transcends the objectivity of its immediate affirmation, the concepts arising from it cannot but preserve this condition. As a result, they must be placed in relation to each other by recourse to a constructive necessity that is inevitably external to them and that simultaneously preserves the mutual externality of those concepts in the represented unity. Logic is thus this constructive necessity which represents all objective connection as if it were an external relationship between concepts. It gives coherence to the reciprocal externality of all concepts and relationships involved in representation based on its own necessarily tautological nature. Hence the tautological nature of the synthesis itself. Point 27. True, most Marxist authors referred to earlier do not necessarily subscribe to this manner of proceeding. Point 28. They oppose to it what they define as a dialectical approach. However, they rarely explicitly state the specific form that the analysis should take within the dialectical investigation. Thus, it is stated that the key resides in distinguishing between necessary and contingent moments. 29. Between empirical and substantive abstractions. 30. Or between general and determinate abstractions. 31. These contributions recognize that abstract forms must be sought within more concrete ones. However, they usually do not explain either the way in which the search should be made, or the basis on which those differences could be established. In the cases in which the form of analysis is made explicit, this is sometimes seen as entailing the repetition of common attributes, thus not differing from representational analysis. 32. Alternatively, other scholars have characterized the analytical process in a Cartesian fashion, namely, as the decomposition of the complex totality into mutually external simple elements. 33. Finally, some authors have argued that elemental concepts should be defined in terms of the aim or finality of the theoretical construction, in other words, that they should be posited by the criterion of the researcher prior to the scientific development itself. 34. Given that the concepts arising from these modes of analysis are bereft of a necessity which would drive them to self-transcendence, the relationship between them is represented by a constructive necessity defined as a dialectical logic. In some cases, it is stated that a concept should be logically derived from another until a system is structured, although the concrete form in which this process is to take place is not actually explained. 35. In other cases, the derivation is founded in a parallel with the development of Hegel's logic. 36. Or in the doubling of abstract notions. 37. Or in the unfolding of determined categories as the condition of existence of determinate ones. 38. Other approaches see dialectical logic as involving the attempt to place the parts in a relationship to the whole, which implies relapsing into a process of synthesis in which the general and specific are reduced to the mutually external nature of the universal and particular. 39. In all cases, the inevitable result is a concrete in thought whose nature as the outcome of a purely ideal intertwining of concepts is beyond question. Hence its condition as a systematic conceptual representation in opposition to a reproduction. 40. Other Marxist conceptions posit that the dialectical logical development should be driven forward by the tendencies for determinate actions of social agents that are intrinsic to the social form referred to by each theoretical category. 41. Or by the practical insufficiency of each form achieved. 42. However, These approaches do not explain how to solve the rift that these procedures generate in the actual consistency of the conceptual development. On the one hand, this implies following a sequence that responds to a constructive necessity, and on the other, a sequence that follows the movement of the real concrete itself. 43 These ideas have provided the grounds for the claim that developments based on dialectical logic are not tautological in nature. 44 However, the very same developments undertaken with the purpose of structuring a dialectical logic capable of bringing coherence to the representation of the concrete as a unity of opposites have concluded that such logic necessarily requires each of them to be defined as simple immediate affirmations. 45 This is not a circumstantial fact. If each pole were accorded the capacity to affirm through self-negation, it would then have to be recognized as the bearer of a necessity whose realization would set it into self-movement independently of its opposite. In this case, one would have to accept that the introduction of a constructive necessity representing all movement as a relationship between opposites would be redundant. What is more, inasmuch as this logical movement would collide with the real one of affirmation through self-negation, it would lead the process of cognition towards incoherence. Hence the external and tautological nature underlying, in the last instance, all conceptual relationships representing the real movement by means of a dialectical logic. 46 Let us now see how the application of this method appears in the very point of departure of political economy. For example, Adam Smith uses it to ground the simplest determination on which to develop his theory of the organization of social life. The principle which gives occasion to the division of labor, he argues, stems from a certain propensity in human nature to truck, barter, and exchange one thing for another, whose discovery lies in observing that it is common to all men, and to be found in no other race of animals. 47 This same form of analysis appears when Smith has to ground the general determination which dictates that the labor content of exchange value is not directly expressed as such, but rather as quantities of another commodity, and, more concretely, as price. The entire foundation is reduced to the assertion that the first expression is more frequently observed and is more natural, therefore, than the comparison with labor, while at the same time, every particular commodity is more frequently exchanged for money than for any other commodity. 48 Let us note, in passing, how the recurrence of the most immediate appearance allows this mode of analysis to present it in an inverted form as the true general determination. This is what Hegel had in mind when he said that, since in this procedure the ground is derived from the phenomenon and its determinations are based on it, the phenomenon certainly flows quite smoothly and with a favorable wind from its ground. The exposition begins with grounds which are placed in mid-air as principles and primary concepts. Therefore he who aims to penetrate such sciences must begin by instilling his mind with these grounds, a distasteful business for reason because it is asked to treat what is groundless as a valid foundation. 49 It is precisely by virtue of the way in which logical representation opens the door to the inversion of immediate appearances into the content of the determination that political economy exhausts its role as science to engender its apologetic form as vulgar economics. As for the return to the concrete by lifting simplifying assumptions, both Adam Smith and David Ricardo offer a particularly illustrative example in the aesthetically naturalising form taken by their depiction of the transition from the early and rude state of society to the accumulation of stock. This transition is reduced to the substitution of the assumption that capital belongs to the laborer for the more realistic one that all the implements necessary to kill the beaver and deer might belong to one class of men, and the labor employed in their destruction might be furnished by another class. 50. Dialectical reproduction, from capital to the Grundrisse. Already before the Grundrisse, Marx had exposed the ultimate result of the analysis based on the construction of an abstract representation of the concrete by forcefully stripping it of its attributes, in consequence of thus abstracting all the so-called accidents, animate or inanimate, men or things. We are right in saying that in the final abstraction we have as substance the logical categories. 51 Even earlier, Marx had exposed the inversion inherent in all representation by which logic appears as the necessity that sets the concrete into motion, with the latter in turn conceived of under the appearance of being inert and therefore incapable of self-movement. Initially, he had limited himself to making a case for replacing a constructive necessity of a general nature with one that corresponded to the specificity of its concrete object, the proper logic of the proper object. Point 52. However, later he advanced in the development of a scientific method capable of overcoming the externality of the constructive necessity vis-a-vis the real necessity of its object, making it clear that this externality was inherent in logic itself, no matter how concrete one might wish to make it. Logic is the currency of the mind, the speculative thought value of man and of nature, their essence which has become completely indifferent to all real determinateness and hence unreal, alienated thought, and therefore thought which abstracts from nature and from real man, abstract thought. Point 53. It might seem that, in the same text on the method in the Grundrisse, Marx is leaving room for a form of analysis guided by the search for a recurring attribute. As a rule, the most general abstractions arise only in the midst of the richest possible concrete development, where one thing appears as common to many, to all. Then it ceases to be thinkable in a particular form alone. Point 54. However, at stake in this passage is the condition of universal existence of the concrete that allows its abstraction to be thought up. In turn, the representation that starts out from an analysis based on repetition is the most immediate form of thought. Yet, precisely because of this it is unable to transcend the appearances of repetition itself. For example, freedom and equality can only be conceived of as abstract categories when they have become universal forms of the general social relation. However, despite this recurring presence, the latter says nothing about their content or, in other words, of their necessity, the stale argumentation of the degenerate economics of most recent times, which demonstrates that economic relations everywhere express the same simple determinants, and hence that they everywhere express the equality and freedom of the simple exchange of exchange values. This point entirely reduces itself to an infantile abstraction. Point 55. Now, the specific aim of this paper is to address the issue of method in the Grundrisse. However, let us recall the methodological observation made by Marx in the latter book itself. Human anatomy contains a key to the anatomy of the ape. The intimations of higher development among the subordinate animal species, however, can be understood only after the higher development is already known. Point 56. Thus, pace mephum, let us thus begin by taking as the concrete object of our study of the dialectical method in the Grundrisse the fully developed shape that it would acquire in capital. Point 57. The analysis pertaining to the dialectical method begins by confronting a determinate concrete. However, far from seeking out others alike to see what recurs in their manifestations, it attempts to uncover the necessity whose immediate self-realization has taken the form of, hence determined, the original concrete. In other words, dialectical analysis penetrates the real concrete in search of the necessity that makes it what it is. It does so by separating the necessity in question in what it has as a pure potentiality, from its already realized result. The analysis thus separates the content of necessity, and hence, abstract existence, from its realized form, hence, concrete existence. Point 58. Once this first step has been made, the process must advance step by step towards the discovery of an ever simpler potential necessity. This is done by taking the content of the recently discovered necessity as a concrete form in which its own necessity content has in turn self-realized. In other words, the analysis moves forward by taking the abstract form uncovered in its determination as a concrete form itself. In capital, Marx makes evident how the analysis begins by facing the specific determination of the commodity as a social relation under the concrete form in which this determination presents itself, that is to say, under the form of exchange value. He points out how, at first glance, it seems impossible that this concrete form is able to carry within itself a different content from its outward appearance. Point 59. However, this immediate appearance of exchange value as an abstract quantitative relation dissolves as soon as it is analyzed. In asking about the necessity for the existence of the quantitative relationship of equality between different use values, it becomes clear that the latter immediately entails the existence of a common content. Let us note that what is at stake, here, is not the search for a recurring attribute, but the discovery of the source that allows each one of these two qualitatively different use values indifferently to take the place of the other. Thus, such content cannot arise from the exchange relation but, instead, must find expression within it. 60 The analysis continues by facing that common substance crystallized in the commodity in order to separate its realized form from its necessity as pure potentiality yet to be realized, that is to say, as the very action capable of engendering this common substance. At this point, the analysis faces the potentiality of human productive action, in other words, of labor, as the source of the commodity's exchangeability. Still, it discovers this potentiality only when taking a further step that abstracts labor from its concrete forms of realization. This means it discovers that the necessity of value so far has the following as its simplest content: human labor in the abstract. The same unsubstantial reality in each, a mere congelation of homogeneous human labor, of labor power expended without regard to the mode of its expenditure. 61 Now, the analysis cannot stop there. It has discovered abstract labor as the realized action that endows the commodity with value. However, inasmuch as abstract labor is itself a potentiality that has been realized, it appears to be devoid of all qualities except, precisely, its qualitative indifference. Thus, the analysis must search for the content of the necessity of abstract labor that produces commodities, which it finds in the material nature of abstract labor, productive activity, if we leave out of sight its special form, viz., the useful character of the labor, is nothing but the expenditure of human labor power. A productive expenditure of human brains, nerves, and muscles. 62 The analysis must now answer the following question: how can this material expenditure of human body, a condition of human life in general, be the determinant for the social specificity of the commodity? It thus continues by separating this materiality as an individual expenditure of labor power from its necessity as an active organ of the process of social metabolism. Accordingly, the analysis discovers that this material expenditure has as its specific qualitative content the way in which the individual carrying it out rules his/her participation in the organization of social labor. It is a productive expenditure of a human corporeality in general, which is made for others, whose concrete realization is fully controlled by the will of the individual performing it. The commodity producer controls by means of his or her own individual will how and what to produce for other members of society. Thus he or she consciously controls, free from personal dependence, the exercise of his or her individual capacity to perform social labor. At the same time, however, his or her consciousness is excluded from the organization of the labor carried out by any other individual commodity producer. There is no alien individual will, nor any collective will, organizing the expenditure of the individual labor power applied to the production of commodities. The labor that produces commodities is thus social labor privately undertaken by mutually independent producers. Only such products can become commodities with regard to each other, as result from different kinds of labor, each kind being carried on independently and for the account of private individuals. 63. The analysis that gives way to the reproduction of the concrete by means of thought does not end because the researcher arbitrarily decides to cease identifying recurring features in order to produce an even more abstract concept. Instead, it concludes, because when searching for the necessity of the recently discovered content, it becomes plain that it can only be found by accompanying the self-realization of that content in its necessary concrete form. Let us return to the case of the value content of the commodity. Analysis has allowed us to discover that the commodity has value, that is to say, the attribute of exchangeability, because privately and independently performed socially necessary abstract labor has been materialized in it. This places us squarely in front of another question: why is it that this private and independent realization of the material expenditure of human labor power in general endows its product with the social attribute of value? The analysis, however, is unable to answer this question. 64 In fact, if we examine the manner in which Marx presents how this point has been reached, the limit of the analysis appears as emerging from a change in its modality. Up to this point, it involved the search of the necessity of the content. Conversely, in its latest step, Marx presents it as if it were unable to penetrate through the exteriority of a recurring attribute, namely, that of being the product of private and independent labor. In other words, the analysis appears as having to assume the modality characteristic of the method of representation. The question about the necessity of value now faces us in such a way that it can only be answered by accompanying the realization of the specific potentiality that the analysis has discovered as an immanent actuality in the commodity. The commodity's exchangeability, posited by the materialization of abstract socially necessary labor carried out in a private and independent manner, confronts us in the manner of a content that must account for its own necessity by realizing it. Hence, the development must follow the movement of value in its necessary concrete form of expression as exchange value. 65 Marx thus successively unfolds the forms of the exchange relation, asking each one in turn which content it progressively reveals. Let us note that this development does not imply a simpler form engendering a more concrete one. Instead, the unfolding of the former's necessity evidences the necessity of the existence of the latter. The starting point from which to follow the development of the necessity of value to manifest in the concrete form of exchange value is the simplest expression of the latter, namely, the exchange relation between two different commodities. The whole mystery of the form of value lies hidden in this elementary form. Its analysis, therefore, is our real difficulty. 66 Already in this simplest form, it is clear that the value of a commodity, i.e. the socially necessary abstract labor materialized in it in a private and independent form, does not only manifest itself in a purely relative manner. In addition, it does so necessarily through the use value of another commodity that acts as its equivalent. 67 Above all, this first step in the process of unfolding of the value content of the commodity in its necessary form as an exchange value makes evident the same determinations already uncovered by the analysis. We see, then, all that our analysis of the value of commodities has already told us, is told us by the linen itself, so soon as it comes into communication with another commodity. The code. Only it betrays its thoughts in that language with which alone it is familiar, the language of commodities. In order to tell us that its own value is created by labor in its abstract character of human labor, it says that the coat, in so far as it is worth as much as the linen, and therefore is value, consists of the same labor as the linen. 68 Thus it might appear as if all that is at stake, now, is to present what the analysis has already discovered. Yet, we immediately discover that, in appropriating the language of commodities, that is, in reproducing in thought the commodity's immanent movement, certain determinations that the analysis was unable to discover now come to the fore. In first instance, the commodity affirms itself as the real subject whose development must be followed in thought. It therefore follows that the simple form of value of the commodity is at the same time the simple form of value of the product of labor, and also that the development of the commodity form coincides with the development of the value form. 69 The analysis could not account for the necessity of the commodity as its starting point. Matters are different as soon as thought begins to reproduce the movement of a commodity in its social relationship with another. In this second phase, the commodity shows itself as the necessary point of departure for the discovery of the concrete determinations of the specific form in which the materiality of the process of social metabolism in the capitalist mode of production is organized. The exposition here reflects the actual course of the research, which moves along a path alien to that of any analysis. In this ideal reproduction of the concrete, the research moves forward and uncovers the necessity according to which the general materiality of the labor represented in the value of the commodity appears in the very form of the exchange relation. 70 At the same time, it reveals that the apparent absence of all unity in the materiality of the labor represented by value is the indirect form in which the general unity of the material process of social labor is realized. 71 Subsequently, it makes evident that this unity needs to acquire an expression that can synthesis it in the very movement of its own organization, in other words, in the very movement of commodities. 72 In effect, in the exchange relation, the corporeal materiality of any concrete form of the product of social labor mutates into that of the general equivalent as a synthetic expression of the indirect unity of social labor. This reveals that the unity of social labor is specifically established in capitalism on the basis of the general materiality of human labor, namely of the simple productive expenditure of the human body. The substance linen becomes the visible incarnation, the social chrysalis state of every kind of human labor. In this manner the labor realized in the values of commodities is presented not only under its negative aspect, under which abstraction is made from every concrete form and useful property of actual work, but its own positive nature is made to reveal itself expressly. The general value form is the reduction of all kinds of actual labor to their common character of being human labor generally, of being the expenditure of human labor power. 73 We can now see that the reproduction of the necessity of the commodity in its realization not only progresses by discovering determinations that the analysis was impotent to bring out. At the same time, it exposes the actual appearances to which it would have stuck had the research been interrupted at that stage. In the process of analysis, the unity of social labor expressed in the exchangeability of the commodity may appear, at first, as something determined by the absence of all material content in abstract labor. Only in a second step does the analysis inevitably face this materiality. By contrast, in the development of the value form taken by the determination of the indirect unity of social labor, it becomes clear that such unity is predicated on the real material quality of abstract labor as a productive expenditure of human corporeality. This evidence comes up already in the simplest expression of value. In effect, the concrete labor that produced the equivalent can express the abstract labor that produced the commodity occupying the relative pole, only because its materiality as a simple expenditure of human labor power is identical to that of the latter. As Marx points out, inasmuch as the analysis is the necessary first step in the scientific cognition of an actual concrete, it appears as easier to deal with, and even as sufficient, vis-a-vis the difficulty inherent in the second phase comprising the reproduction of the concrete in thought. Yet, it is only the second phase that has the power to account for the possible apparent abstractions that could have emerged in the course of the first, analytic phase. It is, in reality, much easier to discover by analysis the earthly core of the misty creations of religion, than, conversely, it is, to develop from the actual relations of life the corresponding celestialized forms of those relations. The latter method is the only materialistic, and therefore the only scientific one. 74 The development of the value form taken by the product of social labor performed privately and independently has shown us that, in the capitalist mode of production, the organization of social production and consumption is not realized directly by consciously ruling the concrete material form taken by each individual labor. On the contrary, social labor achieves its unity indirectly, premised on the material identity of labor as human productive activity in general, that is, as labor whose materiality as the expenditure of human labor power has not yet assumed a specific concrete form. 75 Thus, the unfolding of this form of organization of the social labor process cannot come to a halt without accounting for the necessary form in which it is born in the consciousness of its subjects. Having arrived at this point, that which in the analytical stage could only be uncovered in a rather external fashion on the basis of mere repetition, is now exposed as emerging from the reproduction in thought of its own movement. Articles of utility become commodities, only because they are products of the labor of private individuals or groups of individuals who carry on their work independently of each other. The sum total of the labor of all these private individuals forms the aggregate labor of society. Since the producers do not come into social contact with each other until they exchange their products, the specific social character of each producer's labor does not show itself except in the act of exchange. In other words, the labor of the individual asserts itself as a part of the labor of society, only by means of the relations which the act of exchange establishes directly between the products, and indirectly, through them, between the producers. 76 In sum, the development of the form of value does not simply consist in the exposition of the determinations of value that were already discovered through analysis. On the contrary, only such a development is able to reveal that, When organizing their social labor, the mutually independent producers cannot rely on any social relation other than their general condition as individual bearers of the capacity to expend their bodies productively, in other words, to carry out labor in general. It is incumbent on each private producer to expend this generic capacity in a determined concrete form. In other words, each of them privately exerts his or her abstract labor in the form of a determined concrete labor. If this expenditure of labor power has materialized under a socially useful concrete form, the corresponding abstract labor will be represented as the social attribute of its product to establish an exchange relation with another bearer of an identical objectification of abstract labor. The materiality of socially necessary abstract labor is represented as the value of its product, which thus acquires the specific social determination of a commodity. The material unity of privately and independently undertaken social production is established in this indirect form. The value form taken by commodities is the general social relation indirectly established by the mutually free producers. This is the reason why the product of their own labor confronts them as the bearer of an alien social power that dominates them. The scope of the dialectical method in the Grundrisse. Let us return to the Grundrisse. Already in these manuscripts, Marx reveals the historical specificity of the commodity as the general social relation in a society where social labor is organized privately and independently, which determines its producers as mutually free persons. The dissolution of all products and activities into exchange values presupposes the dissolution of all fixed personal, historic, relations of dependence in production, as well as the all-sided dependence of the producers on one another. Each individual's production is dependent on the production of all others, and the transformation of his product into the necessaries of his own life is similarly dependent on the consumption of all others. The reciprocal and all-sided dependence of individuals who are indifferent to one another forms their social connection. This social bond is expressed in exchange value, by means of which alone each individual's own activity or his product becomes an activity and a product for him. He must produce a general product, exchange value. The individual carries his social power, as well as his bond with society, in his pocket. Each individual possesses social power in the form of a thing. Rob the thing of this social power and you must give it to persons to exercise over persons. 77 It might seem, then, that the difference in the development of the dialectical method mediating between the Grundrisse and capital is limited to the greater wealth of detail with which the latter presents the same essential question already uncovered in the former, namely, the simplest form of the general social relation in a society of mutually free individuals. However, as soon as we examine the path taken by Marx in the Grundrisse, we can see that the discovery of the determinations of value still follows an essentially analytical course. In fact, from a methodological viewpoint, the specific richness of this part of the Grundrisse among Marx's works lies in the fact that it gives transparency to the limits weighing on progress during the analytical phase. The argument in Capital overcomes these limitations in the flow of synthetic reproduction. As we shall see below, the primacy of the analytical course is reflected in the limits on the cognition of the substance of value and, hence, in the development of this substance into its necessary concrete forms. In progressing analytically, Marx discovers in the Grundrisse that at stake in the determination of use values as commodities is the organization of the materiality of social labor. He also discovers that the unity of this materiality manifests itself indirectly through the circulation of commodities. Yet, he only comes to face the materiality of abstract labor under the external appearance of its opposite, as the total absence of all materiality, in becoming an exchange value, a product, or activity, is not only transformed into a definite quantitative relation, a relative number, but it must also at the same time be transformed qualitatively, be transposed into another element, so that both commodities become magnitudes of the same kind, of the same unit, i.e., commensurable. The commodity first has to be transposed into labor time, into something qualitatively different from itself, qualitatively different, 1, because it is not labor time as labor time, but materialist labor time not in the form of motion, but at rest, not in the form of the process, but of the result, 2. Because it is not the objectification of labor time. In general, which exists only as a conception, it is only a conception of labor separated from its quality, subject merely to quantitative variations, but rather the specific result of a specific, of a naturally specified, kind of labor which differs qualitatively from other kinds, in order then to be compared as a specific amount of labor time, as a certain magnitude of labor, with other amounts of labor time, other magnitudes of labor. 78 The general social relation thus appears bereft of the simplest material content bestowed by its historical specificity. This means that Marx has not yet discovered that its movement originates in the unity of society's material capacity to undertake labor in general, in order to impose itself indirectly through the concrete material forms in which this capacity has been privately and independently exerted. Thus, its movement is presented as if it emerged from the abstractly ideal nature assigned to its simplest specific content. With such content reduced to the condition of a mere representation, namely to an abstractly ideal construction, the development of its concrete forms by means of thought appears correspondingly inverted. Instead of responding to the fact that thought follows the real movement, it appears as if the movement of thought itself were conceptually engendering those concrete forms. The product becomes a commodity, the commodity becomes exchange value, the exchange value of the commodity is its immanent money property, this, its money property, separates itself from it in the form of money. 79 Marx himself subjects his development to criticism, exposing its upside-down nature. It will be necessary later, before this question is dropped, to correct the idealist manner of the presentation, which makes it seem as if it were merely a matter of conceptual determinations and of the dialectic of these concepts. Above all, in the case of the phrase, product, or activity, becomes commodity, commodity, exchange value, money. 80 Let us leave aside any improvements in the exposition of what has already been uncovered in the Grundrisse to focus on the key to the qualitative leap in the dialectical development that mediates between its point of departure and that of the contribution, and which would be fully completed later in Capital. This key lies in the discovery of the material quality of abstract labor as a generic productive expenditure of human labor power, of the human body, of muscles, brain, and so on, which, inasmuch as it is performed privately and independently, becomes represented as the social attribute of its product. Such a discovery was made possible only by Marx's development of the form of value. In turn, this development of the progress from the simplest determination of the commodity to its concrete forms impinges on the mode in which Marx undertakes the analysis. The latter no longer progresses from the immediate concrete to arrive at abstract or simple categories, as Marx still put it at the beginning of the Grundrisse. Instead, the analysis moves with the aim of discovering the simplest specific form of the immediate concrete. Hence, neither value nor exchange value are my subjects, but the commodity. The simplest economic concretum. 81 Thus, the analysis does not merely move from the concrete to the abstract. More precisely, it penetrates the concrete itself until discovering the form constituting the simplest manifestation of its specific necessity. On the other hand, neither does the analysis progress by searching for the generic necessity in the apparent universal repetition of its manifestations. Hence, it can only reach the simplest concrete in its condition as a singular existence. The reader who wishes to follow me at all, must make up his mind to pass from the special Einzelnen to the general Allgemeinen. 82 Let us now summarize the issue by returning to the way in which Nicolaus reduces the development of the dialectical method from the Grundrisse to Capital to a difference between the mode of research, in the former, and the mode of presentation, in the latter. This reading overlooks the fact that the research is in full swing, and actually in its most powerful stage, hence able to overcome all appearance, in the development of the form of value unfolded in Capital. Nicolaus also argues, along with Reichelt, that the research method is clearly visible in the Grundrisse but deliberately concealed in Capital. They thus overlook the fact that Marx resorts to a mode of exposition in Capital that at each step reveals the unity of the two moments inherent in dialectical research. Broadly put, he starts each presentational node by facing what appears to be an immediate concrete in order to proceed to analyze its necessity. Once the latter is uncovered, he follows it through in its self-realization until the initial concrete is reproduced, but now as a known concrete. This does not mean that no change has occurred in the dialectical presentation between the Grundrisse and capital. Specifically, Marx removed from the exposition the explicit reflections on the direction that the development of the content in its necessary form should take. However, those reflections are, strictly speaking, external to the ideal reproduction of the content's self-development. In light of his interpretation, Nicholas recommends the following reading strategy in order to understand Marx's method of research. Firstly, the contemporary reader should approach the Grundrisse, then, in line with Lenin's aphorism, Hegel's logic, and finally capital. Point 83. The approach put forward in this chapter leads to very different implications. Thanks to the fact that Marx had to produce the original knowledge that progressed from the logic to the Grundrisse and from the latter to capital, we can empower our process of recognition by firstly appropriating the anatomy, the method, of the most developed subject, namely, capital. This more developed form of the critique of political economy contains the key to the understanding of the method of the Grundrisse, and the more primitive one of the logic. Now, however inverted the sequence in search of the dialectical method may be presented, there will always be an abyss between the approaches just mentioned and Althusser's grotesque imperative recommendation, emphasis in the original, that capital's entire first section be skipped in order to avoid the highly damaging Hegelian influence which would prevent an understanding of what must be understood. Point 84. Once again concerning the point of departure of working class consciousness as revolutionary subject, we have discussed the substantive difference of form and content between the reproduction and the representation of the concrete by means of thought as methods of rational cognition. We have also seen how the Grundrisse are a step in the original development of the former, which only reaches the plenitude of its development in capital. However, still pending is the question of the change in the point of departure from the Grundrisse to the contribution. We stated at the outset that the change should be traced in the very text of the former. We also claimed that in those earlier manuscripts the discovery of the determinations of the commodity as the simplest form of the general social relation in the capitalist mode of production was developed through an essentially analytical process. However, we should now add that, as Marx moves forward in the unfolding of the concrete forms taken by this general social relation, the unity of the text of the Grundrisse becomes increasingly determined by the stage of dialectical reproduction. This fact acquires its clearest expression at a crucial juncture much later in the text. Specifically, after unfolding the determinations of the capitalist mode of production in its concrete unity, the dialectical reproduction reaches the point at which it fully uncovers capital's necessity to supersede itself in the conscious organization of social life. The analysis is, at this point, incapable of uncovering the necessity at stake, as all that matters in the existing concrete is its immanent potentiality to affirm through its own negation as the general social relation. In the face of this, the analysis is unable to go beyond the presentation of that potentiality as deprived of its own concrete content, conceiving it under the form of a recipe. For the cookshops of the future. Point 85. In reproducing in thought the determinations of the capitalist mode of production in their unity as constituting the existing concrete, Marx makes it evident that the historical necessity of this mode of production stems from the specific form in which it radically transforms the materiality of the worker's productive activity through the socialization of private labor, the exchange of living labor for objectified labor, i.e. the positing of social labor in the form of the contradiction of capital and wage labor, is the ultimate development of the value relation and of production resting on value. No longer does the worker insert a modified natural thing Naturgegenstand as middle link between the object and himself, rather, he inserts the process of nature, transformed into an industrial process, as a means between himself and inorganic nature, mastering it. He steps to the side of the production process instead of being its chief actor. In this transformation, it is neither the direct human labor he himself performs, nor the time during which he works, but rather the appropriation of his own general productive power, his understanding of nature and his mastery over it by virtue of his presence as a social body. It is, in a word, the development of the social individual which appears as the great foundation stone of production and of wealth. Capital itself is the moving contradiction. On the one side, then, it calls to life all the powers of science and of nature, as of social combination and of social intercourse, in order to make the creation of wealth independent, relatively, of the labor time employed on it. On the other side, it wants to use labor time as the measuring rod for the giant social forces thereby created, and to confine them within the limits required to maintain the already created value as value. Forces of production and social relations, two different sides of the development of the social individual, appear to capital as mere means, and are merely means for it to produce on its limited foundation. In fact, however, they are the material conditions to blow this foundation sky-high. 86. Almost immediately after thus discovering the concrete historical determination of the capitalist mode of production, Marx confronts again the commodity and its value determinations in the Grundrisse. Yet, this is no longer something abstractly analytic. Following the simple note this section to be brought forward 87, Marx begins to unfold the determinations of the commodity as the simplest concrete form of the general social relation in this mode of production. However, having barely begun this development, those earlier manuscripts break off. The body of their text has given way to what would be the 1859 contribution. Nevertheless, it is the 1857-8 version of Marx's critique of political economy that has brought to light that the development of the reproduction of the concrete by means of thought, rather than the analysis, is what determines the necessity of the point of departure. Now, how has the starting point concretely changed? At the outset of the Grundrisse, Marx posited that the point of departure was individuals producing in society, while in the contribution and capital, this becomes the commodity. Let us take the individuals producing in society. The first step that these individuals need to make to undertake their social production consists in organizing it, that is, each of them must be assigned with a useful concrete labor to be performed for others. The mode in which they unfold this organization is but the exercise of their general social relation at the point at which each cycle of society's life process is set into motion. Thus, the point of departure in the study of the individuals producing in society is that of the simplest specific form presented by their general social relationship in each historical period. What is this form in the capitalist mode of production? It is not a direct social relation between persons. Conversely, it is an indirect relation that they establish through the exchange of the products of their privately and independently undertaken social labor as materializations of equivalent quantities of abstract labor. In brief, that social relation is the commodity. The contribution and capital both begin from exactly the same point that Marx had been propounding as the necessary one until then. However, his progress in the reproduction of the concrete by means of thought allows him to recognize that this thing, the commodity, is the simplest concrete form bearing the capacity to organize social labor, and hence social consumption, in a society where individuals are free of personal dependence. The full conscious control over one's own individual labor corresponding to its private and independent realization entails, at the same time, the complete lack of conscious control over its social character. Hence the subordination of the human individual to the social powers objectified in the product of his or her own labor. Let us look once again at the question of method. Logical representation is not the natural form of scientific method. As all forms of consciousness, and hence of the human capacity to organize action, scientific method is itself a historically determined social form. Against this form of consciousness stands the reproduction of the concrete by means of thought, also as the bearer of a historically determined social relation. Marx developed the historical necessity of this method, in its essence critical and revolutionary, as the necessary form of consciousness in the supersession of the capitalist mode of production. Yet it subsequently fell into oblivion, nearly to the point of being forgotten altogether, or rather erased, even by Marxist scholars themselves. The aim of this text is to put the question back at the heart of the discussion of the form of working class consciousness with the power to organize capital transcending practice. Marx began his economic studies in Paris in 1844. However, only in the late 1850s did he write a first organic draft of his theory of capital, the manuscripts of 1857-8, generally known as the Grundrisse. Philological research has shown that before this time he was still linked to Ricardo's ideas, 1, or only dealt with issues of the surface, 2, he did not write an organic outline of his political economy. The research continued in the manuscripts of 1857-8, but, in this text, the exposition began as well. Point 3 in these manuscripts, Marx defined progressively the structure of capital as a whole. It therefore represents a turning point and its relevance needs to be emphasized. Nonetheless, this process did not finish with the Grundrisse. Relevant parts of the theory were changed or improved both in the manuscripts of 1861-3, in particular with reference to the concepts of market values and production prices, 4, and in the manuscripts of 1863-5, where we have the only extensive exposition of credit and fictitious capital. Moreover, a proper terminological and conceptual distinction between value, use value, and value form as part of the theory of the commodity, the economic cell form, was worked out only in the second German edition of Capital Volume I, in 1872-3, even if this had been latently considered since the manuscripts of 1857-8. Point 5. However, despite Marx's efforts, his theory as a whole remained an unfinished business, in particular the parts for volumes 2 and 3. Philologists have shown that Engels's editing was at most a good attempt to conclude Marx's drafts. According to the author, those could not absolutely be published because they needed to be developed. Point 6. Thanks to the new critical edition, we know that one can make sense of Marx's theory of capital only if this mass of unfinished materials as a whole is taken into account, with a particular focus on the different phases of its development. Point 7. In the traditional debate, some scholars have pointed out that the Grundrisse should have a predominant position in the interpretation of Marx's thought, because there he made some theoretical points that later were dropped. In Germany, the so-called Neue Lecture and in particular authors such as Backhaus and Reichelt claimed that one can find a proper dialectical exposition of categories only in that text, while the logical consistency was weakened in subsequent writings. Point 8. For other reasons and with other goals, the workerist view shared the idea that the Grundrisse contain more than capital, especially with reference to class struggle and antagonist subjects. In this chapter, I shall try to show how Marx successfully improved his theory after the Grundrisse exactly in order to overcome some difficulties that arose from the insufficient dialectical development of categories in the manuscripts of 1857-8. This mainly regards the German debate, with which I am sympathetic in spite of some disagreements, but I think that, for some implications, the workerist positions are affected as well. In my view, these are wrong regarding some basic definitions. Point 9. The aforementioned Neue Lecture have dealt mainly with the value form and considered the alleged reduction of dialectics with reference to this point. East German scholars in charge of the new critical edition disagreed with them and maintained that only in the second German edition of Capital did Marx consistently define the difference between value and value form, thus completing the value form development. Point 10. Although I agree that the final version presents problems regarding the relationship of the logical and the historical, the evidence shown by the philologists demonstrate in my view a real improvement in Capital 11. I shall not go in detail into this debate here. However, I would like to point out that, from a methodological point of view, it seems to me not to be possible to limit the analysis of the reduction of dialectic only to the value form. We have to take into account also the concept of capital in general and its relationship with other parts of the theory, which in the Grundrisse were set aside. In the English-speaking world, Ristolke's famous inquiry into capital in general was generally accepted as the last word on this issue. In his view, capital in general was only a sort of methodological ladder that was useful whilst setting up the general framework to shed light on the central role of industrial capital. It could, however, be dropped when the real exposition moved forward to more concrete levels such as competition and credit. These were included in the theory to avoid a double exposition of an essential part and its repetition in the inessential one. Therefore, capital in general would not be included in the final plan. This position was contested in the German debate, especially in two important studies by Müller and Schwarz. Even if their conclusions are different in relevant points, they share the idea that capital in general was not abandoned at all, but was simply redefined because its relation with competition and other more concrete parts of the theory changed. Even though a few concrete categories were included within the framework of generality, this does not imply that the concept of generality as such was abandoned. We need to understand why a few parts were included and how this can be justified. I cannot go into their analysis here. Point 12. Rather, this chapter is an attempt to answer those questions in a different way. My starting point is Schwarz's conclusion: capital in general still works after manuscripts of 1861-3, although it is almost never explicitly mentioned, and we have to explain why and how especially accumulation was included within the framework of generality. A preliminary remark: the starting point of this debate was implicitly or explicitly the question, what kind of relation exists between capital in general and competition? 13. I think this is misleading, because there are not, in fact, only two levels of abstraction. According to the most elaborated plans Marx made in the 1850s, particularly in C, E, and F, the concept of capital is divided into four levels of abstraction: a sort of level 0, or simple circulation, a first level, called generality, a second one, called particularity, and a final one, called singularity. Presenting this sketch, Marx was clearly referring to the division of the Hegelian doctrine of concept. Point 14. In order to deal with the issue of the overall consistency of this division and the particular problems linked to capital in general, we have to reconstruct how all of these categories were defined at the beginning and how their framework changed while the theory was worked out through its various drafts. The book on capital was supposed to be only the first book in a plan of 6, see Appendix. In a letter to La Salle Plan D, where he presented this plan for 6 books, he wrote that Book I on Capital had some vorchapters, or preliminary chapters. In another letter to La Salle Plan E, he made explicit that these vorchapters were value and money, presuppositions to capital in general, which is still determined as we saw in the preceding plan. So, before the exposition of capital, there should be a sort of preliminary frame, the simple circulation that will be called a presupposition that presupposes. Point 15. In a letter to Engels Plan F, Marx wrote about the further division of the book on capital, and, although he did not use the words particularity and singularity, he mentioned exactly the subjects that should be treated in these sections, respectively, competition and credit/share capital. This same structure, although within a different general outline, can also be found in the 3 volumes of Capital. 1. Generality and particularity of capital. Capital in general should be the first part of the first book. Point 16. However, with the development of the theory, the plan underwent significant though not radical changes. Capital in general should in fact have been the title of the continuation of a contribution, but, while writing this part, that is, the manuscripts of 1861-3, which originally bore that title, this category progressively disappeared and from that moment on was only sporadically mentioned. When he dealt for the first time with the general concept of capital, Marx characterized it as what every capital has in common, the quintessence of it. Point 17. There are neither capitals nor one capital, but the concept of that which is so far not determined as plurality or unity. The question of capitals, of plurality, arises when the self-development of the theory posits the passage to particularity. The other point strictly connected with many capitals is competition. This is the outline in the Grundrisse. In the most developed plan of the Grundrisse Plan C, competition, the particularity of capital, is placed in the same framework as accumulation. In capital, on the other hand, competition as such is not in the same framework of accumulation. In the outline of 1857-8, accumulation occurs not only after the circulation of capital, but even after the transformation of capital into capital and profit. In capital, it is before both the circulation and the transformation of capital into capital and profit. In the outline of 1857-8, both competition and accumulation occur not only after the transformation of capital into capital and profit, but even after the transformation of capital into capital and interest. In capital, competition is between profit and interest. These are the changes that need to be explained. Trying to follow Hegel's division of the concept, the exposition begins with the most general categories, the quintessence of capital. At a certain point of development, however, capital's multiplication into many particular capitals is implied. In each of those, generality is incarnated. Once capital is posited, it distinguishes itself from itself and thus is multiplied into many capitals. The third form of money, as independent value in a negative relation vis-a-vis circulation, is capital which does not step out of the production process into exchange again to become money. Rather, it is capital which becomes a commodity and enters into circulation in the form of value that refers to itself. Capital and interest. This form presupposes capital in the earlier forms and at the same time forms the transition from capital to the particular capitals, the real capitals, since now, in this last form, capital already in its very concept divides into two capitals with independent existence. Along with the duality, plurality in general is then given. Point 18. Thus far, accumulation is not required for capital to be posited. According to this plan, also reproduction will come later. Interest, on the other hand, can be already introduced. Moreover, interest represents the link to proceed from capital to capitals, and many capitals and competition seem to be the same. Therefore, generality coincides with capital before the plurality is posited, and plurality seems to coincide with competition. Accumulation is not required to move to posited capital. Can such a structure be consistent, that is, can capital be posited, without or before accumulation? And can we have interest before competition? 19. Accumulation seems to be the decisive passage to move to posited capital, so it is the change of its position in the theory that determines the redefinition of the relationship of generality and particularity. I will now attempt to demonstrate how and why accumulation became part of generality. Already in the index of 1861 Plan H, in Chapter 4 of Capital in General, we find the title Primitive Accumulation divided into further chapters. Point 20. The idea of dedicating a chapter to accumulation before the positing of capital is here clearly expressed, even though still in a hybrid form where there is no definitive distinction between primitive accumulation and properly capitalistic accumulation. A first, not planned exposition of accumulation is however already in the Grundrisse, just after the category of relative surplus value. Marx goes into the effects of the reinvestment of the surplus value produced in the previous process of production. Point 21. We have a second unplanned occurrence in circulation where he distinguished between primitive accumulation and the properly capitalistic 1,22 and between plus capital I and plus capital 2.23. This was preceded by a first draft of the law of population. Point 24. We are evidently dealing with categories that in capital will be part of the theory of accumulation. According to the plan he was following at that moment, these should have been considered later, but evidently it was the dialectical exposition of the thing itself that took them to their proper place. This new framework for accumulation, which was first attempted in the Grundrisse, was taken up again in the final part of the manuscripts of 1861, 3,25 where, at the same time, issues such as accumulation, general reproduction, the relation between one and many capitals, and their levels of abstraction arise clearly. In capital, accumulation is in volume I, general reproduction as a form of extended social accumulation is in volume II, circulation of capital is between them, and the whole is before the capital/profit relation, which is within generality. The reason why accumulation is a prerequisite of posited capital is explained by Marx in Capital Volume I. If capital has to be a self-developing process, it needs to produce its presuppositions as a result. In order to do that, it incorporates living labor to get surplus value. It exists inasmuch as it repeats again and again this process, re-implying what it had produced in the same actual process. So reproduction, which takes place in the form of accumulation in the capitalist mode of production, is part of the essence of the concept of capital. The single process of production is an essential link in a chain that presupposes, and at the same time is the presupposition, of the reproduction of itself and of others. 26 The sentence of itself and of others introduces the question of plurality inside accumulation, but it is the exposition itself that takes us there. In capital, in fact, we find plurality of capitals before profit and before circulation. This means that not only accumulation but also the many capitals appear before capital is posited. Let us try to understand why this is logically required. It is logically required, first, because the commodity is the economic cell of the capitalist mode of production, the form assumed by products in it. Commodity production presupposes independent and individual producers, a plurality of actors is thus already at stake from the very beginning, the level zero. Even if we assume that originally these are not capitalists, they will become capitalists because, money is adequately posited only if transformed into capital. 2. Capital tends to grow and to expand to all branches of production, exactly because of its higher productivity. If commodity production is general, then everything is produced as commodity, including means of production and labor power. The production process will be possible thus only in capitalist conditions. Those who intend to participate in social reproduction will be able to do so only according to the capitalist rules. This trend of generalization is suggested by Marx himself in the manuscripts of 1861-3. 27 Moreover, the necessity of many capitals before profit is thematized explicitly when Marx considers the circulation of capitals as a whole. What we were dealing with in both Part 1 and Part 2 of Volume 2, however, was always no more than an individual capital, the movement of an autonomous part of the social capital. However, the circuits of individual capitals are interlinked, they presuppose one another, and it is precisely by being interlinked in this way that they constitute the movement of the social capital. Just as a single commodity turned out to be nothing but one term in the series of metamorphoses of the commodity world as a whole, now individual capital appears as one term in the series of metamorphoses of social capital. 28 It is logically required because, second, the fact that the whole production takes place under capitalist conditions does not mean that it is realized by a single capital. On the contrary, that is exactly what is impossible. We know in fact that each producer will become a capitalist in the long run, not that there will be only one capitalist, because production is still commodity production, we still have the commodity-money relation, exchange, and so on. The impossibility of a universal capital is clearly stated by Marx in the Grundrisse, since value forms the foundation of capital, and since it therefore necessarily exists only through exchange for counter-value, it thus necessarily repels itself from itself. A universal capital, one without alien capitals confronting it, with which it exchanges, and from the present standpoint is therefore a non-thing. The reciprocal repulsion within capitals is already contained in capital as realized exchange value. 29 It is logically required because, finally, a plurality of actors were present from the very beginning, because this is a presupposition implicit in the notion of commodity. Thanks to capital, we have, instead, an inner trend that changes each single producer into a capitalist. This is why we need accumulation in order to posit capital. Moreover, in order to have accumulation in a proper way there also needs to be a first analysis of the relationship among capitals, plural, and their accumulation, so going through circulation as well. The whole process of the accumulation of the many capitals, social general reproduction, must be included in its general concept before particularity and competition. 30 The social general reproduction is the last link before particularity. Marx became aware of the preliminary character of the social general reproduction, that is, accumulation through many capitals, in the manuscripts of 1861-3. There he wrote the following: "Furthermore, it is necessary to expose the circulation or reproduction process before dealing with deposited capital, capital and profit, since we have to explain, not only how capital produces, but also how capital is produced. But the actual movement comes out from the available capital, i.e. on the basis of the developed capitalistic production, starting from itself and presupposing itself. 31 I call accumulation the process of a single capital reproducing itself. It turns out that, from the beginning, the reproduction of this single capital sets up a relationship with others. We have seen that in the end these others can be only capitals. Each one is a link in a chain, and to posit properly the accumulation of a single one, we have to consider the condition of the accumulation of each of them in their reciprocal relation. What are the abstract conditions that allow a society of many single capitals to survive as a whole? The answer to this question is the general social reproduction that I call accumulation too. The main difference from the first plan is that, although we have many capitals, we do not yet have particularity or competition. In fact, we have not yet inquired into the trend of each capital acting as such, trying to oust other capitals. On the contrary, Marx's question is, what are the material conditions, which appear as value, that might allow this kind of society to survive and to grow? We are at the point of view of the totality of capital, not yet at the point of view of the particular capital. If we can preliminarily take into account the accumulation of a single capital to show its general laws, we cannot however properly reach profit, yet, because the single accumulation needs the accumulation of the society as a whole. The core of the distinction in the Grundrisse between generality and particularity, that is, the passage from capital as a whole to particular capitals, turns out to be unacceptable. Many capitals are already necessary in the generality, although this does not mean competition. On the contrary, in the Grundrisse many capitals and competition were in the same framework. What, then, is the main difference between generality and particularity after this change? In generality we have, first, a general attitude to the whole and, second, the coincidence of production and consumption. Marx wants first to study how categories work in pure conditions, that is, setting aside the troubling effects of competition and realization problems. These are not marginal of course, but their decisive role will be considered later, in particularity. This condition is still valid in capital volumes I and II, and for the first section of volume 3. While dealing with accumulation, Marx claims that there are at that level two clauses of abstraction. 1. All produced commodities are sold and all means of production can be purchased without problems on the market, that is, circulation and realization difficulties are for the moment left out of consideration. 2. It is presupposed that surplus value is not divided into specific and more concrete forms such as profit or interest or rent, which belong to a more determined and advanced level. 32 These two clauses were already valid in simple circulation 33 and are also still valid in circulation of capital. Note that circulation of capital has always been considered part of generality since the very beginning. This is also valid for social reproduction at the end of volume 2, where Marx explicitly states that, even if we have many capitals and their material replacement and reproduction, this does not imply that they are particular, they are not taken into account as many self-valorizing particular capitals, but inasmuch as they act as molecular parts of the whole. Therefore we can have a first study of the many capitals within generality. 34 The framework of the Grundrisse was dropped because the dialectic of the thing itself implied a more consistent development, which was outlined in the new structure. However, other limits of the original structure need to be overcome. To particularity, the main achievements due to the process of accumulation are: 1. What was presupposed, the capital/labor relation, the material preconditions of production, and so on, has now been posited by capital itself. Now capital can be a process. 2. We have the total social reproduction as a whole with the many capitals not yet free to act. Marx needs now to put together these two dimensions of his theory, the whole should include the dynamics of the particular capitals aiming at valorization. Therefore, capital can no longer be considered as ideal average and must become a result of their real dynamics in order to be properly posited and proceed to another more concrete level of abstraction. The produced surplus value is result of the whole process of capitalist production, production plus circulation, and this process is a self-developing one. The fruit of its work, surplus value, appears as the result of the whole, and so, at the surface, it seems that its rate has to be calculated with reference to all of the anticipated capital, not only to the variable part. We thus have profit and rate of profit. In the original plan this was the final step of generality that then, thanks to the further point interest, moved to particularity. After the changes, Marx does not consider interest yet, but capital's particular interaction, the forms of their reciprocal fight for self-valorization, that is, for profit. Each one realizes its general laws, yielding profit, as a particular agent, among various other particular ones. So far, we already looked at these already existent various capitals as necessary, but they were regarded as subordinated moments of capital's dynamics as a whole. Now we go further and consider their particular action as real actualizers of generality. At this point, Marx drops one of the crucial clauses of abstraction of generality: supply no longer equals demand. In particularity, Marx inquires into the interaction of capitals when these are free to move in conformity not with an average established from outside as hypothesis, but with their real movement, that is, competition. 35 Marx considers two kinds of competition. The first is inside a branch and produces a market value for all products realized and sold in that branch. This is already a social value that does not correspond to individual ones. Only the commodities produced by the capitals which apply the average technical conditions have an individual value magnitude that corresponds to the social one. The second kind of competition is among different branches and produces the price of production. This is the average of the average, that is, a particular market price, whose profit is at the same time socially average. Marx achieved this result for the first time in the manuscripts of 1861-3. 36. The argument is taken up again in the manuscripts of 1863-5 while exposing the rules of competition that give production prices as a result and, finally, thanks to Engels, in Capital Volume 3. See, for instance, the following passages: what competition brings about, first of all in one sphere, is the establishment of a uniform market value and market price out of the various individual values of commodities. But it is only the competition of capitals in different spheres that brings forth the production prices that equalizes the rates of profit between those spheres. 37 It has been said that competition equalizes profit rates between the different spheres of production to produce an average rate of profit, and that this is precisely the way in which the values of products from these various spheres are transformed into prices of production. This uninterrupted emigration and immigration of capitals that takes place between various spheres of production produces rising and falling movements in the profit rate which more or less balance one another out and thus tend to reduce the profit rate everywhere to the same common and general level. 38. A general rate of profit for the entire society is no longer an abstract concept, but a result of the real dynamics of particular capitals. A particular case incarnates the general average. This social average is obviously not unchangeable once fixed, it changes following exactly the two trends of competition toward new standards. 39 The crucial achievement we were interested in, however, is that the presupposed social average is now a result of the real process of competing capitals. The abstract magnitudes that referred to the whole are now a concrete profit gained by a particular branch of production. An average that will obviously change, but which will be replaced by another average. Particular and general are actual in a single moment. This result is the link to proceed towards singularity. We will see that interest-bearing capital is very important to achieve this, but interest is another category that changes its position from the manuscripts of 1857-8 to those of 1863 to 5.40. In simple circulation, what and how much is produced/consumed would be decisive to determine value magnitudes if we did not assume that supply equals demand. But this is only an assumption to study how the model works, even if there is no obstacle, not because consumption is inessential. 39 value magnitudes are thus posited, at this level, by the standards of production achieved through competition. Thus it is also possible to measure value magnitudes through labor time once the standards are given, and for a certain period they are given. This implies that value magnitudes are never given ex ante, and this is a sharp criticism of the traditional, so-called, labor theory of value, a definition never used by Marx and invented by Baumgartner, because it is consumption that essentially codetermines them. We cannot know before the exchanges which and how many already produced commodities will be consumed. However, it is at the same time implied that these can be measured by labor time as far as the standards last. In the long run, value magnitudes are determined by embodied labor, but the run is caused by the mutual relation of production and consumption that are both essential to fix the resulting standards. Marx refers to these standards in the manuscript of Volume 3, but this disappeared in the printed version, Marx 1991b, pages 295f, Marx 1992b, Mega 22/4.2, p. 268. If one seller produces more cheaply and can more easily undercut the others, carving out a bigger share of the market by selling below the current market price or market value, then he does so, and the action once begun, it gradually forces the others to introduce the cheaper form or production and thereby reduces the socially necessary labor to a new and lower level. The translation of Engels's edition is imprecise. The German text uses measure, not level, auf ein neues Geringers Maß reduziert. However, Marx's original was, auf einen neuen Standard reduziert, to a new standard. 40. Part of particularity is also the tendency of the rate of profit to fall, which, in my view, can be read as a first attempt at a theory of economic cycles. See Feinske 2001 and more recently Rutten 2004. Actually, this chapter and also the second section on the transformation of values into prices seems to be halfway between universality and particularity. I cannot deepen this point here, however. I think that this is one of main reasons why scholars have proposed so many different solutions to these issues, and why it is so difficult to find a proper one. In fact, Marx put the two levels next to each other and was not able to give a proper mediation. Chapter 9, which does not require competition, is just next to Chapter 10, which requires it, in the chapter on the fall of the four levels of abstraction of Marx's concept to fall. Marx deals for the first time with a few questions linked to the further development of the theory, which previously had been only sporadically indicated. We need to understand if these categories correspond to the concept of singularity sketched in 1857-8. In the cited letter to Engels, see Plan F, he spoke about the division of the Book of Capital into 4 points. In the Grundrisse draft, particularity, competition, was followed by singularity, which was further divided into 3 points. See Plan C, credit, share capital, and money market. The reconstruction of the inner logic of this part and its connection with the preceding one are made more difficult by the increasing reduction of the dialectical terminology. We find here a further difference with reference to the Grundrisse. The logic of the argument shows that interest-bearing capital is required to proceed to singularity. In the manuscripts of 1857-8 it was the step between generality, which ended with capital/profit relation, and particularity. We have seen above how Marx defined it. Point 41. The end of generality was the capital/profit relation, that is, an increased quantity of money compared with the anticipated capital. The dynamics that produced it disappears in the result. We have more money as a sort of fact. The thing money seems to be able to generate money, as if this should be a quality of it. This is the foundation of the category interest-bearing capital and of the fetishism of capital, not to be confounded with fetishism of commodities. Successively, this definition is partly conserved, partly changed. In the manuscripts of 1863–65 the same concept is taken up again with these words: with interest-bearing capital the situation is different, and this is precisely what constitutes its specific character. The owner of money who wants to valorize this as interest-bearing capital parts with it someone else, puts it into circulation, makes it into a commodity as capital not only for himself but also for others. It is not simply capital for the person who alienates it, but it is made over to the other person as capital right from the start, as value that possesses the use value of creating surplus value or profit. 42 The two expositions could seem similar, but the difference is essential, exactly because of the change in the general framework we previously analyzed. As we saw, generality consisted in an ideal average that had to proceed to a real positive average. This occurs thanks to the action of the many capitals in competition that leads to average profit and production prices. In order to posit interest-bearing capital as moment of the real process, the mere generality is then not enough. To have capital perceived as a thing, the actors of the process at the surface of the society need to become aware somehow of this average. The existence of an average fruit of capital must be socially perceived as a fact, naturally generated by capital, disregarding the real process that put it in existence. This is possible, however, only after competition has posited the ideal average as a real fact, as average social profit, something given to the social actor at the surface. This seems a fact because it appears as given. 43 Since profit yielding appears as a quality of the thing capital/money, capital can be lent as a sort of commodity, its use value is profit generation, as though we could set aside the real process of valorization. What was a general achievement in the capital/profit relation becomes now a phenomenal economic category, which really operates at the surface and also in the mind of the actors. The consequences are relevant: the characteristic movement of capital in general, the return of money to the capitalist, the return of capital to its point of departure, receives in the case of interest-bearing capital a completely superficial form, separated from the real movement whose form it is. Here therefore the return does not appear as a consequence and result of a definite series of economic processes, but rather as a consequence of a special legal contract between buyer and seller. The period of the reflux depends on the course of the reproduction process. In the case of interest-bearing capital, its return as capital seems to depend simply on the contract between lender and borrower. And so the reflux of the capital, in connection with this transaction, no longer appears as a result determined by the production process, but rather as if the capital lent out had never lost the form of money. Of course, their transactions are actually determined by the real refluxes. But this is not apparent in the transaction itself. 44. 1. Thanks to capital's relation with itself as mere quantity of money, where its increase in quantity seems to be property of the object capital, the generality of valorization is concretely individualized in interest-bearing capital. Therefore interest-bearing capital distinguishes itself from all concrete processes of capitalist production, representing, tangibly in front of them, their ideal dimension. In this way it empirically exists in front of all the other operating capitals as their essence, and these appear as one particular mode of its incarnation. General capital appears phenomenally in front of particular capitals as their immaterial form of movement, as pure M. In the manuscripts of 1861–3, Marx claims, this is the quite tangible form of self-valorizing value or of money making money, and at the same time the quite irrational form, the incomprehensible, mystified form. In the discussion of capital we started from M, of which M was only a result. We now find M as the subject. The incomprehensible form we encounter at the surface, and which has therefore constituted the starting point of our analysis, is found again as the result of the process in which the figure of capital is gradually more and more estranged and unrelated to its inner essence. We started with money as the converted form of the commodity. What we arrive at is money as the converted form of capital, just as we have known that the commodity is the precondition and the result of the production process of capital. 45 Valorization as intrinsic property of the thing money, The contradictory riddle that was the starting point of the inquiry into capital, is now a result of the process of capital as a whole. 2. This is the starting point of the fetishism of capital. In simple circulation, the thing money seemed to be value in itself, now it is capital that seems to be a thing that generate interest in itself. 46. We have thus achieved the particular existence of capital in general. 47. Interest-bearing capital appears as capital par excellence, existing capital as such that stays in front of the real processes of production as if it generated profit by itself, without going through them. Interest seems to be what repays its natural lucrativeness, while profit appears to be the result of the real material application of that abstract universality in a particular branch. Several times in this manuscript, Marx focuses on the division of capital into interest-bearing capital as Kapital an sich, Hegelian words, and its particular existing forms as operating, working capitals. Interest is definitely posited as the offspring of capital, separate, independent and outside the capitalist process itself. It is due to capital as capital. It enters into the production process and therefore proceeds from it. Capital is impregnated with interest. It does not derive interest from the production process, but brings it into it. The surplus of profit over interest, the amount of surplus value which capital derives solely from the production process, i.e., the surplus value it produces as operating capital, acquires a particular figure as industrial profit, employer's profit, industrial or commercial, depending on whether the stress is laid on the production process or the circulation process, in contrast to interest as value creation due to capital in itself, capital for itself, capital as capital. 48. Interest is a fruit of capital in itself, profit of capital in process. The abstract separation of real dimension and value dimension in the realization of capital, two dimensions that are immanent to each capital, has now become an actual one. This implies a doubling of the figure of the capitalist, on one hand, the juridical owner of capital, on the other, the real operating capitalist. There are not two different kinds of capital, interest-bearing and profit-yielding, but the self-same capital which operates in the process of production as capital, produces a profit which is divided between two different capitalists, one standing outside the process, and, as owner, representing capital as such, but it is an essential condition of this capital that it is represented by a private owner. Without this it does not become capital as opposed to wage labor, and the other representing operating capital, capital which takes part in the production process. 49. At the end of particularity, we had average profit produced by a particular branch. This was a necessary step to go further. Now, that average valorization of capital exists as universal/general form in a particular capital, but representing capital as such, in front of all other particular capitals. The universality of capital, present in each of them, is now concretely incarnated in a particular existing capital in front of them. Universal exists as particular and therefore is singular. This is a further relevant improvement with reference to the outline in the Grundrisse, where profit and interest overlapped in the end. The logic of the thing itself has shown how interest and interest-bearing capital can be posited just after competition and represent a link to singularity. For singularity now we have an existing capital in general. We now need to see how the whole of capital works when we reach this final level of abstraction. This part was developed by Marx almost exclusively in the manuscripts of 1863-5. Until a few years ago we could read only Engels's edition of Marx's manuscript of Volume 3. Thanks to the new critical edition of the works of Marx and Engels, Marx-Engels Gesamtausgabe, 50, the original manuscript appeared in 1992.51. This was the occasion for a broad debate, mainly on the transformation problem. That text, however, is also very useful as regards the question of the levels of abstraction, in particular regarding singularity. If we compare Marx's outline of the manuscript with Engels's published version, we see immediately how relevant the differences are. In particular, what was indicated by Marx as the final chapter of the part on capital, credit and fictitious capital, became one chapter among several others, a single point put next to various others, not the title of the whole part. On the contrary, Marx quite clearly intended to work out a whole divided into 3 chapters that are coherently signed as I, 2 and 3. Moreover, Engels created several chapters, also giving them a title. Some of those were produced out of passages that Marx had eloquently entitled Confusion. This part was a collage of citations that as such, evidently, did not belong to the exposition. Page numbers were also different. Engels transformed these passages into a text by putting together citations and adding a few pages of his own, before, after and in the middle of Marx's quotes. If the real subject of the section became one chapter among several others, all on the same level, and if some of those were even created by Engels himself, going back to Marx's original manuscript is then evidently crucial. As said, Marx's manuscript seems to be an exposition of a general framework entitled Credit and Fictitious Capital, divided into 3 steps. 1. A part with an outline of the features of properly capitalist credit, commercial and bank credit. 52 in Engels's edition, this became chapter 25, with, however, a few modifications. He put many footnotes directly into the text. 2. A second part, where Marx sketched the functions of credit in the capitalist mode of production. Here he concretely dealt for the first time with share capital. 53 in the published book. This is chapter 27. 3. The exposition, divided into 3 points, of this level of abstraction as a whole. 54 in Engels's edition, this is chapters 28 to 32. If we compare the structure of the manuscript with the hypothesis of the 4 levels of abstraction, we find interesting evidence. First, we have chapter 5, where interest-bearing capital represents the link to proceed towards the exposition of credit and fictitious capital as a whole. Credit as totality constitutes then the last step of the exposition of capital as such. Moreover, interest-bearing capital clearly represents the link to it. 55 Second, the central categories of credit and share capital are outlined as the most concrete forms of existence of capital. It could be shown that fictitious capital corresponds to the most developed exposition of share capital. This structure of singularity corresponds to that presented by Marx in the Grundrisse and in the aforementioned letter to Engels. This would confirm that he further elaborated a structure that was already outlined in the Grundrisse. A detailed analysis of this level of abstraction cannot be conducted here. I will limit myself to an outline. 1. In the first part of Singularity, Marx shows how the, logically, developed capitalist mode of production reshapes inherited pre-existing categories, which is here credit from the simple circulation, derived from money as means of payment, positing it in a form adequate to the new level of abstraction. 56 This becomes the new basis of the capitalist credit system. 57 The first new category is that of bank credit. The capitalist division of labor implies that the functions linked to the management of money as such are monopolized by an individual capitalist, the banker. 58 Since money is now an interest-bearing thing, by managing money the bank has the general formula of capital, M, under its control, as if it were a phenomenal object. Thus, the bank is the phenomenal, empirically existing representative of capital as such. Capital in general, which at the beginning was a mere abstraction, exists empirically as a category in interest-bearing capital and operates thanks to the universal capitalist, the bank. 59 The money market is the further development of bank credit. 60. 2. The second step consists in showing, I, the genesis of share capital, 2, its fictitious nature, and then, 3, the general achievement of this leave 0,000,000,000 of abstraction that actually can be clear only in the light of the following point. 3. The third step is the explanation of how capital works as a whole, once it has achieved its most concrete level, credit and share capital. This argument is divided into 3 further steps. The most important issue regards the independent but interconnected lives of fictitious and real capital. First, to fix the general nature of monetary flow, Marx shows that capital and circulation are not independent concepts. Disputing the accounts of Tooke and Fullerton, he leads the problem back to the different functions of money, which can exist both in revenue form and as capital. 62 Second, he shows the conceptual origin of share capital and its natural trend to become fictitious. Thus, the money market is extended to speculation. 63 Each capital has a double nature, material and monetary. The two of them do not exist separately, but interest-bearing capital allows that separation to appear possible, and thus these are split and act, each one on its own, respectively in the financial market and in material production. The first is of course dependent on the second one, but value magnitudes have to correspond only at the end. Insofar as the first undergoes its fictitious experiences, its value can apparently change according to demand and supply. This causes real money transfers. Third, he tries to outline the relationship between fictitious accumulation, which seems to become autonomous, and real accumulation. He starts with the analysis of commercial credit, setting aside the bank credit, then of commercial and bank credit together, considering the consequence on the rate of interest. 64 He then, 2, proceeds taking into account the relation between boosted shares and real accumulation of capital. 65 Finally, he considers, 3, the accomplished unity, or reunification, of value, apparently independent thanks to share and fictitious capital, and use value, the real material process of reproduction. Of abstract and concrete form of wealth in capitalist production, the crisis. 66. Conclusion. In the manuscripts of 1857-8, Marx's plan for the book on capital was divided into three main sections that, following Hegel's articulation of the concept, were called generality, particularity, and singularity. While writing his theory according to that scheme, a few changes occurred. Some features that should have been part of particularity were included in generality, that is, the relationship between one and many capitals. Some features that should have been the link between generality and particularity became the link between particularity and singularity, namely, interest-bearing capital. However, the triad continued to constitute the core of the dialectical exposition of capital, as regards the logic of the system, even if those terms were not explicitly mentioned. If, at the beginning, Marx tried to apply Hegel's scheme to a given matter, he later understood that the very theory of capital could be worked out only following its own inner dialectical logic. That is why changes occurred and the final structure is more dialectical and consistent than the original one. The consequence is that the Grundrisse were insufficient, first, for the development of the theory as a whole, because particularity and singularity were not yet considered, second, because even generality needed corrections regarding the level of abstraction of the many capitals. These changes represent improvements, because the final outline is more consistent and dialectical than the original one. On the other hand, this does not imply any rupture or radical discontinuity between the first manuscript and the subsequent ones. Rather, Marx further developed a general outline, the structure of generality/particularity/singularity, that he had initially sketched out in the Grundrisse. We then have some changes, improvements regarding the general soundness of the theory, in the same plan. However, this was not concluded and remained a draft. 67. 67 The recently published manuscripts for volumes 2 and 3 and also the materials for the revision of volume I written after 1867 do not present any new outline of the structure either of the theory of capital as a whole or of single books. This needs to be seriously taken into account. In fact, some argue that because Marx was not satisfied with what he had written and announced that he wanted to make some changes, we are allowed to speculate on what he would have done differently if he could have finished his work. However, the evidence is that Marx did not make any substantial change to the outline of his theory. The fact that Marx's theory of capital is unfinished business does not permit us to set aside what he did and to replace Marx's writings with the interpreter's ideas about never realized hypothetical modifications. This is in my view a relevant methodological mistake. Appendix: Marx's plans. Plan A. Introduction to Manuscripts of 1857-8, Marx 1986, p. 45, Marx 1976-81, Mega 22/1, p. 43. 1. The general abstract determinations, which therefore appertain more or less to all forms of society, but in the sense set forth above. 2. The categories which constitute the internal structure of bourgeois society and on which the principal classes are based. Capital, wage labor, landed property. Their relation to one another. Town and country. The three large social classes. Exchange between them. Circulation. Credit system, private. 3. The state as the epitome of bourgeois society. Analyzed in relation to itself. The unproductive classes. Taxes. National debt. Public credit. Population. Colonies. Emigration. 4. International character of production. International division of labor. International exchange. Export and import. Rate of exchange. 5. World market and crises. Plan B. Manuscripts of 1857-8, Marx 1986, pages 194f, Marx 1976-81, Mega 22/1, p. 187. I. 1. General concept of capital. 2. Particularity of capital, circulating capital, fixed capital. Capital as means of subsistence, as raw material, as instrument of labor. 3. Capital as money. 2. 1. Quantity of capital. Accumulation. 2. Capital measured in terms of itself. Profit. Interest. Value of capital, i.e. capital in distinction from itself as interest and profit. 3. The circulation of capitals, a. Exchange of capital with capital. Exchange of capital with revenue. Capital and prices, bb. Competition of capitals, cc. Concentration of capitals. 3. Capital as credit. 4. Capital as share capital. V. Capital as money market. 6. Capital as source of wealth. The capitalist. Plan C. Manuscripts of 1857-8, Marx 1986, pages 205f, Marx 1976-81, Mega 22/1, p. 199. Capital. I. Generality. 1. A. Evolution of capital from money. B. Capital and labor, mediating itself by alien labor. C. The elements of capital, distinguished according to their relationship to labor, product, raw material, instrument of labor. 2. Particularization of capital, a. Circulating capital, fixed capital. Turnover of capital. 3. Singularity of capital, capital and profit. Capital and interest. Capital as value, distinct from itself as interest and profit. The four levels of abstraction of Marx's concept of capital. 95. 2. Particularity. 1. Accumulation of capitals. 2. Competition of capitals. 3. Concentration of capitals, quantitative difference of capital as at the same time qualitative, as measure of its volume and effect. 3. Singularity. 1. Capital as credit. 2. Capital as share capital. 3. Capital as money market. Plan D. Letter to La Salle, February 22, 1858, Marx and Engels 1986, p. 270, Marx and Engels 1973, pages 550f. The whole is divided into 6 books. 1. On Capital, contains a few introductory chapters. 2. On landed property. 3. On wage labor. 4. On the state. 5. International trade. 6. World Market. Plan A. Letter to Las Alais, March 11, 1858, Marx and Engels 1986, p. 287, Marx and Engels 1973, pages 553 f. It the first installment, that is, the part he intended to send first to the publisher, which a line before had been defined as a relative whole, contains 1. Value, 2. Money, 3. Capital in general, the process of production of capital, process of its circulation, the unity of the two, or capital and profit, interest. Plan F. Letter to Engels, April 2, 1858, Marx and Engels 1986, p. 298, Marx and Engels 1973, pages 312 ff. 1. Capital falls into 4 sections. A. Capital and general. This is the substance of the first installment. B. Competition, or the interaction of many capitals. C. Credit, where capital, as against individual capitals, is shown to be a universal element. D. Share capital as the most perfected form, turning into communism, together with all its contradictions. Plan G. Index of the 7 Notebooks 1857-8, Marx 1987, p. 423, Mega 22/2, pages 3 ff. 3. Capital in general. Transformation of money into capital. 1. The production process of capital. A. The exchange of capital with labor capacity. B. Absolute surplus value. 96 Roberto Feinske. C. Relative surplus value. D. Primitive accumulation, presuppositions for the relation of capital and wage labor. E. Inversion of the law of appropriation, Ricardo 6, 1, 2, 6, 37, 38. 2. The circulation process of capital. Plan H. Plan of 1859, or 1861, Marx 1987, pages 511 ff, Mega 22/2, pages 256 ff. The process of production of capital. 1. Transformation of money into capital. Transition exchange between commodity and labor capacity. The labor process. The valorization process. General concept of surplus value. Increase in productive power, quantity and quality. With a given productive power and absolute labor time, the number of simultaneous working days must be increased. Simultaneous working days. EBIT. Population increase in productive power identical with growth of the constant part of capital as compared with its variable part. How capital must grow in order to apply the same number of workers with an increasing productive force. Disposable time. Combination of labor. Macaulay 5-2, absolute surplus value. Absolute and necessary labor time. Surplus labor. Surplus population. Surplus labor time. Surplus labor and necessary labor. Senior 3, relative surplus value. A. Cooperation of masses. BB, division of labor. Slave labor more productive than free labor, if the latter is not combined. CC, machinery. Gain of raw material, saving, through the machinery. Prices of commodities. Proudhon. The 4 levels of abstraction of Marx's concept of capital. 97. 4. Primitive accumulation. Surplus product. Surplus capital. Capital produces wage labor. Primitive accumulation. Concentration of labor capacities. Surplus value in various forms and through various means. Connection of relative and absolute surplus value. 7, 23, 24. Multiplication of branches of production. Population. 5. Wage labor and capital. Capital, collective force, civilization. Capital equals advances reproduction of the worker through the wages. Self-transcending limits of the capitalist production. Disposable time. Labor itself transformed into social labor. Real economy. Saving of labor time. But not antagonistically. Manifestation of the law of appropriation in the simple commodity circulation. Inversion of this law. Plan I. End of 1862, Marx 1989, pages 346 f, Marx 1976-82, Mega 22/3, p. 1861, the third section capital and profit to be divided in the following way: 1. Conversion of surplus value into profit. Rate of profit as distinguished from rate of surplus value. 2. Conversion of profit into average profit. Formation of the general rate of profit. Transformation of values into prices of production. 3. Adam Smith's and Ricardo's theories on profit and prices of production. 4. Rent. Illustration of the difference between value and price of production. 5. History of the so-called Ricardian law of rent. 6. Law of the fall of the rate of profit. Adam Smith, Ricardo, Carey. 7. Theories of profit. Query: whether Sismondi and Malthus should also be included in the theories of surplus value. 8. Division of profit into industrial profit and interest. Mercantile capital. Money capital. 9. Revenue and its sources. The question of the relation between the processes of production and distribution also to be included here. 10. Reflux movements of money in the process of capitalist production as a whole. 11. Vulgar economy. 12. Conclusion. Capital and wage labor. Part 2. Abstract labor, value, and money. The practical truth of abstract labor. Christopher J. Arthur. In 1857, Marx considered a central issue in his critique of political economy, namely, the nature of the category of labor. He argues that only in the most modern society is the abstract category, precisely in the determinateness of its abstraction, true in practice. This remarkable formulation of the issue comes to us from the introduction Marx wrote to his Grundrisse manuscripts. 1. Moreover, the Grundrisse contains a further discussion of abstract labor, written later that same year, which is unlike anything to appear 10 years later in Capital. 2. In the first chapter of Capital, Marx derives the category from simple circulation through the chain of reasoning: exchange value, value, labor, abstract labor. This is not how it is done in the Grundrisse. There it is situated within capitalist production. The crucial passages are in the chapter on capital in a section on the capital relation. 3. Yet the insights present in the Grundrisse are not carried forward, in particular the notion of abstract labor having practical truth, and the situation of it in the capital relation. This last aspect has been almost entirely overlooked because in capital abstract labor is found only in chapter 1. And rarely thereafter. 4. We shall see there are 3 different definitions of abstract labor in it. The aim of the present chapter is to see how and where the category of abstract labor becomes true in practice. However, although I address the relevant passages in the Grundrisse, and also capital, I go beyond them in developing the consequences of the practical abstraction intrinsic to the capitalist mode of production and exchange. This is in accord with my more general project to reconstruct Marx's Capital. Marx's Grundrisse. In the introduction, Marx draws attention to the specific character of labor under capitalist conditions. Since Smith, labor in general, not any specific kind of labor, was taken to be the source of wealth in general. But the determinateness of the category of abstract labor is the outcome of specific historical conditions and retains its validity only within these conditions. 5. Crucially, Marx argues, this abstraction is not merely the conceptual result of a concrete totality of labors, but it is a reality when individuals pass easily from one labor to another indifferently. 6. It is not entirely clear what Marx means here by wealth in general, hence it is not clear if the abstraction refers to concrete labor in general or to that abstract labor which pertains specifically to value, to abstract wealth. However, in the later sections of the Grundrisse there is less ambiguity. The discussion of abstract labor pertains to the positing of value. Labor, Marx says, as activity is not itself value but is the living source of value. 7. As such, it is labor pure and simple, abstract labor, regardless of its shape, but capable of taking on any shape. He goes on, labor must of course correspond to the particular substance of which a particular capital consists as a particular labor, but since capital as such is indifferent to every particularity of its substance, and is both the totality of all its particularities as well as the abstraction from all of them, labor confronting capital has subjectively the same totality and abstraction in itself. That is to say, though labor is in every individual case a specific kind of labor, capital can confront any specific labor, the totality of all labor confronts it potentially, and it is fortuitous which particular one confronts it at any particular time. 8. The important thing about this passage is that it is capitalist production that imposes on labor its determination as abstract, not simply commodity exchange. This is because the aim of such production is wealth in its abstract form. As a productive power, capital exists in the various factories, but as a body of value, capital is positioned as an abstract totality over against all its particular substances. Waged labor likewise exists as an array of specific jobs, yet as a source of value it confronts capital as an abstract totality, to be deployed as capital sees fit, in the creation of abstract wealth, of value. In the next couple of paragraphs Marx pushes the theme of abstraction almost, but not quite, to the point of reducing labor simply to pure activity. In these paragraphs, Marx speaks of it as purely abstract activity, merely formel activity 9, and as the positing of value. 10. Here he comes very close to abstracting altogether from the character of labor and treating it as pure movement. Unfortunately, at one point Marx plays with the notion that the actuality of abstract labor requires the empirical emptiness of all labors. 11. But it is the social abstraction itself that is real, regardless of any changes in material production. 12. Marx goes on, in several related passages in the Grundrisse, to explain that labor as the form-giving activity passes from the form of activity, of unrest, to that of fixity, of rest, when condensed in the material result, in the form of being. 13. Moreover, this dialectic is inscribed within capital itself, because in the production process the productive consumption of the elements of production is at the same time the consumption of labor. Having appropriated the labor process, capital divides into the objective elements. In the form of rest, labor. In the form of activity. 14. However, Marx does not take this thought far enough, because here he remains in the use-value dimension, not that of value, for the result is characterized as product, as a use-value. What also should have been said is that this new product is formed as value. This is the true being in which the pure form of activity is fixed. In the Grundrisse, as in the chapter in Capital on the labor process, Marx treats the process of production abstractly as a form-giving act. There is nothing wrong with such an abstraction from the concrete character of the various material production processes, as long as the abstraction is not hypostatist and said to be the real basis of the concrete. If one treats the abstract formula as having a separate existence from the concrete as the latter's truth, such that the concrete is then simply a body for the logic, then this inversion is mystical. But in the process of valorization there is indeed an autonomous existence of the ideal, insofar as the concrete labor process carries a distinct set of abstract determinations that posit value. Here the abstract formula of production, namely positing, is in its very abstraction a reality. A real inversion has occurred. Value positing is the truth of the labor process and determines the latter as the effective carrier-trigger of the valorization process. As such, the labor process is subsumed under the valorization process. 15. As thus subsumed, labor is not regarded under its specific useful forms, but it is reduced to an abstraction of itself. Thus, even though all real labor is particular in its action, here indifference towards the specific content of labor is not merely an abstraction made by the observer, it is also made by capital. When the process of valorization is borne by the material production process, this labor process takes the abstract form of the pure activity of value positing. The source of value. The question is frequently raised as to whether abstract labor is predicated on exchange or production. In truth, the answer to this presupposes the answer to the question regarding where value is created. Following the value form approach, pioneered by I. Rubin, it appears as if value is created in exchange. He therefore defined abstract labor as that part of total social labor equalized through the equation of the products of labor on the market. 16 It is clear then that it is the form of value that imposes such abstraction, thus linking the category of abstract labor inseparably with money. 17 However, as Rubin stressed, if production is carried on for the sake of exchange of commodities, value exists latently, so to speak, prior to its realization in exchange. However, this verbal solution requires further concretization. According to an orthodoxy descended from Engels, exchange is first to be studied in the context of so-called simple commodity production, or at least in the context of consideration of production in general without regard to its specification as capitalist. 18 But this approach inevitably results in the naturalization of production because social determinations seem to arise only within exchange and circulation. By contrast, if value is actual only in capitalist commodity production, then production is carried on within the circuit of capital, thus itself is value formed, hence abstract labor is also a determination of production insofar as it is subsumed under capital. As we noted above, this is how the Grundrisse presents it. Abstract labor is here a determination of the capital relation, something that is not true if it is derived in the context of some vaguer notion of commodity production as such. However, given the unity of production and circulation, the two aspects are complementary. 19 Value as pure form is posited in developed circulation, culminating in the general formula Die allgemeine Formel for capital. Then this formula is shown to be the form of a content insofar as it sinks into production. But new value arises in production under the impulse of capital to valorize itself. In this perspective, the capitalist production process is from the start considered as value formed insofar as all inputs including labor power are commodities purchased with money capital. 20 Production is form determined when located in the circuit of capital. The objects of value entering production are not devalorized when they become active as material factors. The totalization effected by the circuit is impressed on everything constituted in it. Hence we shall find two moments of abstraction according to whether the context is production or circulation. 21 However, first I will argue that it is capital, not labor, that posits the product of labor as a value, and then I will argue that the value form of the product abstracts not only from concrete labor but from labor altogether. A. The positing of value in the first published result of Marx's Grundrisse Meditations, his contribution of 1859, a definition implicit in the Grundrisse is brought out. Concrete labor is the source of material wealth, in short it is labor insofar as it produces use values. Abstract labor is the source of exchange value. 22 The claim that labor is the source of new value should not be confused with the claim that labor creates value. I shall argue that capital creates value, but it does so only through its appropriation of the labor that creates the bearer of value. 23 On the ground of the separation of the worker from the object of productive activity there results the subordination of the workers to capital, and therewith the expropriation of their productive powers by capital which exploits them for its own ends. But the essentially contested nature of this exploitation requires a new understanding of the labor theory of value as a dialectic of negativity. Adam Smith thought the laborer needs recompense for their toil and trouble. This was the basis of his value theory, but there is no process through which the individual laborers commensurate their toil and trouble with that of others. The products have a unitary form as products of capital. Thus capitals commensurate their toil and trouble, namely the time they are tied up in the production process, the time taken to pump out labor from recalcitrant workers. If socially necessary labor time is situated in the capital relation, it is seen to be the time required to appropriate labor services from the immediate producer. The imposition of the value form on the product of labor is complemented by the material reality of exploitation, which must go beyond the technical economizing of time to the pumping out of labor, so it is determined as forced labor as well as abstract labor. Value is the result of forced labor, and its magnitude is determined by the time of such exploitation. In truth, new value is not produced at all because the movement of its generation is practically abstract. Point 24 The logical abstraction of production is positing. In the production process, capital posits the result as value. Concrete labors produce use value, but the positing of the commodity as value is due to capital. While value is not produced, it is created. How do I make this distinction? Clearly, in both cases something new results. However, value is created when a new form is acquired by what is produced. Productive activity transforms one configuration of matter to another. Thus a product is made out of such material. On the orthodox view, value is made out of congealed labor. But if value is essentially a social form, and contains not an atom of matter, it is not made out of anything at all, rather, it gives social form to what production has made. It is an unobjectionable metaphor to speak of the product as the objectification of living labor, but this ahistorical fact should not be translated into a claim about the specific social character of the commodity. Point 25 Waged labor engages in its own objectification process as a mode of existence of capital. The power of preserving value and creating new value is therefore capital's power, and the process appears as one of capital's self-valorization, while the workers who produce what has value, value alien to them, are, in contrast, impoverished. Thus living labor realizes itself in the mode of denial, when reified in value. However, this is a determinate negation such that its origin in labor is preserved in sublated form. The term sublation indicates that something is denied, here that the valorization process is a labor process, and something preserved, here that waged labor is a precondition of value positing. In short, capital is the subject of production, producing above all itself, while labor is negatively posited as its sublated ground. Point 26 In this paradoxical sense, waged labor may be considered the source of value. But this is an Alice in Wonderland sense of source, because it is not to be taken positively as when the sun is a source of energy, but rather in the sense of an unfortunate necessity. The determination of labor as source of value is preserved in the negation of the negation wherewith capital negates that which opposes it, the recalcitrant worker, and presents value as a positive result. The workers labor but do not produce value, capital produces value but does not labor. Point 27 Now if we ask in this context about the practical truth of abstract labor, we reach a paradoxical conclusion. Labor is practically abstract only in its negation. Of course, the specificity of every labor process requires in each case a specific technique to impose the despotic rule of capital. But, as the abstract other of capital, its original concrete character is thoroughly sublated, preserved only in the specificity of the commodity that has value. Labor, considered positively as essential to production, is that concrete labor corresponding to the specificity of the product. Labor considered negatively is forced labor exploited by capital for whatever time is socially necessary to produce a commodity. Capital wants its production process to be frictionless, but, as forced labor, production retains the moment of negativity. However, this negation of its negation allows capital to posit itself as the author of value and surplus value. In sublating the living labor that is the material ground of valorization, capital sublates therewith the specificity of its shapes of dominance and the character of any recalcitrance overcome. This is why in exchange value labor does not appear at all, because capital represses its origin in this negativity and presents the commodity to exchange as its own product. It follows that, while what concrete labor produces has value, abstract labor does not produce value. In a text on abstract labor, there is no avoiding the canonical formula: concrete labor produces use value, abstract labor produces value. Point 28 While this idea is unquestioned in all commentary on capital, I believe this double formula is not well formulated. More precisely, abstract labor does not stand to value in the way concrete labor stands to use value. I follow the parallel already solidly established in the case of value itself. In that case we know that value contains not an atom of use value, not even use value in the abstract. Yet we know value must exist as commodities and money, transubstantiating them such that they provide a shell or bearer of value. Marx argues not only that exchange value cannot be reduced to any specific useful property but that it is abstracted from the genus utility. Although use value remains as the precondition of commodity exchange, value has no immediate relation to use value at all. It does not register the commodity's utility, however abstractly this is taken. When value totalizes all commodities in the form of an abstract identity, even though they differ materially, use value is sublated, that is, both preserved and negated. It is preserved because it remains as a precondition. It is negated because when considered as values, commodities are not considered as use values. Value cannot be reduced to use value but is other than it. To put the 2 points in the form of a condensed antithesis, value is not use value. When posited in exchange as all equally values, commodities are subject to an infinitely negative judgment. They are what they are not, because nothing of their material shape survives their transformation into values. This form of negative unity is not their own but is an imposed social form. Yet the negation of use value here stands in a determinate internal, hence dialectical, relation to the original term. This origin is hence sublated rather than rendered irrelevant. So the process of positing the product as a value must be treated in the same way. Concrete labor is sublated in an exactly parallel manner to use value. Just as the useful character of the commodity is completely abstracted from in the resulting value, so must the labor that produced it be completely abstracted from. What would it be to abstract entirely from labor in the same way that value is abstracted from use? The answer is that what is left is the pure activity of value positing. If value is ontologically distinct from use value, albeit consubstantial with it in the commodity, then the process of valorization is also distinct from the labor that carries it. The labor process is the carrier of the valorization process, just as use value is the bearer of exchange value. Concrete labor enters into value not as abstract labor but as abstracted from, entirely sublated in the movement of positing value. The value form is imposed on labors as an alien universal, identifying them against their reality as concrete rather than elucidating explicitly a generality they already have. Living labor provides the necessary bodily counterpart to the pure activity of value positing under the rule of capital but does not produce anything over and above the commodities that have value, these having been socially imputed therewith in the form of capitalist production for exchange. Nevertheless, just as value is borne by material commodities, so the abstract activity of value positing is carried by living labor in general. But it is not conceptually identical with it, however abstractly labor is taken, because the genus labor is also abstracted from. While the labor process provides material support for the valorization process, the movement is that of value itself rather than labor, hence it is to be considered logically as pure activity. In sum, labor now counts not as itself but simply as the carrier of the activity of value positing. Let us now bring together the two arguments just given, and review the various determinations assumed by labor in capitalism. A. To begin with, living labor takes concrete specific shapes, which differ according to the social form of production, of course. B. The concrete shapes may be mentally disregarded so as to generate an abstraction, labor in general, but this is an empty universal, although within capitalism it has practical relevance for someone looking for work, any work. C. By contrast, it is undoubtedly the case that living labor is concretely universal in being able to move fluidly between different tasks. Here the universal collates the concrete not in opposition to the particular but as self-specifying in its particularizations. D. Marxian practically abstract labor differs from this last, like B. It is opposed to specificity but it also establishes a real connection between labors through the mediation of the value form. E. Finally, I have introduced a further refinement when reducing form-determined labor to a pure activity, eliminating reference to material labor altogether. This is based on two arguments. Firstly, that value is not produced but posited by capital over the dead body of the worker's labor, and secondly, that if D is taken seriously, and the real connection of labors is solely through their inscription in the form of value. The living labor is present only as negated when reduced to the mere carrier of the movement of capital, just as use value bears value as its other. What is abstracted from is not merely the particular shapes which make labors different from each other, but also the characteristics of labor that are common, such as the fact that labor is expenditure of energy. This is because the abstract act of value positing does not involve expenditure of energy, although of course producing commodities does so. The process of abstraction. A number of distinctions need to be set out at this point that are central to the argument of this chapter. As does Hegel, I distinguish between two kinds of universality, I, concrete universality, 2, abstract universality. Concrete universality expresses itself in different particularizations of the universal and they are held within it as part of its sense. Abstract universality negates particularity and covers a set of singulars taken to be identical with each other in some common respect. Then there is the difference between the technical division of labor within the enterprise and the social division of labor between enterprises, in other words, between production and circulation, in the one case, mediated through a plan, in the other, by exchange. The couple concrete/abstract is determined differently in these spheres. But in both cases the potential concrete universality of A, the collective worker in the factory, B, the sociality of labor in the economy as a whole, is realized only in the mode of denial because it is not the universality established by labor itself. It is capital that A, organizes the relations of the collective worker according to its purposes, real subsumption, and B, establishes the sociality of labor through subsuming the product under exchange. It follows that there are four moments at which a shape of universality of labor is real. I, the aggregation of the labors within an enterprise is predicated on the technical division of labor. However, this universal labor distributed among jobs is not abstract in the sense opposed to the concrete, it is simply concrete labor in general which is allocated to the individuals as particularizations of this generality. 2. A further universality within an enterprise is predicated on the subordination of the laborers to capital, which exploits them for the purposes of valorization indifferently as sources of labor in the abstract. 3. There is the concrete totality of social labor, disaggregated in the social division of labor, and yet mediated in commodity circulation. This is to be distinguished from 4. That socially abstract universality predicated on the identity of the products of labor as exchange values. Also, it is necessary to distinguish the labor in socially equalized abstract labor from the labor commensurate in socially necessary labor time. The former, a qualitative notion, is socially abstract labor pertaining to the comparability of all commodities as values. The latter reduces to pure time the concrete totality of labors that are materially necessary for production of each specific commodity, allowing for additive quantitative determination. In the production of a commodity the various concrete labors have to be homogeneous so as to be added, and then averaged over firms to establish the time socially necessary. The concrete labor that produces a commodity is in fact that of the collective worker. 29 There is also an interesting dialectic, here, if we attend to how this is made up of individual labors, which, when abstracted from this whole, have no meaning. It is not a social whole made up of whole individuals, rather the singulars of which it is composed are themselves merely abstract moments of it because they have no subsistence outside it. The worker is reduced to a fraction of the concrete wholeness of the labor producing the commodity when it is the bearer of this universality. The collective worker is like a giant machine in which each motion is parcelled out to individually detailed labors. Conversely, a welder for example does much the same work whether in a car factory or a shipyard. Such work is not necessarily unskilled, but its character is determined by capital, and it is unable to act outside the collectivity of labor. So here the whole is what is concrete and unifies its abstract moments. But the singulars do not in return constitute the collective as their own, rather they see it as an alien totality to which they are indifferent, as Marx stresses in various places. In his chapter on the labor process, Marx asserts that it is not changed by its social form. This is untrue. When really subsumed by capital, the workers become like bees, not architects, with no necessity to understand the ultimate purpose of their activity. The only purpose of work for the laborer separated from the objectives of production is the wage, hence if this is all that counts, the workers may well be indifferent to the content of their labor. However, indifference is not the definition of abstract labor, it is the consequence of the double abstraction imposed by the value form on the product and on labor power. The determination of labors as abstract flows from the fact that their unity is objectively constituted only when so conceptualized by capital. The reason for this is that it is capital that organizes the collectivity in such a manner that, although really specifications of the concrete universal, the labors are alienated from their own sociality. As alienated from their bearers, the labor's own universality is supplanted by capital's universal presence. The concrete labor producing a commodity is, then, in one sense nothing but the labor of capital, because its production is here subordinated to the purpose of valorization. But in a further twist, this concrete labor of capital is itself rendered abstract through the social division of labor. What is striking about the value form is that the wealth of productive power generating an enormous range of commodities is collapsed to a single result, value, imputed to a single source, abstractly identical labor. Yet the integration of concrete labors through exchange involves different determinations from those characteristic of the collective worker in the factory. The latter is organized by capital as a concrete whole of labors, but the former is predicated on an asocial sociality in which the ideal totality of capital in general sublates the array of concrete labors organized by capital as a system. The different capitalist production processes supporting value positing are structurally ignored for the sake of commensurating the values to be realized. While all capitals count as value creating, the specific forms of the pumping out of labor from the immediate producers are ignored in this abstract universality which registers them all as homogeneous with one another. Yet social labor is the suppressed precondition of the abstract whole because capital requires this concrete universal if it is to allocate and regulate labor as required not only in the factory but across the economy. Indeed, the social division of labor, and the possibility of its redrawing, is a precondition of capitalist production. It depends on a concretely universal form of labor able to transfer easily between different occupations and tasks, unconstrained by natural scarcity of talent, or social barriers to mobility. It may well be that the concrete universality of social labor is a necessary precondition for the positing of abstract labor, but it is not to be identified with it. Point 30. Now there is a paradox in that the practical truth of abstract labor is realized only as a social totality of labors, but this social labor never exists immediately, because the totalization is effected by capital, which reduces concrete labors to moments of its totalizing drive. Time and the concept. In the collective worker the material differences are absorbed in the whole, and this reflects back on the labor process so as to posit it virtually as a universal production process carried out by undifferentiated human labor. Yet the sum of labors making up the collectivity seems a false aggregate because it really exists only as a material combination of detailed labors, not just one type of labor defined by the product. While such concrete labors cannot be aggregated in any meaningful way, capital makes this senseless aggregation ideally, and it does so under the aspect of time only, because it needs to get the commodities out as quickly as possible. Since labor is necessary to produce what has value, capital must time it, because that is datum in its competition with other capitals. Capital not only imposes the qualitative reduction of labor to motion, but its quantitative reduction to time of production as a determinant of magnitude of value. The real question is how and why it is relevant to abstract from all the features of this collective worker the one dimension of time. Why time? Marx gives a wrong answer when he observes in the Grundrisse that all economy is economy of time. 31 This is so only from our modern perspective in which time is money. In pre-capitalist society, time was not an issue, precisely because it cost nothing, and in any case it was dictated by natural cycles. As for post-capitalist economy, it is clear now that economizing on scarce resources will be prioritized over economy of time, even were that to be time for the free development of the individual. Time cannot produce anything, of course, but it counts in crystallized form as the value substance. Once the produced commodity is granted the form determination of valorized value. 32 The only possible dimension of the valorization process is the time it takes. It is not at all obvious that labor has to be measured solely by duration, as the classical thinkers assumed, but it is necessary that pure activity exists solely in the dimension of pure time. Because of the inversion of the concrete and abstract aspects of activity here, this time is abstract time, time in its concept, the passage between two intervals. And whose time exactly? Because it is capital that brings commodities into relation, and capital that commensurates them, it is capital's time that counts. Capital measures its rate of return as the generation of an increment of money between two intervals. Hence, having sunk into production, the circuit of capital determines the time of production as the time of capital. New value cannot be generated all at once, but takes time, because living labor takes time to produce what has value. So material labor is required of value positing, by the necessary descent into the finitude of the logic of valorization. The time of the capital circuit must pass from the logic of succession to the real time of duration. What really moves is always a concrete material process, yet this is determined as the carrier of the ideal logical movement, thus the time it takes is now resignified as capital's time. The magnitude of value is determined by the elapsed time of capital. The adding of concrete labors by time is required because this is the dimension in which the comparison of one process with another is undertaken by capital. One could even speak of production in terms of a socially necessary time of capital, but this has to be mapped onto the source of value measured in socially necessary labor time. In sum, capital is a totality of value in process, and when it totalizes the living labors it exploits, it determines each as the carrier of its own predicate, the time it takes. This hypostatization was already noted by Marx in his Poverty of Philosophy, 1847, where he says the worker becomes time's carcass. 33 The worker is predicated of their own predicate. Materially the worker moves in time, but ideally time moves in them. In the valorization process it is not that the worker takes time to produce something, rather time takes the worker as its carrier. The value output of such abstract motion is substantially nothing but elapsed time commensurable with other such elapsed times. The time it takes becomes fixed as the time taken. The labor process is determined as the trace time leaves in the world. This socio-historically specific shape of time is empty time, unqualified by any natural rhythms, because the force of abstraction is a practical reality. 34 There are not two different kinds of labor, concrete labor and abstract labor, but material labor which is the carrier of the time of capital and thus, by reflection from it, is counted as simple duration because that is what capital counts as effective in generating value. But materially only concrete labor is subject to reshaping. Capital cannot economize on labor in the abstract. Only labor as concrete can be measured and minimized, and each industry has its specific way of pumping out such labor, even if ideal demands are presented to it abstractly and require concrete interpretation by managers. The structure is tailor-made for institutional blindness. Don't tell me how you do it, just meet that order in time. In this sense, therefore, the concrete labor times are inputs to socially necessary labor time. It is usual in value form theory to say that money is the measure of abstract labor. 35 However, this requires careful explanation. After all, money is the measure of value, not of its substance. But as we know from physics, indirect measure is common. For example, heat is measured by the expansion of mercury even though the dimension of heat is not extension but vibration. In our case, however, it is not a matter of making do with an external measure because we cannot measure directly, it is that the magnitude to be measured is itself indeterminate until money makes value actual and therewith determines how far the time of production counts socially. Nonetheless, it seems clear that the dimension of abstract labor is elapsed time, what Marx called the immanent measure, even if its measure is money. The naturalistic view that each hour of embodied labor is value fails to see that value is a social form and that it is the social determination that reduces labor to an abstraction of itself, to elapsed time. For example, the time that is said to determine the magnitude of value is that which is socially necessary. If we understand this as the average across the competing firms, then the unity established between them in a common price means that hours in the less efficient firms count for less than in the more efficient one. Such an abstraction from the real times already makes clear that abstract labor time is socially imputed. In the case of weight, an individual weight is given regardless of the weight of other objects, but the valuation of a product of labor depends on that of all others. Their commensuration is mediated by money. 36. Marx's later presentations. Unfortunately, Marx never makes his distinction between concrete and abstract consistent. In his work after the Grundrisse, we find a number of further definitions of abstract labor. In the first chapter of Capital, the distinction between concrete and abstract is first presented in the following passage: with the disappearance of the useful character of the products of labor, the useful character of the kinds of labor represented in them also disappears. This in turn entails the disappearance of the different concrete forms of labor, altogether reduced to labor in the abstract. There is nothing left of them in each case but the same spectral objectivity, they are merely blobs of undifferentiated human labor. 37 This is presented as a purely logical requirement if value is to be adequately grounded, but it raises the issue of the real meaning of labor in the abstract. In order to elucidate this, Marx gives a number of glosses. A. The most well-known of these definitions is that given in terms of physiology. This is already present in the 1859 contribution to the Critique of Political Economy. 38 In 1867 the same idea reappears in Capital, where he says that, however different labors may be, it is a physiological truth that they are essentially expenditure of human brains, nerves, muscles, hands, etc. 39 In the second edition there first appears the canonical definition: on the one hand, all labor is an expenditure of human labor power, in the physiological sense, and it is in this quality of being equal, or abstract, human labor, that it forms billed at the value of commodities. On the other hand, all labor is an expenditure of human labor power in a particular form and with a definite aim, and it is in this quality of being concrete useful labor that it produces produziert use values. 40. b. A quite different point is made in Capital when Marx stresses the fluidity of labor. He supports the claim that values are the objective expression of homogeneous labor by arguing that the same worker may undertake both tailoring and weaving. Moreover, because of this adaptability, social labor in our capitalist society may be supplied in either shape in accordance with changes in demand for labor. 41 Here labor is taken to be a universal capable of specification in a wide range of different concrete labors. C. In the section on the forms of value he argues that it is the form of equivalent exchange that reduces concrete labors to abstract human labor. For it is only the expression of equivalence between different sorts of commodities which brings to view the specific character of value-creating labor, by actually reducing the different kinds of labor embedded in the different kinds of commodity to their common quality of being human labor in general. 42 In the first edition he stressed in each social form of labor, the labors of different individuals are related to one another as human labors too, but in this case this relating itself counts as the specifically social form of the labors. Conversely, this specifically social form of abstract human labor is actual only in commodity relations, he says. 43. Let us consider these 3.44. The definition that refers to expenditure of energy is merely a mental abstraction, a common feature of labor in that production is always hard work. This has no social significance. Therefore it does not meet the Grundrisse's criterion of practical truth as a category of capital specifically. The next point is that labor can really transform its expression from one concrete labor to another, and that such supplies of labor power are readily available to capital. Here, the stress is not on the reduction of the concrete to the same featureless abstraction, but, on the contrary, on the wealth of different forms taken by labor as a universal activity. This brings out that here labor is a concrete universal. But this has to do with its productive power in relation to use value. However, it is a separate point that, when concrete labors realize themselves as use value, simultaneously capital posits their product as value. They do not do this themselves, they simply carry out this alien intention. Now, only the last definition, namely, see, above, pertains to a social abstraction that reduces all cases to the same identity. This abstraction has actuality only on the assumption that the products concerned are products of capital. As a result of the social equivalence of commodities established in capitalist competition, the labors are socially related only through the value form of the product, which results from the absenting of all characteristics of living labor. The labor process, in the absence of such concrete determinations as make it labor, is simply a spectral movement, once capital has formed it as a valorization process. When Marx stresses that labor is not itself value but is expressed as such only. In objective form 45 this has to be read as a spectral objectivity. So to speak of this labor as materialist is misleading. Point 46 value is a spectral substance that inhabits commodities and money, but absents their materiality so as to give the ideal substance a body, but a spectral body since it is dematerialist. Value in process is carried by the labor process, but it is not labor as abstract that produces value, rather labor is abstracted from when socially signified as pure motion in time. Yet, when the unity established in capital's time is reflected onto the labor process as if that were its ground, it appears as if the material labor underpinning value positing is labor in the abstract, i.e., hypostatist as such. But this is an ideal imputation, and because value can only be generated along with the commodity that bears this social imputation, it is easy to conflate the ideal social process with the material production process. In his Grundrisse, Marx argues that the incorporation of labor into capital, along with the object and instruments of production, means that the process of production of capital is not distinct from the material process of production in general. Its determinateness of form is completely extinguished. Point 47 The upshot is that the material process of production in its immediacy appears as the self-moving content of capital. Point 48 Capital as absolute form of value determines everything inscribed within it as its own, but having taken possession of labor it can absent itself and make its avatar do all the work. This has important consequences for the fetish character of commodity production. Labor and fetishism. I distinguish between the fetish character of the commodity and fetishism, in the following way. A thing acquires a fetish character when it has socially imputed to it a power it, really, has only as a consequence of its objective positing by a social form, but where the social determinations are hidden in the objectivity of the form. 2. Fetishism occurs when that power is taken to be natural to it in social consciousness. Point 49. The social positing of commodities as values leads to the fetish character of commodities because the commodity as product per se appears as a value. Marx makes the important point that the fetish character of the commodity has objective validity. The gold fetish is a very clear example. What is decisive, here, is the ideality of the form, not the particular material that is posited as the bearer of the form by the relations within which it is inscribed. Yet the role of gold as value in autonomous form is objectively posited and therewith effectively functions as such because it bears this form determination. This fetish character becomes outright fetishism when gold is taken to be uniquely valuable by nature. In the context of capitalist production the product is what has value but as such it is a formless substrate. This allows the transubstantiation of the material body of the commodity into a value substance. Because of this, the fetish form has effectivity but it is a borrowed effectivity. The commodity is posited as a value yet its apparent power, of exchangeability, registers the effectivity of the form within which the object is inscribed. If the commodity is fetishized it is reasonable to surmise that the activity producing it may be fetishized. This is true of those who claim to have seen through the vulgar form of commodity fetishism on the market to the production of commodities. So productive labor is taken as value positing in classical political economy, and especially by Ricardian socialists, yet its apparent power of creating value really registers the effectivity of the social form within which production is carried on. How does this happen? Just as value inhabits the natural body of the commodity, so we find value positing is carried by living labor. This makes it look as if it is living labor itself that produces value as well as use value. This is nonsense if taken as a natural property of labor, but this attribution of a power of producing value has a certain objective validity, just as in the parallel case of the commodity itself. No matter that we show how this fetish character occurs, it is not merely an illusion. Just as the commodity provides a body for value, so the appearance that labor produces value has objective validity when the labors are determined as carriers of the positing of new value. This double character of the labor process, positing value at the same time as use value, is objectively determined. The positing of labor as a hypostatist pure activity gives material labor a fetish character because the pure movement of value is introjected into its carrier. Just as the value form is internalised by the commodity. But if this abstract labor is identified with the material labor given to the value form, then we have full-blown fetishism. 50 If the social valorization process is conceptually collapsed to the labor process that bears it, then productive labor in some material definition is taken to produce value. Labor, understood as a material activity, is fetishized as inherently productive of value. This is precisely what Marx does when giving a physiological definition of abstract labor. Amy Wendling has drawn attention to the influence on Marx of the new science of bodily power, physiology, which was transferred from the physicist's discovery of the transformation, and conservation, of energy. 51 The consequence of the value form is that capital treats all labor as identical in its bearing on value and surplus value. But the further identification of this socially abstract universal, a hypostatization, with the empirical similarity of labors as expenditure of energy is intended by Marx to bolster this imputation naturalistically. This is unfortunate because it puts social determinations aside in favor of an abstract materialism. The common characteristic of work as an expenditure of energy is, as a category, ahistorical, unlike the practical abstraction imposed by commodity exchange. 52 Of course, the universality of labor becomes evident only in modern capitalist society. However, the identification of this universality with expenditure of energy in the abstract is an ideological reduction of the productive potential of labor to the level of a labor power machine. But this fits beautifully capital's reflection of its own homogeneity into an equally homogeneous ground, work in the physiological sense. 53. Conclusion. We have argued that there are processes of abstraction pertaining to both circulation and production. In the hidden abode of production, the hegemony of capital over waged labor reduces labor to the recalcitrant source of value when subsumed under capital. Here capital confronts labor abstractly as its generalist other when it exploits it for the sake of producing what has value. Capital in its practice must concretely engage in the labor of the negative and struggle to really subsume labor. But when it presents the commodity to exchange, it represses this knowledge of its origin in blood and sweat as if its ideality infuses its material ground with the form of pure activity. Thus in circulation the actuality of production vanishes due to the logic of abstraction in exchange. Concrete labors are sublated in the alien universality of value. It follows that the category of labor in the abstract is problematic. The movement of value positing is not that of abstract labor but a movement that abstracts from living labor altogether. Abstract labor is the reflection onto the labor process of the unity of production established by capital on the ground of pure time. So labor is posited as abstract in two senses, qualitatively as homogeneous source, quantifiably as the bearer of time of production. In commensurating labor, time is what capital selects as its relevant parameter. Other determinations of labor, effort, fluidity, fragmentation, indifference, are cognate to this key attribute but not to be identified with it. Because labor serves as carrier of value positing, it seems as if work as such is immediately productive of value, and as if then value were a product of labor like use value. Since practically abstract labor has only a spectral existence, it is easily identified with more real generalities such as expenditure of energy. The result is that such a general form of labor is fetishized as if it produced value. Marx thought the category of abstract labor was one of the best things in his Capital. But this term is capable of many readings. I resist the identification of abstract labor with simple expenditure of energy. I prefer an interpretation rooted in the way the value form imposes this abstraction on labor. This relies upon an insight present in the first chapter of Capital but extends it behind exchange to the production process itself, as first sketched in Marx's Grundrisse. 54. Unavoidable Crises, Reflections on Backhouse and the Development of Marx's Value Form Theory in the Grundrisse. Patrick Murray. But within bourgeois society, based as it is upon exchange value, relationships of exchange and production are generated which are just so many mines to blow it to pieces. 150 years after Marx stopped work on the Grundrisse, we find turmoil in financial markets linked to subprime mortgage lending practices and a remarkable real estate bubble. What motivated Marx to write the Grundrisse was the First World Crisis of capitalism, beginning in 1857. Then, as now, proposals for banking reform arose in answer to the financial crisis. Marx begins the Grundrisse with an extended criticism of the proposals advanced by the Proudhonist Alfred Derriman. Derriman soon leads Marx to one of the most revealing topics of his analysis of the capitalist mode of production, the value form, or exchange value. In not grasping the value form, Derriman failed to recognize why capitalism requires money and is crisis-prone. While financial reforms may help to forestall or better manage crises, they cannot root them out. In thinking that the troubles of the capitalist mode of production could be overcome by making changes to circulation, Derriman exemplified misconceptions regarding the relationships among production, distribution, exchange, and consumption that Marx addressed in the general introduction to the Grundrisse. For Marx, crises provide dramatic, recurrent evidence for the most fundamental claim of his critique of political economy, namely, that the capitalist mode of production is historically specific and transitory. Marx's stomach turned at the economist's pronouncement, thus there has been history, but there is no longer any. 2 As Marx came to see, recognition of the historically specific character of the capitalist mode of production begins with the value form of the wealth it produces. The value form of the product of labor is the most abstract but also most general form of the bourgeois mode of production, which hereby is characterized as a specific type of social mode of production and thereby likewise as historical. Therefore, if one misperceives it for the eternal natural form of social production, one, then, naturally also overlooks what is specific in the value form, thus the commodity form, and, further developed, the money form, the capital form, etc. 3 Notice the weight that Marx places on social form here. Marx has been widely misunderstood because the questions that preoccupy him, questions regarding the specific social form and purpose of labor and wealth, lie outside the discursive horizon shared by the mainstream of modern philosophy and the social sciences, notably economics. There, Marx's questions do not register, they gain no traction. No wonder Marx's account of the specific social form of wealth in capitalist societies, the value form, has been overlooked, ignored, shunned, garbled, and parroted, due not simply to its conceptual complexity or any shortcomings of Marx's multiple efforts to explicate it, but primarily because it aims at answering questions that few ever ask. Over the past 4 decades, however, this interpretive situation has been changing. Certain currents in recent Marxian theory and Marx scholarship have been labeled the new dialectics or value form theory. 4 A seminal text emphasizing the mutuality of dialectics and value form theory is Hans-Georg Backhause's 1969 essay on the dialectics of the value form zur Dialektik der Wortform. 5 Backhaus trenchantly diagnosed many deep misconceptions held by the bulk of Marx's interpreters, without sparing Marx from criticism. In Backhause's judgment, despite multiple attempts to work out his radically new ideas, Marx's dialectic of the value form flopped. Backhouse points out that Marx published 4 versions of the dialectic of the value form, in the first chapter of the 1859 critique, in the first chapter of the first edition of Capital Volume I, in an appendix to the first chapter of the first edition, and in the first chapter of the second and later editions. Whether the first draft of Capital Volume I, which is almost entirely lost, stated the dialectic of the value form in terms much different from the 2 versions that appeared in the first published edition, we do not know. In all likelihood, prior to the 4 published versions, there was a draft in the original version, urtext, of the critique. Unfortunately, that part of the manuscript is also lost. Surely an urtext version, which may or may not have differed significantly from the critique itself, would have been based on relevant sections of the Grundrisse. 6. The present chapter will consider to what extent Marx's exploration of the value form in the Grundrisse counts as an early version of the dialectic of the value form and lays the basis for its presentations in the Critique and Capital. First, in order to understand what we are looking for in the Grundrisse, I will point out the scope and main ideas involved in Marx's value form theory, using the Critique and Capital Volume I as primary points of reference. Second, I will turn to Backhouse with several purposes in mind. A. I begin by highlighting a number of his seminal contributions. B. I argue that Backhouse is wrong to attribute the gross failures to understand Marx to Marx's own mistakes and omissions, even if he did make them. Misconceptions that deep must be attributed to the blind spots created by the bourgeois horizon, the discursive horizon that dominates modern philosophy and social science. It excludes realism about form, including social form, hence it lacks the conceptual space for paying attention to forms and the content of forms, which is largely the focus of Marx's inquiry. C. I argue that Backhouse is wrong to charge Marx with failing to present a coherent theory of value and with offering no dialectic of the value form. My criticism extends to those who have followed in Backhouse's footsteps on these counts, among them, the Constance/Sydney Group, Eldred and Hanlon, Michael Heinrich and Geert Rutten. By contrast, I will defend Marx's argument in Capital regarding the analysis of the commodity and, more particularly, the dialectic of the value form as presented in section 3 of chapter 1. In the third part of the paper, I will survey the extent to which Marx's dialectic of the value form is developed in the Grundrisse. The scope and main features of Marx's value form theory. The key insight of historical materialism provides the conceptual context needed for understanding Marx's theory of the value form. Marx, in his early collaboration with Friedrich Engels, developed historical materialism not simply to insist on the significance of wealth and its production, but to call attention to the overlooked phenomenological point that wealth and its production always have historically specific social forms and purposes. Marx and Engels write in the German ideology, this mode of production must not be considered simply as being the reproduction of the physical existence of the individuals. Rather, it is a definite form of activity of these individuals, a definite form of expressing their life, a definite mode of life on their part. Point 7 here, Marx and Engels oppose traditional attitudes that, precisely because they abstract from the definite social forms that belong to the production of wealth, dismissing the latter as bearing solely on the mere reproduction of the physical existence of human beings rather than determining their mode of life. Point 8 The traditional view finds in the provisioning for human life little food for thought. Marx's complaint against traditional ways of thinking is that they ignore the fact that wealth and its production always have historically specific social forms and that those forms are pervasive and of great consequence. The idea that specific social form reaches all the way down and therefore must be an element in the fundamental concepts of a social theory is the watershed idea of Marx's historical materialism. The value form, or exchange value, is a specific social form of the products of labor where the capitalist mode of production predominates. It is inseparable from value-producing labor, which is a specific social form of labor under capitalism. With this background in mind, let us turn now to indicating the scope and main features of Marx's theory of the value form. Marx's theory of the value form is one aspect of his analysis of the commodity. The double character of the commodity as a use value that has an exchange value, that is, a valid price, leads Marx to argue that exchange value is the expression of a third thing that is common to commodities, namely value. There is a double movement to Marx's theory of value. He reasons first from exchange value to value and then from value to exchange value. The dialectic of the value form, which argues that value necessarily appears as exchange value, belongs to Marx's joint examination of value's substance, the determination of its magnitude, and its form of appearance. These three, value's substance, magnitude, and its form of appearance, are inseparable in Marx's account. Failure to recognize that inseparability, in particular by splitting off the form of value from its substance and magnitude, leads to interpretive blind alleys. The crux of Marx's value form theory lies in the proposition that money is the necessary form of appearance of value. 9 That means that the price form is the value form, for only in money can the value of commodities be expressed. Furthermore, it means that commodities, value, exchange value, money, and prices constitute, for Marx, a whole from which no moment can be extracted. He titles the first part of Capital Volume I Commodities and Money for good reason. As Marx repeatedly insists, what is exchanged in barter are use values, not commodities. Commodities are use values that have valid prices. 10 The necessity of money, as distinct from commodities, to express value reveals a fundamental, if hard to discern, feature of the value form. It is necessarily polar. Furthermore, the polarity of the value form harbors an antagonism that makes capitalism irremediably prone to crises. It is by no means self-evident that the form of direct and universal exchangeability is an antagonistic form, as inseparable from its opposite, the form of non-direct exchangeability, as the positivity of one pole of a magnet is from the negativity of the other pole. 11 Recognizing the necessary polarity of the value form and the necessarily antagonistic character of that polarity are among Marx's major, if overlooked, discoveries. Commodities and money are the two poles of the value form, which is another way of saying that the price form is the value form. The value form, or exchange value, is the expression of the value of a commodity in the only thing that can express it, namely money. Marx, apparently drawing on Ricardo's phrase relative value, terms the pole in which the commodity whose value is being expressed finds itself, the relative value form. 12 At the other pole, money, in which the value of the other commodity is being expressed, occupies the equivalent value form. Marx writes of these two forms, the relative form of value and the equivalent form are two inseparable moments, which belong to and mutually condition each other, but, at the same time, they are mutually exclusive or opposed extremes, i.e. poles of the expression of value. 13 As a consequence, money has no price. We are, perhaps, better acquainted with the peculiarities of the equivalent form, but the relative form of value expresses in its own way three features of value that Marx uncovers in the exploration of the substance and magnitude of value in sections 1 and 2 of chapter 1. Two conclusions that Marx drew regarding the substance of value were, 1. It is congealed abstract labor and, 2. It is purely social. The relative form of value expresses both of these features of the substance of value. The relative value form also expresses Marx's conclusion that the quantity of labor a commodity contains determines the magnitude of its value. A given quantity of any commodity contains a definite quantity of human labor. Therefore the form of value must not only express value in general, but also quantitatively determined value, i.e., the magnitude of value. 14 The relative value form accomplishes this by equating a definite quantity of the commodity with a definite quantity of money, where those quantities are determined by the quantities of labor each contain. How else can the quantities of the two be fixed? Marx then explores the consequences for the relative form of the fact that changes in productivity may decrease or increase the amount of labor contained in the commodity or money or both. He concludes, Thus real changes in the magnitude of value are neither unequivocally nor exhaustively reflected in their relative expression, or, in other words, in the magnitude of the relative value. 15 This provides Marx's answer to those who seek a fixed measure of value: there can be none. Direct exchangeability is what characterizes the equivalent value form. Its three peculiarities are: a. Use value becomes the form of appearance of its opposite, value, 16, b. Concrete labor becomes the form of manifestation of its opposite, abstract human labor, 17, and c. Private labor takes the form of its opposite, namely labor in its directly social form. 18 In the notorious section 3 of the first chapter of Capital Volume I, the value form or exchange value, Marx presents a dialectical argument for the necessity of money in order to express value by working backwards from the price form to the simple, isolated, or accidental form of value. 19 In presenting the dialectic of the value form in section 3, Marx begins with that simple value form and works his way up to the money form, or price form. The dialectic proceeds by identifying the defects of the first three candidates to serve as the expression of value: the simple form, the total or expanded form, and the general form. Each new form, culminating in the fourth and final form, the money form, represents an advance over the previous one inasmuch as it more adequately expresses value. Finding a fully adequate expression of value is what drives the dialectic in section 3. Defects and advances are judged against this standard. Clearly, the examination of the substance and magnitude of value in sections 1 and 2 are necessary in order to establish the standard. Until we know what value is, we cannot ascertain what can adequately express it. 20 Marx's presentation in section 3 is open to misinterpretation. First, in actuality, there is only one value form, the price form. The three inadequate forms leading up to the money or price form are conceptual devices designed by Marx to instruct the reader by unpacking the price form in order to establish that it alone can express value. 21 The movements, then, from one form to the next, are dialectical ones that should not be treated as directly historical, even if they may have implications for the genesis of money and commodities. 22 Another way that Marx indicates that this is how he understands these forms is by dedicating chapter 2, the exchange process, to the actual genesis of money. 23 This, then, is a further feature of how Marx investigates the value form. He offers an account of the genesis of money in the process of exchange. 24 This historical chapter is required by the account he offers of the money form, for only social action in the sphere of exchange can validate one commodity as the sole, socially valid universal equivalent. Money necessarily crystallizes out of the process of exchange, in which different products of labor are in fact equated with each other, and thus converted into commodities. 25 In the chapter on the exchange process, Marx makes explicit the conundrum latent in the joint theory of the substance, magnitude, and form of value presented in chapter 1. Value and exchange are inseparable. Their exchange puts them in relation with each other as values and realizes them as values. Hence commodities must be realized as values before they can be realized as use values. On the other hand, they must stand the test as use values before they can be realized as values. Only the act of exchange can prove whether that labor is useful for others, and its product consequently capable of satisfying the needs of others. 26. Much of the controversy within and over value form theory involves playing one aspect of this conundrum off against the other. The fetishism of commodities, which was listed as the fourth peculiarity of the equivalent value form in the appendix to the first edition of chapter 1, belongs to the analysis of the value form and appears in all four versions of the value form analysis noted by Backhouse. 27 For Marx, the value form of the product of labor, and the commodity and money fetishisms that are inseparable from it, are rooted in the peculiar social form of labor in capitalist societies, as the foregoing analysis has already demonstrated. This fetishism of the world of commodities arises from the peculiar social character of the labor which produces them. 28 This recognition illustrates the point that Marx was making in the general introduction to the Grundrisse, namely, that production, distribution, exchange and consumption are inseparable. Backhouse opens the door onto the tremendous scope of Marx's theory of the value form when he writes, "The analysis of the logical structure of the value form is not to be separated from the analysis of its historical, social content." Point 29. So the investigation of the vast qualitative sociological consequences of the value form, which, as we see now, encompasses the commodity form and the money form, belong to the scope of Marx's inquiry into the value form. Point 30. By the same token, Marx's theory of the value form has momentous implications for historical dialectics and the philosophy of history. Hans-Georg Backhouse's On the Dialectics of the Value Form. Backhouse's contributions. Any reflections on Backhouse's essay on the dialectics of the value form must begin with an appreciation of its contributions. Already on the first page we encounter four potent observations. 1. Marx's theory of value has been mistakenly identified with the classical, or Ricardian, labor theory of value. Marx's theory is actually cut from different cloth, it is all about the specific social form of labor. 2. Marx has been mistaken for a political economist, when, in fact, he is a profound critic of political economy. 3. What Rubin called the qualitative sociological side of Marx's theory of value has been missed. 4. Marx's theory of the value form has been ignored, misunderstood, or parroted back. On the next page appears another agenda-setting finding. 5. The dialectical nature of Marx's presentation in Capital has been either ignored or grossly misunderstood. These are 5 of the most important broad theses taken up by the best Marx scholarship of the last 4 decades. To these he adds several more. 6. It is first to be recalled that use values are always posited in the price form. 31. 7. Innumerable authors ignore the claim of the labor theory of value to derive money as money and thus to inaugurate a specific theory of money. 32. 8. Ricardo's false theory of money is the quantity theory, whose critique is intended by the analysis of the value form. 33. 9. The analysis of the logical structure of the value form is not to be separated from the analysis of its historical, social content. 34. All in all, Backhouse's contribution in this essay is remarkable. A certain blindness is the problem. Very early in the essay, Backhouse starts to spread the blame for the disordered interpretive situation to Marx himself. The deficient appraisal reception of the value form analysis, however, is not to be attributed solely to a certain blindness to the problem on the part of interpreters. The inadequacy of its presentations can only be understood on the presupposition that Marx left behind no finished version of the labor theory of value. 35. So, Marx had the idea for a post-Ricardian theory of value that included a dialectical presentation of the value form, but he botched the job. Backhouse expresses further reservations about Marx's presentation, this time emphasizing Marx's faulty or absent dialectics. In the foreword to the first edition of Capital, Marx speaks explicitly of the fact that dialectics characterizes his presentation of the labor theory of value. If the conventional interpretations without exception ignore these dialectics, then the question must be gone into whether the defectiveness of the presentation concerns not only the value form analysis section 3 but also the first 2 sections in the first chapter of Capital. 36. For Backhouse, then, there is a reflux from the problems with Marx's dialectic of the value form back to his account of the substance and magnitude of value. I find Backhouse's move to spread the blame to Marx implausible, and I say that even if Backhouse is right that there are serious lapses in Marx's presentation. 37. In the next section of the paper, I will defend Marx from Backhouse's charges. But, setting that aside, I do not find it credible that shortcomings in Marx's presentation can explain how interpreters can altogether miss the topic of the value form or fail to notice the conceptual gulf separating Marx from Ricardo, or remain unaware of the bearing of Marx's theory of value on his theory of money, or overlook the dialectical nature of Marx's presentation in Capital. It is more plausible to attribute misinterpretations of this magnitude to a certain blindness to the value form and to dialectics. The problem is one of discursive horizons. 38 Underlying the major failures of interpretation that Backhouse identifies is the incapacity to detect the topic of the specific social form and purpose of wealth and labor. Backhouse notes, the economistic one-sidedness chastised by Marx consists in the fact that economics operates as a separate branch of the scientific division of labor on the plane of pre-constituted economic objects. 39 Fine. But Backhouse does not explain how these economic objects are preconstituted or why they are objectionable. What is wrong about the way that economic objects are preconstituted is that they exclude specific social form and purpose. Because human needs, labor, and wealth always have specific social form and purpose, by omitting them from its fundamental concepts, economics engages in bad abstraction. As a consequence, the discourse of economics, which purports to be generally applicable, is impoverished, worse, false. Marx grants that some general observations may be made about the provisioning process, but they do not constitute a science. The idea that there can be a generally applicable science of economics is a terrible misapprehension. In Capital, Marx's critique of political economy, he informs his readers from the opening sentence that his undertaking is not of the purportedly general sort. Rather, what he provides is a thorough investigation of social forms and purposes specific to the capitalist mode of production, beginning with the analysis of the commodity form. Marx's discourse, then, is a radically different and vastly richer one, freed of the bad abstractions of economics. 40. A defense of Marx's dialectic of the value form. I begin with a couple more of Backhouse's criticisms of Marx on which to focus my reply. To me it seems that the mode of presentation in Capital in no way makes clear the expository, erkenntnisleitend, motive of Marx's value form analysis, namely, the question why this content assumes that form. The defective mediation of substance and form of value is already expressed in the fact that in the development of value a gap can be shown. The transition from the second to the third section of the first chapter is no longer sensible as a necessary transition. 41 Put more bluntly, Marx's analysis of the commodity, then, presents itself as an unmediated jump from the substance to the form of appearance. 42 In that case, Marx fails to meet the standard that Backhouse spells out for dialectics. The dialectical method cannot be restricted to leading the form of appearance back to the essence, it must show in addition why the essence assumes precisely this or that form of appearance. 43 I agree with this expectation. Moreover, this is the standard that Marx set for himself and thought that he met. Our analysis has shown that the form of value, that is, the expression of the value of a commodity, arises from the nature of commodity value. 44 But did Marx succeed? I believe so. Marx repeatedly states his intention to pursue a double movement, from exchange value to value, substance and magnitude, back to exchange value or the value form. 45 Put more abstractly, his strategy is to move from appearance to essence to the necessity of the appearance based on the essence. This is the course that Marx follows. To show the necessity of these appearances, exchange values, in this case, we first have to get to the essence, value. The only justification for positing value, though, is that it appears. So the analysis of the commodity must start from the appearance of value, that is, the valid gultage prices of commodities. In a two-step argument, Marx reasons that the replaceability of commodities as exchange values demonstrates that their exchange values express something equal and so must be manifestations of a third thing underlying their disparate natural characteristics that makes them commensurable. 46 This he calls value. The second step is to argue that congealed abstract labor must be that third thing, it constitutes the substance of value, which is utterly abstract and wholly social. Marx proceeds to argue that the magnitude of value is determined by the amount of labor time contained in the commodity. These, then, are the three salient points for the dialectic of the value form that emerge from Marx's account of the substance and magnitude of value. 1. Value is wholly abstract. 2. Value is a purely social substance, and 3. Values are quantitatively definite as determined by the amount of labor time in the commodity. These three features of value provide standards against which candidates for the value form are to be judged. In section 3, Marx keeps calling our attention to this fact. This fits Backhaus's expectation of dialectics, to show why this essence, value, must take exactly that form of appearance, exchange value, price. Backhaus skates over the first 3 paragraphs of section 3, which precede the introduction of the simple form of value, giving us the impression that Marx has nothing to say about the transition from value's substance and magnitude to its form. In fact, Marx is not drawing a blank, he is making key arguments in those paragraphs, with more arguments to come when he identifies the defects and advances involved with the different value forms. As Hegel realized, essence must appear. What other justification can there be for positing essence in the first place? Accordingly, Marx begins section 3, commodities come into the world in the form of use values or material goods when corpern, such as iron, linen, corn, etc. This is their plain homely, natural form. However, they are only commodities because they have a dual nature, because they are at the same time objects of utility and bearers of value. Therefore they only appear as commodities, or have the form of commodities, insofar as they possess a double form, i.e., natural form and value form. 47 Commodities are use values and values. Value is the specific social form of the commodity, but how does value present itself? The natural form of a commodity gives expression to its nature as use value, but how can its specific social character, its value nature, be expressed? Immediately, we face a twofold conundrum posed by the results of the investigation into the substance of value. How can what is wholly abstract present itself to us in the material makeup of a commodity, and how can what is wholly social appear in the natural form of the commodity? Yet value must appear. I cannot express the value of linen in linen. As Marx says, 20 yards of linen equals 20 yards of linen is not an expression of value. 48 How then? The solution to the twofold conundrum leads us to exchange value, to the price form. Marx offers the answer, here in the first edition version, but commodities are material things sachsen, whatever they are they must be either materially sachlich or they must show in their own relationships with material things. 49 Since commodities cannot show their value nature materially, value is supersensible, not material, as Marx reminds us with a coarse reference to Dame Quickly. They must show it in their relationships with other material things, with other commodities, since a commodity cannot be related to itself as equivalent, and therefore cannot make its own physical shape into the expression of its own value. It must be related to another commodity as equivalent, and therefore must make the physical shape of another commodity into its own value form. 50 That is the fundamental point, and, as Aristotle observed, it can be illustrated just as well by the simple value form, for example, 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat, as the money form. Marx nicely pulls together this line of dialectical reasoning in the first edition version of Chapter 1. The commodity is by nature a twofold thing, use value and value, the product of useful labor and congealed abstract labor. In order to present itself as what it is, it must therefore double its form. The commodity comes by the form of a use value naturally. It is its natural form. Value form it comes by only in commerce with other commodities. But its value form must itself also be an objective form. The only objective forms of commodities are their useful shapes, their natural forms. Since the natural form of a commodity, linen for example, is precisely the opposite of its value form, it must make another natural form, the natural form of another commodity into its value form. 51 The solution to the first part of the conundrum, how to represent the supersensible value of a commodity in a commodity, is just what is needed to solve the second part, how to represent something purely social in the natural form of a commodity. 52 Marx reminds us of the second outcome of his investigation of the substance of value. However, let us remember that commodities possess an objective character as values only insofar as they are all expressions of an identical social substance, human labor, that their objective character as values is therefore purely social. Point 53. Marx follows this up, reasoning again from specific properties of the essence, value, to a specific form of its appearance, exchange value. From this it follows self-evidently that it value can only appear in the social relation between commodity and commodity. Point 54. Value, which is purely social, cannot be expressed in the natural form of a single commodity, yet what but the natural form of another commodity is there in which value can be expressed? Marx concludes, the simplest value relation is evidently that of one commodity to another commodity of a different kind, it does not matter which one. Hence the relation between the values of two commodities supplies us with the simplest expression of the value of a single commodity. Point 55. As indicated earlier, Marx's presentation of the relative value form divides into two subsections. These two are designed to track the results of Marx's investigations of the substance of value and its magnitude, respectively. The first subsection rehearses the points we have just covered. As Marx puts it, the relative form of value expresses everything. Our analysis of the value of commodities previously told us. Point 56. In other words, Marx says he is doing just what Backhaus says a dialectical presentation should do. The relative form of value expresses the two conclusions that Marx drew regarding the substance of value: 1. It is congealed abstract labor, and 2. It is purely social. The second subsection addresses the conclusions Marx reached regarding the magnitude of value. That the quantity of labor a commodity contains determines the magnitude of its value is also expressed in the relative value form. A given quantity of any commodity contains a definite quantity of human labor. Therefore the form of value must not only express value in general, but also quantitatively determined value, i.e., the magnitude of value. Point 57. Marx explicitly appeals to the results of the investigation of the magnitude of value, the essence, as a standard for the expression of value, appearance. This is accomplished by a definite quantity of the commodity in the relative value form equating itself with a definite quantity of another commodity, where those quantities are determined by the quantities of labor each contain. Point 58. The value form gives expression to the contradictions of the commodity form, the overarching topic of the analysis of the commodity. The commodity is at once a material use value and a supersensible thing, value. Producing value, the concrete labor involved in making the commodity counts as abstract labor. Thirdly, as value producing, the privately undertaken labor employed in making the commodity counts as directly social labor. The value form expresses these three contradictions of the commodity in the three peculiarities of the equivalent value form. In the equivalent value form, value, which is supersensible, is expressed in a concrete use value, abstract labor is expressed in the product of concrete labor, and directly social labor is expressed in the product of privately undertaken labor. Marx's dialectic of the value form in section 3 is completed by identifying the defects and the advances involved in the several candidates to be the value form, culminating in the conclusion that only the price form adequately expresses value. The defect of the simple value form is obvious enough. The expression of the value of commodity A in terms of any other commodity B merely distinguishes the value of A from its use value, and therefore merely places A in an exchange relation with any particular single different kind of commodity, instead of representing A's qualitative equality with all other commodities and its quantitative proportionality to them. Point 59. In other words, an adequate expression of value must present, 1. The commodity's qualitative equality with all other commodities, and 2. Its quantitative proportionality to all other commodities. The expanded or total form does that, but it has its own defects. Firstly, the relative expression of value of the commodity is incomplete, because the series of its representations never comes to an end. Secondly, it is a motley mosaic of disparate and unconnected expressions of value. And lastly, if, as must be the case, the relative value of each commodity is expressed in this expanded form, it follows that the relative form of value of each commodity is an endless series of expressions of value which are all different from the relative form of value of every other commodity. 60 So the expanded form establishes no uniform relative value form. These defects are corrected by the general allgemeine value form. The commodities now present their values to us, 1. In a simple form, because in a single commodity, 2. In a unified form, because in the same commodity each time. Their form of value is simple and common to all, hence general. 61 Marx adds, reminding us again that it is the nature of value that guides his judgments about how value must appear. By this form, commodities are, for the first time, really brought into relation with each other as values, or permitted to appear to each other as exchange values. 62 One way in which this is true harkens back to the conclusion of the investigation of the substance of value that it is purely social. The general form of value, on the other hand, can only arise as the joint contribution of the whole world of commodities. A commodity only acquires a general expression of its value if, at the same time, all other commodities express their values in the same equivalent, and every newly emergent commodity must follow suit. It thus becomes evident that because the objectivity of commodities as values is the purely social existence of these things, it can only be expressed through the whole range of their social relations, consequently the form of their value must possess social validity. 63 One defect of the general form remains, and it concerns the social validity of the commodity in the equivalent value form. The universal equivalent form is a form of value in general. It can therefore be assumed by any commodity. Only when this exclusion becomes finally restricted to a specific kind of commodity does the uniform relative form of value of the world of commodities attain objective fixedness and general social validity. 64 For any commodity to attain this fixed, general social validity as the universal equivalent is not a matter of conceptual dialectics, it requires social action in the process of exchange. Consequently, the examination of the exchange process, Chapter 2 of Capital Volume I, belongs to the complete investigation of the value form. Value form in the Grundrisse. The second subsection under the treatment of the general value form in Section 3 provides a natural transition into the final section of this chapter, on the value form in the Grundrisse. What Marx's dialectic of the value form shows is that the contradictions inherent in the commodity form require money and register social antagonisms. Marx writes, it is by no means self-evident that the form of direct and universal exchangeability is an antagonistic form, as inseparable from its opposite, the form of non-direct exchangeability, as the positivity of one pole of a magnet is from the negativity of the other pole. This has allowed the illusion to arise that all commodities can simultaneously be imprinted with the stamp of direct exchangeability, in the same way that it might be imagined that all Catholics can be popes. It is, of course, highly desirable in the eyes of the petty bourgeois, who views the production of commodities as the absolute summit of human freedom and individual independence, that the inconveniences resulting from the impossibility of exchanging commodities directly, which are inherent in this form, should be removed. This Philistine utopia is depicted in the Socialism of Proudhon. 65 The inconvenience of world economic crisis spurred Marx to begin the Grundrisse with the critique of Proudhon's disciple Derriman. It does not take Marx long to get at the underlying point of his critique of Derriman. Marx describes the crux of Derriman's reform proposals as follows: abolish this privilege of gold and silver, demote them to the level of all other commodities. Then you do not abolish the specific evil of gold and silver. Money, or of notes convertible into gold and silver. You do away with all evils. Or rather promote all commodities to the monopoly status now possessed by gold and silver. Let the papacy remain, but make everyone pope. Do away with money by turning every commodity into money and endowing it with the specific properties of money. 66 Derriman's discursive horizons are the problem. The most important questions are not questions for him. Marx observes, the answer can often consist only in the critique of the question, can often be provided only by denying the question itself. The real question is, does not the bourgeois system of exchange itself make a specific instrument of exchange necessary? Does it not of necessity create a special equivalent of all values? Derriman naturally passes over this question with enthusiasm. 67 Of course, this question is the one Marx takes up in the dialectic of the value form in Capital, and, as we have seen, his answer is yes, commodity exchange requires money. Moreover, money expresses the contradictions of the commodity form antagonistically. Marx gives the same answer in the Grundrisse, where, in his chapter on money, he works out so many of the ideas that appear in the first 3 chapters of Capital Volume I. Derriman proposes to eliminate money and the inconveniences associated with it by replacing money with labor-time certificates. 68 Marx had already criticized the earlier labor-money schemes of Bray and Gray in The Poverty of Philosophy. Marx renews his criticism in the Grundrisse, observing, "The first basic illusion of the champions of labor-time tickets consists in this, that by abolishing the nominal distinction between real value and market value, between exchange value and price, by expressing value in labor time itself instead of in a particular objectification of labor time, say, gold and silver, they also remove the real distinction and contradiction between price and value. On that basis it is self-evident how the simple introduction of labor time tickets would remove all crises, all defects of bourgeois production. The money price of commodities equals their real value, demand equals supply, production equals consumption, money simultaneously abolished and retained, the labor time whose product the commodity is, which is materialist in the commodity, would need merely to be stated to produce its corresponding counterpart in a token of value, in money, in labor time tickets. Each commodity would thus be directly transformed into money, and gold and silver for their part reduced to the rank of all other commodities. 69 The labor money proposal denies the polarity of the value form. Effectively, it wants all commodities to be in the equivalent form, that is, to be directly exchangeable, directly social. In arguing that price does not equal value, Marx is arguing that commodities are not directly exchangeable. Due to unavoidable fluctuations in supply and demand, prices fluctuate around values, while at the same time values may change due to changes in productivity. Marx reasons that because price does not equal value, because commodities are not directly exchangeable, labor time cannot express value, money must, because price does not equal value, the element determining value, labor time, cannot be the element in which prices are expressed. For labor time would have to express itself at once as the determining and the non-determining element, as the equivalent and the non-equivalent of itself. Because labor time as a measure of value exists only ideally, it cannot serve as the material for the comparison of prices. This also explains how and why the value relationship assumes a material and distinct existence in the form of money. This point to be developed further. The distinction between price and value demands that values as prices be measured by a yardstick other than their own. Price as distinct from value is necessarily money price. 70 As this passage shows, Marx's response to Derriman is to reject labor money, affirm the necessity that value be expressed in money prices, and to set himself the task of working through the dialectic of the value form in order to explain how and why the value relationship assumes a material and distinct existence in the form of money. In the pages that follow, a section called The Origin and Essence of Money, Marx explores the dialectics of the value form, anticipating many of the points that are better articulated and more deliberately developed in the Critique and the first 2 editions of Capital. Since the form of value must express value, we must first know what value is. Marx answers that the value of the commodity is something different from the commodity itself because as use values, commodities are of course distinct, possess different properties, are measured in different units, are incommensurable. 71 Yet value is a commodity's quantitatively determined exchangeability. 72 The quantitative determination of value presupposes that, as values, all commodities are qualitatively equal and only quantitatively different, hence they can be measured in terms of each other and are mutually replaceable, exchangeable, convertible into each other, in definite quantitative proportions. 73 In Capital Volume I, Marx appeals to this mutual replaceability to prove that there is some third thing that commodities have in common, which he calls value. 74 Since as use values commodities are incommensurable, the third thing must be something abstract, something other than any natural property of a commodity. Marx identifies labor as this third thing and the quantity of labor time as the determinant of the magnitude of value. Its value is equal to the quantity of labor time realized in it. 75 If value is nothing natural, what sort of thing is it? The answer anticipates capital volume I. Value is their social relationship. 76 In short order, we have here in the Grundrisse the basics of Marx's account of the substance and magnitude of value in place. The substance of value is something abstract, labor, which is wholly social, non-natural. The magnitude of value is determined by the amount of labor time. A phrase that Marx employs again and again throughout this section is as value, the commodity. Here is a revealing case. As value, the commodity is at the same time an equivalent for all other commodities in a particular ratio. As value, the commodity is an equivalent. As an equivalent, all its natural properties are extinguished, it no longer bears any particular qualitative relationship to other commodities, but it is the general measure, the general representative, and the general means of exchange for all other commodities. As value it is money. 77 This as value rubric is Marx's way here in the Grundrisse of working out the dialectic of the value form. For the whole point of the value form is to express the nature of the commodity as value. 78 Only money accomplishes that. We see here the terminology of the equivalent value form in development. In the exchange value relation, it is precisely the role of money to function as value, that is, to be the equivalent. Of course, Marx does not mean that the commodity is money, rather, and here he affirms the basic point of value form theory, its property as value not only can, but must, at the same time acquire an existence distinct from its natural existence. 79 Why? Because, since commodities as values are only quantitatively different from each other, every commodity must be qualitatively distinct from its own value. Its value therefore must also have an existence qualitatively distinguishable from it, and in the actual exchange the separability must become an actual separation, because the natural distinctions between commodities must come into contradiction with their economic equivalents. The two can exist alongside one another only through the commodity acquiring a dual existence. A natural existence and alongside it a purely economic one. 80 Marx follows up with an as-value litany of the contradictions inherent in the commodity form that necessitate money. As value, every commodity is uniformly divisible, in its natural existence, it is not. As value it remains the same, no matter how many metamorphoses and forms of existence it goes through. In reality, commodities are exchanged only because they are different and correspond to different systems of needs. As value, it is general, as an actual commodity it is something particular. As value, it is always exchangeable, in actual exchange it is exchangeable only if it fulfills certain conditions. As value, the extent of its exchangeability is determined by itself in actual exchange, it is exchangeable only in quantities related to its natural properties and corresponding to the needs of the exchangers. 81 Among the other points found here is the idea that direct exchangeability defines the equivalent, money. Though Marx does not work up the four value forms that he employs from the Critique on, in effect, he calls attention to the defect of the simple value form when he writes, in order to realize the commodity at a stroke as exchange value and to give it the general effect of exchange value, its exchange for a particular commodity is not sufficient. It must be exchanged for a third thing which is not itself a particular commodity but the symbol of the commodity as commodity. Of the commodity's exchange value itself, which therefore represents, say, labor time as such, say a piece of paper. 82 He follows this with the familiar observations that this symbol presupposes general recognition, is a product of exchange itself, not the execution of a preconceived idea. 83 Here, Marx makes two key points in value form theory. Money requires social validation that comes only through the exchange process, and the emergence of money through the exchange process is spontaneous. In fact, the commodity which serves as the mediator of exchange is only transformed into money, into a symbol, gradually. As soon as that has happened, a symbol of the mediating commodity can in turn replace the commodity itself. 84 This claim that money as means of circulation can be replaced by a non-commodity symbol, such as a paper bill, recurs in Marx's treatment of the topic in Chapter 3 of Capital Volume I. Marx then brings the foregoing investigation into the value form back to bear on his critique of Derrimann's reform proposals. The exchange value of a product thus produces money alongside the product. Just as it is impossible to abolish complications and contradictions arising from the existence of money alongside specific commodities by changing the form of money, it is likewise impossible to abolish money itself, so long as exchange value remains the social form of products. It is essential to understand this clearly, so as not to set oneself impossible tasks, and to know the limits within which monetary reform and changes in circulation can remodel the relations of production and the social relations based upon them. 85 Marx briefly alludes to what we recognize as the fetishism of the commodity and of money. In proportion as the producers become dependent upon exchange, exchange appears to become independent of them. The rift between the product as product and the product as exchange value appears to widen. Money does not create this opposition and this contradiction; on the contrary, their development creates the apparently transcendental power of money. 86 As the commodity form is generalized, producers become increasingly subject to the power of the mutual relations of their own products, that is, to the price system. In the same process, social power concentrates in valuable commodities and money. By way of exploring the consequences of the value form, Marx poses a follow-up question. The next question which confronts us is this: does not the existence of money alongside commodities contain from the outset contradictions inherent in this very relationship? 87 He has already prepped us for the answer, which is yes. First, he observes, the contradiction between the commodity's specific natural properties and its general social properties contains from the outset the possibility that these two separate forms of existence of the commodity are not mutually convertible. 88 Marx will later express this point in terms of the polarity of the value form, of which there has been no mention through these parts of the Grundrisse, by which only the commodity in the equivalent value form, that is, money, is directly exchangeable. Commodities, which are in the relative value form, are not. The next three consequences concern topics that Marx takes up in Capital after the first two chapters. Second, the necessity of money to express value splits exchange into two mutually independent acts: exchange of the commodity for money, exchange of the money for a commodity, buying and selling. Their immediate identity ceases to exist. They may correspond or not. It is possible that consonance between them may now be fully attained only by passing through the most extreme dissonances. 89 Crises, then, are native to the generalization of the commodity form of wealth. Third, the separation of buying and selling opens the door to a merchant estate. The separation between the motives of merchants and consumers can give rise to trade crises. 90 Moreover, the rise of a merchant estate, whose characteristic form of circulation is MCM, actually, MCM plus delta M, the first form of capital, indicates the reversal consequent to the emergence of the value form, money. Money is originally the representative of all values; in practice it is the other way round, and all real products and all labor become representatives of money. 91 Marx's statement that it is inherent in money to turn itself from a means to an end suggests that money presupposes capital. 92 A fourth consequence of the value form is that money also comes into contradiction with itself and its determination, because it is itself a particular commodity, even if only a symbol, and thus, in its exchange with other commodities, is again subject to particular conditions of exchange which contradict its universal unconditional exchangeability. 93 These difficulties, which might include recoinage issues, a dual monetary standard, silver and gold, and competing fiat currencies, bring home the problems involved in establishing the social validity required by the money form. Marx's explorations in the Grundrisse of the qualitative sociological and historical implications of the value form deserve separate treatment. 94 I will conclude by selecting just a few highlights from this rich material. Marx's observations concern people's attitude toward things, toward their own productive activities, and toward other persons. Here, Marx emphasizes the venality that comes with the value form of the product of labor, the exchangeability of all products, activities, relationships for a third, objective entity, which in turn can be exchanged for everything without distinction, in other words, the development of exchange values, and of monetary relationships, is identical with general venality, with corruption. General prostitution appears as a necessary phase in the development of the social character of personal inclinations, capacities, abilities, activities. More politely expressed, the universal relationship of utility and usefulness. 95 Regarding attitudes towards one's productive activities and toward other persons, Marx observes, the absolute mutual dependence of individuals, who are indifferent to one another, constitutes their social connection. The social connection is expressed in exchange value, in which alone his own activity or his product becomes an activity or product for the individual himself. He must produce a general product, exchange value, or exchange value isolated by itself, individualist, money. On the other hand, the power that each individual exercises over the activity of others or over social wealth exists in him as the owner of exchange values, of money. He carries his social power, as also his connection with society in his pocket. 96 As indifferent to one another, participants in commerce are guided strictly by their private interest. But Marx is quick to disabuse us of the idea that this private interest is something natural which commercial society has liberated from the encumbrances of traditional societies. The point is rather that private interest is itself already a socially determined interest and can be attained only within the conditions laid down by society and with the means provided by society, and therefore tied to the reproduction of these conditions and means. It is the interest of private persons, but its content, as well as the form and means of its realization, are given by social conditions that are independent of them all. 97 The society in which the product of labor takes the value form as its social form is one where purely private interests clash with one another within an alienated system of absolute mutual dependence, a price regime in which people are ruled by abstractions. 98 As such, the emergence of the value form as the specific social form of the product of labor marks a watershed in world history. Marx employs this observation to set out a three-stage account of world history, whose third stage lies in the future, relationships of personal dependence, which originally arise quite spontaneously, are the first forms of society, in which human productivity develops only to a limited extent and at isolated points. Personal independence based upon dependence mediated by things is the second great form, and only in it is a system of general social exchange of matter, a system of universal relations, universal requirements, and universal capacities, formed. Free individuality, based on the universal development of the individuals and the subordination of their communal, social productivity, which is their social possession Vermogen, is the third stage. The second stage creates the conditions for the third. Patriarchal conditions and those of antiquity, likewise feudal ones, therefore decline with the development of trade, luxury, money, exchange value, in the same measure in which modern society grows with them step by step. 99 Marx underlines the point that the second stage creates the conditions for the third by observing, universally developed individuals, whose social relationships are their own communal relations and therefore subjected to their own communal control, are not products of nature but of history. The degree and the universality of development of the capacities in which this kind of individuality becomes possible, presupposes precisely production on the basis of exchange value, which, along with the universality of the estrangement of individuals from themselves and from others, now also produces the universality and generality of all their relations and abilities. 100 In the recurrent crises precipitated by the value form, Marx saw catalysts for that third historical stage. Part 3. The concept of capital. The transformation of money into capital. Martha Campbell. Besides the transformation of money into capital, as Part 2 of Capital Volume I is called, there are two drafts on the same subject in the Grundrisse and the Urtext. 1. Scholars disagree over both the proper interpretation of these texts and whether Marx's argument is the same in all of them. I will focus on the version of the transformation in capital, and argue that the same line of reasoning is present in the earlier drafts. 2. In this final version, Marx achieves the most tightly organized and sparest statement of his argument. Moreover, he has by then refined his economic terminology and is using it consistently. Capital and the two drafts are, therefore, mutually illuminating. On the one hand, the strict order and terminology of capital provide a guide to understanding the drafts, first, because it reveals the argument whole, without digressions, second, because it dispels confusions arising from imperfections in Marx's language. On the other hand, the drafts, especially the Grundrisse, alleviate the brevity of capital. Elaborations on and alternative statements of the same points clarify Marx's meaning and lend additional support for interpreting capital. How the transformation from money to capital is understood evidently depends on the interpretation of the first section of Marx's argument. His reference to the capitalist mode of production in the opening sentence of Capital might seem to make at least this version of the starting point unambiguous. By itself, however, this reference settles nothing since it does not specify the particular way that capitalism is addressed in Part 1. At least three different interpretations of capital's beginning have been proposed, all of them consistent with the opening sentence. It has been argued that Part 1 refers to 1. Simple commodity production, conceived as an historical antecedent of capitalism, 3. 2. The commodity form of production in general, conceived an abstract moment of capitalism, at which all that exists are individuals who are taken to be producers for exchange, 4. and 3. Simple commodity circulation, conceived of as an abstract aspect of the capitalist mode of production and unique to it. 5. These different interpretations of Part 1 of Capital imply different conceptions of its relation to Part 2, or in other words, of the principle underlying the transformation of money into capital. Here, there are two alternatives: either the introduction of capital in Part 2 marks a break with what has come before, or capital is implicit in, and so derived from, results established in Part 1. The simple circulation interpretation of Part 1 is consistent with the second conception of the relation between the two parts. The transformation of money into capital can be accomplished by a logical transition because simple circulation, as one aspect of the capitalist mode of production and unique to it, implies other aspects of the same system. In this chapter, I proceed on the assumption that the simple circulation interpretation of Part 1 is correct, and focus on the argument of Part 2, to make the case that capital is derived as the presupposition for commodity circulation. More specifically, I argue that Chapter 4 of Capital demonstrates that commodity exchange cannot exist as an ongoing and continuous or established process except as one phase of the circulation of capital. Because circulation is a permanently existing process but is unable to recreate itself, it presupposes capital. With this, our conception of circulation is transformed. What was formerly conceived as simple circulation is revealed to be the sphere of circulation, a phase of the circulation of capital, and simple circulation, the conception of commodity exchange independent of capital, is recognized as the appearance form of the capitalist mode of production. Preliminary evidence for capital as the presupposition of simple circulation in the most general terms. The case that capital is derived as the presupposition of simple circulation rests on the principle Marx attributes to the completed bourgeois system as an organic system, that every economic relation presupposes every other in its bourgeois economic form. 6 Second, applying this principle specifically to the relation between simple circulation and capital, he says. The consideration of simple circulation shows us the general concept of capital, because within the bourgeois mode of production simple circulation itself exists only as the presupposition of capital and as presupposing capital. 7 In a third passage, Marx claims that simple circulation presupposes the capitalist system in its entirety. Disclosing the presuppositions of simple circulation, he maintains, will demonstrate the inversion of the law of appropriation as it appears in simple circulation. Evidently referring to the analysis that he will present, he says that an analysis of the specific form of the division of labor, of the conditions of production on which it rests, and of the economic relationships of the members of the society to which these conditions of production are reduced, would show that the whole system of bourgeois production is presupposed by exchange value appearing on its surface as a simple point of departure, and by the exchange process, as it unfolds in simple circulation. It would thus follow from this complete analysis, MC, that already other, further developed relations of production, more or less conflicting with the freedom and independence of individuals, are presupposed so that, as free private producers in simple relations of purchase and sale, they could confront each other in the circulation process and figure as its independent subjects. Point 8. I will come back to this third passage later and focus, for the moment, on the second. As it indicates, Marx conceives the interdependence of simple circulation and capital to run in both directions, each is the premise of the other. The line of argument in one of these directions is nearly self-evident in capital. Given Marx's thesis that capital is value in process, or, in other words, value preserved and expanded as it alternates between the money and commodity forms, it is obvious that capital presupposes money and commodities and so simple circulation. While dependence in this direction is clear, it is not clear what drives the transition from simple circulation to capital or makes the transition in that direction necessary, or, in other words, why simple circulation presupposes capital. Point 9. To make the point in different terms, the argument of capital from the commodity to wage labor exhibits the principle of increasing independence of value. Point 10. Briefly stated, just to describe the sequence, value, first identified as one aspect of the commodity, is shown to acquire an independent embodiment in money. Value's increasing independence then appears in the increasing prominence of money in Marx's account of its functions in Chapter 3. Money is first ideal as measure, then real, but transient, as means of circulation, and finally, the goal of exchange in its third set of functions. Point 11. In Part 2, value as capital is independent in the sense that it has the capacity to reproduce itself and so is truly able to stand on its own. Then, because value as capital requires that value increase continually and this cannot be accomplished entirely within the sphere of commodity exchange, the existence of capital is shown to require the purchase, within circulation, of labor capacity as the commodity wage labor and the consumption of that commodity outside the sphere of commodity exchange, but within the circulation of capital. Last in this sequence, the existence of wage labor in turn requires the two conditions that make the worker doubly free. This second way of describing the argument sequence in capital raises the same question as before: why must value move from being free in the sense of having its own form, money, to being free in the sense of being self-reproducing, capital? To answer this question, the sequence may be considered in reverse. As noted earlier, Marx claims that the presupposition relation runs in that direction as well. The last step in the sequence, from wage labor to the conditions that make the worker doubly free, makes clear what the presupposition relation entails. The first condition, that workers own themselves, makes the form of labor power consistent with the social relations considered up to that point. The relation of capitalist and wage laborer is, to begin with, at least, one instance of an exchange relation. Exchange exists historically along with relations that are immediately recognizable as relations of unequal power, relations of dependence as Marx calls them, such as slavery or the social hierarchy of feudalism. As I will argue later, in connection with Chapter 4 of Capital, exchange is incidental to these other relationships and to the modes of production they constitute. If commodities are products with value, strictly speaking, exchange in these instances is not commodity exchange. By contrast, exchange is necessary to capitalism and its character as necessary is distinctive of capitalism. Marx excludes these other relations of dependence and confines our attention to the implications of the exchange of commodities to disclose the necessary connection between commodity exchange and the capital/wage-labor relation. In other words, he is establishing that the capital/wage-labor relation of dependence is implicit in the nature of commodity exchange. Point 12. The second condition. The worker's propertylessness forces the worker to sell labor power. Because it makes the sale of labor power necessary, it guarantees that labor power will be available for purchase. This condition is the presupposition for wage labor because it explains why wage labor is not accidental. As I will argue, capital is the presupposition for the sphere of commodity exchange in the same way. Commodity circulation presupposes capital in the sense that capital, and only capital, makes commodity circulation necessary. Because capital guarantees the existence of commodity circulation, it accounts for the latter's presence. Marx presents the core of this argument in Chapter 4 of Capital. Chapter 4 of Capital. It is true that Marx introduces the MCM circuit as something that is just there. We find it, he says. Point 13. For some scholars, the abruptness of this introduction is evidence that parts 1 and 2 of Capital are logically discontinuous. Point 14. Marx, however, neither just drops simple circulation once he introduces MCM nor leaves MCM just as we find it. Instead, he devotes all of Chapter 4 to disclosing the difference in content that lies behind its difference from CMC. Point 15. Once he identifies that content, value expanding and preserving itself, he explains why it must take the MCM form. Value requires an independent form in order to assert its identity with itself. Point 16. The same argument structure is apparent in Chapter 1 of Capital in the derivation of value from exchange value in Section 1 and the return back in Section 3. Where Marx explains why value must appear as exchange value, by then further specified as money. In the same way, the MCM circuit is introduced in Chapter 4 as the appearance form of capital, or as the way to gain access to what capital is. Point 17. There is a parallel, then, between Chapters 1 and 4, in that, in the former, exchange value is the appearance form of value, while in the latter, MCM is the appearance form of value as capital. Compared to Marx's two earlier drafts of the transformation of money into capital, the presentation in Capital is extremely compact. Since the major points of the argument are the same in all versions, as I will show by comparing them, the two drafts can fill out the argument in Capital. Point 18. A second problem in all versions has to do with Marx's terminology. In the drafts, Marx uses the same term with different meanings. It is well established that Marx did not distinguish between exchange value and value, but as I will argue, he sometimes uses value to mean capital, sometimes money to mean capital, and circulation can mean either commodity exchange or the circulation of capital. For the most part, Marx eliminates these double meanings in Capital, but this can create other confusions. On the one hand, the double meanings express a truth. In reality, for example, value does not exist without capital because capital is just value preserved. Value's preservation entails its expansion. Point 19. This truth can get lost in the more precise terminological distinctions in Capital. We could think that value has an existence separate from capital because there is a separate word for it. On the other hand, the terminology in Capital is precise, but if the distinctions are not noticed, Marx just seems to be saying the same thing over and over. First round compares the order of succession in the two circuits, which are taken as given to begin with, and reveals the reflux of money. Second round moves from the reflux to the goals of the two circuits, yielding the definition of capital as valorization process. Third round moves from valorization to the disclosure that capital circulation reproduces itself, and simple circulation does not. With this, CMC vanishes and there are no further comparisons, although Marx refers to simple circulation until the end of Part 2, Point 20. Because it is unable to reproduce itself, commodity circulation gets absorbed into the circulation of capital. The final section of Chapter 4 brings out the conclusions that follow from the comparisons. A cautionary note, because the argument accomplishes a transformation, It changes the way that circulation is conceived. Statements that are true in the context of one round become false once that round is superseded. Avoiding precipices. Before he even gets to the first of these, Marx cajoles us away from the edges of two precipices. The first is the idea of the capital circuit as money which begets money. Point 21. As Marx explains at the end of chapter 4, this is the mercantilist description of capital. Point 22. It refers to the value form, money, but in it the whole process vanishes, meaning the process that Marx initially schematizes by the transition from M to C and of C back to M, because mercantilism omits the commodity. As we will see, Marx moves progressively further from the mercantilist position throughout the first and second rounds of comparison. He has already distanced himself from that position by incorporating the commodity into the circuit of capital. The mercantilist conception of capital as self-reproducing exchange value captures the form wherein exchange value is the point of departure, but its mistake, signaled here by its omission of the commodity, is that the connection with the content is dropped. Point 23. The exact counterpart of mercantilism is the classical view. Its definition of capital as objectified labor which serves as means for new labor, production, involves the mirror image mistake. It refers to the simple material of capital but omits the value form without which it is not capital. Point 24. These two positions repeat the division within the commodity between exchange value and use value. Marx's MCM corrects both mistakes, that of the mercantilists by incorporating the commodity and that of the classicals by making both extremes of the capital circuit money. The mercantilist and classical positions, however, are not ingredients that can just be mixed together. Each captures one aspect of capital, but conceives even that aspect incorrectly because the connection to the other aspect is missing. Marx's exposition of the implications of MCM overturns the classical material of capital into the content, valorization. The second precipice is to focus right away on the quantities involved in the circuit of capital, which is done, for example, when capital is defined by profit or, worse yet, by the systems, or the capitalists. Intention of producing a profit. Point 25. The question is, what is profit? In other words, what are the quantities amounts of? For the mercantilists, they are amounts of money, for the classicals, they are amounts of use value, but both call these value. Marx maintains that profit is a specific relation to capital itself, so that attempts to explain capital by profit just presuppose what they purport to explain. Capital is already presupposed in its explanation, Marx says. Point 26. Marx, therefore, directs our attention to the characteristic and original path of MCM, distracting us, for the moment, from the obvious fact that the second M must, or is intended to, be larger than the first. Point 27. This gets us to the first comparison of the two circuits. First round. That the two circuits have the same features, the two phases, elements, dramatis personae, and so forth, establishes that MCM is also a kind of circulation. This lays the foundation for the eventual change in the meaning of circulation from CMC, which will be shown to be a repetition rather than a real circle, to MCM, which both describes a true circle and one that encloses commodity exchange. Point 28. As Marx says at the very end of chapter 4, MCM, by then, MCM, is capital as it appears directly in the sphere of circulation. Point 29. The first difference between the two circuits is that they invert means and ends. The rest of chapter 4 spells out the implications of this inversion. Initially, the means and ends, commodities and money, are regarded from the perspective established in Part 1 of Capital. They are opposites and, in the first round of comparison, value is equated with the money form. Thus that money is a means in the CMC circuit implies that the value form is merely a means, mere money as Marx says later, or incidental. Point 30. Money's position in the middle between two commodities implies that value does not flow past the end of any one circuit, making value discontinuous between different circuits. Marx indicates the incidental and discontinuous character that value has in CMC by such statements as the whole process comes to an end when money is given up or that money is definitively transferred. 31 The inversion into MCM implies that value is continuous and the goal. Because this is posed in terms of the money form, Marx says that money is advanced or flows back to its initial point of departure. 32 This result resembles the mercantilist idea of capital because of its fixation on the money form, but the observation of the advance and return of money in MCM transforms that idea into a process. This transformation reveals the reflux of money, which will become the initial basis for comparing the two circuits in the second round. Marx still averts our gaze from the amounts involved in MCM, noting that the reflux does not depend on the commodities being sold for more than was paid for it. 33. Second round. In the second round, Marx uses the reflux of money to disclose the goals that the two circuits accomplish. The change in perspective between the first and second rounds is evident in MCM, because the reflux is a process. It shifts attention from the money form itself to the flow through the circuit of something that is the same and that appears in money. 34 Having identified the reflux as the result of the first round, Marx makes it the standard by which both circuits are evaluated. This seems like an odd way of proceeding, since CMC is judged by a standard derived from its opposite, MCM. In other words, simple circulation is examined to see whether it can accomplish the same result as capital, which is a test it always fails. Marx will repeat this procedure in the third round, where the justification for it also emerges, namely, that MCM is able to sustain itself whereas CMC is not. For the moment, the evaluation of both circuits in terms of the reflux of money reveals the irrelevance of the reflux to CMC. The expenditure of money has nothing to do with its reflux. 35 For money to return in CMC would require an entirely separate repetition of the circuit, and even then money leaves once the second circuit ends. By contrast, the reflux is necessary to MCM. Without it, the operation fails, or the process is interrupted and incomplete. 36 The reflux is an ongoing process. Its irrelevance to CMC reinforces the point that each of these circuits is a discrete entity, disconnected from the others, whereas each MCM flows into another one. The irrelevance of the reflux in one case and its necessity in the other also reveals the goals of the two circuits. The qualitative difference between the two commodities in CMC shows its goal to be use value. Because MCM proceeds from and returns to the same extreme, Marx says that its purpose is exchange value. 37 This is another step away from the mercantilist focus on the money form. Having taken that step, however, Marx would be expected to say that the purpose is value rather than exchange value. In the earlier texts, Marx uses these two terms interchangeably, but it would be strange for him to do so here. He has emphasized in part on of capital that exchange value is the appearance form of value. This is unlikely to have slipped his mind since, here in part 2, he is deriving the content of another appearance form, MCM. Value does appear in the next paragraph in connection with both circuits, suggesting that Marx's use of the term exchange value is absolutely intentional. In the MCM circuit, Marx introduces value simultaneously with surplus value, which indicates that the content of the circuit is the two together. The reflux brings out the character of MCM as a process. When value appears from exchange value in MCM, it is value in process, or valorization. The term exchange value, then, is intermediate between money, in the first round, and value as valorization, which ends the second round. Exchange value exists in circulation but also refers to value expanding through it, as differentiated from part 1 where exchange value, further specified as money, was the form of value. Marx moves from exchange value to valorization by noting, first, that the MCM circuit has nothing to do with use value since its extremes are both money and, in money, all particular use values have been extinguished. 38 Second, because there is no qualitative difference between the two extremes, there must be a change in quantity, as Marx says in the text, this quantitative increase of value is the only process which value can perform as such. 39 This change in quantity, which Marx finally allows to be noticed, is an increment over the original value, not money or exchange value, or surplus value. 40 This yields the definition of capital. Instead of money, it is now value originally advanced. With this, the mercantilist position is superseded. Circulation is now values circulation, not the commodities. Finally, in its circulation, value both remains intact and increases in magnitude, or as Marx puts it in the Grundrisse, value preserves itself through increase. 41 This ends the second round, but before turning to the third, the developments in CMC need to be taken into account. Having argued that the goal of CMC is use value or the satisfaction of needs, Marx presents CMC as the mirror image of MCM. Its two extremes are of equal value and qualitatively different use value. The value form then disappears from CMC. One way to see this is by constructing the parallel to Marx's argument on MCM. There he says that the use values of commodities were extinguished in money. The counterpart for CMC is that value is extinguished. Perhaps because this happens only after CMC ends and the final commodity falls out of circulation and into consumption, Marx expresses this instead by describing the extremes of CMC simply as products. 42 With this, the CS have lost their value form because it is not required for the purpose CMC serves. Products do not need to be commodities to satisfy needs. 43 To state it differently, need satisfaction can be accomplished by a variety of other social arrangements besides commodity exchange. Hence the purpose, satisfying needs, does not account for the existence of any particular form that the process of satisfying needs takes, including this particular form, exchange. I will return to this point in connection with the third round. The disappearance of the value form from CMC seems to contradict Marx's claim that the commodities are of equal value. Marx's definition of capital already suggests that circulation is the circulation of value as capital. He says, the value originally advanced not only remains intact while in circulation but increases in magnitude. 44 The third round will explain why this is true. It is within that circulation, as one phase of it, that the commodities exchanged are of equal value. 45 Third round. Having defined capital as the movement of valorization, Marx devotes the third round to spelling out an implication of this definition, that valorization is a reproduction process, and simple circulation is not. MCM is self-renewing because, 1. The forms of circulation, money and commodities, are necessary for its purpose, and also, 2. Accomplishing its purpose continually restores these forms. To put it differently, valorization is circulation, although of a different kind than simple circulation, because it involves the forms, money and commodities, and transitions between them. As argued earlier, the point of Marx's discussion of the features common to the circuits in the first round is that MCM is also circulation. Because the purpose is value expansion and this cannot be accomplished except in and through circulation, circulation exists for its own sake or is in an end in itself. 46 To consider Marx's case in more detail, the first point he makes directly about MCM in the third round is that its end and its beginning are the same. If we take end in its straightforward sense to mean the last step in the circuit, then the sameness of end and beginning describes the form of a circle, which is the path of renewal. Their sameness indicates that, by the course of its circulation, MCM, or capital, recreates the starting point of its circulation, the initial form, money, so that the circuit could begin again. 47 Marx appears to say precisely this later on in the paragraph. At the end of the movement, money emerges once again as its starting point, but, as I will argue shortly, that single point is there layered with an additional meaning. 48 When Marx says the end and the beginning are the same, he concludes the sentence by saying, and this very fact makes the movement an endless one. 49 The sentence as a whole plays on the double meaning of end as concluding step and as purpose, which Aristotle also employs in the argument Marx quotes from the Politics. 50 End as purpose is the connecting link between this sentence and the preceding one, where Marx says of simple circulation that it finds its measure and its goal in a final purpose that lies outside it. It is end as purpose that makes the movement endless, end as final step makes reproduction possible. Any given M not only can but must become a new M to accomplish the purpose of the circuit, otherwise capital would cease. In other words, valorization can occur only by the movement of value through the forms that make up circulation, and so, only if value remains within circulation, in the MCM sense. Marx elaborates on this point in two ways. One is to note that if M, or exchange value, leaves circulation to become a hoard, it becomes money in its third function rather than capital. Marx speaks of absolute wealth as capital's vocation because absolute wealth, like truth, is a pursuit or endless process rather than an achieved result. 51 Because absolute wealth is a pursuit, any given M automatically becomes a new M, the distinction between them, the quantitative difference achieved, vanishes immediately. 52 When Marx returns to the language of end and starting point at the close of the third round, this is not just to say that M has the right form to become a new M. Although he does say that, but also that any achieved quantitative difference in value enhances the further expansion of value. The combination of end as final step and end as purpose modifies the circle into an expanding spiral that has no end, is limitless. 53 Capital also becomes money if M leaves MCM circulation and becomes money as means of circulation in simple circulation. Marx examines the second possibility by comparing the endless renewal of capital with the repetition or renewal of selling in order to buy. The schema, CMC, has already dropped out. Marx's last reference to it is in the preceding paragraph, to be considered shortly. 54 The difference Marx points to is that the renewal is within circulation in the case of capital, whereas it is outside circulation in the case of simple circulation. The comparison reveals the importance of that difference. In the already much quoted passage, Marx says, of simple circulation, that the repetition or renewal of the act of selling in order to buy finds its measure and its goal, as does the process itself, in a final purpose which lies outside it, namely consumption, the satisfaction of definite needs. 55 The purpose of the process itself was already disclosed to be use value in the second round. As differentiated from that, Marx is now considering the repetition of the process so as to compare this to the renewal of capital. 56 Lies outside means that the purpose is actually realized outside circulation, the commodity has to drop out of circulation to be consumed, and, when it does, it loses the commodity form. As this implies, lies outside also means that the purpose realized both by the circuit and by its repetition does not require the forms of circulation, that is, it can be realized in various other ways besides circulation. This is why commodities turned into products in the second round. To this, the third round adds that the purpose of satisfying needs does not guarantee the reproduction of circulation and so guarantee that circulation is an established, continuously existing process. This means that circulation could exist, but its existence would be accidental rather than necessary. For example, it could be incidental to a great variety of other social arrangements that serve some purpose other than valorization. The forms that have existed historically usually combine political and economic goals and are often justified on religious grounds. Circulation could go in and out of existence, leaving these other arrangements intact. On the other side, the within circulation of capital means that valorization is the only purpose for which the forms of circulation, money, and commodities, are necessary. Because valorization is both an endless process and a process that can occur only within circulation, or, in other words, necessarily involves money and commodities, it guarantees the perpetual reproduction of circulation, in the same way that the propertylessness of the worker guarantees a perpetual supply of labor. Valorization, therefore, makes circulation an established process or institution, which the massive heap of commodities noted at the beginning of Capital indicates that it is. Marx expresses this most directly in the concluding section of the chapter, to which I will turn shortly. For the moment, there is one last element of the third round. In Marx's presentation this is its first step, that needs to be considered. Once Marx defines capital as valorization, he examines CMC to see whether value could increase in this circuit. 57 It might seem that Marx is asking, can commodity exchange accomplish the increase in value that is required for capital? This, however, is the question that Chapter 5 answers. It can be raised only after Marx has established that circulation is capital's circulation, MCM. This is what Marx is establishing here, and in all of Chapter 4. Marx is repeating the same procedure he followed in the second round, evaluating CMC by a standard derived from MCM. In the second round, the standard was the reflux; in the third, it is increased value. The reason to ask whether CMC can do either of these things, as is now evident from the rest of the argument, is that these are the things circulation would have to do to be self-sustaining, the conditions it would have to fulfill to reproduce itself. In turn, only the perpetual reproduction of circulation guarantees its continuous existence and so its presence as an established process. Marx says that it is possible for value to increase in simple circulation, but this would be accidental, which is the same as the way commodity exchange exists without capital. Increasing value, however, is the purpose that must be realized to guarantee the reproduction of circulation. That simple circulation does not normally do this means that circulation is really the circulation of capital. 58 In other words, the idea we have of circulation as simple circulation is overturned because this kind of circulation, CMC, cannot sustain itself. By this, circulation is instead established to be the circulation of capital. The statement of this same idea in the Grundrisse reads as follows. The repetition of the process simple circulation, MC from either of the points, money or commodity, is not posited within the conditions of exchange itself. Circulation does not carry within itself the principle of self-renewal, the preservation and increase of value, MC. Circulation, therefore, exists only insofar as it is constantly mediated. 59 Because simple circulation does not posit its extremes, meaning guarantee the reproduction of the forms, money and commodities, Marx says it is now negated as simple exchange and circulation of both money and commodity. In other words, the conception of circulation as simple or direct circulation is superseded by the recognition that circulation is really mediated circulation or capital. 60 The last time that CMC appears in Chapter 4 of Capital is in the paragraph, just quoted, in which value is said to increase only by accident in CMC. That CMC then vanishes indicates that it has been superseded by MCM. In the two earlier drafts on the transformation of money into capital, Marx uses the same term circulation but switches its meaning from simple circulation to circulation as capital. It may be assumed that he knows what he means and there is no intended reader to alert. For example, in the last Grundrisse passage quoted, when Marx says that circulation does not carry within itself the principle of self-renewal, he is evidently referring to simple circulation. Later in the same paragraph, he says now, meaning, as capital, circulation itself returns back into the activity which posits or produces exchange values. 61 Apart from circulation in the definition of capital, I find one instance of an unannounced switch in the meaning of circulation in capital, nearly at the end of Chapter 4. Value therefore now becomes value in process, money in process, and, as such, capital. It comes out of circulation, enters into it again, preserves and multiplies itself within circulation, emerges from it with an increased size, and starts the same cycle again and again. 62 Here, the first circulation that value as money is said to come out of, and as we later find out, must go into production, is circulation in the sense of commodity exchange. The second circulation, in which value is said to preserve and multiply itself, is the circulation of capital. 63 The point of these quotations is to show that simple circulation, which is not the process of commodity exchange, but an idea we have about that process, is gone. By the end of Chapter 4, Marx refers to the process of commodity exchange as the sphere of circulation, which is a phase of the circulation of capital. 64. The concluding section of Chapter 4 and its counterparts in the drafts after the third round, Marx gathers up his accomplishments in the concluding section of the chapter. He makes a minor point first. Now that circulation has been shown to be capital, the capitalist's intentions to make money no longer prevent us from understanding what capital is, and the capitalist may be safely introduced. It is clear from Marx's description that the capitalist need not understand the process of capital in order to act on its behalf. For all the capitalist knows, the whole thing has to do with money coming out of and returning to his pocket. He need not understand value, the social form of the mode of production, to play his role in it. Next, Marx contrasts our original idea of circulation, as portrayed in Part 1 of Capital, with the way circulation appears now. The independent form, i.e., the money form, which the value of commodities assumes in simple circulation, does nothing but mediate the exchange of commodities, and it vanishes in the final result of the movement. On the other hand, in the circulation MCM both the money and the commodity function only as different modes of existence of value itself. It is constantly changing from one form into the other, without becoming lost in this movement. Value is here the subject of a process in which, while constantly assuming the form in turn of money and commodities, it changes its own magnitude and thus valorizes itself independently. Point 65. Which is to say, if we look at circulation as if it were simple circulation, what we see is that, 1. Value exists as the form, money, because, in money, value exists separately from the commodity's use. Value, and, 2. The commodity and money are opposites, because money is the form of value, the commodity is not. The argument of Chapter 4 shows that if circulation is regarded in this way, it is not a process that can sustain itself, value vanishes. Circulation must be self-sustaining, however, because it is in continuous existence. Acts of exchange are taking place everywhere and are being continuously renewed. Point 66. This is a preliminary way of justifying the necessity for circulation's reproduction. It is the only justification that can be given before the analysis of the whole system is completed. Once that analysis is complete, however, the justification is simple: all modes of production must have the capacity to reproduce themselves. Because commodity exchange is a necessary element of the capitalist mode of production, it must be continuously reproduced. Point 67. It follows that we must revise our way of looking at circulation so that it can be something that is self-sustaining. In other words, our understanding of circulation is defective because it lacks the capacity to reproduce itself, which its established existence shows that it must have. Point 68. The argument of Chapter 4 shows that, in order for circulation to be self-sustaining, it would have to be capital. Revising our understanding to look at circulation as capital, we see that, 1. Value is the subject of circulation, acting on its own behalf and reproducing itself, rather than just the form, money, and, 2. Commodities and money are both forms that value runs through in the course of its reproduction, which is its expansion. Two other versions of the summary of the transition from simple circulation to capital circulation appear in the drafts. The three together are mutually illuminating. The urtext version suggests a parallel between the beginnings of capital, parts 1 and 2, as earlier we proceeded from the commodity. If we now proceed from exchange value as such, its independence Verselbständigung, meaning value valorizing itself independently. 69 MC being the result of the circulation process of capital, MC, then we find that, 1. Exchange value meaning value as capital, MC exists doubly, as commodity and as money. The existence of exchange value is thus doubled: it exists once in use values, and once again in money. Both forms are exchanged for each other, however, and by this mere exchange as such value is not lost. 2. If money again meaning value as capital, MC is to be preserved as money, it must also be capable of entering this process circulation again so that its being as means of circulation, and thereby its transition into commodity must be merely changes of form in order for it to appear again in its adequate form meaning money, MC, as adequate exchange value, but at the same time as multiplied, increased exchange value, valorized exchange value. Value that valorizes itself, multiplies itself in circulation is in general exchange value for itself, which as its own purpose runs through circulation. 70 Like the capital version, this suggests that in part 2, a second and parallel round of argument begins from value, here called exchange value, taking the place of the commodity. Value's two modes of existence, the commodity and money, reproduce the original division within the commodity between use value and exchange value. 71 Whereas the line of argument from the commodity leads to the exposition of simple circulation, in the second line of argument, value is determined as a process, which is its relation to its own self through the process of circulation of capital. 72 It is important to recognize that this same argument appears in the Grundrisse, because this indicates that Marx had already conceived the basis for the transformation of money into capital in this first draft in the same way as he presents it in Capital. The Grundrisse version also adds its own particular emphasis. Correcting for terminology, this is another passage where the meaning of circulation changes. The Grundrisse version is similar in many respects to the version in Capital. The transition from simple exchange value and its circulation to capital can also be expressed in this way. Within circulation, exchange value appears double, once as commodity, again as money. If it is in one aspect, it is not in the other. The opposition indicates that circulation here means simple circulation, MC. But the wholeness of circulation referring to capital circulation, MC, regarded in itself, lies in the fact that the same exchange value as subject, posits itself once as commodity, another time as money, and that it is just this movement of positing itself in this dual character and of preserving itself in each of them as its opposite, in the commodity as money and in money as commodity. This in itself is present in simple circulation, but is not posited in it. Exchange value posited as the unity of commodity and money is capital, and this positing itself appears as the circulation of capital. Which is, however, a spiral, not a simple circle. 73 Unique to this version is the statement that capital is present but not posited in simple circulation, which means that simple circulation presupposes the preservation of value. All versions make the case that this is true because simple circulation exists but is not self-sustaining. In addition, this version emphasizes that capital unifies the commodity and money, although the other versions certainly make this point. Unlike Capital, Marx moves directly from this summary of the difference between simple and capital circulation to the relation of capital and labor. 74 This direct move, together with the focus on capital as unifying principle, elicits Marx's peculiar footnote on value, use value, and exchange value. Continuing the theme of unity, Marx writes that in the relation of capital and labor, exchange value and use value are brought into relation, in that capital as value stands opposite labor as the use value capital consumes. 75 Marx then raises the question, in the peculiar footnote, is not value to be conceived as the unity of use value and exchange value? In and for itself, is value as such the general form, in opposition to use value and exchange value as particular forms of it? 76 Value here evidently means value as capital. It unifies use value and exchange value, first as commodity and money, as we see in Capital at the end of chapter 4, then as itself, as objectified labor, and labor, which is living labor, as we see in Capital at the end of chapter 6, and ultimately, as production and the process of commodity exchange by harnessing production to the only purpose that requires commodity exchange, namely, increasing value, as we see in volume I as a whole. This last unity is capitalism. 77 The way this unity appears in Capital is that, at the end of chapter 4, value as capital appears to be completely self-sufficient, it is all-encompassing, enclosing both commodities and money in its circulation, it relates only to itself, it enters into a private relationship with itself, Marx says, and it has the capacity to reproduce itself. Accordingly, Marx likens capital to God. Capital, for one brief moment at least, has no other. Because chapter 4 establishes that circulation is the circulation of capital, Marx proceeds from there to investigate the conditions necessary for the existence of valorization. Capital's other, wage labor, emerges from that investigation in Chapter 6. Simple circulation as the appearance form of the capitalist mode of production. In all versions of the transformation of money into capital, Marx describes simple circulation as a surface or phenomenon. In one particularly striking passage in the text, the third passage, quoted above pages 151-2, he says that the whole system of bourgeois production is presupposed by exchange value appearing on its surface as a simple point of departure. Point 78 in the drafts, the superficial character of simple circulation is often just asserted. Point 79 when Marx does give a reason for it, the evidence he appeals to is that simple circulation is unable to reproduce itself, that the value character of commodities or of money would die out. Demonstrates that if circulation is simple circulation, or CMC, then, circulation does not carry within itself the principle of self-renewal. Circulation, therefore, which appears as that which is immediately present on the surface of bourgeois society, exists only in so far as it is constantly mediated. Its immediate being is therefore pure semblance. It is the phenomenon of a process taking place behind it. Point 80 in capital, this same argument, that circulation must be capital, MCM, because simple circulation, CMC, is unable to reproduce itself, appears in Chapter 4. Marx does not there state that this makes simple circulation a phenomenon. Instead he postpones this description to the remaining chapters of Part 2, in which he reveals two sets of illusions associated with simple circulation. Point 81 the inverted order of the circuit accomplished in Chapter 4 does not take us outside the sphere of commodity exchange. Point 82 because circulation is now MCM, the question arises, can valorization be accomplished within the sphere of exchange? This introduces one set of illusions stemming from simple circulation, namely, various misconceived attempts to explain surplus value on the basis of exchange. The first is the explanation of profit, by Condillac, as an increase in use value. Condillac's flawed explanation of profit also illustrates, as a sort of bonus, a different kind of illusion associated with simple circulation. Marx says of it, Condillac not only confuses use value with exchange value, but, in a really childish manner assumes that, in a society in which the production of commodities is well developed, each producer produces his own means of subsistence and throws into circulation only what is superfluous, the excess over his own requirements. Point 83 the view Marx here criticizes as childish is the concept of simple commodity production, which, ironically, is one of the interpretations of his own Part 1 of Capital. The remaining attempts to explain surplus value on the basis of exchange are varieties of unequal exchange, all of which fail, ultimately, because a change in the distribution of value cannot increase the sum of the values in circulation. Point 84 as this shows, by the formation of surplus value, Marx means an increase in value for the capitalist class taken as a whole, or, in other words, for the system of value as a whole. Point 85 that circulation is circulation as capital, but the fact that exchange by itself cannot accomplish the valorization that capital requires, shows that our concept of circulation must be revised again. It was originally CMC, because of the latter's inability to reproduce itself, circulation became MCM. Circulation in this second sense must now be revised to move both through the sphere of commodity exchange and outside that sphere. Marx presents this inadequacy of exchange, its failure to give rise to surplus value, as evidence that simple circulation is a surface. We have shown that surplus value cannot arise from circulation, meaning commodity exchange, MC, and therefore that, for it to be formed, something must take place in the background which is not visible in the circulation itself. Point 86 as in the drafts, it is by its inadequacy that circulation, as simple circulation, shows its character as superficial. The recognition of its superficiality is what matters because this is what takes the argument past commodity exchange. Moreover, because the formation of surplus value is one aspect of capital's self-renewal, Marx's two explanations for the superficiality of exchange, in the drafts and in Capital, are not substantially different. As we see from Marx's final reference to commodity exchange as a surface in Part 2, the version in capital zeroes in on the particular aspect of capital's self-renewal that shows capitalist social relations to be qualitatively different from the way they appear in the sphere of exchange. This final reference appears at the end of Chapter 6. On the verge of leaving the sphere of circulation, Marx describes it as a noisy sphere, where everything takes place on the surface and in full view of everyone. Marx promises that the hidden abode of production, which we are about to enter, will reveal the secret of profit-making. 87 The illusions that are at stake in this context are the concepts and standard by which the free trader vulgaris judges the society of capital and wage labor, or the law of appropriation as it appears in simple circulation. 88 Marx presents the inversion of this law within Capital, Volume I. The transformation of surplus value into capital, Chapter 24, makes it possible to show, even without the primitive accumulation, that, whereas, originally the rights of property seem to us to be grounded in a man's own labor, now property turns out to be the right, on the part of the capitalist to appropriate the unpaid labor of others or its product, and the impossibility, on the part of the worker, of appropriating his own product. The separation of property from labor thus becomes the necessary consequence of a law that apparently originated in their identity. 89 This inversion is evidently the return that marks the second half of an appearance-form transition, like the transition from exchange value to value and back in Chapter 1, and from the two possible concepts of circulation, CMC versus MCM, to endless valorization and back to MCM in Chapter 4. As the shorter sequence in Chapter 4 illustrates, the starting and end points in this type of argument refer to the same entity, circulation, in the case of Chapter 4. What changes over the course of the argument is the way that entity is understood. Interrogation of the initial phenomenon reveals its flaws, and these produce the revised understanding expressed in the return. Because the original law of appropriation arises from simple circulation, its inversion results from the overturning of simple circulation. This is already partly accomplished by the end of Chapter 6, when Marx spells out the elements of the original law, describing them as freedom, equality, property, and Bentham. 90 The full overturning of simple circulation involves the revelation of the secret of profit-making, replacing the theories Marx criticizes in Chapter 5. This is the revelation of the exploitative nature of the capital/wage-labor relation. The model provided by the inversion of the original law of appropriation, because it is a complete appearance-form transition, shows the results to be an alternative return. The appearance-form transition completed by the results would have spanned all of Capital, Volume I. The question as to the fate of the results is beyond the scope of this paper. 91 The point here is that either Chapter 24 or the results completes the appearance-form transition which began with the commodity at the opening of Capital. 92 The entity that comes to be understood through the investigation of its initial phenomenon, simple circulation, is capital, or the capitalist mode of production in its entirety. In the statement from the text quoted above, pages 151-2, Marx describes this role of simple circulation in the explanation of capitalism. The examination of simple circulation shows us the general concept of capital, because within the bourgeois mode of production the simple circulation exists only as preposited by capital and as prepositing it. 93 In light of the foregoing, this means that simple circulation is uniquely the appearance form of the capitalist mode of production. It has this unique role in capitalism because commodity exchange is necessary to capital, it is incidental to all other modes of production. This necessity is the basis for the transition from Part 1 of Capital to Part 2. The concept of capital in the Grundrisse. Howard Engels Kirchen. My objective is to investigate the concept of capital in general, a category that threads together Marx's explorations in the Grundrisse, and to do so by drawing on recent advances in the realist philosophy of science. In particular, I will argue that Marx's effort to work out the concept of capital corresponds to what philosophers of science today would call the real definition of a natural or social kind. If this is right, we can expect Marx's analyses will contribute significantly to contemporary efforts to extend thinking about natural kinds from natural to social science. Reference fixing and Marx's analysis. I will start with a metaphor, one of Marx's most provocative, the specific economic form, in which unpaid surplus labor is pumped out of direct producers determines the relationship of domination and servitude, as it grows directly out of production itself and reacts back on it in turn as a determinant. Point 1 Marx returns to the same metaphor when describing the capitalist appropriation of surplus value in the Trinity formula at the end of Capital Volume 3. After describing the composite structure of labor and form that will characterize any mode of production, he writes, "We also saw that capital, in the social production process appropriate to it, and the capitalist is simply personified capital, functioning in the production process simply as the bearer of capital, pumps out a certain specific quantum of surplus labor from the direct producers or workers, surplus labor that it receives without equivalent and which by its very nature always remains forced labor, however much it might appear as the result of free contractual agreement. 2 It seems worthwhile to reflect a minute on the metaphor's implications. What can it tell us? What can it tell us about the target and substance of Marx's science? Form determination as causal determination. The idea of pumping suggests unambiguously a causal process and a causal agent. The economic form that does the pumping must be a causal structure. That is, if we are to judge by this metaphor, the simplest determinations described by Marx in the introductory paragraph of the Grundrisse, the method of political economy 3, those capable of grounding social explanation, must be causal determinations. Form determination for Marx, the metaphor suggests, is above all causal determination. I think that we have missed the significance of this emphasis in Marx's science because of the dominance of positivism in both the natural and social sciences over the last century. Whether you worked with the assumptions of this approach or fought them by appealing to some variant of hermeneutics or the postmodern tradition, attention to cause was lost. But realism's reflections on the actual practice of contemporary science have opened fresh perspectives that make it possible to recover methods, emphases, and insights in our reading of Marx that might otherwise have remained obscure to us. Thus, for one thing, we need not assume that causal structures, if they exist, are necessarily always empirical. Under the influence of positivism, Marxists have often been tempted to consider only two ontological options: either a thing was empirical or it was theoretical, merely conceptual. By contrast, over the last half-century philosophers of science have learned to speak again in realist terms of causal structures that are at once potent and causally efficacious, but at the same time not observable, not empirical. Marx, never one to hide his credentials as a card-carrying scientific realist, compared the search for the inner nature of capital to the effort to understand extraterrestrial motion. A scientific analysis of competition is possible only if we grasp the inner nature of capital, just as the apparent motions of the heavenly bodies are intelligible only to someone acquainted with their real motions, which are not perceptible to the senses. Point 4. The simplest determinations. Notice how this comparison makes sense of the Grundrisse excerpt, the method of political economy. You start with evidence perceptible to the senses but are unable to give a scientific explanation of it. You strip away apparent motions of the phenomena you explore until you arrive at their real motions, motions not perceptible to the senses. But these real motions, the simplest determinations, allow you to intelligibly reconstruct your understanding of phenomena as they are perceptibly presented. This, incidentally, was a step that John Locke, working in the early years of the scientific revolution, could not grasp. For Locke, that which was insensible must ever remain a mystery to us. Point 5. Marx judged that science had shown our capacity to grasp the inner nature of things. But for others in the traditions of mainstream thinking about science, the legacy of Locke's empiricism persisted. The word value, of course, refers to an imperceptible social structure, and so does capital in general. In this reading, Marx's references to the concept of capital or capital in general target that constellation of causal properties or mechanisms that constitute the simplest determination of the capitalist mode of production, an intersection of causal properties deeply embedded under capital's phenomenal manifestations. Thus, Marx writes in the Grundrisse that searching for the defining characteristics of capital in general is like searching for the defining characteristics of Homo sapiens. One looks for those features that account for what makes Homo sapiens distinct from other animals. 6 Just as the biologist looks for the differentia specifica of a species, the search for capital in general is a search for what is distinctive about capital as a species of production. The differentia specifica of capital are those features that distinguish it from all other forms of wealth or modes in which social production develops. 7 Real definition and reference. To the extent that the simple determination for which we search is a causal structure, we are after what the realist philosophy of science today would call the real definition of a natural or social kind. The real definition of a thing refers to those causal properties or mechanisms that account for what it is, how it behaves, and how it persists as what it is. H2O is the real definition of water. Notice importantly that while our effort to specify a real definition explicitly defines, what we are after is precision of reference, not the kind of thing we commonly associate with verbal definition. We are not defining our terms or offering a clarification of the ideas we associate with our use of the term. In this sense, reference is ostensive rather than definitional in the ordinary sense. It points. 8 Reference is an example of the way our use of language enables us to coordinate our causal interactions with the world. We use language to identify accurately the causal structures to which we accommodate our social practice. Even for the large theoretical elaborations any science involves, this will hold only if the things to which we refer determine the content of the terms we use, rather than that this be accomplished by the ideas and intuitions we might at any one point associate with our use of those terms. Such an approach makes sense of what would otherwise present a puzzle. Writing in 1845, Marx and Engels wrote a tract excoriating the conceptual analysis of their day. Let us revolt against this rule of concepts, they announced in the preface to the German ideology. 9 Feuerbach remained stalled with the conceptual abstraction. Man and others were driven by more extravagant speculative manipulations. Thus, the social relation of the family, Marx and Engels argued, must be analyzed according to existing empirical data, not according to the concept of the family. 10 In an echo of this, Hilary Kornbluth, a contemporary philosophical naturalist, argues for the study of mind, not the concept of mind, of law, not the concept of law. 11 Why, then, did Marx, a dozen years after the German ideology, devote some 800 pages of manuscript to working out the concept of capital? Here is a solution. Reference fixing, whether by pointing, or describing, or explicitly defining, is always at bottom ostensive, a matter of picking out the thing to which we refer. It is the structure of the water molecule that is the source of the information we have about water, and it is by the precision with which we identify its elements that we are able to coordinate most effectively our uses of the substance. That is, theoretical concepts and their explication are essential to science. But the chemist who first said, "Aha, water is H2O," was not defining his terms, he was making a scientific discovery. What I argue is that Marx was working with the concept of capital in the same way. He used it to pick out decisive causal structures of social life, not to stipulate the meanings he associated with his use of the term. And because he used concepts to refer, those concepts are, as are theoretical terms used in other sciences, fallible and approximate and necessarily revisable in consequence of any advance in our understanding of the thing to which they refer. This is true of all scientific work. 12. Categories and convenience. Often, people argue that the divisions we make among the things of the world are not determined by the causal mechanisms or properties that characterize them, but instead that sorting things into kinds is a matter of convention that depends on our convenience. This is an implication of Locke's argument that nature is without chasms or gaps, and that in spite of their apparent diversity, species on the great chain of being shade imperceptibly into one another. 13 If, by contrast, nature is, so to speak, bunched or clumped such that discrete entities reproduce themselves coherently as different kinds of things, then in our activities, linguistic, scientific, political, or other, we are obliged to accommodate our practices to the way things are. On this view, we live in a world where dogs do not mate with cats regardless of how we classify them, and we can give a causal account of why this is so. Again, when we offer a real definition of a natural kind, we attempt to identify those causal properties that account for its distinctive stability as the kind of thing it is. By identifying water as H2O, we realize not all combinations of hydrogen and oxygen work to form a water molecule, and not all combinations of elements or other building blocks of nature work indifferently in any arrangement to create cohesive and stable entities. The extension of this argument to the study of social life suggests that social things also can be more or less stable configurations that reproduce and renew themselves in relation to changes in their environment. Rather than conventionally organized categories classified according to the language user's convenience, the way many use the terms class or middle class, there are also social structures that require identification and specification if we want our social practice to respond meaningfully to them. Marx, for example, differentiated modes of production according to the different social forms taken by labor's relation to nature and to others in the course of production. Concept and referent. For its familiarity and simplicity, H2O has become the paradigm example of the real definition of a natural kind. In fact, the idea that water is H2O has entered popular consciousness so that we forget this is new knowledge in the history of human thought. People knew of and referred to water and its properties for millennia without knowing that its simplest determination was H2O. While the point seems obvious, the German ideology, if nothing else, underscores the importance of distinguishing between a thing and the concept we form of it. But even Marxists have stumbled over this, and their missteps have led to a significant misreading of an important passage from the Grundrisse. In Notebook 7, Marx writes that the economic concept of value does not occur in antiquity. The concept of value is entirely peculiar to the most modern economy, since it is the most abstract expression of capital itself and of the production resting on it. 14 This passage has been taken to mean that value itself, the thing to which the concept of value refers, did not exist in the ancient world. But value can exist where there is no concept of it. We might as well say, paraphrasing Marx, that the chemical concept of H2O does not occur among the ancients. The concept is entirely peculiar to modern chemistry. But it would not follow that water itself did not come into being until the scientific discovery of its concept. Identifying the essential features of capital in general is an effort to locate what could be referred to as the H2O of capital, its decisive underlying causal structure. We do the same thing when we define gold as atomic number 79, we distinguish gold from all other shiny yellow metallic things by identifying the most basic causal structure, both essential and specific to it. Thus, the search for capital in general is not an effort to gather each important property that all instances of capital share, the thing Michael Heinrich thought caused the concept of capital in general itself to shatter. 15 Instead, it is an effort to specify those few properties of capital that are constitutive of it. Constitutive and attributive properties. In this respect, Marx's study of Aristotle is relevant. Aristotle makes a distinction between properties that are constitutive of a thing and those that may be attributed to it or are manifestations of it. All things go through a change of form, Aristotle suggests, and thus he invites us to make just this distinction in our effort to understand them. My DNA stays what it is while I wrinkle and gray. Marx took over this insight and applied it to social life. Thus he is insistent on distinguishing between the inner nature of capital, the intersection of social relations constitutive of capital, and attributes of capital that depend on the action of many capitals on each other, that is, on competition. The thread he traces throughout the Grundrisse identifies features necessary to grasp capital's inner nature. Realization, for example, is part of the concept of capital, although any actual project of realization may likely confront a tangle of difficult complications arising out of the interactions of capitals on one another. However, Marx abstracts from these and assumes that realization proceeds unproblematically in order to focus exclusively on the mechanisms that constitute and establish capital's essential life processes. 16 The categories of competition refer to forms by means of which capital's constitutive structure manifests itself, not to that structure itself. I have argued elsewhere that Backhouse's seminal article on Capital's first chapter ignores this distinction between constitutive and attributive form in his suggestion that there is a methodologically unsuccessful break between 2 and 3 of that chapter. 17 He fails to notice that 2 presents value's constitutive form. The idea that in 2 we are given only the bare physiological expenditure of labor without regard to social form ignores precisely the point I appealed to earlier when I referred to the structure of labor and form that will characterize any mode of production. Marxism always studies historically specific forms of laboring individuals in their relation to nature and to others. This point requires further elaboration. The concept of a labor form composite. In the Grundrisse, Marx explains the features of labor that account for the commodity form of the product of labor in terms that track the analysis briefly presented in the opening paragraphs of 2 of Capital Volume I. Using the same phrase used in the method of political economy for simplest determination, Marx presents the social mechanism that accounts for exchange value and the commodity form as follows: I. And the first positing of simple exchange value, labor was structured in such a way that the product was not a direct use value for the laborer, not a direct means of subsistence. 18 Notice that this first positing of simple exchange value is explained by a structure or determination of labor. The labor that produces a commodity is form determined. This does not mean that wherever and whenever the product of labor appears as a commodity we have, say, a simple commodity mode of production. That is an entirely different thing, a whole social edifice. Here we are saying only that wherever and whenever the product of labor takes the commodity form, even if we have no idea of the precise form of labor under which the product was actually produced, we do know that labor was form determined in 2 very material and specific ways. It involved the independent production of a use value not useful to its producer. That is, there is a labor form composite, not necessarily involving capital, which accounts for the product of labor as a commodity. As I have explained, 19 The idea of a labor form composite here can be thought of as an appropriation of Aristotle's characterization of the things of the world as composites of matter and form. This is Aristotle's hylomorphism, hylo for matter and morph for form. Also, activity, like the activity of labor, for Aristotle was something that would have fallen under the wider category of matter. For Marx, the labor form composites studied by political economy are always ultimately causal structures formed by the activity of laboring individuals grasped in relation to nature and to others, and, moreover, grasped conceptually in the very process of production. It is one such labor form composite, for example, that accounts for the pumping out of surplus value in capitalist production. Thus Marx wrote in the Trinity formula, like all its forerunners, the capitalist production process proceeds under specific material conditions, which are however also the bearers of specific social relations which the individuals enter into in the process of reproducing their life. 20 We can give full effect to the causal potency of just such material structures, and yet avoid reification, by drawing upon Aristotle's presentation of explanation in terms of 4 causal factors. First, there is a material structure of nature and laboring individuals, material cause, specifically shaped by definite social relations, formal cause, motivated by and producing a particular result, final cause, and ultimately this is often a reproduction of the structure itself, that is, formal cause as final cause. To this we add the impetus of movement. The pumping that drives the process is done by laboring individuals, efficient cause, who, by a process of inversion, confront their own activity as an alien power ruling over them. We add also the crucial point that just as the offensive power of an infantry regiment is essentially different from the power of individual soldiers aggregated 21, so, too, the causal potency of a labor form composite is essentially different from the causal force of a sum of laboring individuals. The point, however, is to transform. One final preliminary point before I deal with the real definition of capital as such. The significance of understanding the causal structures that determine value and capital is the same as the significance of understanding the causal structures that provoke inquiry in any science. By understanding such structures we are able not only to interpret them, the limit of all traditional philosophy, but to transform. We can change base metals into gold if we know how to manipulate their atomic structure so as to change this into a structure with atomic number 79.22. The same holds for capital or for value. We cannot abolish money or markets by decree, but if we understand the simple causal determinations that account for such things, we can act as the causally potent creatures we ourselves are to transform them according to our ambitions. Understanding the world's causal structures, we can change them, and this applies to the social world as well as the natural one. Moreover, just like any other creature, the successes of the accommodations we make to the causal structures of the world are the basis for our survival as a species, or, for lack of them, to our demise. The real definition of capital. Capital's double separation. Over 40 years ago, and with great insight, Charles Bettelheim specified the capitalist character of the enterprise in a way that offers a real definition of capital. He referred to the double separation that forms the central characteristic of the capitalist mode of production. The capitalist character of the enterprise is due to the fact that its structure assumes the form of a double separation, the separation of workers from their means of production and the separation of the enterprises from each other. This double separation forms the central characteristic of the capitalist mode of production, and it serves as a support for the totality of contradictions of this mode of production. Point 23. My argument is that the double separation aptly captures the Grundrisse's concept of capital in general. Marx reminds us that capital is not a static relation but a process, so we must grasp capital's separations as an intersection of structures in process. We also want to show how these separations penetrate production itself. But, properly understood, the category Bettelheim identifies picks out those features of capital that are constitutive of it, those features that ultimately account for what it is and how it persists as what it is. The separation of units of production from one another characterizes the labor form composite that accounts for value and the commodity form. As I have argued, whenever labor is structured so that it is independent and possesses use values that the producer does not relate to as such but offers instead for private exchange, there you have a causal structure that tends to generate value and its forms of manifestation. To the extent a producer cannot use what she has produced, she is driven to market. Commodity production, though presupposed by capital, emerges as distinct, it forms part of capital's prehistory. When the separation of units of production from one another is coupled to the separation of the laboring producer from her conditions of production, this generates the capital relation. Objectless labor is impoverished absolutely. Nonetheless, if the laborer not only lacks tools and materials to produce but can also dispose of her labor power as her own, then she may accommodate her circumstance to the exchange of commodities. She has produced separately a thing of value useless to her, and thus can offer that thing, her capacity to labor, for private exchange. Her labor power may then be purchased for its exchange value as the use value of capital, a commodity with the capacity to create not only value, but greater value than the wage given for it. The labor process then objectifies her activity in a product containing value adequate to replace not only the value of her wage but containing also a surplus appropriated by capital. The separation of workers from their conditions of production thus makes possible capital's fundamental determination, the appropriation of living labor by objectified labor as value for the sake of value's increase. It is important to recognize that there is nothing spontaneous about the transition from the production of commodities to capital. In fact, as a historical matter, the simple circulation of commodities for money, CMC, does give rise pretty spontaneously to the circuit MCM, money for commodities. But this second circuit makes sense only insofar as the value originally invested is increased. In other words, the circuit actually appears as MCM, where M includes both the original M and an added increment. But there is nothing in the simple exchange of equivalent values that can sustain this latter circuit. The added increment appears to come only contingently from the outside. A merchant, for example, might exploit geographical differences between the prices of a thing, or a boat loaded with wheat might dock at the port of a town in famine. But there is no imperative in circulation or the relations of circulation that can account for the emergence of capitalist production, and the forms of value persisted for well over a millennium without giving rise to it. For this, the bloody process of expropriation canvassed by Marx in his explanation of the so-called primitive accumulation was necessary. 24 Emergent capital had to break labor's natural connection to its land and tools. The three moments of capital. In the Grundrisse, Marx identifies three moments or stages of the life process of capital in general, and we can trace the progress of the capital's double separation through each. The three moments are: 1. The moment of the simple conception of capital as it emerges from circulation; 2. The moment of the process of production as the unity of production and valorization; and 3. The moment of capital as the unity of production and circulation. 25 The locus of the first moment is circulation. The phenomena of circulation, as we have seen, are a product of the separation of productive entities which produce use values not useful to them for private exchange. The locus of the second moment is production. The phenomena of production under capitalism are a product not only of the separation of productive entities but also the separation of the laboring producer from the conditions of production. This is the moment of the inner organic movement of capital. 26 We are here able to identify the specific characteristics that differentiate capital not only from value, but also from other forms of social production. The locus of the third moment is the unity of production and circulation, the stage where the constitutive features of capital's inner nature are reflected in capital's full and mature development. At this stage, we are able to show how the intersection of the separation of productive entities from each other and the separation of workers from their conditions of production is at once the precondition for capital, its ground and goal, and also ultimately the limit it confronts as a mode of social production. The first moment, the simple concept of capital. Capital's point of departure arises from value as it arises out of circulation and comes to sustain itself there. Value and exchange value are presupposed. The commodity form is presupposed. This means the separation of productive entities from one another that accounts for these is presupposed. But we have seen that more is required for the circuit of self-multiplying value, MCM, on which the emergence of capital from circulation depends. We know that commodity production will become the general form of social production only where labor power is sold as a commodity. It is only on this basis that the commodity becomes the universal form of the product of labor and commodity production becomes generalist. As a consequence, although the circulation of commodities is explained simply by the separation of units of production, in order for the separation of units of production that produce for market to become general, the separation of laboring producers from their conditions of production is required. That is, the general formula of capital, MCM, and the simple concept of capital to which it gives expression, do not yet give us the basis to understand how capital sustains itself in circulation, but because capital reflects generalist commodity production we do see that it rests on both components of the double separation. The second moment, the unity of production and valorization, we locate the source of value as self-multiplying and self-sustaining, that is, value not as pure value or money, but as capital, in the second moment of the concept of capital, the moment of the unity of production and valorization in the labor process. Here, we are able to pick out constitutive features, the differentia specifica, of production that is capitalist, those features that form the germ out of which later developments will come. 27. The separation that accounts for value is now presupposed. Also presupposed is the labor market exchange that introduces the incorporation of labor by capital, so the separation of labor and wealth is presupposed. Additionally, In this exchange, which introduces the labor process, the laborer surrenders control over her life activity and its fruits. Thus the rich dimensions of Marx's analysis of the objectification of living labor as an alienation begin here as alienation in a strict juridical sense. By surrendering control over her life activity, the worker is subject to the command of the capitalist 28 and is subjected in her work to rules, methods and goals set by another. But the capitalist is in turn only a personification of capital itself 29. So in the event the worker is subordinated to the imperatives of self-multiplying value. That is, because of her subordination to the process of valorization, the worker must work with an intensity dictated by the law of value and for a longer day than would be necessary to replace the value of her wage. Also, by surrendering control over the fruits of her labor, the worker surrenders to the capitalist ownership of the product, 30 appropriated by capital. The separation of the results of labor from the worker reproduces her propertylessness. Her product becomes an alien power to which she is subordinated and on which she depends. The defining characteristics of the separation of the worker from the conditions of production, then, are separation joined to an alienation that is its consequence. Alienation, in turn, is at once the appropriation of labor's activity and its fruits. As such it is both the subordination of labor to capital's command and subordination to labor's own product as an alien power ruling over it. Taken together we are able to express this intersection of separation and subordination as follows: the free worker's alienated separation from, and subordination to, the conditions of production as value is capital's simplest determination. Marx writes, the worker's propertylessness, and the ownership of living labor by objectified labor, or the appropriation of alien labor by capital, both merely expressions of the same relation from opposite poles, are the fundamental conditions of the bourgeois mode of production. 31 Because Marx's analysis of the content of the production process of capital specifies the essential features that differentiate capital not only from value in general but also from other modes of production, the section from Notebook 3 of the Grundrisse on the production process as the content of capital 32 is like the earlier section from Notebook 2 on the simplest determination of exchange 33 insofar as both these are decisively reflected in the way the argument of capital presents the simplest determinations of capital and the commodity form respectively. I have shown elsewhere how the structure of labor worked out in Notebook 2 was presented in Section 2 of Chapter 1 of Capital Volume I to establish the constitutive properties that account for the commodity form. 34 In turn we find the constitutive properties of capital as they are worked out in Notebook 3 embedded in the argument developed in Chapters 6 and 7 of Capital Volume I. In Chapter 6, Marx establishes the separation of the free laborer from the conditions of production as a condition of capitalist production, and then in Chapter 7 he explicitly characterizes those features that distinguish capital as a form of social labor, assuming the production of value and assuming also the separation of the free laborer from all wealth. The features that differentiate the capitalist labor process are as follows: the labor process, when it is the process by which the capitalist consumes labor power, exhibits two characteristic phenomena. First, the worker works under the control of the capitalist to whom his labor belongs. Secondly, the product is the property of the capitalist and not that of the worker, its immediate producer. 35. The third moment, the unity of production and circulation. The third moment, like the first, is a point of departure. The departure, however, is not now from value, but instead from capital. Value which has absorbed living labor is introduced into circulation in order to increase itself. The transformation of commodities into money and money into commodities has become part of capital's concept. The meaning here, as a matter of reference fixing, is that the moment of circulation and production considered as a whole brings into view mechanisms that account for the dynamic of capital's reproduction as a distinctive form of social labor. Abstracting to the unity of production and circulation, we look to identify those features of social life that account for capital's persistence, without for all that taking on the complications such features might encounter in a particular capital's day-to-day interaction with other capitals. We locate the labor form composite that constitutes capital's inner nature and trace the dynamic essential to it as the form of capital's original presupposition, its mature development and its limit. The machine as an incarnation of capital's double separation, for example, an important instance of how the double separation is expressed in the moment of production and circulation's unity is given by the system of machinery. Marx writes that the full development of capital takes place only where the means of labor take the form of fixed capital and fixed capital takes the form of the machine. 36 When production is organized by capital, a machine belongs to a separated unit of production, of course. More profoundly, in capitalist production a machine achieves an independence that sets it over against those who labor on it. In the form of machinery, the means of labor no longer transmit the worker's activity to its material. Instead, it is the machine that assigns tasks, regulates the pace of work, and dominates the worker so that living labor becomes an insignificant accessory of the machine's activity. In machinery, objectified labor materially confronts living labor as a ruling power and as an active subsumption of the latter under itself, not only by appropriating it, but in the real production process itself. The relation of capital as value which appropriates value-creating activity is in fixed capital existing as machinery. 37 Consider the weight of what Marx has said here: capital's fundamental determination, the appropriation of living labor by objectified labor in order to increase the latter, is incarnated in the machine. The separation of the worker from the means of production is materially embodied in the machine. The subordination of the worker to the means of production is materially embodied in the machine. Labor's experience of the machine as a force outside itself, Marx emphasizes, belongs to the concept of capital. 38 In fixed capital, the productive forces of labor are posited as external to labor and as existing independently of it. 39 The example of machinery illustrates not only how capital's separations reach full development in capital's life cycle, they illustrate also how they can be expected to account for capital's dissolution. In fact, it is not only the individual laborer that becomes an insignificant accessory to production. As capitalist production unfolds, living labor itself, which, as quantity, is capital's determining element, becomes less and less important in comparison to the contribution to production made by machines and by the general applications of science and technology operative through them. 40 In part, however, the dilemma is masked by what might be thought of as capital's self-conception. In its full flowering as fructiferous, capital generates the illusion that it can ignore labor. Instead, it relates to its monetary embodiment as the ground of what it has produced, the foundation of what it has founded. 41 MCM becomes possible because its movement, instantiated in production, is no longer formal, but instead is rooted in the appropriation of living labor by objectified labor. But now surplus value relates not to living labor as its ground but instead, as if indifferently, to money capital alone. Whatever labor's contribution, the rate of profit is measured simply against total capital invested. The double separations as a barrier to capital. Much work needs doing on all this. In effect, the reproduction of capital is the reproduction of capital's double separation, and this on a constantly increasing scale. But the other side of the coin called separation is indifference. In its full development, capital's impulse to an unlimited development of the productive forces confronts limits in the reciprocal indifference of productive enterprises to one another and also of capital's indifference to labor. For capital, perversely, surplus labor is a precondition for necessary labor rather than the reverse. Moreover, necessary labor is restricted by the exchange value of labor power, that is, roughly, by the requirements of subsistence, rather than by an individual's rich capacity for free development through labor. As a consequence, labor's need can never provide an adequate impulse to the development of the productive forces. Nor, given reciprocally indifferent entities, can the needs of other productive units. The need others have for objects of use is ultimately subject to physical, quantitative, and other measures that have nothing to do with value. The exchange value form, a consequence of the separation of reciprocally indifferent units of production, thus becomes a restriction on the production of use value. That is, in order for production to occur, labor, machinery and raw materials must be present in the right proportions and, further, capital has a need for circulation seamlessly united to production. But not only is production determined by physical measures having nothing to do with exchange value, but also each productive unit, though fully dependent on the social division of labor, confronts the indifference of alien need. Given reciprocally indifferent entities, disproportion means commodities cannot be harmoniously transformed into money or surplus labor into surplus value. Capital's tendency to generate an unrestricted development of the productive forces is contradicted by its need to reproduce both the indifference of capital to labor and the indifference of productive entities to one another. Conclusion: beyond capital's double separation, Marx is well known for not offering blueprints for the future. In broadest outline, however, he does suggest how the separation of productive entities from one another and the separation of workers from their conditions of production might be transformed. We look to a structuring of labor whereby associated workers take common control over their commonwealth. 42 Cooperative association among units of production transforms their separation from one another, and common control by associated workers of land, raw materials, and the means of labor transforms the separation of wealth and labor. These transformations in turn lay the basis for a social form of production that rests on the universal development of individuals, of the free development of their creative powers, and of the subordination of their social wealth to need through labor. Recall Marx's reference to wealth stripped of its bourgeois shell. What is wealth, other than the universality of individual needs, capacities, pleasures, productive forces, etc., created through universal exchange? The full development of human mastery over the forces of nature, those of so-called nature as well as of humanity's own nature? The absolute working out of his creative potentialities with no presupposition other than the previous historic development, which makes this totality of development, i.e. the development of all human powers as such, the end in itself, not as measured on a predetermined yardstick. 43 Ultimately, we work to develop the productive forces of labor, of which the laboring individual is the most precious, in order to fully develop all human powers. We develop the productive forces to accomplish a working out of human potentialities constrained only by the accommodation we make necessarily with nature. In its life process, capital does give formidable impulse to the development of the productive forces, but this is an impulse driven to increase the value of things, and it is compromised by its tendency to reproduce labor's impoverishment as well as each capital's separation from other productive enterprises. Pre-given conditions of production provide a limit to which the development of human potential must bend. By contrast, Marx imagines an unobstructed development of the forces of production, including especially the rich capacities of the laboring individual, not limited, as is capital, by the social form of its reproduction. Although limited by its very nature, capital strives towards the universal development of the forces of production, and thus becomes the presupposition of a new mode of production, where the free, unobstructed, progressive and universal development of the forces of production is itself the presupposition of society and hence of its reproduction, where advance beyond the point of departure is the only presupposition. 44 But for this, he adds, it is necessary above all that the full development of the forces of production has become the condition of production, and not that specific conditions of production are posited as a limit to the development of the productive forces. 45 The goal must change. Development for the sake of increasing the value of things threatens our survival as a species. Instead, the unobstructed development of the forces of production can be a presupposition of society only where this functions to realize an association of individuals in which the full and free flourishing of each is the condition for the full and free flourishing of all. The concept of capital's double separation refers to conditions of production capital must reproduce and by which it is constrained. While at first this double determination of labor is a form for the development of capital's productive power, it becomes at last a punishing shackle. In the end, capital's appropriation of the social form of labor responds poorly to labor's human form. Labor, Marx observes, is purposeful activity. A content more fully adequate to this would not receive living labor as capital does, merely as quantity, but would instead give full material expression to labor's purposeful accommodation to the totality of our conditions of life, to associated labor's self-determined unfolding of human needs and abilities best suited to the accommodation we make necessarily to nature. Part 4. Technology, Domination, Emancipation. The fragment on machines, a Marxian misconception in the Grundrisse and its overcoming in Capital. Michael Heinrich. The Grundrisse still belongs to the most beloved texts of Marx's interpreters. Some authors argue that the so-called fragment on machines is a central document for a Marxian theory of capitalist catastrophes, a kind of breakdown theory of capitalism, or at least a description of a process in which a new mode of production emerges, inaugurated by capitalism itself but in contradiction with the logic of capital. In such considerations, the results of the fragment are taken for granted. However, the results of this fragment on machines derive, on the one hand, from a one-sided conception of crisis in Marx's thinking since the early 1850s, and, on the other hand, from some shortcomings in the conception of basic categories in the Grundrisse. In the years after the Grundrisse, Marx overcame both misconceptions. In Capital Volume I, when dealing with the production of relative surplus value, we can find an implicit critique of the fragment on machines. Ignoring Marx's theoretical development, as does Antonio Negri when he states that the Grundrisse should be read for itself, one can easily neglect a discussion of this implicit self-critique of Marx. Reading the text for itself means accepting uncritically the results of the text. In order to discuss the Grundrisse productively today, we have to contextualize the text not only in the development of Marx's thought. We also have to situate our reading of the Grundrisse in the development of the discussion about Marx in the 20th century, because this development has shaped many of the ways in which the Grundrisse was and still is read. 1. The reception of the Grundrisse in the 20th century. When we discuss the work of a significant author, we always do so in a determinate historical situation, which provides us with specific problems and reservations. Certain things appear to us to be obvious, while others seem to be questionable or superannuated. Some of these evaluations would have appeared very differently 30 or 40 years earlier. In the case of Marx, furthermore, there is the fact that many texts that are today very important for the debate were not even published during his lifetime. His work has become accessible in its totality only slowly. Not only the respective historical context, but also the respective state of publication of his texts, influenced the direction and the course of many debates. Even in the case of Capital, Marx could only publish the first volume. Engels published the second and third volumes after Marx's death, with considerable editorial interventions. Only in the last years have Marx's original manuscripts for these volumes been published in the context of the Marx-Engels Gesamtausgabe, Mega. Thus, it is only now, after more than 100 years, that we can identify Engels's editorial interventions and discuss their conceptual and substantial relevance. At the beginning of the 20th century, after Karl Koski published the theories of surplus value between 1905 to 1910, it appeared as if all of Marx's critique of political economy was completely available, as the theories were regarded as the fourth volume of Capital dealing with the history of the theory, which Marx had planned. Point 2. In the reading that was then predominant, Marx was regarded as the great socialist economist, who had demonstrated the exploitation of the working class, the crisis-prone nature of capitalism and the inevitable transition to socialism, first in the Communist Manifesto and then later, on a broader foundation, in Capital. Most Marxists celebrated these findings as the triumph of scientific socialism. Beginning in the 1920s, however, there was a strengthening of the critique of actual or supposed tendencies in Marx's theory of economism, determinism and, above all, objectivism. In this context, the publication of Marx's early works, particularly the economic and philosophical manuscripts of 1844, were like a bombshell. Here, apparently, the broad philosophical and socio-theoretical background of Marx's economic analyses, his considerations of the human essence and alienation in capitalism, became clear. The objectivism that has previously been so roundly criticized, along with the lack of a theory of the subject, could, so it seemed at least, be overcome on these foundations. This transformed reception was not a purely inner theoretical phenomenon, but the result of a determinate political reading, which in different ways was deployed against the tendencies towards petrification and dogmatism of official party Marxism. Fascism and Stalinism, however, made it impossible for the discussion that began in the early 1930s to develop in a significant sense. This occurred only in the 1960s, when the conditions of the debate had substantially changed. Above all, the reception of Marx's early writing had lost its almost automatically assured anti-dogmatic impulse. In the meantime, these texts had been integrated by the Marxist-Leninist orthodoxy to a large extent. When, for example, Louis Althusser, in 1965, criticized Marx's early writings as ideological and introduced the specific form of scientificity of capital, this was also a critique of this orthodoxy. However, his strongly argued position also earned him the accusation, precisely from the anti-orthodox side, of having banished the subject and social struggles from the theoretical discussion. The debates over the relation between early, philosophical, and late, economic theoretical, Marx had multiplied, just as the political perspectives connected to the individual positions within these debates had. It was in this context that there really began for the first time a widespread reading of the Grundrisse, which enduringly influenced the terms and conditions of its interpretation. The Grundrisse, which was first published in 1939-41 in Moscow, was accorded only sporadic interest during the war and in the immediate post-war period. Even when the text was reprinted in the GDR in 1953, the text did not initially have many readers. This changed with the publication in 1968 of Roman Rostolsky's commentary on the Grundrisse. The Grundrisse was then discussed widely not only in Germany, but, with the French translation of 1967 and the first English translation of 1973, the debate began in many other countries as well. The Grundrisse appeared to be the magic wand with which one could solve the problems in Marx's theory that had been discussed up until then. The contraposition of a young philosophical Marx and a mature economic theoretic Marx was seemingly lessened, but nevertheless found a mediating connecting link in the Grundrisse. This text made it clear that the mature Marx's economic writings also were based upon a developed philosophical foundation. What was lacking in Capital seemed to be present in the Grundrisse. While Marx dealt with methodological questions in Capital almost only in the prefaces and afterwards, this problematic was raised continuously in the course of the presentation in the Grundrisse. There is also a much clearer reference to Hegel's philosophy in the Grundrisse. Something similar is the case with the question of subjectivity. Much more strongly than in Capital, labor is conceptualized as the subjective counterpoint to capital. Additionally, the six-book plan that Marx envisaged as he wrote the Grundrisse, capital, landed property, wage labor, state, international trade, world market, made clear that the intended object of investigation was much broader than that treated by Marx in Capital. Finally, the Grundrisse seemed to be a supplement to Capital, since here a series of themes were discussed that received no corresponding treatment in the presentation of Capital. The most well-known of these themes occurs in the Grundrisse under the heading of forms that precede capitalist production and in that fragment on machines that was discussed very early in Italian workerism. Point 4. The Grundrisse thus seemed to offer something for everybody. Today, the discussion of Marx is not conceivable without the Grundrisse. Point 5. Indeed, the Grundrisse are a fascinating work and reading them is a singular intellectual adventure. As if we were looking over his shoulder, we can observe Marx in the process of his analysis and the formation of his theory. The grasp of the material is much freer, and less regimented than in Capital. All too often, however, this understandable fascination leads to an uncritical enthusiasm. To the Grundrisse in the development of Marx's theory. If the Grundrisse are posited simply as a supplement beside Marx's Capital, then the inner theoretical process of development of Marx's critique of political economy and the transitory character of the Grundrisse are ignored. Let us recall very briefly this development. Following the theses on Feuerbach and the German ideology, Marx's work in 1845-6 issued in a fundamental critique of any approach to economic theory centered on human species being an alienation. Nevertheless, at that stage, Marx did not have very much that he could put in the place of these conceptions. Positively, the German ideology offered above all a turn to the empirical. Again and again, Marx and Engels stressed there that positive science, the registration of the empirical state of affairs and relations, needed to take the place of philosophical speculation. Against this background, Marx accepted the political economy of Ricardo and the class theory of French historians as substantially correct descriptions of capitalist reality. In his engagement with Proudhon in The Poverty of Philosophy, 1847, Marx continually praised Ricardo in the highest terms for the acuity of his analysis. 6 In the Communist Manifesto, Marx referred without hesitation to the bourgeois class analysis that can be found in French historians such as Guizot or Thierry in their analysis of the French Revolution. The only thing that he found in Ricardo to criticize at this point in time was his conception that capitalism was not an historically determinate mode of production, but rather an eternal, quasi-natural 1.7. Something similar is the case for class theory. Marx did not claim that he had discovered the existence of classes and the class struggle, but rather that the class struggle must ultimately lead to a classless society. 8 In the second half of the 1840s, we find in Marx a critical deployment of the given bourgeois political economy and class theory, but still no fundamental critique of the categories of political economy. This critique was developed only after Marx's forced emigration to London. Here, in the heart of the capitalist world system in that period, and with the help of the enormous stock of books of the British Museum, Marx started his economic studies again from the very beginning, as he himself emphasized in the 1859 preface of Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy. 9 Only now did he begin to develop a critique of the categories as well. Initially, Marx criticized Ricardo's theory of money and rent. As he progressed, the critique became increasingly fundamental. When Marx wrote the introduction in 1857 and thus began the Grundrisse, this was not only the beginning of a development of his critique of economics that would eventually lead to capital. It was also, and above all, an inventory taking of what he had achieved in terms of theoretical insights in the previous years. The attempt to set down these insights in a coherent way, however, still entailed a daunting process of research, during which Marx came up against more than merely one theoretical lacuna. When Marx began the Grundrisse, he already had a mass of material for his planned economic work, but was still far from a finished concept. The Grundrisse in fact has no genuine beginning. A critique of Daimon, a student of Proudhon who wanted to overcome capitalism by means of the monetary system, indiscernibly passes over into an engagement with the categorical foundations that are necessary for such a critique. Here, we can clearly see that Marx still had serious difficulties with the categories of value, money, and exchange. A close reading of the chapter on money clearly shows that it is not yet a unitary attempt at presentation, but rather, a superimposition of numerous, continuously renewed attempts at presentation. 10 That Marx, despite these unsolved problems, did not fall back into yet another research process, was due to an external motive, the world economic crisis that commenced in 1857. Marx had been impatiently waiting for years for such a crisis, anticipating that violent economic tremors and revolutionary revolts would follow in its wake. His book had been supposed to provide support for the revolutionary movement, and now Marx feared that he would be too late. 11 During his work on the Grundrisse, Marx made enormous advances in his knowledge. His analysis, however, also had significant deficiencies, which many enthusiastic readings do not seem to discern. Marx himself wrote that this manuscript is a real hodgepodge, much of it intended for much later sections. 12 He did not merely mean the ordering of the material, the large number of digressions and intimations. The order of the presented categories is itself the bearer of a determinate yield of information. It shows the connection of these categories, the interconnection that exists between them. Categories like the commodity, money, capital, wage labor, and so forth, are theoretical expressions of social relations in a developed capitalist society. These relations not only appear simultaneously, they mutually presuppose each other in social reality. Only theoretical analysis allows one to distinguish between simple and complex categories and to express the conceptual theoretical connection between the categories. Point 13. When the manuscript's coherence breaks down, however, it is precisely this conceptual connection between the individual categories that is not yet clearly grasped. That means that there are still not insignificant deficiencies in the conceptual fixing of these categories. We will discuss some of these deficiencies in the next section. The fact that Marx removed some of these deficiencies in the 1860s does not mean, however, that there might be a linear progressive development, a continuous refinement from the Grundrisse to capital. Such an idea, however, guided the editors of the Mega in the 1970s and 1980s, who characterized the Grundrisse, the manuscripts of 1961-2, Mega 2/3.1, 3.6, and the manuscripts of 1863-5, Mega 2/4.1, 4.2, as the three drafts of Capital, thus implying that Capital, by which was meant the three-volume work edited by Engels, was the goal towards which a developmental process moved, beginning precisely with the Grundrisse. Besides the improvement of the presentation and the overcoming of theoretical deficiencies, however, we can also observe an opposed tendency in this development. Marx himself spoke often of popularization of his presentation. A first popularization can be observed in the contribution to the Critique of Political Economy of 1859, a second attempt at popularization consists in the second edition of Capital Volume I. These popularizations have their price, determinate conceptual contexts are sometimes obscured, other connections no longer appear in Capital, such as, for example, the transition from money to capital. Point 14. Thus, Hans-Georg Backhaus and Helmut Reichelt in particular have understood this development from the Grundrisse to capital not as an improvement, let alone a refinement of the presentation, but rather, as a tale of decline away from an originally very strongly composed presentation. Point 15. Both positions, the idea of a continuous refinement, as well as that of a constant theoretical regress, seem nevertheless to be inadequate. This is not only because both improvement as well as deterioration can be observed, but above all, because in this way we neglect that the path from the Grundrisse to capital witnesses not only transformations of individual aspects, but also of the fundamental conceptual questions. The six-book plan as well as the concept of capital in general, Marx develops both during his work on the Grundrisse, and redeploys them in the manuscripts of 1861-3, is given up. With Capital, for which the manuscripts of 1863-5 are the first and not the third draft, Marx develops a new theoretical frame of reference, for which the distinction between individual capital and social total capital is decisive. Point 16. Indeed, we have to distinguish between two different projects, Critique of Political Economy in 6 books, for which 2 drafts exist, Grundrisse and the manuscript of 1861-3, and Capital in 4 books with 3 drafts, manuscripts of 1863-5, manuscripts of 1866-71, including the first edition of Capital Volume I, and the manuscripts of 1871-81. Point 17. 3. Marx's argument in the fragment on machines and its errors at the beginning of the manuscript of the Grundrisse. Marx does not yet operate on the basis of developed value theoretic considerations. Rather, he initially attempts to determine the status of money within commodity circulation. In particular, he has still not clarified the distinction between abstract and concrete labor, a configuration that he describes in Capital as the crucial point of the understanding of political economy, and in a letter to Engels of January 8, 1868, as the whole secret of the critical conception. Point 18. The clear fixing of the distinction between abstract and concrete labor, with which Marx completely broke with Ricardo's value theory, occurred only in the contribution to the Critique of Political Economy, 1859.19. Indeed, Marx distinguishes also in the Grundrisse clearly between use value and value, but not yet as clearly between exchange value and value. He does this only in the second edition of Capital, Volume I. When he speaks of value determining labor time, it is a case, as in Smith and Ricardo, of merely a labor sense phrase, which does not prevent the determinations of abstract and concrete labor from being confused. Point 20. The analysis of the capitalist production process as a unity of labor and valorization processes occurs only in preliminary hypotheses. Marx thus had difficulties to hold on to the form determination of constant capital, so that he frequently went back to the question of how it is possible that labor can both add new value and also carry over the value of the utilized means of production onto the product. Point 21. The back and forth of Marx's attempt at explanation, now with form and substance of labor, now with quality and quantity of labor, is extensively analyzed in a volume published by the Projektgruppe de Marxistchen Systems, Pem. Point 22. As Marx still had problems with the concept of constant capital, he saw the actual capitalist form determination of the means of labor only in the category of capital fixe, 23, that is, of a form determination that contains the means of labor only in circulation. Thus, the much discussed fragment on machines occurs in the section on the capitalist circulation process, although problems are treated that belong to the analysis of the capitalist production process. Marx initially maintains that the means of labor in the capitalist production process passes through a series of metamorphoses until it ends up as the machine, or rather as an automatic system or machinery. Point 24. Here, the activity of the worker is also transformed. It is determined and governed in every respect by the movement of the machinery, not vice versa. Point 25. This entire development, Marx argues, is not a matter of chance for capital, but the historical transformation of the traditional means of labor, as handed down from the past, into a form adequate to capital. The accumulation of knowledge and skill, of the general productive forces of the social mind, is thus absorbed in capital as opposed to labor, and hence appears as a property of capital, more precisely, of fixed capital, to the extent that it enters into the production process as means of production in strict sense. Point 26. Shortly afterwards, Marx summarizes thus: hence, the full development of capital only takes place, or capital has only posited the mode of production corresponding to it, when the means of labor is not merely formally determined as fixed capital but is superseded in its immediate form, and fixed capital confronts labor within the production process as machinery. The entire production process then appears no longer as subsumed under the immediate skill of the worker, but as technological application of science. Capital thus tends to impart a scientific character to production, and immediate labor is reduced to a mere moment of this process. Point 27. In the 19th century, a contemporary observer could not fail to note that machinery had an increasing significance in capitalist production, that the application of science was increasing, and that the individual worker played an ever smaller role. The fact that Marx here notes these developments is no particular analytic achievement. Such an achievement could only consist in the ordering and explanation of this process. Marx treats these developments as a process that capital necessarily produced. Capital posits the mode of production corresponding to it. Why, however, is the employment of machinery and the increasingly scientific nature of production adequate for capital? Marx's answer is vague. In the first cited passage, he argues that the general productive forces of the social mind are absorbed by capital. In the second citation, he emphasizes that the scientific production process is no longer subsumed under the immediate skill of the worker. In other words, on the basis of the capitalist appropriation of socially produced knowledge, the power of capital over labor increases. Capital increasingly becomes independent from single workers and their skills. This increasing power is a positive effect for capital. The goal of capital, however, is the production of surplus value. If we wish to show that the developments named by Marx represent the mode of production corresponding to capital, we must refer to the production of surplus value. In this citation, however, Marx is still a long way from this, since he does not have an adequate concept of the production of relative surplus value. That means that he can deal with the increasing application of machinery and the growing scientific nature of production only as an empirically noticeable tendency, and claim that they are a development that is adequate for capital. He cannot yet, however, justify them as this adequate development. Instead of providing such a justification, he emphasizes an apparent contradiction taken from the empirical evidence. In the same measure as labor time, the simple quantity of labor is posited by capital as the sole determinant of value. Immediate labor and its quantity disappear as the determining principle of production, of the creation of use values. It is reduced both quantitatively, in that its proportion declines, and qualitatively, that it, though still indispensable, becomes a subaltern moment in comparison to general scientific work. 28 Marx then immediately draws the following far-reaching conclusion: thus capital works to dissolve itself as the form which dominates production. This surprising result is not further justified at this stage. Instead, Marx deals with the problem of the way in which capital fixes contributes to the value of the produced product, in order to be able to oppose Lauderdale's conception that capital fixes is a source of value that is independent from labor time. Only a few pages later, he comes back to this contradiction. He holds that the presupposition of the capital relation is the sheer volume of immediate labor time, the quantity of labor employed, as the decisive factor in the production of wealth. 29 This presupposition, however, is undermined by the development of industry itself, but in the degree in which large-scale industry develops, the creation of real wealth becomes less dependent upon labor time and the quantity of labor employed than upon the power of agents set in motion during labor time. 30 However, if immediate labor time plays an ever smaller role, what does the worker still do in the process of production? Labor no longer appears so much as included in the production process, but rather man relates himself to that process as overseer and regulator. He stands besides the production process, rather than being its main agent. 31 Here, it is no longer a case of immediate labor performed by man himself, but rather, of the appropriation of his own general productive power. 32 On the basis of which Marx then draws an extremely far-reading conclusion: as soon as labor in its immediate form has ceased to be the great source of wealth, labor time ceases and must cease to be its measure, and therefore exchange value must cease to be the measure of use value. The surplus labor of the masses has ceased to be the condition for the development of general wealth, just as the non-labor of a few has ceased to be the condition for the development of the general powers of the human mind. As a result, production based upon exchange value collapses. 33 While these sentences are often cited, it is worthwhile to look more closely at whether and how Marx justifies them. Marx's starting point is the empirically noticeable tendency that the use of machinery and the increasing scientific dimension of production steadily advance in the capitalist mode of production. This uncontroversial observation then serves him as the foundation of deductions that are based upon each other. A. Marx sees immediate labor increasingly disappearing from the production process, from which should then follow b. that immediate labor is no longer the great source of wealth, rather, this is increasingly constituted by science, or general social knowledge. c. in this case, labor time is no longer the measure of wealth. d. which should have the consequence that capitalist production based upon exchange value, collapses. If we consider carefully these deductions in detail, we see that the lacking distinction between concrete useful labor, which produces use values, and abstract human labor, which is represented in value, has decisive consequences. Regarding A. Marx extrapolates limitlessly the empirical observation of the progressive deployment of machinery. It would, however, be necessary first to explain whether or not there really are no limits in the capitalist production process for the replacement of immediate labor by machines. If we consider only concrete useful labor, then there does indeed appear to be no limit for the increase in productivity by means of the increasing deployment of machinery, although the period of time in which this occurs remains an open question. We should bear in mind, however, that it is a case of a capitalist production process, for there is certainly a limit to the employment of machinery. The machine used in a capitalist way is itself a value object, which yields the average expenditure of value to the produced product. If a given machine produces 10,000 pieces before it is worn out, then the machine yields 1/10,000 of its value to the individual product. As Marx discusses extensively in the second section of the 15th chapter of Capital Volume I, the employment of machinery in the capitalist production process is only worthwhile if the production costs of the product are reduced. And that only occurs when the value yield of the machine to the product is lower than the reduction of costs that occurs due to the reduced expenditure of living labor. If the employment of machinery saves an hour in the production of a piece, then the capitalist saves the wage for this 1 hour. If the value yield of the machine to the product is higher than the wage for an hour, then the capitalist will not employ the machine, since the machine may indeed make labor more productive, but nevertheless raise the production costs. Only when the value yield of the machine is less than the saved wage costs is the machine employed. Regarding B, it is unclear what Marx means, here, by wealth. If it is material wealth, namely the mass of use values, then immediate labor would never be the great source of wealth, as, besides concrete useful labor, the natural productive forces, like, for example, fertility of the land, and the productive forces created by humans would be equally great sources of wealth. However, if Marx means here the social form of wealth in capitalist societies, that is, the value of the immense accumulation of commodities, then this value is the representation of abstract human labor, which has produced the commodities. Here, it is not important which part of this abstract human labor is an expression of the immediate labor that was expended in the last production process, and which part is an expression of the labor objectified in the machines, the value of which is carried over to the product. Even if an increasingly larger part of the product's value is traced back to the value transfer by the used machines, abstract labor remains the substance of value. Regarding C, if, however, abstract labor remains the substance of value, then labor time also remains the immanent measure of it, even if the immediate labor time in production plays an increasingly reduced role. Immediate labor time was at any rate never the measure of value. Immediate labor time is that quantity of concrete labor that is expended by an individual producer. However, the individual expenditure of concrete labor time does not form value, rather, value is formed by that quantity of abstract human labor that results only from the average social relations. Regarding D, if labor time remains the immanent measure of value, then the argument given by Marx for his last deduction, the collapse of production based upon exchange value, is no longer valid either. Indeed, with this last deduction, it remained completely unclear from the outset how the difficulties of measuring value, insofar as this is supposed to occur, should then lead immediately to the collapse of capitalist production. Above all, the weakness of the last deduction is clear, and it is amazing that Marx himself did not notice how weak the argument is. An explanation lies in the conception of crisis with which he operated before the drafting of the Grundrisse. The Communist Manifesto claimed that the commercial crises by their periodical return put on its trial, each time more threateningly, the existence of the entire bourgeois society. 34 Some years later, Marx and Engels then claimed a close connection between crisis and revolution. A new revolution is possible only in consequence of a new crisis. It is, however, just as certain as this crisis. 35 That Marx, while composing the manuscript of the Grundrisse, saw in crisis not only the catalyst of a political process, but also the beginnings of an economic collapse, is clear from an early draft plan. There, he writes, crises. Dissolution of the mode of production and form of society based upon exchange value. 36. At the beginning of his work on the Grundrisse, Marx was convinced that the crisis would lead to the dissolution of the capitalist mode of production, and that in the course of its development this mode of production would finally collapse. Now, as the first great crisis of the world market had begun that would lead to the deluge, He had only to sketch out the mechanism that formed the basis of this process. 37 We know, however, that something very different occurred. Although the first genuine crisis of the world market occurred in 1857-8, it was neither a catalyst of revolutionary unrest, nor did it announce the collapse of production based upon exchange value. On the contrary, the crisis was quickly over and capitalist production emerged from it strengthened. Marx learned this lesson thoroughly and never forgot it. When Danielson pressured him to finish Capital in the late 1870s, Marx replied to him that he couldn't finish Capital before the current crisis reached its high point, because it showed entirely new phenomena that he still had to comprehend theoretically. 38 Nothing is left of any ideas of collapse, or even his fear during the composition of the Grundrisse that he would be too late with his book. For Quesnay's riddle and its solution, the phenomena that Marx analyzed in the Grundrisse in relation to capital fees appear in Capital Volume I in different places, as a component part of the investigation of the production of relative surplus value, a category that was only present in a rudimentary form in the Grundrisse, but which is developed in Capital on the basis of a precise distinction between concrete useful labor and abstract human labor, and between constant and variable capital, as well as the comprehension of the capitalist production process as a unity of the labor and valorization process. Developments of productive power are now not only empirically or factually included, but grasped as the systematic methods of the production of relative surplus value, in which consists the fundamental possibility of an increase in productive power in the cooperation of the individual labor powers, the division of labor, analyzed paradigmatically in light of manufacture, and the employment of machinery, paradigmatically in large-scale industry. On all three levels, the social productive power of labor appears as the productive power of capital, and the intellectual potentialities Geistigkeitspotenzen of the material process of production appear to the workers as the property of another and as a power which rules over him. 39 However, this is not the case in the same way on all three levels. This process of separation starts in simple cooperation, where the capitalist represents to the individual workers the unity and the will of the whole body of social labor. It is developed in manufacture, which mutilates the worker, turning him into a fragment of himself. It is completed in large-scale industry, which makes science a potentiality for production which is distinct from labor and presses it into the service of capital. 40 Marx then summarizes in his analysis of machinery and large-scale industry in chapter 15, every kind of capitalist production, insofar as it is not only a labor process but also capital's process of valorization, has this in common, but it is not the worker who employs the conditions of his work, but rather the reverse. The conditions of work employ the worker. However, it is only with the coming of machinery that this inversion first acquires a technical and palpable reality. Owing to its conversion into an automaton, the instrument of labor confronts the worker during the labor process in the shape of capital, dead labor, which dominates and soaks up living labor power. The separation of the intellectual faculties of the production process from manual labor and the transformation of such faculties into powers exercised by capital over labor, is, as we have already shown, finally completed by large-scale industry erected on the foundation of machinery. The special skill of each individual machine operator, who has now been deprived of all significance, vanishes as an infinitesimal quantity in the face of science, the gigantic natural forces, and the mass of social labor embodied in the system of machinery. 41 By analyzing changes in the production process in the context of the production of relative surplus value, an increase in productive power leads to a reduction of the value of labor power and thus the necessary labor time, so that surplus labor time correspondingly increases. Marx could not merely claim the necessity of this development, as in the Grundrisse, but also justify it. It also became clear to him that the separation of the intellectual potentialities of the production process from the workers is a tendency that is imminent to all capitalist production. This process found a high point in machine production, but not a tipping point that put capitalist production into question. That the detail skills of the individual worker become minute beside the employment of science, and thus beside the general intellect, does not threaten value production. This state of affairs, rather, alters the concept of the productive worker, as is rather parenthetically noted in Chapter 16. In Capital, Marx studies the same developments as those examined in the fragment on machines. Nowhere, however, does he claim that, abstract, labor is no longer the substance of value, or that labor as a measure of value is placed in question, for good reason. The value dimension now comes into play on an entirely different level. In the treatment of the concept of relative surplus value in Chapter 12, Marx speaks of the riddle with which one of the founders of political economy, Quesnay, had tormented his opponents and for which they owed him an answer, namely, the fact that, on the one hand, capitalists were only interested in exchange value, but that, on the other hand, they constantly sought to lower the exchange value of their products. 42 Marx also could not provide an answer to this riddle in the Grundrisse. There, he had effectively named the contradiction nominated by Quesnay. But rather than resolving it, he had comprehended it as a contradiction of capital, by striving to reduce labor time to a minimum, while, on the other hand, positing labor time as the sole measure and source of wealth. Capital itself is a contradiction in process. 43 In the Grundrisse, Marx had ascribed to this contradiction a potential to overthrow the capitalist mode of production. In Capital, against the background of the analysis of the production of relative surplus value, this contradiction is resolved. The capitalist is not interested in the absolute value of the commodity, but rather, merely in surplus value contained within it and able to be realized by means of sale. And since the same process both cheapens commodities and augments the surplus value contained in them, we have here the solution of the following riddle: why does the capitalist, whose sole concern is to produce exchange value, continually strive to bring down the exchange value of commodities? 44 The contradiction that had so astounded Marx in 1857-8 in the Grundrisse that he had immediately seen the collapse of all production based upon exchange value, is reduced in Capital in 1867 to a riddle from the history of the theory, and one which has a simple solution. Those interpreters who have stopped at the Grundrisse have not accompanied Marx in these decisive theoretical advances. Translated by Peter D. Thomas. The General Intellect in the Grundrisse and Beyond. Tony Smith. The development of fixed capital shows the degree to which society's general science, knowledge, has become an immediate productive force, and hence the degree to which the conditions of the social life process itself have been brought under the control of the general intellect and remolded according to it. 1 Many Italian Marxists have long insisted on the importance of the section in the Grundrisse generally known as the fragment on machines, and in particular the concept of the general intellect introduced in the above passage. 2 This chapter examines recently translated essays on the general intellect by Paolo Verno and Carlo Vercellone, both of whom attempt to assess the contemporary theoretical and practical import of the Grundrisse. 3 Verno and Vercellone on the general intellect in history and theory. In the fragment on machines, Marx outlines a historical reconstruction of the main stages of capitalist work relations in Europe, beginning with a period characterized by what he elsewhere terms the formal subsumption of workers under capital. In this era, wage laborers were hired as capital by capital, to produce a product owned by capital, while overseen by capital's representatives. Surplus value was extracted from living labor through an enforced extension of the working day. Absolute surplus value, although the labor process itself, most importantly, the use of tools, remained under workers' direct control. When the limits of the working day were reached, capital turned to the real subsumption of labor, and the extraction of relative surplus value through productivity advances that reduced the portion of the workday devoted to necessary labor, that is, to the production of the quantity of products necessary for the maintenance of the living labor capacity. 4 This initially was accomplished through a fragmentation of the labor process, detail labor. Later, when scientific technological knowledge, the fruit of the general intellect, advanced sufficiently, systems of machinery were introduced. 5 Living labor was then reduced to being a mere accessory of these systems. In machinery, objectified labor confronts living labor in the labor process itself as the power which dominates it, a power which, in terms of its form, as the appropriation of living labor, is capital. The incorporation of the labor process into the valorization process of capital as merely one of its moments is also posited materially by the transformation of the means of labor into machinery, and of living labor into a mere living accessory of this machinery, as the means of its action. 6 When Marx wrote the Grundrisse, he expected industrial capitalism to be replaced by communism in the not-too-distant future. His argument in the fragment on machines can be roughly summarized as follows. 1. Capital necessarily tends to seek productivity advances. 2. Productivity advances are based on the general intellect. 3. The more social agents enjoy free time for creative learning and experimentation, the more the general intellect will flourish. 7. 4. Productivity advances in capitalism lessen necessary labor time. In principle, at least, this allows all social agents the free time required for the general intellect to flourish. 5. Capital, however, reduces necessary labor time only in order to increase surplus labor time. The drive to increase surplus labor time prevents most workers from engaging in creative learning and experimentation. 8. Capital, in other words, simultaneously establishes the material preconditions for the general intellect to flourish and undercuts the possibility of its actual flourishing. 9. 6. As long as the reign of capital continues, this contradiction will worsen over time, leading to ever-increasing social irrationality. 7. Increasing social irrationality will motivate struggles for an alternative social order instituting free time for creative learning and experimentation for all. The name of this alternative is communism. 10. As we know all too well, Marx's historical projection did not come to pass. According to Verno and Versellion, it was not a mistake for Marx to think that the further development of the general intellect was profoundly hampered by the capitalism of his day. In their view, however, Marx profoundly underestimated the capacity for the general intellect to develop in capitalism, as well as capitalism's ability to incorporate the social energies of an expanded general intellect. Verno and Versellion both emphasize the underlying continuity between the technologies and forms of social organization of Marx's period and 20th-century Fordism, devoted to the mass production of standardist commodities in assembly lines within large-scale vertically integrated firms. 11 Fordism also aimed at a ruthless separation of conception and execution, with the mass collective worker alienated from the specialized scientific technical knowledge embedded in fixed capital. Verno and Versellion also agree with Marx that the deepening of the logic of real subsumption can create conditions favorable to a collective reappropriation of knowledges insofar as living labor is able to reconvert a part of its surplus labor into free time. 12 What he did not foresee, in their view, is that this collective reappropriation of knowledges would take place in capitalism, not communism. Versellion describes how the productivity advances of industrial capitalism both encouraged a general struggle for the socialization of access to knowledge and provided the material preconditions for this struggle to succeed. 13 As a result of this success, the capitalist welfare state, already committed to socializing a significant portion of the costs of reproducing labor power, began to fund mass education. 14 Wage laborers as a class now spent an unprecedented proportion of their lives in formal and informal education and training, becoming a depository of cognitive competencies that cannot be objectified in machinery, including the faculty of language, the disposition to learn, memory, the capacity to abstract and relate, and the inclinations towards self-reflexivity. 15 At this point, those engaged in living labor could no longer be said to be alienated from the general intellect. This state of affairs is termed mass intellectuality by Verno, and diffuse intellectuality by Versellion. Both authors assert that the rise of mass intellectuality was the central causal factor underlying the crisis of Fordism. Versellion reminds us that in every historical conjuncture capital must decide whether or not to take on the risks associated with the direct management of labor. In these decisions the principal factor is undoubtedly the extent of domination of technology and of the knowledge on which the functions of direction and of capitalist control of the labor process rely. 16 The slowness with which capital penetrated the sphere of production between the beginning of the 16th century and the end of the 18th can be explained, he asserts, by the fact that this period was marked by the hegemony of the knowledge of the craftsman, which forced capital to wrestle with the insubordination of workers in production. 17 Capital came to dominate the labor process only after an extensive period in which the development of science applied to production proceeded at an equal rate with the expropriation of the knowledges of workers. 18 At the end of this process of development and expropriation the compulsion to wage labor was no longer merely of a monetary nature, but also of a technological nature, rendered endogenous by technical progress. 19 This state of affairs, however, did not last. The subsequent diffusion of intellectuality initiated a tendential fall of capital's control of the division of labor. 20 At this point, the traditional opposition between dead labor/living labor, proper to industrial capitalism, gives way to a new form of antagonism, that between the dead knowledge of capital and the living knowledge of labor. 21 The crisis of Fordism then commenced when living labor refused to be treated as a mere appendage, it is the refusal of the scientific organization of labor that largely explains the falling rate of profit and the social exhaustion of the Taylorist gains in productivity through which the Fordist crisis has been manifested since the end of the 1960s. 22 Capital, however, did not respond to this crisis by scurrying off the stage of world history. It instead mutated into a form that could mobilize and incorporate diffuse intellectuality. For Verno, this explains the rise of post-Fordist networks of production, with their short product runs of diverse product lines. Such flexibility requires a technically sophisticated and intellectually engaged workforce, freed from the repetitious and segmented labor of the assembly line. Post-Fordism also aims at continuous innovation in design, production, and marketing, all of which can be furthered by tapping into the creative insights of a broad spectrum of living labor, including knowledge developed outside capitalist firms. 23 In brief, the sharing of the general intellect becomes the effective foundation of every kind of praxis. 24 In post-Fordism, conceptual constellations and logical schemata that cannot be reduced to fixed capital play a decisive role, since they are inseparable from the interaction of a plurality of living subjects. The general intellect comprises formal and informal knowledge, imagination, ethical inclinations, mentalities, and language games. 25 Marx believed that the tendency for the general intellect to control the conditions of the process of social life could only be fully realized in communism. Verno, in contrast, goes so far as to say that in post-Fordism, the tendency described by Marx is actually fully realized. 26 Unlike Verno, Versellion rejects the category post-Fordism, arguing that it understates the extent to which the contemporary knowledge economy institutes a break from the industrial epoch. He prefers to speak of cognitive capitalism. 27 However, he agrees with Verno on the essential point. In his view, too, capitalism today is based on the reappropriation of the cognitive dimensions of work by living labor, with respect to all material and immaterial activity. 28 From this perspective the Grundrisse retains immense theoretical and practical importance insofar as Marx correctly foresaw the absolute centrality of the diffusion of the general intellect. Insofar, however, as he failed to anticipate the extent to which this diffusion would occur in capitalism, other key aspects of Marx's account in the Grundrisse, and elsewhere, have been rendered obsolete. Both Verno and Versellion take Marx's value theory as a prime example of this point. For Versellion, the theory of value presupposes that immediate labor can be adequately measured by a certain sort of time, the time of the clock and the chronometer, with this time then providing the proper measure of social wealth. These assumptions are plausible, he thinks, in a historical period in which labor becomes ever more abstract, not only under the form of exchange value, but also in its content, emptied of any intellectual and creative quality. 29 The era extending from the early Industrial Revolution through Fordism meets this criterion, due to the real subsumption of living labor under capital, more specifically, under the fixed capital of machinery systems. In the Grundrisse, however, Marx himself admitted that as the general intellect develops, the claim that direct labor is the dominant force of production will become increasingly implausible. Marx defends what can hardly be called a Marxist thesis. He claims that, precisely due to its autonomy from production, abstract knowledge, primarily but not only scientific knowledge, is in the process of becoming nothing less than the main force of production and will soon relegate the repetitious and segmented labor of the assembly line to a residual position. 30 Marx, once again, expected that the general intellect could develop to this point only within communism. He did not foresee capitalism's transformation into a system in which the principal productive force was the general intellect in the form of mass intellectuality. He did not foresee, in other words, a form of capitalism in which we can no longer take the time of the clock and the chronometer as means for quantifying the economic value of labor. 31. He so-called law of value, that the value of a commodity is determined by the labor time embodied in it, is regarded by Marx as the armature of modern social relations, yet it is both eroded and refuted by capitalist development. 32 There must now be a passage from a theory of time value of labor to a theory of knowledge value where the principal fixed capital is man, in whose brain exists the accumulated knowledge of society. 33 Versellion and Verno do not believe that their denial of the applicability of Marx's value theory to contemporary capitalism puts them outside a Marxian framework. Both continue to accept Marx's theses that the crisis tendencies of capitalism can only be temporally displaced, and that only communism can permanently overcome them. Post-Fordism/cognitive capitalism has enabled capital to maintain its hegemony, but only at the cost of exacerbating the very tendential fall of the capital's control of the division of labor that brought about the crisis of Fordism in the first place. Capital is now forced to rely increasingly on the mechanisms of formal subsumption to maintain its social dominance, including the intensification of employment insecurity. 34 Massively increased household debt, and the imposition of ever more artificial scarcity. 35 All of which increase the relation of monetary dependence of the wage laborer inside the process of circulation. 36 The more obvious capital's reliance on formal subsumption becomes, however, the more obvious is capital's repression of the historical possibilities opened up by the general intellect, and the more capital itself chokes off the source of its own dynamism. 37 The continuous betrayal of the emancipatory promises of post-Fordism/cognitive capitalism ensures that Marx's call for communism in the Grundrisse retains its full force today. We could define communism as the real movement by means of which the society of knowledge would liberate itself effectively from the capitalist logic that subsumes it, freeing the potential of emancipation inscribed in an economy founded on the free circulation of knowledge and the democracy of the general intellect. 38 Verno concurs, the general intellect can affirm itself as an autonomous public sphere only if its bond to the production of commodities and wage labor is rescinded. 39 Of the many aspects of Verno and Versellion's accounts that should be affirmed, this one ranks first and foremost. There are other views of theirs, however, that can be questioned, beginning with their rejection of value theory. The general intellect and the theory of value for Verno and Versellion, the value of a commodity, in Marx's sense of the term, is determined by the homogeneous units of simple direct labor time embodied in it. In their view, the machinery of Marx's day brought about a real subsumption of living labor that emptied living labor of any intellectual and creative quality, making it legitimate to measure the value of commodities in terms of simple homogeneous units of abstract labor time. Today, however, the principal productive force is the general intellect in the form of diffuse intellectuality. As a result, they believe that we can no longer take the time of the clock and the chronometer as means for quantifying the economic value of labor. 40 Given the lacerating contradiction between a productive process that now directly and exclusively relies on science and a unit of measure of wealth that still coincides with the quantity of labor embodied in products. 41 If value theory were nothing more than the claim that the simple labor embodied in a commodity is the proper measure of wealth, it would indeed not have the least explanatory power today. But it then would not have been valid at any previous point in history either. Wealth creation in capitalism has always crucially depended upon free gifts that capital claimed as its own. 42 Gifts of nature, such as soil fertility developed over millions of years, or water and wind power, are examples. 43 The cultural achievements of pre-capitalist societies, the development of cognitive and physical capacities outside the workplace, the unpaid care labor of women, the scientific technological knowledge developed in the early modern period, and the products of publicly funded research labs during the heyday of Fordism, provide other illustrations. The causal role of these sorts of factors in the production of wealth has always been incalculably large, and so there has never been a period of capitalism in which embodied labor served as the proper measure of wealth. Marx knew this full well, and yet devoted his life to the development of value theory nonetheless. He could do this consistently because the purpose of this theory is not to measure wealth. Marx's value theory is a complex and controversial topic. Unfortunately, the following brief summary must suffice here. The starting point is the conceptualization of the capitalist mode of production as a system of dissociated sociality in which the absolute mutual dependence of individuals, who are indifferent to one another, constitutes their social connection. 44 More specifically, capitalism is a system of generalist commodity production in which production is undertaken privately, and must subsequently be socially validated through the successful exchange of commodities for money. 45 Commodities whose production has been socially validated acquire a social property, value, exchangeability in definite proportions, distinct from their various natural properties. In generalist commodity production, exchange of commodities for money is the form of social validation, and so money provides the only socially objective measure of value. The labor that produces commodities with the special property of value may be termed abstract labor. This term is appropriate because in this context abstraction is made from the concrete and heterogeneous properties of different acts of laboring, and because this dimension of laboring is causally responsible for the production of an abstract property of commodities, measured by the abstract units of an abstract thing, money. Marx then explains that generalist commodity production is a capitalist system, dominated by investments that aim at appropriating a greater sum of money, M, than the initial sum, M, invested. Living labor can now be conceptualized in a more concrete and complex fashion as the activity of wage laborers, hired by capital to produce surplus value. The difference between M and M comprehending capitalism requires understanding how a social order of dissociated sociality can nonetheless be reproduced over time, and the contradictions that arise in the course of this reproduction. Marx's answer is that this social reproduction is accomplished through the mediation of things. The sociality of privately undertaken labor is established by the circulation of commodities and money. More concretely, the sociality of privately undertaken wage labor is validated when surplus value is produced and appropriated. The monetary value system is not a mechanism for measuring the contribution of simple units of labor to the production of wealth. It is first and foremost a mechanism for reproducing the social relations of capitalism, most importantly, the capital/wage labor relation, the exchange of living labor for objectified, i.e. the positing of social labor in the form of the antithesis of capital and wage labor, is the ultimate development of the value relationship and of production based on value. 46 There is a fundamental distinction between producing value relations, social relations in the bizarre and historically specific form of relations among things, and producing wealth, use values considered in abstraction from historically specific social forms. As we shall see in the following section, I believe Verneau and Versellion understate the role of the general intellect in the era extending from the first industrial revolution to Fordism, while overstating its flourishing in contemporary capitalism. But they are surely correct to stress how mass intellectuality has become increasingly important as a productive force. Does this development push Marx's theory of value into the trash heap of outdated theories? Not if the main form of social organization continues to be the dissociated sociality of generalist commodity production. Not if social reproduction continues to be mediated by the circulation of things, that is, the sale of commodities for money. and not if social reproduction continues to center on the reproduction of the capital/wage-labor relation. All these things continue to define global capitalism today. 47 As long as value relations are in place, the accomplishments of diffuse intellectuality will tend to be either appropriated by capital as another sort of free gift, as occurs, for example, when corporations make use of open-source computing code, or else pushed to the margins of social life. Marx's value theory will retain descriptive accuracy and explanatory power as long as this remains the case. To comprehend the production of wealth we must indeed take into account mass intellectuality, and grant it increasing importance vis-a-vis simple labor. But this has little to do with Marx's theory of value, at least not with the most satisfactory all things considered interpretation of that theory. 48. The general intellect in capitalism's historical development. Before attempting to assess Verneau and Vercellion's reconstruction of capitalism's historical development, I would like to introduce two other crucial notions from the Grundrisse, and other texts Marx devoted to the critique of political economy: form determination and fetishism. These notions will play a central role in the assessment that follows. Marx's theory of value investigates the reproduction of social relations through relations among things. Form determination refers to the manner in which the options, subjective preferences, and external behavior of human agents are shaped by these things as a result of the social form they possess in generalist commodity production. Due to these social forms, money and capital are not so much instruments of social life as embodiments of sociality standing over and against individual human subjects. In bourgeois society, example, the worker stands there purely subjectively, without object, but the thing which confronts him has now become the true community, which he tries to make a meal of and which makes a meal of him. 49 From the standpoint of form determination, there is a sense in which capital is ontologically prior to and shapes the intentions and activities of individual agents, however much human agency is responsible for its emergence and maintenance. The options, subjective preferences, and behavior of those who own and control capital is form determined by the valorization imperative, that is, the ruthlessly imposed imperative that units of capital must produce surplus value. The options, subjective preferences, and behavior of those who sell their living labor for a wage is determined by the same imperative, albeit in a more antagonistic fashion. Their labor process, for example, is shaped by the fact that it is. Explicit texts in the Grundrisse and elsewhere. It has the unavoidable implication that Marx's theory of value was never applicable to any epoch of capitalism from early agrarian capitalism onwards, see note 43 above, since in every epoch the production of wealth has depended on more than the embodied labor of wage laborers. Further, the main underlying point of the above passage is not at odds with the interpretation of value theory defended here. A crucial element of the legitimating ideology of capitalism is the claim that individual contributions to producing and distributing wealth can be distinguished, measured, and rewarded through monetary compensation. As the general intellect play an increasingly profound causal role in production and distribution, the falsity and internal incoherence of this claim become ever more pronounced. But it is important to recognize that this development does not refute a theory of value that was developed precisely in order to describe and explain a social order based on a false and internally incoherent ideology. Nor does the fact that the falsity and internal incoherence of the claim becomes more pronounced automatically bring about the overcoming of indigence and antagonism in the immediate production process. Marx quickly abandoned rhetoric suggesting otherwise. 49 Marx 1986, p. 420. Or, in one of the Grundrisse's most striking formulations, each individual carries his social power, as also his connection with society, in his pocket, Marx 1986, p. 94. A valorization process, and not merely a process in which living labor actualizes its capacities with the aid of objectifications of past labor. From this perspective it would be both false and naive to consider capital as a mere instrument of social power used by humans for human ends. There is a sense in which it is a transcendental power, subjecting humans to its end, and appropriating the social powers of production as its powers. 50 On the other hand, however, things do not have transcendental powers in themselves. They only appear to do so due to the peculiar social character of production of generalist commodity production, as Marx explains in a passage that holds for capital no less than for money. The need for exchange and the transformation of the product into pure exchange value progresses in the same measure as the division of labor, i.e. with the social character of production. But with the growth of the latter grows the power of money, i.e. the exchange relation establishes itself as a power external to and independent of the producers. In proportion as the producers become dependent upon exchange, exchange appears to become independent of them. Money does not create this opposition and this contradiction, on the contrary, their development creates the apparently transcendental power of money. 51 This brings us to the heart of Marx's theory of fetishism. Due to the dissociated sociality defining generalist commodity production, that is, living labor's enforced separation from both the conditions of its realization, the means of production and subsistence, and its product, the collective powers of social individuals necessarily appear as the powers of capital. But capital's powers rest entirely on the appropriation of the creative powers of collective social labor, and the powers of nature and scientific technological knowledge mobilized by collective social labor, in exchange for his labor capacity as a given magnitude, the worker surrenders its creative power. The creative power of his labor establishes itself as the power of capital, and confronts him as an alien power, the productivity of his labor altogether. Insofar as it is not a capacity but movement, real labor becomes an alien power relative to the worker. Capital, on the contrary, valorizes itself through the appropriation of alien labor. 52. Capital, in brief, is nothing but the potentialities resting in living labor's own womb, which come to exist as realities outside it as a result of the production process, but as realities alien to it. 53 The living labor whose creative powers Marx affirms in the theory of fetishism is not the transhistorical subject of traditional humanism. A transhistorical notion of living labor is a mere thought abstraction, and it would be a profound category mistake to assign creative powers to an abstraction of thought. The living labor discussed in the Grundrisse is living labor in the historically specific form of the use of a commodity that becomes a form of capital after it has been purchased by capital. The powers it develops have been developed within this social form, and because of this social form. 54 This all-important instance of form determination, however, does not undermine the ontological claim at the heart of the theory of capital fetishism. If social relations and material social practices were structurally transformed, that is, if dissociated sociality were replaced with a different sort of sociality, the apparently transcendental powers claimed by money and capital would be instantly revealed as the ontological lies they are. The ultimate goal of Marx's theory of value is to help us recognize these lies now, in order to bring the day of reckoning closer. The general intellect, as Verno defines it, the faculty of language, the disposition to learn, memory, the capacity to abstract and relate, and the inclinations towards self-reflexivity, 55 has been an expression of collective social labor throughout the history of capitalism. It is not something which first emerged in the 20th century. Marx's theory of fetishism teaches that any and all variants of capitalism rest on a depository of cognitive competencies that cannot be objectified, that is, on the general intellect with operational materiality insofar as it organizes the production process and the life world. The general intellect undoubtedly takes different shapes in early capitalism, in 19th century England, in Fordism, and in contemporary post-Fordism/cognitive capitalism. But it has always been central to the collective powers of social labor that appear in capital in an alien form. I believe Verno and Versellion understate the degree to which the general intellect was diffused in the period extending from the initial industrial revolution through Fordism. This is due, I believe, to their one-sided emphasis on the form determination of fixed capital, at the cost of overlooking the extent to which the powers of capital fixed in machinery were a fetishist form of the powers of collective social labor. Verno and Versellion describe the Industrial Revolution of Marx's day as a period in which the general intellect took the form of expert scientific technical knowledge embodied in fixed capital. Echoing the Grundrisse, they stress the alienation of wage laborers from machinery, and thus from the general intellect, the scientific technological knowledge, embodied in it, an alienation that then continued in Fordism. When Marx wrote the Grundrisse, however, he had not yet examined the details of technological innovation. By the time he composed Capital, the picture had become more complicated. In Capital, Marx describes various stages in the evolution of machinery in the Industrial Revolution, from the initial introduction of a machine, through the discovery of the strengths and weaknesses of its initial design, to a redesign that builds on these strengths and avoids at least some of the weaknesses. In the present context, the important point to note is Marx's emphasis on the creative interplay in this process between scientists, engineers, and inventors, on the one hand, and other categories of workers, on the other. The tacit and explicit knowledge of the production process possessed by wage laborers as a result of their collective practical experience played a crucial, if almost universally overlooked, role. The problem of how to execute each particular process, and to bind the different partial processes together into a whole, is solved by the aid of machines, chemistry, etc. But of course, in this case too, the theoretical conception must be perfected by accumulated experience on a large scale. 56 Again, it is only after a considerable development of the science of mechanics, and an accumulation of practical experience, that the form of machine becomes settled entirely in accordance with mechanical principles, and emancipated from the traditional form of the tool from which it has emerged. 57 In capitalism, no particular machine or system of machinery is irreplaceable. Every degree of the development of the social productive forces, of intercourse, of knowledge, etc., appears to capital as a barrier which it strives to overcome. 58 Generalizing Marx's account, we must recognize that subsequent technological changes will also be due to a creative interplay between scientific technical laborers in the narrow sense and experienced workers with significant informal and tacit knowledge of the labor process. Verno and Versellione are correct to stress the tendency to reduce workers to mere appendages of machine systems in the period from Marx's day through Fordism, and the resulting tendency for individual workers to be alienated from the scientific technical knowledge embodied in them. These tendencies are objective material realities, experienced as such by individual workers. But the account in Capital also implies that the workforce as a whole simultaneously developed new capacities and new forms of knowledge in the course of its practical experience. An exclusive focus on deskyling in this period oversimplifies Marx's position. 59 Such an exclusive focus understates the extent to which the general intellect was already diffused at the time of the Industrial Revolution, that is, not monopolized by a small group of scientific technological experts. Interestingly, Versellione himself admits that the Fordist project of strictly separating conception and execution in the workplace was always an utter fantasy. It is important to remember that the irreducible dimension of workers' knowledge was also apparent in the big Fordist factories in the fundamental difference between prescribed tasks and the reality of workers' labor. Without this difference, the Fordist assembly line would never have been able to function. 60 A mere 2 pages later, however, he writes that in Fordism productivity can be now represented as a variable whose determinants no longer take into any consideration the knowledge of the workers, thereby reducing the tacit and explicit knowledge of wage workers to invisibility. Once again. 61 To summarize, Verno and Versellione's application of the category of the general intellect in the historical period extending from the first industrial revolution to Fordism emphasizes the form determination of fixed capital in a one-sided fashion, at the cost of oversimplifying the complex ontological state of affairs described by Marx's theory of capital fetishism. The powers of capital, taking on material shape in the vast machine systems of the Industrial Revolution and Fordism, did appear as transcendental powers. But they remained nothing but a fetishized form of the powers of collective social labor, and the powers of nature and knowledge mobilized by that labor. And this mobilized knowledge was by no means limited to that of scientists, engineers, and inventors. The general intellect throughout the period in question included the tacit and explicit knowledge of the workforce, even if prevailing ideology and material practices prevented this from being recognized. Verno and Verselion's analysis of post-Fordism/cognitive capitalism exhibits the inverse one-sidedness. They underestimate the continuing form determination of capital in order to emphasize the creative powers of social labor underlying the theory of capital fetishism. It is certainly true that the powers of social labor are increasingly exercised today in ways that do not appear to be determined by the capital form. A very striking example is found in the following list of Internet applications developed through knowledge work outside the capital/wage labor relation. Ideas like free web-based email, hosting services for personal web pages, instant messenger software, social networking sites, and well-designed search engines emerged more from individuals or small groups of people wanting to solve their own problems or try something neat than from firms realizing there were profits to be gleaned. 62. Encryption software, peer-to-peer file sharing software, sound and image editors, and many other examples can be added to this list. Indeed, it is difficult to find software not initiated by amateurs. 63. Do these and other contemporary expressions of diffuse intellectuality justify Verno's assertion that in post-Fordism the sharing of the general intellect becomes the effective foundation of every kind of praxis? 64. Do they justify Verselion's claim that the real subsumption of living labor under capital has been eroded in cognitive capitalism? I believe the answer to these questions must be no. As noted above, capital has always relied on free gifts produced outside the capital form. Prior to the rise of post-Fordism/cognitive capitalism, the capital accumulation process depended upon these free gifts to a literally incalculable degree. Nonetheless, the social forms of capital prevented the general intellect from being actually fully realized. 65. Today we must add the new products of mass intellectuality, such as software codes written by amateurs, to the list of free gifts. In itself, however, this no more dissolves the power of the capital form to shape social life than other sorts of free gifts have dissolved that power. In specific, it does not dissolve the power of the capital form to prevent the general intellect from being actually fully realized along the lines Marx foresaw in his anticipation of communism in the Grundrisse. Examples of the way in which the sharing of the general intellect is systematically restricted by the capital form in post-Fordism/cognitive capitalism are so numerous that one hardly knows where to begin. 66. There continues to be significant underinvestment in knowledge directed to meeting human wants and needs outside the commodity form, however significant such knowledge might be in meeting human wants and needs. 67. The extension of intellectual property rights not only prevents knowledge products from being distributed as free public goods. 68. It also puts roadblocks in the way of the development of new scientific technological knowledge, as Verselion rightly notes. 69. Productivity advances continue to be correlated with unemployment, while a vastly disproportionate share of the gains resulting from these advances are appropriated by investors and top managerial strata. Both factors blunt the incentive for workers to share insights that might lead to advances in productivity. The ceaseless external pressure of the valorization imperative ensures that core firms within networks of enterprises will endeavor to displace risks onto their suppliers and distributors, appropriate the most lucrative portions of the value chain for themselves, and implement divide-and-conquer strategies against geographically dispersed workforces. These factors systematically discourage the free flow of information within networks, which is equivalent to discouraging the diffusion of the general intellect. Pace Verno, we are far indeed from the unrestricted diffusion of the general intellect that was a defining feature of the communism Marx imagined in the Grundrisse. And, Pace Verselion, the assertion that the real subsumption of living labor under capital has been overcome in contemporary capitalism cannot be accepted either. Yes, the living labor of amateur software writers is not subjected to real subsumption in capitalist workplaces. There are also pockets of activity freed from real subsumption within the sphere of wage labor. 70 But we must be wary of generalizing from a handful of exceptional cases. Contemporary capitalism, no less than the capitalism of Marx's day, systematically denies the vast majority of workers the time, training, and material support to effectively participate in innovation to anything remotely approaching the extent to which they are capable, while subjecting them to new and extreme forms of standardization and monitoring. 71 Consider, for example, workers in the call centers of the Global South, where questions must be answered with pre-written scripts on a computer screen while being monitored and timed. 72 Or consider the knowledge workers at American Express, processing credit requests while using, or, rather, being used by, expert information technology systems. The expert system authorizes or denies credit, comes up with the prices or rates of interest to be charged, and makes allowances for the client's special circumstances. Deprived of most elements of research, calculation, and judgment. The activities of the deal structurer/computer operator can best be described as operations, comparable to the activities of machine tool operators working at computer-controlled machines. 73 For these workers, and for the hundreds of millions throughout the globe engaged in wage labor in similar circumstances, contemporary information technology systems impose the real subsumption of living labor under capital no less than the machinery systems of Marx's day imposed real subsumption on the factory workers of the 19th century. In the former, no less than the latter, objectified labor physically confronts living labor as the power which dominates it and actively subsumes it under itself, not merely by appropriating living labor, but in the actual production process itself. 74 Versellion mistakes the latent potential of information technologies to contribute to the transcendence of real subsumption for that transcendence itself. The gulf between the two remains immeasurably large. Conclusion. Verno and Versellion rightly call attention to Marx's category of the general intellect, and to the unprecedented role its diffusion plays today. From this perspective, the Grundrisse remains a work of tremendous contemporary relevance, both theoretically and practically. They, however, also believe that the historical development of the general intellect has made other crucial themes of the Grundrisse and other works by Marx outdated. Marx's value theory, they argue, is not applicable to contemporary society. Marx severely underestimated the flexibility of capitalism, which according to Verno has evolved to the point where in post-Fordism, the tendency described by Marx regarding the flourishing of the general intellect in communism is actually fully realized. 75 Versellion adds that the development of the general intellect has made Marx's account of the real subsumption of living labor under capital obsolete. I have argued that Marx's value theory is not made irrelevant by the fact that capital treats the knowledge produced by the general intellect as a free gift, nor does this follow from the fact that this knowledge is increasingly important in the production of wealth. Further, the development of the general intellect continues to be profoundly restricted by the capital form. And the real subsumption of living labor under capital is materially imposed on most workers in global capitalism today by information technologies, no less than it was imposed by the machinery systems of the Industrial Revolution and Fordism. On a last point, however, Verno and Versellion are correct. Capitalism remains crisis-prone, and the most profound form of crisis is the no, of living labor. 76 By highlighting the parasitical nature of capital vis-a-vis the general intellect, Verno and Versellion further the recognition Marx spoke of in the Grundrisse. The recognition of the product as its living labors, its own, and its awareness that its separation from the conditions of its realization is improper and imposed by force, is an enormous consciousness, and is itself the product of the mode of production based on capital, and just as much the knell to its doom as the consciousness of the slave that he cannot be the property of another. His consciousness of being a person, reduced slavery to an artificial lingering existence, and made it impossible for it to continue to provide the basis of production. 77 In this manner Verno and Versellion's work contributes to struggles for a non-capitalist social order based on democratic self-organization. In comparison to this contribution, any shortcomings are entirely secondary matters. The system of machinery and determinations of revolutionary subjectivity in the Grundrisse and Capital 1 Guido Starosta. This chapter proposes a reading of Marx's exposition of the forms of the real subsumption of labor to capital, in particular, the system of machinery of large-scale industry, as constituting the dialectical presentation of the determinations of revolutionary subjectivity. The proposition that the real subsumption constitutes the ground of revolutionary subjectivity should come as no surprise. In reality, this is no more than the concretization of that insight about the most general determination of the process of natural history constituting the development of humanity that Marx expounded in the Paris manuscripts of 1844. According to that early text, the content of the history of the human species consists in the development of the specific material powers of the human being as a working subject, that is, of human productive subjectivity. It is in the historical transformation of its material and social forms, Marx concluded, that the key to the abolition of capital, hence, to revolutionary subjectivity, should reside. However, that early attempt at the critique of political economy could not offer a rigorous scientific comprehension of the social determinations underlying the revolutionary transformation of society. Armed with the Feuerbach-inspired method of transformative criticism, Marx managed analytically to uncover alienated labor as the hidden social foundation behind the reified objectivity of economic categories. In turn, in those early writings he analytically discovered the specificity of the human species being, i.e., human productive subjectivity, as the material content historically developing in that alienated form. However, although these discoveries allowed Marx to grasp the simplest, human, determination behind the content and form of the abolition of alienated labor, he arguably failed at synthetically unfolding the further mediations entailed by the social and material constitution of the revolutionary subject. 2 The theoretico-practical need for the further dialectical development of the critique of political economy, which would eventually lead Marx to write Capital, expresses the following fact. The immanent ground of revolutionary subjectivity is not simple and unmediated. For instance, the sheer general materiality of human productive practice as the negated content behind the alienated objectivity of capitalist social forms. 3 Instead, it is a unity of many determinations, which therefore means that its scientific comprehension can only be the result of a complex dialectical investigation involving both the analytic movement from the concrete to the abstract and the synthetic mediated return to the concrete starting point. 4 Dialectical research must therefore analytically apprehend all relevant social forms and synthetically reproduce the interconnections leading to the constitution of the political action of wage laborers as the form taken by the revolutionary transformation of the historical mode of existence of the human life process. Now, as the title of Marx's most important work denotes, the subject whose determinations the dialectical investigation proceeds to discover and present is capital, which, as the alienated subject of social life, becomes the all-dominating economic power of bourgeois society and must therefore form the starting point as well as the finishing point of the ideal reproduction of the concrete. 5 This does not leave revolutionary subjectivity outside the scope of the dialectical unfolding of capitalist social forms. Rather, it means that revolutionary subjectivity itself must be comprehended as the realization of an immanent determination of capital as alienated subject. 6 Accordingly, its dialectical presentation must essentially consist in the synthetic unfolding of the contradictory movement between materiality and capital form up to its absolute limit, revealing the proletariat's self-abolishing action as the necessary form in which the former content asserts itself. 7 It was fundamentally in capital, but, crucially, also in the Grundrisse, mainly through the exposition of the determinations of the different forms of production of relative surplus value, hence of the real subsumption of labor to capital, where Marx managed to concretize the systematic dialectic of alienated human labor. He did this by showing precisely what the capital form does to the materiality of human productive subjectivity as it takes possession of, and transforms, the labor process. Seen externally, the implicit concrete question under investigation was the following: does capital transform human productive subjectivity in a way that eventually equips the latter with the material powers to transcend its alienated social form of development? From this materialist standpoint, only if this were the case would it make sense to pose the question of conscious revolutionary action as a concrete objective potentiality immanent in capitalist society. 8 In other words, Marx's point was the need to discover the material determinations of communist society in their present mode of existence as an alienated potentiality engendered by the autonomist movement of the capital form to be realized, that is, turned into actuality, precisely and necessarily through the conscious revolutionary action of the self-abolishing proletariat. Those determinations appear scattered and are just mentioned in passing in several of Marx's texts. They all characterize the simplest defining character of communism as the fully self-conscious organization of social labor as a collective potency by the thereby freely associated producers. It is in the Grundrisse, in the context of the critique of Adam Smith's conception of labor as sacrifice, that Marx offers the clearest and most concise characterization of the general attributes of what he calls really free working. The work of material production can achieve this character as really free working, gs only, 1, when its social character is posited, 2, when it is of a scientific and at the same time general character, not merely human exertion as a specifically harnessed natural force, but exertion as subject, which appears in the production process not in a merely natural, spontaneous form, but as an activity regulating all the forces of nature. 9 The interesting and intriguing aspect of this passage is that Marx not only claims that in order to be really free, labor must become a consciously organized, directly social activity, but also that the consciousness regulating that emancipated productive activity must be of a general and scientific kind. As we shall see later, this latter attribute, scarcely mentioned by Marx on other occasions, will prove of paramount importance for our comprehension of the concrete determinations of revolutionary subjectivity, a task that Marx himself achieved, although not without tensions and ambiguities. At this stage, I would just like to reformulate the question of the relation between capital and productive subjectivity posed above in the light of that passage from the Grundrisse. Does the development of capital transform human productive subjectivity in such a way as to engender the necessity of producing the latter with the two general attributes mentioned by Marx? Furthermore, is the working class the material subject bearing them? In this paper, then, I discuss the way in which Marx, through the dialectical exposition of the contradictory movement of the real subsumption, actually presented the genesis of the revolutionary subject. The argument is firstly developed through a close reading of Marx's discussion of the determinations of large-scale industry in capital, as the latter constitutes the most developed form of real subsumption. The essence of this capitalist transformation of the production process of human life lies in the mutation of the productive attributes of the collective laborer according to a determinate tendency. The individual organs of the latter eventually become universal productive subjects. This is the inner material determination underlying the political revolutionary subjectivity of the proletariat. However, I argue that Marx's dialectical exposition of those transformations in capital is in some respects truncated and does not unfold the plenitude of the material determinations underlying the revolutionary existence of the working class. The latter is presented as no more than an abstract possibility. A gap therefore remains between the dialectic of alienated human labor unfolded in the chapters on relative surplus value in capital, and the revolutionary conclusions at the end of Volume I in the chapter on the historical tendency of capital accumulation. The paper finally suggests that the so-called fragment on machines from the Grundrisse contains a different but complementary perspective on the productive subjectivity characteristic of large-scale industry. Through a careful reading of the relevant passages of that earlier version of the Critique of Political Economy, it is possible to undertake the completion of the systematic unfolding of the social and material determinations of revolutionary subjectivity. Large-scale industry and workers' productive subjectivity in capital. The guiding thread running through Marx's exposition of the concrete forms of the production of relative surplus value resides in the revolutions to which capital subjects the productive subjectivity of the doubly free laborer as the means for the multiplication of its power of self-valorization. However, it is not there that Marx's presentation of the determinations of large-scale industry begins. The reason for this derives from the very starting point of the production of relative surplus value through the system of machinery that characterizes large-scale industry. As Marx points out, If in manufacture the point of departure of the transformation of the material conditions of social labor was productive subjectivity as such, with the transformation of the instrument of labor, in the form of a specialization, determined as a result of the former, in large-scale industry the transformation of the instrument of labor constitutes the starting point, the transformation of the wage laborer being its result. Point 11 Marx presents the essence of this transformation of the human labor process by developing the specific materiality of machinery, in particular vis-a-vis the labor process in manufacture. In reality, the simplest determination of that difference was already anticipated by Marx in the transition contained in the previous chapter of Capital, where the necessity of the development of machinery was laid bare. I am referring to Capital's need to do away with the subjective basis of manufacture through the development of an objective framework for material production, independent of the manual expertise and immediate practical knowledge of workers. In brief, it is about giving an objective form to the powers of social labor springing from direct productive cooperation. Point 12 The twofold material specificity of the machine thereby springs from the objectification of both the, however restricted, knowledge and manual skills and strength of the manufacturing laborer. On the one hand, Capital strives to substitute the movement of the forces of nature for that of the human hand as the immediate agent in the transformation of the object of labor into a new use value. On the other hand, it attempts to displace the immediate subjective experience of the worker as the basis for the conscious regulation of the labor process, that is, as the basis for knowledge of the determinations of the latter. This implies, in the first place, the need to turn the production of that knowledge into an activity which, whilst clearly remaining an inner moment of the organization of social labor, nonetheless acquires a differentiated existence from the immediacy of the direct production process. Coupled with the need to objectify it as a productive power directly borne by the dead labor represented in the machine, that knowledge must necessarily take the general form of science. Point 13 Capital thereby advances, for the first time in human history, in the generalization of the application of science as an immediate potency of the direct production process. Point 14 Note, however, that at this stage of the exposition scientific knowledge does not appear directly as productive activity but only as already objectified in the form of the machine, that is, simply as a presupposition for the latter's existence. Thus far, these are the fundamental aspects of Marx's exposition of the material specificity of the production process of capital based on the system of machinery, i.e., the transformations it suffers in its aspect as a process of production of use values. However, the process of production of capital is such for being the unity of the labor process and the valorization process. Hence, Marx's presentation goes on to develop the specific impact of the system of machinery on the conditions for value self-expansion, on the form determinations of the production process of capital. Point 15 With this, Marx's presentation exhausts the novel determinations brought about by the system of machinery to the production process as they pertain to its objective factor. What necessarily follows, then, is the investigation of the impact of these transformations on the subjective factor of the labor process, that is, on the worker. In the third section of the chapter on large-scale industry, Marx initially presents what he refers to as only some general effects of the system of machinery on the worker, that is, those changes that can be discussed without developing the specific form in which the human material is incorporated with the subjective organism. Point 16 In other words, these are the effects whose development does not involve any new qualitative determination in the productive subjectivity of workers. Rather, they refer to the quantitative changes that machinery brings about in capital's valorization process as a process of exploitation of living labor. These include, the quantitative extension of the mass of exploitable labor power through the incorporation of female and child labor, the tendency to prolong the working day, and the tendency to increase the intensive magnitude of the exploitation of human labor. It is in section 4, through the presentation of the functioning of the factory as a whole, that Marx starts to unfold the specific qualitative determinations of the productive subjectivity of large-scale industry. The discussion of a passage from Ure serves Marx succinctly to identify the most general determination of the factory as the sphere of capitalist society where the conscious regulation of an immediately social production process takes place. A conscious regulation, however, that is determined as a concrete form of the inverted general social regulation as an attribute of the materialist social relation in its process of self-expansion. In the factory, and this is the issue that Ure's definition overlooks, this inverted social existence reaches a further stage in its development by acquiring a technical and palpable reality. 17 Thus, the scientific conscious regulation of social labor characterizing large-scale industry is not an attribute borne by those workers performing direct labor in the immediate production process. For them, those powers exist already objectified in the system of machinery, to whose automatic movement they have to subordinate the exercise of their productive consciousness and will, to the point of becoming its living appendages. 18 Large-scale industry consequently entails an enormous scientific development of the intellectual faculties of the production process only by exacerbating their separation from direct laborers. In its mode of existence as a system of machinery, the product of labor comes to dominate the worker in the direct process of production not only formally but even materially as well. Capital thus appears to those workers as the concrete material subject of the production process itself. With all these elements, we can now turn to summarize the specific determination of the productive subjectivity of the worker of large-scale industry. In, tendentially, doing away with the need for all specialized skill and knowledge of workers, the production of relative surplus value through the system of machinery gives the development of their productive subjectivity the concrete form of an absolute degradation. In this brutal way, and in opposition to the particularism of the subjectivity of the wage laborer of manufacture, large-scale industry begets, as its most genuine product, a universal worker, that is, a productive subject capable of taking part in any form of the human labor process. In the words of Marx, hence, in place of the hierarchy of specialized workers that characterizes manufacture, there appears, in the automatic factory, a tendency to equalize and reduce to an identical level every kind of work that has to be done by the minders of the machines, in place of the artificially produced distinctions between the specialized workers. It is natural differences of age and sex that predominate. 19 With this tendency to the production of workers who are capable of working with any machine, the simple material or technical necessity for the lifelong attachment of individuals to a single productive function disappears. 20 However, insofar as machines become specialized into certain particular productive functions, the persistence of the division of labor in the factory is still technically possible. Indeed, Marx argues, the exploitative relation between capitalists and workers that mediates the development of the material productive forces of social labor as an alienated attribute of its product, leads to the reproduction of the old division of labor in an even more hideous fashion. 21 Large-scale industry's tendency to produce an increasingly universal worker is thereby realized in the concrete form of its negation, that is, by multiplying the spaces for the exploitation of living labor on the basis of an exacerbation of ossified particularities. Thus, the individual capitalist could not care less about the disappearance of the technical necessity for a particularistic development of the worker's productive subjectivity. Under the pressure of competition, his/her only individual motive is the production of an extra surplus value. If he/she can obtain it by attaching the worker to the lifelong speciality of serving the same machine, 22 so he/she will. In effect, the reproduction of the division of labor under the new technical conditions implies that a lower value of labor power can be paid, since the expenses necessary for the workers' reproduction are considerably lessened. In addition, it implies that a greater docility on the part of the exploitable human material is induced, since his helpless dependence upon the factory as a whole, and therefore upon the capitalist, is rendered complete. 23 It is crucial, at this juncture, to be clear about this contradictory movement between universality and particularity of the determinations of the productive subjectivity of large-scale industry. Paraphrasing Marx, here, as everywhere else, we must distinguish between the general tendency of capital accumulation and the concrete forms in which the essence of the historical movement is realized. Thus, the essential determination which, as we shall see, expresses the reason to be of the capitalist mode of production, lies in the tendency to universalize the productive attributes of wage laborers. This is the general movement of the production of relative surplus value through the system of machinery which underlies, hence, gives unity to, the variegated forms that the labor process presents in the course of capitalist development. In order to substantiate this, let us now move ahead in our reading of Marx's investigation of large-scale industry to the point in Capital where he further unfolds the movement of the identified contradiction, that is, to the subsequent discussion of factory legislation in section 9 of this same chapter. Point 24. The crucial point for our argument is that section 9 completes, as far as capital is concerned, the development of the specific determinations of the productive subjectivity of large-scale industry. In effect, Marx's exposition in section 4 had left the dialectical presentation with an unresolved contradiction between large-scale industry's general tendency for universality and the exacerbation of the particularism of the division of labor that, left to the unrestrained will of individual capitalists, it allowed. In addition, we shall see how this discussion leads Marx, for the first time in his dialectical exposition, to uncover the revolutionary historical potentialities carried by this specifically capitalist form of human labor power. The movement of the contradiction between the division of labor under manufacture and the essential character of large-scale industry 25 acquires a first expression in the establishment of compulsory elementary education for working children. As Marx points out, the unchecked exploitation of child labor by individual capitals led not only to the physical deterioration of children and young persons 26 but also to an artificially produced intellectual degeneration, which transformed immature human beings into mere machines for the production of relative surplus value. Point 27. Since there is a very clear distinction between this and the state of natural ignorance in which the mind lies fallow without losing its capacity for development, its natural fertility. 28. These excesses of the capitalist exploitation of child labor power eventually reacted back on the very capacity of valorization of total social capital by jeopardizing the existence of the future generation of adult workers in the material and moral conditions needed by capital accumulation itself. This is illustrated by Marx through a discussion of the case of the English letterpress printing trade, which, before the introduction of the printing machine, was organized around a system of apprenticeship in which workers went through a course of teaching till they were finished printers, and according to which to be able to read and write was for every one of them a requirement of their trade. Point 29. With the introduction of printing machines, however, capitalists were allowed to hire children from 11 to 17 years of age, who in a great proportion cannot read and are, as a rule, utter savages and very extraordinary creatures. Point 30. These young workers were day after day attached to the simplest of tasks for very long hours until being discharged from the printing establishments for having become too old for such children's work. 31. Those 17-year-old workers were left in such intellectual and physical degradation that they were unfit to provide capital, even in the same factory, with the miserably restricted productive attributes that it required from its immediate source of surplus value, namely, human labor power. The education clauses of the factory legislation allow Marx not only to dispel any doubt about capital's universal vocation in its transformation of human productive subjectivity. They also serve to highlight, for the first time in his whole dialectical exposition, that it is only the development of that specific form of human productive subjectivity that expresses capital's historic movement in the production of the material powers for its own supersession as the general social relation regulating human life. As Robert Owen has shown us in detail, the germ of the education of the future is present in the factory system. This education will, in the case of every child over a given age, combine productive labor with instruction and gymnastics, not only as one of the methods of adding to the efficiency of production, but as the only method of producing fully developed human beings. 32 Notice, however, that Marx makes clear that the education clauses represent the germ, and just that, of the education of the future. To put it differently, Marx's discussion aims at showing both that the social forms of the future are effectively carried as a potentiality by the productive subjectivity of large-scale industry under consideration, and that, with the determinations unfolded so far, this potentiality is not yet immediate. On the contrary, in their paltriness, the education clauses reveal that these determinations are far from being a method of producing fully developed human beings. Rather, they are forms of positing individuals whose productive subjectivity is still trapped within the miserable forms imposed by the reproduction of the conditions for capital's valorization. Other material transformations are still needed to mediate the development of those germinal elements into their plenitude. The total social capital's necessity to produce universal workers is not exhausted by the obstacles to its valorization posed by the division of labor within the workshop. As Marx remarks, what is true of the division of labor within the workshop under the system of manufacture is also true of the division of labor within society. 33 In effect, inasmuch as the technical basis of large-scale industry is essentially revolutionary, it entails the permanent transformation of the material conditions of social labor and, therefore, of the forms of exertion of the productive subjectivity of individual workers and of their articulation as a directly collective productive body. 34 This continuous technical change thereby requires individuals who can work in the ever-renewed material forms of the production of relative surplus value. Thus, Marx concludes, large-scale industry, by its very nature, necessitates variation of labor, fluidity of functions, and mobility of the worker in all directions. 35 However, he also points out again how the general organization of social production through the valorization of independent fragments of social capital negates the immediate realization of this tendency for an all-sided development of individuals. 36 The private fragmentation of social labor, and its reified social mediation through the capital form, permits the reproduction of the old division of labor with its ossified particularities. 37 Thus it gives the imposition of variation of labor the form of an overpowering natural law, and with the blindly destructive action of a natural law that meets with obstacles everywhere. 38 In this contradictory form, the realization of large-scale industry's tendency to produce universal workers nonetheless marches forward. Also revealing that it is in the full development of this determination that this alienated social form finds its own absolute limit. 39 In other words, that it is on the fully expanded universal character of human productive subjectivity that the material basis for the new society rests. This possibility of varying labor must become a general law of social production, and the existing relations must be adapted to permit its realization in practice. The partially developed individual, who is merely the bearer of one specialized social function, must be replaced by the totally developed individual, for whom the different social functions are different modes of activity he takes up in turn. 40 With this discussion Marx unfolds the way in which the general necessities of the reproduction of the total social capital, in this case, workers bearing a universal productive subjectivity, clashes with its concrete realization through the private actions of individual capitals, which strive for the perpetuation and exacerbation of the particularistic development of productive subjectivity. Moreover, we see how this contradiction moves by determining the working class as the personification of the mediated necessities of the valorization of capital, the latter providing the material and social foundation for proletarian political power. 41 In effect, the development of large-scale industry makes the possession of a universal subjectivity a matter of survival for the members of the working class since, as evidenced by the aforementioned case of the printing trade workers, only in that way can they be in a position to sell their labor power to capital, thereby turning the alienated necessities of social capital into an immediate need for their social and material reproduction. Thus, workers have to put their heads together again and, through their struggle as a class, force the capitalist state to proclaim that elementary education is a compulsory precondition for the employment of children. 42 But what is elementary education if not a, certainly very basic, step in the formation of future universal workers? That is, in the development of productive attributes that equips the laborer to work not in this or that particular aspect of the immediately social labor process of the collective laborer of large-scale industry, but in whatever task that capital requires from him or her. 43 Social capital's need for universal workers thereby provides another material basis for the political power of the working class in its confrontation with the capitalist class over the conditions of its social reproduction. In this first expression of that relation between large-scale industry and workers' power represented by the Factory Acts, the class struggle does not appear to transcend its most general determination as the form of the buying/selling of the commodity labor power at its value, which Marx unfolds in Chapter 10 on the Working Day. 44 Yet Marx advances the proposition that, when concretely developed, that tendency towards universal productive subjectivity will eventually provide the class struggle with expanded transformative powers, namely, those necessary for the establishment of the workers' political supremacy as a class. 45 Now, the question immediately arises as to what are the more concrete determinations behind this inevitability of the proletarian conquest of political power? Unfortunately, Marx provides no answer in these pages. In fact, one could argue that no answer could have been provided at all. The unfolding of the necessity of proletarian dictatorship as a concrete social form involves still more mediations and, therefore, the former is not carried by the social form we are facing at this point of the exposition in the form of an immediate potentiality to be realized through the political action of the workers as a class. 46 Thus, at this stage of the dialectical presentation, both this latter remark and the one discussed above regarding the totally developed individual as the basis for the abolition of capital, cannot be but unmediated observations, external to the concrete determinations of the productive subjectivity of large-scale industry that we have before us. On the other hand, inasmuch as the latter does involve a certain degree of universality, a limited, albeit real, expression of the underlying tendency for the production of its fully developed shape, Marx's reflections, although external, are undoubtedly pertinent. From a methodological point of view, he could therefore legitimately introduce those remarks in order to anticipate the direction that the further unfolding of this historically specific contradiction of the capitalist mode of production, the only historical way in which it can be dissolved and then reconstructed on a new basis, should take. 47 But as a proper, complete dialectical account of the determinations underlying the proletarian conquest of political power or, above all, of the revolutionary production of the free association of individuals, the presentation as so far developed definitely falls short. This, in itself, should not be problematic. From the perspective of the dialectical investigation as such, this juncture of our critical reading of Marx's search for the determinations of revolutionary subjectivity is not a dead end at all. It only means that our journey from the abstract to the concrete needs to proceed forward as our end point, namely, revolutionary subjectivity, still lies ahead. In this sense, no anomaly lies before us. However, the question is very different when approached from the standpoint of the elements for such an investigation we can find already objectified in Marx's Capital. In that respect, the problem that the contemporary reader of Capital attempting to discover those determinations faces is, to put it briefly, that they are not there. Let us expand on this point. We have seen how Marx, when faced with the tendential universality of the worker of large-scale industry and the growing conscious regulation of social labor it entails, extrinsically reflects upon the specific material form of productive subjectivity necessary to build society anew on a really free basis. On the other hand, we have highlighted the methodological pertinence of such a reflection given that, as the passage on really free working from the Grundrisse quoted above stated, the latter itself has as one of its determinations that of being a bearer of universal productive attributes, that is, capable of material production of a general character. So far so good. But, as the reader will remember, the attribute of universality did not exhaust the determinations of the form of productive subjectivity with the immediate potentiality for really free working, which, as I argued, should provide the material foundation of revolutionary political subjectivity. In the first place, the latter also entailed a process of material production whose general social character was immediately posited. This condition is present, at least tendentially, in the productive subjectivity of large-scale industry as developed in Capital 2.48. But, in addition, note that Marx's passage from the Grundrisse mentions that the universality of revolutionary productive subjectivity must be the expression of a scientific consciousness, capable of organizing work as an activity regulating all the forces of nature. And here lies the crux of the matter. Although the productive subjectivity of the worker of large-scale industry as presented in Capital tends to become universal, this universality is not the product of the scientific expansion of his or her capacity consciously to regulate the production process, but of the increasing, eventually absolute, deprivation of all knowledge of the social and material determinations of the labor process of which he or she is part. As we have seen above, for the workers engaged in the direct process of production, the separation of intellectual and manual labor reaches its plenitude. This kind of laborer can certainly work in any automated labor process which capital puts before him or her, but not as the dominant subject with the mechanical automaton as the object. Rather, for those workers the automaton itself is the subject, and the workers are merely conscious organs, coordinated with the unconscious organs of the automaton, and together with the latter, subordinated to the central moving force. 49 The scientific productive powers needed to regulate the forces of nature, and which are presupposed by their objectified existence in a system of machinery, are not an attribute that capital puts into the hands, or, rather, the heads, of direct laborers. In brief, in the figure of this wage laborer bearing what, following Inigo Carrera 50, I term an absolutely degraded productive subjectivity, scientific consciousness and universality do not go together but are in opposition to one another. In other words, it is not this degraded productive subjectivity that, simply as such, carries in its immediacy the historical revolutionary powers that Marx himself considered necessary to make capital blow sky high. Moreover, neither has Marx's exposition demonstrated that the very movement of the present-day alienated general social relation, capital accumulation, leads to the social necessity to transform, in the political form of a revolution, the productive subjectivity of those laborers in the direction of their reappropriation of the powers of scientific knowledge developed in this alienated form. Yet, despite this insufficiency as an account of the material genesis of the revolutionary subject, it is here that Marx's exposition in Capital of the determinations of human productive subjectivity as an alienated attribute of the product of labor comes to a halt. 51 In the rest of Volume I, and the two remaining volumes, Marx no longer advances, in any systematic manner, in the unfolding of the material and social determinations of the revolutionary subject. From the point of the presentation reached, and after moving to the exteriority of the inner determinations of the production of surplus value and to its reproduction, accumulation, and the general law that presides over its movement, he just makes a gigantic leap into the conclusion contained in the chapter on the historical tendency of capitalist accumulation, offering the following well-known account of the determinations leading to the abolition of the capitalist mode of production, along with the constant decrease in the number of capitalist magnates, who usurp and monopolize all the advantages of this process of transformation. The mass of misery, oppression, slavery, degradation, and exploitation grows, but with this there also grows the revolt of the working class, a class constantly increasing in numbers, and trained, united and organized by the very mechanism of the capitalist process of production. The monopoly of capital becomes a fetter upon the mode of production which has flourished alongside and under it. The centralization of the means of production and the socialization of labor reach a point at which they become incompatible with their capitalist integument. The integument is burst asunder. The knell of capitalist private property sounds. The expropriators are expropriated. 52 If we leave aside the question of the misleading conflation between two qualitatively different, and, therefore, analytically separable, moments of the revolutionary action of the working class contained in this passage, namely, the expropriation of the bourgeoisie and the abolition of capital, the question remains as to whether the determinations developed by Marx in the previous chapters suffice to justify the transition to this excessively simplistic An all too general account of the way the capitalist int-movement is burst asunder. 53 Certainly, the tendency to the centralization of capital discussed in the chapter on the general law of capital accumulation does provide an exposition of the necessity behind the progressive socialization of labor as an attribute of the capitalist form of private labor. But such an account stops short at the exteriority of the quantitative determination of the scope of consciously organized social labor without saying anything about the qualitative transformations of the productive subjectivity of the collective laborer that such an extension of the scale of the former presupposes. Seen from that perspective, I think that the transition to revolutionary subjectivity contained in the passage is definitely unmediated. How are those workers whose productive subjectivity has been emptied of almost all content to organize the allocation of the total labor power of society in the form of a self-conscious collective potency, the latter being what the abolition of capital is all about? The growing misery, degradation, oppression, and so on certainly confront those laborers with particularly extreme immediate manifestations of the alienated mode of existence of their social being. Therefore, they could lead them to reinforce their collective resistance to capitalist exploitation by strengthening their relations of solidarity in the struggle over the value of labor power. In themselves, however, those expressions of capitalist alienation have no way of transforming the class struggle from a form of the reproduction of that alienation into the form of its fully self-conscious transcendence. From a materialist perspective, the question does not boil down to the will radically to transform the world, but to the objective existence of the material powers to do so. As Marx puts it in The Holy Family, it is about an absolutely imperative need determined as the practical expression of necessity. 54 The emergence of the social necessity underlying the historical constitution of the latter still involves the mediation of more revolutions in the materiality of the productive subjectivity of workers. In this sense, I concur in general with those who claim that Marx's Capital is incomplete. However, this is not in the sense that the dialectic of capital needs to be complemented with that of class struggle 55 or with the political economy of wage labor 56 as if those latter aspects were not an inner moment of the former itself. Rather, I think that it is the very dialectic of capital and, more concretely, the contradictory movement of the production of relative surplus value through the system of machinery, that is in need of completion. Without this further exploration into the development of human productive subjectivity as an alienated attribute of social capital, a gap is bound to remain between the dialectic of human labor unfolded in the relevant chapters of Capital and the revolutionary conclusions at the end of Volume I. In the following section, I shall examine Marx's presentation of the determinations of the system of machinery in the Grundrisse. Although the complete systematic unfolding of the missing determinations is not there either, the main elements for such a further investigation of revolutionary subjectivity can be extracted from that text. The Grundrisse and the system of machinery, in search of the missing link in the determinations of revolutionary subjectivity as an entry point to Marx's account of the system of machinery in the Grundrisse, let us return for a moment to our examination of the determinations of large-scale industry as presented in Capital. More concretely, let us go back to the relation between science and the production process. Although this form of production of relative surplus value entailed the general application of science as a productive force, the latter was not an attribute materially borne by those laborers engaged in direct labor in the immediate process of production. For them, that scientific knowledge took the form of an alien power already objectified in the machine. Marx notes this in the Grundrisse as well. 57 Yet, as Marx puts it in the results of the immediate production process, those scientific powers ultimately are themselves the products of labor. 58 Thus, although the formal subject of those powers, as happens with all the powers springing from the direct organization of human cooperation, remains capital, the question immediately arises as to who is the material subject whose, alienated, intellectual labor develops the scientific capacities of the human species and organizes their practical application in the immediate process of production. Having discarded manual laborers as such a productive subject, it would seem that the only alternative must be to turn our attention to the only remaining character present in the direct production process, namely, the capitalist. Is it he or she who personifies, through the development of his/her productive consciousness and will, capital's need for the powers scientifically to control the movement of natural forces? The answer is given by Marx in a footnote to the chapter on machinery and large-scale industry in Capital. Science, generally speaking, costs the capitalist nothing, a fact that by no means prevents him from exploiting it. Alien science is incorporated by capital just as alien labor is. But capitalist appropriation and personal appropriation, whether of science or of material wealth, are totally different things. Dr. Ure himself deplores the gross ignorance of mechanical science which exists among his beloved machinery-exploiting manufacturers, and Liebig can tell us about the astounding ignorance of chemistry displayed by English chemical manufacturers. 59 Thus, it is not the capitalist who embodies the intellectual powers to develop the scientific knowledge presupposed by its objectified existence in a system of machinery. The science incorporated in the immediate production process is the result of the appropriation of the product of the intellectual labor of an other. This other, whose productive activity the direct production process of large-scale industry carries as a necessary mediation, is not explicitly present in Marx's exposition in Capital. There might be two reasons for this exclusion. First, because in Marx's time such a social subject was only beginning to develop. Second, and following from the previous point, because Marx's presentation in Capital is restricted to the transformations suffered by the productive subjectivity of those workers remaining in the direct production process. However, what his whole discussion implicitly suggests is that among the transformations that large-scale industry brings about is the extension of material unity comprising its total labor process outside the boundaries of the factory walls. 60 Hence, the direct process of production becomes just an aspect of a broader labor process which now entails two additional moments: the development of the power consciously to regulate in an objective and universal fashion the movement of natural forces, namely, science, and the application of that capacity in the practical organization of the automatic system of machinery and whatever remains of direct labor, the technological application of science, including the consciousness of the unity of productive cooperation. Certainly, these other moments are also present in Capital. 61 However, Marx's presentation there seems to revolve around the emphasis on their separated mode of existence vis-a-vis the subjectivity of direct laborers and which is presupposed by their activity. By contrast, in the Grundrisse he oscillates between such an angle on the question 62 and one which puts at the forefront the underlying material unity of the total activity of living labor, where the development of science and its technological applications act as essential constitutive moments. 63 With the system of machinery, the entire production process appears as not subsumed under the direct skillfulness of the worker, but rather as the technological application of science. It is hence the tendency of capital to give production a scientific character. Direct labor is reduced to a mere moment of this process. 64. The determinations presupposed by the production of relative surplus value involve the specification of commodity owners into capitalist and wage laborer. Having discarded the former as the material subject of scientific labor, it is self-evident that only those determined as doubly free individuals can personify the development of this moment of the production process of large-scale industry. Thus, although not explicitly addressed by Marx, the benefit of historical hindsight makes it very easy for us to recognize how the total social capital deals with its constant need for the development of the productive powers of science, namely, by engendering a special partial organ of the collective laborer whose function is to advance in the conscious control of the movement of natural forces and its objectification in the form of ever more complex automatic systems of machinery. Whilst the system of machinery entails the progressive descaling of those workers performing what remains of direct labor, to the point of emptying their labor of any content other than the mechanistic repetition of extremely simple tasks, it also entails the tendential expansion of the productive subjectivity of the members of the intellectual organ of the collective laborer. Capital requires from these workers ever more complex forms of labor. 65 As much as those discussed in Capital, these are also immediate effects of machine production on the worker. Needless to say, Inasmuch as this expanded productive subjectivity is nothing more than a concrete form of the production of relative surplus value, the exercise of the newly developed intellectual productive powers is inverted into a mode of existence of capital in its movement of self-valorization as well. 66 In this alienated form, capital thereby produces a material transformation whose fundamental significance exceeds the production of wage laborers simply bearing different productive attributes. What is at stake here is, first and foremost, a radical substantial transformation of the very nature of human labor. 67 The latter progressively ceases to consist in the direct application of labor power onto the object of labor with the purpose of changing its form. It now increasingly becomes an activity aimed at the conscious control of the movement of natural forces in order to make them automatically act upon the object of labor and, in this way, to effect its change of form. According to Marx's exposition of the system of machinery in the Grundrisse, it is in the contradictory historical unfolding of this specific material transformation of human productive subjectivity that the key to the absolute limit to capital resides. To the degree that labor time, the mere quantity of labor, is posited by capital as the sole determinant element, to that degree does direct labor and its quantity disappear as the determinant principle of production, of the creation of use values, and is reduced both quantitatively, to a smaller proportion, and qualitatively, as an, of course, indispensable but subordinate moment, compared to general scientific labor, technological application of natural sciences, on one side, and to the general productive force arising from social combination gliidering in total production on the other side, a combination which appears as a natural fruit of social labor, although it is a historic product. Capital thus works towards its own dissolution as the form dominating production. 68 To put it briefly, the issue here is the old question of the relation between intellectual and manual labor. More concretely, the fundamental point to grasp is the specifically capitalist form in which the antithetical movement of those two moments of living labor asserts itself with the development of the system of machinery. The revolutionary aspect of this historically specific transformation of living labor in capitalist society is that both the scale and complexity of the production process and, in particular, the increasingly scientific character of its organization, make the subjectivity of the capitalist, the non-laborer, impotent to personify the now directly social labor under the rule of his or her capital. This means, in other words, that the development of the powers of intellectual labor and their exercise becomes an attribute of the laboring classes. 69. The scientifically expanded productive subjectivity of intellectual labor is, by its own nature, increasingly general or universal. The exertion of this form of human labor power aims at the expansion of the conscious control over the totality of the forces of nature. Moreover, this subordination of the latter to the powers of living labor involves the comprehension of their general determination in order thereby to develop their particular technological applications in ever-evolving systems of machinery. Thus, as Marx puts it in Capital Volume 3 of In order to highlight its specificity vis-a-vis cooperative labor, scientific labor is, by definition, universal labor. 70 With the constitution and permanent revolutionizing of this organ of the collective laborer, capital thereby engenders another tendency for the production of workers bearing a universal productive subjectivity. However, this universality is no longer the empty universality deriving from the absolute lack of individual productive capacities to which direct laborers are condemned. When developed into its plenitude, it becomes the rich, concrete universality of organs of a collective subject who become increasingly able consciously to rule their life process by virtue of their capacity to scientifically organize the production process of any automatic system of machinery and, therefore, any form of social cooperation on the basis of large-scale industry. As the productive subjectivity of workers expands, it progressively ceases to be the case that the worker's individuality vanishes as an infinitesimal quantity in the face of the science, the gigantic natural forces, and the mass of social labor embodied in the system of machinery. 71 For the latter are the direct products of the objectification of their productive subjectivity. Nature builds no machines, no locomotives, railways, electric telegraphs, self-acting mules, etc. These are products of human industry, natural material transformed into organs of the human will over nature, or of human participation in nature. They are organs of the human brain, created by the human hand, the power of knowledge, objectified. The development of fixed capital indicates to what degree general social knowledge has become a direct force of production, and to what degree, hence, the conditions of the process of social life itself have come under the control of the general intellect and been transformed in accordance with it. To what degree the powers of social production have been produced, not only in the form of knowledge, but also as immediate organs of social practice, of the real-life process. 72 We saw how in Capital Marx focused on the negative side of the effects of production of relative surplus value through the system of machinery upon the material forms of the productive subjectivity of the working class. The historical emergence of the social necessity for the constitution of a fully developed social individual thus appeared as an abstract possibility, whose connection to capital's development of machine-based production seemed to be completely external. Conversely, we can appreciate now how in the Grundrisse Marx posits capital's relentless tendency to call to life all the powers of science and of nature, as of social combination and of social intercourse. 73 As necessarily engendering the historical becoming of that concrete universal subjectivity itself. No longer does the worker insert a modified natural thing Naturgegenstand as a middle link between the object and himself, rather, he inserts the process of nature, transformed into an industrial process, as a means between himself and inorganic nature, mastering it. He steps to the side of the production process instead of being its chief actor. In this transformation, it is neither the direct human labor he himself performs, nor the time during which he works, but rather the appropriation of his own general productive power, his understanding of nature and his mastery over it by virtue of his presence as a social body. It is, in a word, the development of the social individual which appears as the great foundation stone of production and of wealth. 74 Moreover, and here in accordance with capital, he presents the latter as the one whose further expansion eventually clashes with its alienated capitalist social form and, therefore, as the material form of productive subjectivity that carries as an immediate potentiality the necessity for the creation of the new society. Hence, Marx continues, the surplus labor of the mass has ceased to be the condition for the development of general wealth, just as the non-labor of the few, for the development of the general powers of the human head. With that, production based on exchange value breaks down, and the direct, material production process is stripped of the form of penury and antithesis. 75. It might seem that Marx is here substituting the intellectual laborer for the manual laborer as the revolutionary subject. However, the point is that the key does not consist in abstractly opposing intellectual and direct manual labor in order to privilege one over the other, but in grasping the contradictory forms in which capital historically develops these two necessary moments of the labor process. Since Marx's exposition in the Grundrisse is only concerned with the general tendency and, more specifically, its historical result, that is, with the movement of bourgeois society in the long view and as a whole. 76, he does not pay much attention to the contradictory forms in which the latter asserts itself. However, it is clear that in the historical unfolding of the tendency for the progressive objectification of all direct application of human labor power onto the object of labor as an attribute of the machine, capital actually reproduces and exacerbates the separation between intellectual and manual labor. 77 In effect, inasmuch as capital's conversion of the subjective expertise of the direct laborer, both intellectual and manual, into an objective power of the machine is not an instantaneous event but only done by degrees, every leap forward in the abolition of manual labor brought about by the revolution in the material forms of the process of production is realized by actually multiplying the spaces for the exploitation of manual living labor. In fact, the new technological forms themselves might generate as their own condition of existence the proliferation of a multitude of production processes still subject to the manual intervention of the laborer, whether as an appendage of the machine, as a partial organ in a manufacturing division of labor, or even in the form of domestic industry. Thus, until the conditions for the, nearly, total elimination of manual labor are produced, direct labor as an appendage of the machine and or the division of labor of manufacture tend to be reproduced under the new conditions and with even more degraded forms of productive subjectivity and harsher conditions of capitalist exploitation. 78 Yet, it is certainly the case that this internal differentiation of the collective laborer on the basis of the respective forms of productive subjectivity is the self-negating form in which the abolition of that separation is realized in the historical process. Thus, through the very exacerbation of their separation, capital tendentially abolishes the qualitative and quantitative weight of manual labor in the process of the reproduction of social life, thereby converting the essential moment of living labor into an intellectual process. In this way, capital's transformation of the labor process eventually reaches a point in which the separation between intellectual labor and what is now a quantitatively and qualitatively insignificant amount of manual labor, cannot materially obtain as a form of organizing the life process of humanity. The development of the material productive forces of society can only assert itself through the embodiment of the intellectual powers of social production in the individual subjectivity of every partial organ of the now directly social productive body. Moreover, this incorporation of the powers of the general intellect into every individual worker must now have the form of objective social knowledge, namely, science, instead of being the product of the immediate subjective productive experience of the laborer, as was the case of independent handicraft production. As we shall see below, it is the consciously organized political action of the whole working class, whatever its productive subjectivity, that is the necessary form in which this latter material transformation is realized. 79 In its formally boundless movement of self-valorization, capital therefore cannot stop in the historical production of universal productive subjects. At the same time, this constant revolution in the material forms of human productive subjectivity can only take place through the progressive socialization of private labor, thereby positing the extension of the scope of the conscious regulation of directly social labor as an immediate necessity for capital's production of relative surplus value. Thus, through the development of large-scale industry, capital works towards the historical emergence of the other precondition for really free working as well, in the production process of large-scale industry, just as the conquest of the forces of nature by the social intellect is the precondition of the productive power of the means of labor as developed into the automatic process, on one side, so, on the other, is the labor of the individual in its direct presence posited as suspended individual, i.e., as social labor. Thus the other basis of this mode of production falls away. 80 On the twofold basis of the expansion of the scientific productive powers of the social intellect and of the determination of human labor as directly social, capital moves right towards reaching its absolute historical limit as a social form. This limit is not reached when capital accumulation ceases to develop the material productive forces of society as, following Trotsky, orthodox Marxists would have it. 81 On the contrary, capital clashes with its limit when the very same alienated socialization and scientific universalization of the powers of human labor through the production of relative surplus value begets, as its own imminent necessity, the development of the productive forces of society in a particular material form. Namely, the fully conscious organization of social labor as the general social relation regulating the reproduction of human life and, therefore, as an attribute borne by every singular productive subjectivity comprising the collective laborer. Under those circumstances, the further leap forward in the material productive forces of society, dictated by the most immediate necessity of capital itself, that is, the production of relative surplus value, comes into conflict with capitalist relations of production. Translated into our mode of expression, this classical Marxian insight can only mean the following: the alienated social necessity arises for the human being to be produced as a productive subject that is fully and objectively conscious of the social determinations of his/her individual powers and activity. Thus, he or she no longer sees society as an alien and hostile potency that dominates him/her. Instead, he or she consciously experiences the materiality of social life, that is, productive cooperation, as the necessary condition for the development of the plenitude of his or her individuality, and therefore consciously recognizes the social necessity of the expenditure of his or her labor power in organic association with the other producers. However, this form of human subjectivity necessarily collides with a social form, capital, that produces human beings as private and independent individuals who consequently see their general social interdependence and its historical development as an alien and hostile power born by the product of social labor. The determination of the material forms of the labor process as bearers of objectified social relations can no longer mediate the reproduction of human life. Capital accumulation must therefore come to an end and give way to the free association of individuals, but with the suspension of the immediate character of living labor, as merely individual, or as general merely internally or merely externally, with the positing of the activity of individuals as immediately general or social activity. The objective moments of production are stripped of this form of alienation, they are thereby posited as property, as the organic social body within which the individuals reproduce themselves as individuals, but as social individuals. The conditions which allow them to exist in this way in the reproduction of their life, in their productive life's process, have been posited only by the historic economic process itself, both the objective and the subjective conditions, which are only the two distinct forms of the same conditions. 82 Thus, it is the historically determined necessity for the fully developed and socialized universality of the productive subjectivity of the workers, beyond its capitalist entanglement but generated as an immanent determination of the alienated movement of capital itself, that is realized in the concrete form of the communist revolution. This suggests that the revolutionary political consciousness of the working class can only be a concrete expression of their productive consciousness. 83 What the political action of the self-abolishing proletariat realizes, its content, is, fundamentally, the transformation of the materiality of the productive forces of the human individual and, therefore, of their social forms of organization and development. To put it differently, it is about a material mutation of the production process of human life, which takes concrete shape through a transformation of its social forms which, in turn, expresses itself through a conscious political action, namely, a revolution. Thus, the issue here is not one of finding the external objective conditions that trigger or facilitate the development of a self-determining political action, but of unfolding the inner or immanent material and social determinations of capital transcending conscious practice. In other words, at stake here is the content and form of the necessity to abolish the capital form. To recapitulate, we can now appreciate the significance of the fragment on machines from the Grundrisse. Although clearly in an unsystematic fashion, after all, they are only research manuscripts, that earlier version of the critique of political economy contains the elements for the systematic unfolding of the plenitude of the determinations that constitute the immanent content of capital transcending transformative practice that capital only partially achieves. However, it is actually the latter text that unfolds the necessity of its form, namely, the conscious political action of the whole working class. As we have seen, through the discussion of the Factory Acts, Marx unfolds the determination of the political action of the working class as the necessary mediation, in the form of a consciously organized collective action, for the imposition of the general conscious regulation of social labor in the capitalist mode of production, that is, as a concrete form of the essentially unconscious, hence inverted, organization of social life through the capital form. But furthermore, we saw above that the struggle of wage laborers as a class was also the necessary form in which social capital's need for workers with an increasingly universal productive subjectivity, resulting from the movement of the real subsumption in the form of large-scale industry, asserted itself. True, in Marx's exposition in Chapter 15 of Capital, the class struggle does not transcend its determination as a mediating moment of social capital's reproduction. This is because he does not unfold its immanent material content, the socialization and universal development of human productive subjectivity, up to its absolute limit. But this is precisely what the Grundrisse do, that is, they do not unfold a different content but develop a more complex shape of that content itself. A fortiori, its concrete mode of realization remains the same, the struggle of wage laborers as a class. A struggle, however, that is no longer determined as form of capital's reproduction. As an expression of the plenitude of its content, the political action of wage laborers now becomes determined as the mode of existence of capital transcending human practice. Hence the general determination of the communist revolution, to be the political form taken by the historical production of the subjectivity of the rich individuality which is as all-sided in its production as in its consumption, and whose labor also therefore appears no longer as labor, but as the full development of activity itself. 84. Conclusions. This chapter has argued that, in their unity, the Grundrisse and capital provide the elements for the scientific exposition of the determinations of capital leading to the social constitution of the revolutionary working class. This exposition must actually comprise the reproduction in thought of the concrete unity of all the determinations of social existence implied in the necessity for the abolition of capital, starting with its simplest form, namely, the commodity. However, for obvious reasons of space, the discussion centered on the specific form of capital that carries the necessity of its own supersession as an immediate potentiality. That form, this paper has argued, lies in the fully developed shape taken by the real subsumption of labor to capital, the system of machinery. As we have seen, Marx's treatment of large-scale industry in Capital differs from the exposition he had initially formulated in his research manuscripts known as the Grundrisse. This has led many scholars to see the two perspectives as somehow incompatible, maybe even reflecting a change of mind on the part of Marx, from an early optimistic view of the emancipatory potentialities of the forms of the real subsumption to a more pessimistic view of the latter as yet another expression of the despotic rule of debt over living labor. This paper has offered a different reading of this aspect of Marx's intellectual development. Whilst it is certainly true that Marx's exposition changed from the Grundrisse to capital, this difference does not express two inconsistent views of the determinations of the productive subjectivity of large-scale industry. Rather, each text actually centers the exposition on the development of one of the two essential contradictions that characterize the most complex form of the real subsumption and whose development constitutes the imminent ground of revolutionary subjectivity. In Capital, the exposition focuses on the absolute contradiction 85 between particularity and universality of the development of productive subjectivity, leading Marx to emphasize the material degradation of individuality of the wage laborer of large-scale industry. By contrast, in the Grundrisse Marx focuses his attention on the development of the contradiction between the intellectual and the manual moments of the production process under the rule of capital, leading him to unfold the tendency for the scientific expansion of the subjectivity of the doubly free laborer. Both contradictions are, however, two sides of the same coin, the alienated form in which human beings produce the materiality of their species being at a certain stage of development and on the basis of specific historical presuppositions. 86 But it is an insipid notion to conceive of this merely objective bond as a spontaneous, natural attribute inherent in individuals and inseparable from their nature, in antithesis to their conscious knowing and willing. This bond is their product. It is a historic product. It belongs to a specific phase of their development. The alien and independent character in which it presently exists vis-a-vis individuals proves only that the latter are still engaged in the creation of the conditions of their social life, and that they have not yet begun, on the basis of these conditions, to live at. 87 As we have seen, this development does not only involve the formal inversion between subject and product of social labor but also the material mutilation of the productive individuality of wage laborers. However, Marx was also clear about the relative historical necessity of those forms, if only as a vanishing moment in the world historical process of development of the materiality of really free working and, hence, in the production of the necessity of their own supersession. 88. From the Grundrisse to Capital and beyond. Then and now. George Caffant Zeiss. In fact, however, they are the material conditions to blow this foundation sky high. 1 This argument is burst asunder. 2 This chapter is part Marxology, in remembrance of that volcanic eruption of Marx's carbuncle-inducing mental labor that resulted in the notebooks that we now know as the Grundrisse, or The Foundations of a Critique of Political Economy, rough draft. It is also part contemporary conceptual history of the anti-capitalist movement's increasing technoscepticism, partly in honor of another eruption of anti-capitalist thought and action that took place here in the Political Science Institute at the University of Padova in the 1970s, especially the work of Maria Rosa Dalla Costa and Ferruccio Gambino. Point 3 By technoscepticism, I mean a political attitude that questions the centrality of technological change in the struggle against capitalism. I will trace some parallels in Marx's thought between 1857 and 1882 and the succession of some themes in the anti-capitalist movement, with special reference to the U.S., between the 1960s and the present. Inevitably, this effort is going to be somewhat subjective, verging on the autobiographical, and I do not claim to find either structural or causal reasons for the parallels, though the recognition of the limits to the revolutionary impact of the introduction of the products of mental labor into capitalist production are common to both. I. Grundrisse, contradiction of capital or contradiction in the text. The Grundrisse can be read teleologically, as a step on the way to capital, or in its own right, as an exciting self-enclosed text, full of fascinating alternative lines of motion. Bruno Gully contrasts these two approaches, attributing one to Negri, who claims that the Grundrisse is not a rough draft to be used for philological purposes, but a political text in its own right, and the other to Rostalski, who claims that the Grundrisse is a bold preparation for capital, although one should not exaggerate the similarity of the two works. Point 4 Along with the Grundrisse's excitement, which both Negri and Rostalski admire, however, is its obscurity and inconsistency. There are passages in the Grundrisse that genuinely pose the question, are we dealing with the dialectical contradictions of capital, typical of any would-be infinite totality, or the plain, finite, logical contradictions of Karl Marx? One of the most important problems for understanding anti-capitalist revolution is the relationship between the two main revolution-producing tendencies or laws in the development of capitalism that Marx identifies in the Grundrisse, I. The falling rate of profit, 5 and 2, the breakdown of the creation and measurement of wealth by labor and labor time respectively. Point 6 They form the double, reiterated climax of the work, but are they consistent? The first tendency is initially expressed in the Grundrisse as follows: presupposing the same surplus labor in proportion to necessary labor, then, the rate of profit depends on the relation between the part of capital exchanged for living labor and the part existing in the form of raw material and means of production. Hence, the smaller the portion exchanged for living labor becomes, the smaller becomes the rate of profit. Thus, in the same proportion as capital takes up a larger place as capital in the production process relative to immediate labor, i.e., the more the relative surplus value grows, the value-creating power of capital, the more does the rate of profit fall. Point 7. Marx heaps encomiums on it. The law of falling rate of profit is in every respect the most important law of modern political economy, and the most essential for understanding the most difficult relations. Point 8. Moreover, Marx explicitly emphasizes the revolutionary meaning of the law or tendency using the language of the int he was later to employ in Capital. For the law leads to the last form of servitude assumed by human activity, that of wage labor on the one side, capital on the other, being cast off like a skin. 9. The second tendency or law is expressed in the fragment on machines in a variety of ways. Point 10. For example, the measure of wealth is then not any longer, in any way, labor time, but rather disposable time. Labor time as the measure of value posits wealth itself as founded on poverty. The most developed machinery thus forces the worker to work longer than the savage does, or than he himself did with the simplest, crudest tools. Point 11. As soon as labor in the direct form has ceased to be the great wellspring of wealth, labor time ceases and must cease to be its measure, and hence exchange value must cease to be the measure of use value. Point 12. To the degree that labor time, the mere quantity of labor, is posited by capital as the sole determinant element, to that degree does direct labor and quantity disappear as the determinant principle of production, of the creation of use values, and is reduced both quantitatively, to a smaller proportion, and qualitatively, as an, of course indispensable but subordinate moment, compared to general scientific labor, technological application, or natural sciences, on the one side, and to the general productive force arising from social combination in total production on the other side, a combination which appears as a natural fruit of social labor, although it is a historic product. Capital thus works towards its own dissolution as the form dominating production. 13 These passages, which could easily be multiplied, do not invite a common name in Marx's texts in the way that the falling rate of profit does. But they clearly define the same temporal sequence. The increasing application of general scientific labor significantly displaces direct labor in the production process and labor time as source and measure of wealth, and there is some slippage, here, either as use value or exchange value. Labor value concepts become increasingly inapplicable when applied to an expanding industrial capitalism. In other words, the labor theory of value is increasingly falsified by the development of large-scale industry. Thus, I will dub this law the increasing incommensurability of wealth and labor time. What, then, is the relationship between these two tendencies? Is the falling rate of profit an index, or alternative expression, of the incommensurability tendency, or, does the falling rate of profit contradict and eventually erase the incommensurability tendency in Marx's thought? The falling rate of profit and the increasing incommensurability tendencies are clearly interconnected. The rise in the ratio, later to be called the organic composition, of fixed and circulating capital, later to be called constant capital, to necessary labor, later to be called variable capital, is crucial in the explication of both. The more large-scale industry, with the introduction of machinery and scientific techniques that displace the worker from the center of the production process, develops, the more the tendencies intensify simultaneously, though in different manners. The falling rate of profit tendency is intensified in large-scale industry because the mass of surplus value created by the diminished number of workers relative to the machinery and investment in technique involved in production is relatively small. Even in the extreme case when the necessary labor time goes to zero and the workday is expanded to 24 hours, and thus the maximum of the ratio between surplus and necessary labor is reached, workers live on air and sleeplessly labor round the clock, capital's paradise, the increasing fixed and circulating capital will eventually end with a falling profit rate, capital's inferno, due to the decreasing need for workers in the production process. Similarly, the incommensurability tendency in large-scale industry is intensified because the necessary labor time is dramatically reduced so that there could be a relative increase in surplus value by the operation of machinery and scientifically developed technique. This reduction of necessary labor time that could have led to an increased disposable time instead leads to the imposition of a labor market discipline that forces an extreme intensification and expansion of surplus labor. However, most of the value of the products, even with the addition of necessary and surplus labor time, is increasingly a result of transferred value in the course of production from the fixed and circulating capital. Hence, capital in the era of large-scale industry appears to be the source of value. The introduction of machinery and materially creative and objectifying science to production seems to lead to both the incommensurability of labor time and value as well as to the falling rate of profit. Are these two tendencies merely two sides of the same coin? This apparent coherence of the falling rate of profit and the incommensurability tendencies, however, is problematic. For the falling rate of profit depends upon the functioning of labor time as the measure of value. After all, the rate of profit is a ratio between values that are determined by labor time, otherwise they would not have the character and fate that they do. If the commensurability of value and labor time were abrogated, then there would be no reason to give the legitimacy and centrality to the falling rate of profit. This can be seen in the 20th century efforts to sraffa Marx's critique of political economy and to apply the Ocasio theorem as a rebuttal of the tendency. 14 Both Sraffa's and Ocasio's supporters reject the labor time measure of value and opt for a commodity equivalent conception of value. The value of a commodity is simply the amount of an index commodity for which it exchanges. Sraffa and his supporters, in their commodity equivalent effort, go the way of the vulgar economists who, according to Marx, assume the value of one commodity in order in turn to use it to determine the values of other commodities. Point 15. Thus, instead of a labor theory of value, they use the symmetry of the algebraic equations describing the input-output relations of an economy to point out that labor, whose price is wages, need not provide the value dimension. Any other commodity that enters into all branches of production could do so as well, such as iron or oil. In so doing, Ocasio, echoed by Sraffa supporters, argues that increasing productivity would not lead to a 24-hour limit per worker on the surplus. However physically productive the worker is, the surplus products per worker would be expandable indefinitely, and consequently the rate of profit would be growing with the increasing introduction of machinery and scientific knowledge to production instead of declining. Consequently, the incommensurability tendency is logically contrary to the falling rate of profit. If labor time fails to be a measure of the value of commodities, labor power, and capital, then the falling rate of profit loses its legitimacy and plausibility. These two climatic endings of the Grundrisse pose one overwhelming question: will capitalism be destroyed by the loss of measure or by the loss of profitability? Capital and the disappearance of the incommensurability tendency. In order to answer this question from Marx's perspective, we should study the fates of these two tendencies in the post-Grundrisse period of Marx's writing. And their fates are quite different. The law or tendency of the falling rate of profit becomes a basic element in the analysis of capitalism, and its demise. While the incommensurability tendency simply disappears in all the volumes of capital. This disappearance is startling, yet Marxist scholars do not often note it. Thus Ernest Mondale claims, the essential contributions to the development of Marxist theory are to be found in the Grundrisse. Point 16. But though he praises what I have been calling the incommensurability tendency, he does not note its absence in Marx's post-Grundrisse works. The reason for the increasing prominence of the law of the falling rate of profit is clear and can be summarized in the words that end the part of Capital Volume 3 devoted to the law, hence crises. Point 17. Marx saw in the law of the falling rate of profit the internal a priori evidence for the finitude of capitalism. The barriers to the capitalist mode of production show themselves in the way that the development of labor productivity involves a law, in the form of the falling rate of profit, that at a certain point confronts this development itself in a most hostile way and has constantly to be overcome by way of crises. Point 18. The incommensurability tendency, being incompatible with the law of the falling rate of profit as noted above, was inevitably pushed out of the logical space of Marx's categorical development in the decade after the writing of the Grundrisse notebooks. Indeed, the increasing saliency of the falling rate of profit led to the importance of the commensurability of value and labor time. In any event, Marx began his mature published work on the critique of political economy, Capital Volume I, by reaffirming the value-creating power of labor and the appropriateness of labor time as the measure of the value of commodities. He seemed to have no questions about the labor theory of value. Was the incommensurability tendency completely erased from Marx's thought after the Grundrisse? No, but it mutated in an ingenious way. Instead of being antagonistic to the falling rate of profit, it was transformed into an essential preliminary for the law. Since the law is, more precisely stated, the fall in the general or average rate of profit, the incommensurability tendency reappears in Capital Volume 3, Chapter 9, Formation of a General Rate of Profit, Average Rate of Profit, and Transformation of Commodity Values into Prices of Production as a way of understanding how a general or average rate of profit throughout a capitalist system can be realized even though individual firms and branches of industry have radically different organic compositions, hence different individual rates of profit. Point 19. I make this claim because it is exactly in this chapter that Marx declares the labor theory of value to be apparently false, which is the essence of the incommensurability tendency, and yet he also claims that it operates to the letter the more machinery and the products of mental labor enter into commodity production. In other words, in this chapter labor time is rejected as the measure of the price of commodities, a version of the incommensurability tendency, especially when there is a great dispersion of organic composition and labor productivity, which inevitably will happen in capital's effort to counter the tendency of the falling rate of profit, and, at the same time, labor time is vindicated as the measure revealing the inner essence of the system. In other words, in the transformation of commodity values into prices of production, the incommensurability thesis is preserved and finally made compatible with the falling rate of profit tendency. If the value to price of production transformation did not occur, the high organic composition industries would suffer from inadequate profit rates and would be unable to develop into a hegemonic presence in production. Indeed, the transformation makes it possible for there to be electricity-generating nuclear power plants that successfully realize an average rate of profit, on the basis of an enormous investment in fixed and circulating capital, even though the workers within them create a tiny fraction of the surplus value created by workers in a typical sweatshop. This peculiar metamorphosis of the incommensurability tendency clearly expressed both the reasons why Marx thought that capitalism could survive in the face of class struggle, by applying technical and scientific knowledge to transform the conditions of production resulting in the displacement and division of workers, and at the same time why capitalism was continually confronting barriers to its survival of its own making. It also showed the objective unity of the capitalist class in the face of individual capitalists' competitive struggle with each other. Indeed, one can see in this communal sharing of surplus value an essential element in the creation of the capitalist class. Finally, without such a transformation, capitalism would have largely never had gotten off the ground of absolute surplus value production, since the occasional forays into relative surplus value production could not be sustained because the profit rates in return would have been abysmally low. Hence it could not have survived the success of the working class struggle to shorten the workday. This is my structural argument for the rejection/inclusion of the incommensurability thesis in Capital. I also have a biographical narrative to accompany the structural transformation of the incommensurability tendency to the transformation of values into prices. In 1857-8, Marx saw that a breakdown was looming due to the increasing use of science, technology, and other products of the general intellect. In effect, Marx's position at that time was similar to that of his critics in the falling rate of profit and transformation debates of the future. The labor time measure becomes increasingly inadequate, as there is an increase in